Fatties are definitely not good people. On the last episode of The Last Blood Elf, Cross destroyed a few worlds when he was abducted by a giant dragon. The dragon told him he wasn't funny and he had to choose whether to take his family with him. What will he do? We'll be back after a commercial break. Hi, my name is Ricky Bobby. If you don't chew Big Red then fuck you. And we're back. Cross looked at the dragon and said they're coming with me. The Azure Dragon said are you sure? They could quite possibly die. Even if they're in that inner world of yours. Cross waved his fist saying these little vixen, if I die they're coming with me. The rest gave him a look and he added if not then I'll climb out of hell and find them. Luna, Jasmine, Feng Shuier and Ji Yuan smiled warmly, while the kids shook their heads. The Azure Dragon grinned and Cross said shamelessly anyway, big dragon guy, you must have some gifts for me right? He rubbed his hands greedily and everyone's smile dropped, Yuan spat so shameless. Lily jumped up saying yeah. Big dragon grandpa. You got gifts. The Azure Dragon choked and said do I look like a kind grandpa to you? Cross and Lily nodded seriously, while the rest covered their faces in shame. The Azure Dragon trembled, it was unknown if he was laughing or was angry as he said you little brats. No respect at all. The last brat that I brought here treated me so well. Cross said maybe because you gave him something. Lily pointed oi. I want a gift. Don't make me beat you up. Just something small. How can you be so stingy? Cross coughed and Lily immediately pouted saying Grandpa Dragon, Lily has been a good girl. Won't you give her a gift? Please. She took out all the stops. The puppy dog eyes, the quivering lips, the shimmering teardrops in her eyes, even the slightly trembling body and red eyes. Cross gave her a huge thumbs up, that's my girl. The Azure Dragon looked away saying W what do you want? Lily just pouted harder and the Azure Dragon shouted fine. Fine. Okay. Stop looking at me like that. His whiskers moved and a pair of azure gloves landed in Lily's hands. Lily drooled a bit before wiping her lips with her sleeve and putting on the gloves, waving her fists around excitedly. Cross coughed and the Azure Dragon said don't go too far. Yuan sniffed and said nothing for Yuan. The Azure Dragon was going crazy, he sent them all back to Cross inner world and his eyes flashed on Cross body before saying happy now. Go scram. Get out of here. Damn it. Even my scales will be plucked clean if you stay any longer. The void beast glowed before elongating, the shell melted into scales with a spiked spine, its body grew longer and coiled around itself becoming a dragon-like beast. It was now a divine void dragon. Cross grinned and said thank you, Dragon Uncle. The Azure Dragon spat and Cross flashed away as he said damn kids. Cross smashed into the ground in front of a giant school, a ton of people looked at him in disgust. He got up and shouted you fucking dragon. Come out for this daddy. I'll rip your whiskers off. He had a vague feeling the Azure Dragon was laughing at him. He was enraged but he stopped and turned his head to a guy who was looking at him. Their eyes both narrowed at the same time and they went to the academy to register, keeping their gazes on each other. Cross grabbed a kid and said you. How do you register for this place? The kid pointed to the giant jade slab, Cross let him got and sneered at the guy who was looking at him. They both went to the jade slab, guy reached out his hand and Cross slapped his hand away, going to touch the slab, but the guy slapped his hand and touched the slab. Cross grinned his teeth and touched the slab, a ton of information went straight to his brain. Apparently, this place was Lingxiao Academy, blah blah blah, oldest academy, blah blah blah, free immortal language learning. He got all the information he needed and walked away, but the guy actually followed him. They got in line and the guy asked the woman in front of them excuse me, beautiful fairy. How long have you been queuing up here? The girl smiled happily and said 3 months. Though it's very expensive. I can lend it you the money if you like. Everybody gasped. The fee was really expensive. To help someone she didn't even know, this woman was a good person. The guy smiled and another man sneered fairy, you shouldn't help these mortals. They're not worth it. The guy looked at the woman and smiled lightly thank you miss but you'll be losing prestige talking to people like him. The man was enraged and snarled who do you think you're talking to? Cross watched as the guy flashed and gave him a slap. Cross gasped and said what? The guy said fearfully thank God these immortal people are tough. I almost killed him with that slap. The man who got slapped looked awful, he pointed and said yo Cross moved like a ghost and slapped the man again. His slap was much heavier and smashed him to the ground. The guy looked at Cross and a small grin appeared on his face. Cross dusted his hands and said so strange, what day do people take out the garbage here? They missed some. 2 people in silver armor appeared and said what's going on here? Cross pointed to the man on the ground and said this trashcan with legs insulted the fairy and this guy behind me. Naturally, the guy slapped him, then I gave him another for good measure. The silver armored guard looked at Cross, guy and the trashcan with legs and said coldly you've been disqualified from the examination. The trashcan shouted it's not fair. The guy laughed and said fair? Of course it's fair. There are rules. I didn't plan to sign up anyways. Cross looked at the kid on the floor and kicked him in the mouth before walking away. The guy laughed and followed him. The duo walked in silence before seeing another line and walking towards it. The man looked at them both and said age. The guy scratched his head and said I forgot. Cross shrugged and said I don't even know my birthday. The old man's face fell. Where did these two clowns come from? One was wearing a tattered black robe and the other was wearing strange clothes, but he had pink fluffy bunny slippers on, which seemed to be in perfect condition. Of course they were. This was the first gift from his kid. If he destroyed it, he wouldn't have a place to cry. He was actually super careful with these slippers. He even put several enchantments and blessings on them to make sure they never even got dirty. The old man shouted, are you fools? Don't even know your age. There's a bone age test over there. The guy in cross gave him a look and the old man nearly had a heart attack and died. He saw an entire world filled his blood and corpses with a black sun burning brightly in the sky. The guy in cross left to the bone age test. The guy did his first and he was 31. Cross did his and apparently he was 32. Cross and the guy were confused. They were definitely older than that. The guy suddenly went to the bathroom and Cross looked at him funnily. His law already purified all his chi/energy since a long time ago. This guy goes to shit and comes back a new man. The man came back and they were at a new table. The man there said name. The guy said Long Chen. Cross said Cross. The man sneered and said too old. Long Chen and Cross were stunned. Cross said you're like over 100 years old and you're calling me old. One of my wives is over 5 million years old and she looks better than you, do you believe it? Long Chen looked at him with his mouth open wide. Cross was really angry. This old fuck dared to call him old. The man was stunned and Cross took the teapot on his desk and smashed it against the man's head before grabbing Long Chen's hand and beating the table in half as he said, "That it out of our paycheck, you old fuck." Cross walked away to the probationary office. Long Chen laughed and followed him, feeling that they were like-minded people. He also wanted to know about that slapping technique. Cross and Long Chen got waist tags. They walked into the building and saw a bunch of people looking at them nervously. Cross frowned and Long Chen said, "Ah, you got it wrong. I'm not the chief examiner, but the deputy examiner. The exam has been cancelled for today, you may all go." The workers let out a breath of relief and all left. Cross sat down with Long Chen and said, "Who are you?" Long Chen smiled and said, "Long Chen." Cross hummed and said, "You have an inner world." As he pointed at Long Chen's dantian, Long Chen frowned and said, "How do you know? Who are you?" Cross rolled his eyes and said, "I'm Cross." He waved and a crack appeared as he said, "I have an inner world too." Long Chen was stunned and Cross closed it before the kids could come out as he added, "Anyway, nice to meet you." Long Chen shook his hand and said likewise. Cross smiled slightly and a fat man rolled into the room. The fat man said, "Just two." Long Chen and Cross nodded and the fat man said, "You're smart people, unlike those others. You get the chance to become a disciple for only 10 years' salary." Cross and Long Chen's faces fell. What kind of pit was this? The fat man gave them a thumbs up and said, "I'll take care of all the formalities for you. In the future if you're tight for money, the interest rate will be the lowest." Long Chen greeted all the fat man's family, women, and ancestors. Cross just looked at the fat man and felt a strong urge to twist him for juice. Long Chen said directly, "I'll borrow 2,000 immortal crystals." Cross added, "Yeah, me too." The fat man smiled and gave it to them. The duo smiled but inside they were sneering, "The money that I, Third Master Long/Lord 5th, take never comes back." The fat man was so happy he directly have them a jade token for the examination and only 50% interest rate. 50%? What kind of joke was this? Where did this guy come from? A circus? Was it 50% each hour as well? No wonder this guy was so fat. Regardless of the fat man's cholesterol levels, the examination was 3 days later. 3 days passed. Cross and Long Chen were staring at a paper with black faces. What kind of questions were these? The time of the ancient war, the location of the war between gods and demons, and the characters who reversed the war situation, and so on. There were dozens of other categories: geography, history, music, art, calligraphy, dancing, etc. Did he accidentally come to a courtesan school? Why the fuck would he need to know how to dance? He was good at killing and scheming. Not dancing and music. He could whistle and hum. Was that good enough? Did they have an oral exam where they had to perform as well? He used his magic to spy on Long Chen's paper, but this guy didn't know anything either. Though his alchemy sheet was full. Cross directly copied off him as he had no idea how to perform alchemy, but he would figure it out later. First copy then think of a solution. Cross handed in the alchemy sheet with Long Chen and left the rest on the desk. They were blank. Was he supposed to fill in nonsense? The duo left the examination hall. They still had to wait for the results. Long Chen borrowed more and more money from the fat man, who sneakily raised the price, but it didn't matter. He was never getting his money back anyway. Cross just gave all his money to Long Chen, he didn't need it really, then he went to borrow from the fat man, taking thousands and thousands of crystals from him until he was cut off. Cross erased the fat man's memory and borrowed more and more, sucking the fatty completely dry. He was helping him, okay. Less money means he has to budget, which means he'll eat less, therefore losing weight. This was Cross Platinum weight loss program. Needless to say, the fat man turned into the poor man before the results of the examination was out. Long Chen and Cross went to go check only to find out they failed. The fat man gloated, no worries, you can try AGA. Long Chen grabbed his neck and said, one more word and I'll flay your skin. Cross was already above him with a black lotus in his hand, both their killing intent burst out and flooded the fat man. The fat man had never been so scared and as a result shat himself. A voice came, who is Long Chen and Cross? The duo looked over at the man and said in unison, us. 152, beating up the alchemy teacher. The man said, you both got double-digit points. Terrible. But you both answered the alchemy sections perfectly, so you can apply for the alchemy examination. Are you ready? Long Chen let go of the fatty and said, let's go then. Cross slapped the fatty and said, when I come back, I'll fix you up, goo. Taking my wages. Hee, I don't know who gave you the guts to steal from Lord Fifth. The man said, don't worry about this. Someone arrest this fatty for extortion. The fatty cried, I was framed. Cross shouted, framed my ass. If they don't arrest you, I'll cripple your 5 limbs. The fatty trembled and was taken away as Cross and Long Chen followed the man. Long Chen looked at Cross and smirked, Cross grinned and gave him a high five. They were friends since they were in the same place for so many days. Plus, Cross was a lively person these days, so he and Long Chen quickly became friends. They boarded a giant eagle and the man said, is it strange to not go to the teleportation formation? The duo nodded and the man said, the teleportation formation would explode your bodies because of the mortal chi you still have. 3 hours later. The man left Long Chen and Cross at the gates before leaving. They looked at the gate that said Alchemy Hall. Long Chen turned to Cross and said, you know alchemy. Cross threw his hands up and sighed, I copied off you. I'm fucked now. Long Chen burst out laughing and Cross kicked him. They heard a sweeping noise and turned to see an old man sweeping the leaves on the ground. Long Chen realized he had no idea where the office was and walked up to the old man saying politely, Senior, do you know where the registration and assessment building for alchemy is? The old man looked up and the duo were shocked. This old man had lines in his eyes. So strange. Cross eyes swirled, but lines? That's crazy talk. The old man shook his head and said, Senior? I'm not worthy, you're the pillars of Lingxiao Academy's future. I'm just a broken old man. Long Chen smiled and said, Senior, you're too modest. Where is the assessment and registration office? I have to sign up and I'm afraid I'll delay the rest. The old man pointed and said, go straight ahead and turn right at the second crossing. By the way, do you have a good temper? Long Chen was stunned and said, it's okay. Before thanking the old man, Cross walked to the old man and patted his back saying, old man, if anybody bullies you, you can come find me. I'll take care of them in a second. The old man was stunned and said, WH Cross cut him off saying, you, the old man, have cool eyes. I think you're interesting. Plus I do what I want, if I want to protect someone, even the gods can't hurt them. He patted the old man's shoulder again and said, see you later, Gramps. Before chasing after Long Chen, if he let his golden ticket escape, where would he go to cry? The old man watched them go and smiled slightly, muttering a 9-star inheritor and a blood elf became friends. Is this fate? He went back to sweeping and mumbled happily, looks like my Lingxiao Academy has been saved after all. Cross caught up to Long Chen saying, bro. Wait. If you go ahead, I'll never pass the alchemy exam. Long Chen laughed and sped up. Cross said, Aya. Before stepping and face planting in front of Long Chen. Long Chen laughed and said, you can't even walk. Cross got up and frowned, of course I can walk. This world is strange, in my old world I could travel millions of miles with a single step, but here I face planted after 10 meters. Long Chen shrugged and said, different chi, you have to adapt. Cross dusted himself off and said, yar yar. Suddenly, they were shouted at, you just got here now? Don't you know you're late? Long Chen said coldly, I wasn't given a time. Cross almost slapped the two to death. He raised his hand and was about to send these two on their new journey when a majestic voice came from the hall, noisy. The two disciples sneered and said, we'll clean you up later. As they threw plagues at Cross and Long Chen before walking away. The two looked at the plagues before swapping them and walking inside. The nameplate in their hands trembled slightly and a stone door appeared before opening. The duo walked inside to see a giant room with hundreds of men and women inside. As soon as they walked in, everybody's attention was on them. Cross had covered his face with a hoodie because he didn't want to be annoyed by crazy women. He actually had the hoodie up the entire time he had been in the immortal world. The old man, who was most likely the teacher, looked at them and said, you're Long Chen and Cross. Cross nodded and Long Chen said yes sir. The man frowned and said yes or no. Cross said yes. Before muttering fucking bastard. Under his breath, Long Chen frowned and the old man said you take off those strange clothes and show your face. Both of you apologize to the class for being late. Cross and Long Chen exploded in rage, killing intent burst out of Cross' body as he said you fucking old man, a single slap is all it takes to send you to hell. Long Chen added we didn't even get notified when the time was. How could we be late? Cross took off his hoodie and revealed his face and white hair as he said even if we were late, what does that have to do you with you? Just teach the class and we show up when we show up. Apologize to the class, are you joking? Maybe you should have joined a circus instead. Come and beg me on your hands and knees to apologize to the class and I'll kill you quickly. The entire class trembled from their fierce killing intent, Cross couldn't help it. This fucking old man was too much. Plus every person here was too fucking arrogant. A fat piece of shit that took care of workers paraded himself around like a king and this old man with a foot in the grave demanded an apology for being late. The old man pointed at the two and said You're both disqualified. Long Chen exploded disqualified. I come and go as you please? Do you think Lao Zi is a monkey you can play around with? I want an explanation. The old man said late, disturb the class, and insult the tutor. Cross spat and said with a sneer moron, we weren't given a time. Just because you have shit for brains doesn't mean we do. Long Chen clapped and said exactly. Plus we're fighting for our spots. As for insulting you, ha. You're the one insulting us. I'm supposed to let you insult me and not fight back? If that's the rules of Ling Xiao Academy, I'll pat my ass and leave happily. Cross laughed and said the old man who has a foot in the grave, asked my name. I nod and then you tell me to say yes or no. Could it be your head is really full of shit? Are you blind? Do you need glasses? You don't understand what a head nod means? Plus, who are you to tell me to take off my clothes? Could it be that the only reason you took this job was to peek at the bodies of younger boys? Cross covered his body and said I didn't expect the famous Ling Xiao Academy to hire perverted old men obsessed with younger boys. The class was uncomfortable and the old man was so angry he spat out a mouthful of blood. A majestic voice sounded they got their registries late. Before disappearing. The old man's face turned ugly as he said take a seat. Cross threw his hood back up with a sneer, getting a chorus of disappointed sighs from the women, as he walked to a seat with Long Chen. The old man started talking about alchemy and Cross was ignoring him. Long Chen laughed and the old man said something funny. Long Chen said no. I was just remembering a joke. The old man sneered and said you think I'm speaking nonsense? What is alchemy then? Long Chen replied alchemy is the process of extracting medicinal properties and integrating them into a spirit body with the power of fire, soul, and heaven. The old man laughed and said what a moron. You don't even know the basics. Who can tell him what alchemy is? A young kid, who couldn't seems to get his nose deep enough in the old man's ass, stood up and started reciting words like a book. Half an hour later the robot stopped and the old man nodded before asking how many types of medicinal ingredients are there. Long Chen said innumerable. The old man sneered idiot. Who can tell him the right answer? The kid finally found a way to get his nose even deeper and stood up saying a total of 39,116 types. The old man looked at Long Chen and said you don't know anything. Who gave you so much courage? Cross stood up and said coldly oi. Old man. You must be tired of living. I've been listening to your puppet show for a while now and even I know you're retarded. He flipped his palm and a flower appeared as he said idiot, what is this plant? The old man said I don't know. Cross sneered and pulled out a dozen more as he said oh, would you look at that? The number of plants went up to 39,129. Oh. 39,130. 39,131. The old man's face turned green as Cross kept counting, everybody else obviously understood what he was trying to say and they kept silent. Long Chen smiled at his new friend before turning to the old man and saying the world is infinite, why limit it with numbers? As he stood up, Cross threw all the herbs back into the inner world and walked down. Since his golden ticket was leaving, he naturally wouldn't stay, he knew fuck all about alchemy. If not for Long Chen he would still be throttling that fatty. Cross passed the old man and slammed the old man's head into the desk, snapping it in half. He stomped on the old man's head and buried him halfway into the ground before leaving. Long Chen chuckled and followed him. Long Che threw the two disciples guarding the door into the room, burying half their bodies into the wall before the duo left completely. They arrived at the gate and Long Chen asked the old man Senior, do you know how to leave Ling Xiao Academy? The old man said why would you want to leave? Ling Xiao Academy is the dream of countless young cultivators. Long Chen laughed and said yeah right. If I stay here any longer I might kill everyone here. Then I won't be able to leave even if I wanted to. The old man spoke where is there good in the world? If you can walk the path in front of you, you will hit a dead end somewhere else. Long Chen was confused and dozens of figures appeared in the air. One of them shouted, how dare you be wild in the Alchemy Academy? Kneel down. Long Chen looked up and burst into angry laughter as he said, come here, most of you won't see the sun tomorrow. The man was so angry he said, you're courting death. The old man sighed and said, young people shouldn't be so angry. It's not worth it to give up your lives for anger. A disciple shouted, shut up, old man. Keep Sway. Cross jumped into the air and his fist was covered in armor, with black flames coming off it. Cross punched the disciple in the face and sent him barreling down the ravine into a horde of beasts. Cross landed back on the ground and said coldly, don't insult the old man. I don't care who you are. I'll kill you. His killing intent was clear and Long Chen grinned as he released his own. The disciples charged at the duo. Cross covered his hands in armor and punched the disciple that came at him so hard, he flew back, took two with him, and fell into the ravine. Long Chen grabbed a disciple's ankle and used him as a weapon to beat the other ones. Cross grabbed another's head and slammed it into the ground, shooting his foot out and kicking a kid in the stomach before throwing the man in his hands at the group and knocking them over like bowling pins. More and more people showed up and Cross just broke their legs. Long Chen got their arms and everybody heard enough. 153, Dao Heart. Cross and Long Chen looked over at a man dressed in white with a jade belt around his waist. Cross was holding onto a disciple's collar, he punched him in the face again for good measure and knocked him out completely. The old man missed a sweep and turned to the side, trembling slightly. Someone said it's the 7-star elder. Cross looked over and sighed, the man turned to dust. The sickness had followed him here too. The man bowed to the old man and said, Disciple Zhu has seen predecessor. The old man waved and said, I'm just the sweeper. Cross suddenly said, who's this guy? Long Chen shrugged and said, a big shot, I guess. Cross sighed and said, beat the young and the old ones come out. The man dressed in white felt his eyes twitch and he waved. Cross and Long Chen disappeared. They found themselves in a room with a statue, candles, and fruits. Cross and Long Chen took a few fruits and ate them. Long Chen felt that the fruits were better than pills. He took the seeds and they disappeared. Cross ate the fruits and threw the seeds in his space as well. Long Chen looked at the statue and the fruit in his hand fell to the ground as he looked at the flower in shock. Cross munched on the fruit and looked behind him at the 7 stars elder, he didn't stop and kept eating the fruits, looking at the elder in the eyes as he did so. The elder felt his eyes twitch looking at Cross, then he turned his attention to Long Chen saying, you recognize this flower? Long Chen said, I've seen one similar. The 7 stars elder took the uneaten fruit from Cross' hands and put them back in the bowl before saying, you ate the offering to the pill goddess. In other sects you would be killed immediately. As he knelt and kowtowed 9 times to the statue. Cross ate the fruit and took another one as Long Chen said, I was sent here, I saw food, I was hungry, so I ate. Cross nodded and made muffled noises in agreement. The elder shook his head saying kneeling down to an elder is actually to kneel down to oneself. Long Chen gave him a thumbs up saying, Master, your words are very deep. If everyone else was like this, I wouldn't want to kill them all. The 7-star elder said, do you have awe and gratitude in your heart? Long Chen nodded and said, of course. How many ancestors have survived and died so I can live? I know how to be grateful, in addition I'm very afraid of death so I won't provoke others. But if others provoke me and crush my dignity with their feet, I will not let it go. I want to live, in the premise that I have dignity. The so-called bare humiliation and muddle along with life, I can't accept it. The 7-star elder shook his head and said, useful body does useless actions. Cross added his opinion while eating the fruits. He was actually sitting on the table next to the fruit bowl as he said, no, this elder, who's not as handsome as me, you must understand. If you take a step back then others will keep pushing back until they push you off a cliff. There's a saying where I come from, for a gentleman to take revenge, it's overnight. If someone respects me, I will respect them. If they don't respect me, I will send them to hell. He munched on the fruits as he added the so-called kneeling in respect. I'd rather die than kneel to anyone. I haven't knelt in my life and I don't plan on starting now. Not to an elder, not to the heavens, and definitely not to a statue or some dead guy. Even if I did. Do they dare to accept it? Long Chen gave him a big thumbs up and the 7 stars elder stood up saying, you're too arrogant. Cross hopped of the table and said, if I'm not arrogant then I wouldn't be alive. If I don't have confidence in myself to be the best, how will I dominate the world in the future? This is self-confidence. Even if the King of Heaven comes down I will still talk to him as if he was a normal person, because I know in time I will reach far above him. Cross looked up and clenched his fist over his head as he said confidently, bend to someone else's will, even slightly, and you'll never become great. Even if I die, I will die standing. An unyielding and invincible aura came from Cross' body. 7 stars elder and Long Chen were stunned, this guy. Did he just form a Dao heart? Cross punched out and said, the heavens? Hat. I'll tear it to pieces. His Dao heart solidified and Cross felt extremely comfortable. He blinked and looked at Long Chen and the Seven Stars Elder with a grin before saying, "Can we go now?" Long Chen burst out laughing and patted Cross back, extremely happy. The Seven Stars Elder said, "Your rewards have been confiscated." Cross waved and said, "Who cares?" Long Chen asked, "Can I borrow some money, Elder?" The Seven Stars Elder said, "You can't buy a pill furnace anyways, that's your punishment." Long Chen shook his head and said, "It's not to buy a furnace, it's to become a teacher." The Seven Star Elder was stunned but still gave him the crystals. Long Chen and Cross left the building. Cross took out a gourd and drank Xiao Lei's wine, licking his lips before passing the gourd to Long Chen, who said, "Wine." Cross said, "The best wine I've ever had." Long Chen chuckled and drank from the gourd before passing it back and smacking his lips saying, "Tasty." Cross pouted, "You don't like it." Long Chen laughed and said, "The Wine God Palace has the best wines, that's good but not as good as theirs." Cross drank his wine and said, "Wine God Palace? What's that?" Long Chen was stunned and said, "You don't know about the Wine God's Palace." Cross shook his head and took big gulps from his wine gourd. Long Chen hooked his arm around Cross' shoulder saying, "My good brother. You haven't seen the world. Let me tell you, this Wine God's Palace is heaven for people who like wine. They believe in the Wine God and make the best wine I've ever had in my life. It's their Deo." Cross had stars in his eyes and said, "Their cultivation is making wine." Long Chen grinned and nodded. Cross got excited and said, "Where is this place?" Long Chen sighed and said, "I don't know where it is in the immortal world. But I will find it." Cross sighed and said, "What a pity." As he drank from the gourd, the duo walked to the teacher's assessment hall. Cross thought Long Chen was going to apply for the alchemy teacher but he chose the combat teacher instead. What a hero. Cross applied for the same as it was the only way to stay. He didn't know anything about alchemy and if he didn't become a teacher, he was going right back to the workers with the fatty. He might actually slaughter everyone there if he went back, so without a choice, he decided to become a teacher. Plus he liked teaching so it worked out pretty good. Long Chen and Cross got into the assessment and there were 34 other big guys with muscles all over them. They looked like balls of muscle. How did they walk around normally? Isn't this very uncomfortable? Cross raised his doubts to Long Chen, who burst out laughing. The 34 muscle meatballs glared at the two with unfriendly expressions. Suddenly a black spear appeared in the room. The task was easy, just lift the spear over your head and you pass. A few people went and looked to be struggling but still passed. One man sneered at Cross and Long Chen and said, "Go back home and drink your mother's milk." Cross was stunned and said with a frown, "Oi! Meat man! Have you finally figured out you've lived long enough? I can send you to your next life right away." The man glared at Cross and said, "What did you say to me, little skinny punk?" Cross got up in his face and shouted, "I'm giving reincarnation tickets for free, meatball. Make my fucking day." The man clenched his fist and Cross slapped him. The man flew across the testing area and Cross sneered, "Moron, just because you have excess water in your body doesn't mean you're strong." He turned around and lifted the spear over his head with one hand, shocking the entire group. The assessment guy was stunned and said, "Why you pass?" Cross threw the spear behind him. The men jumped out of the way and Ling Chen caught it with a chuckle, "You know, throwing sharp objects is dangerous." Cross grinned and said, "If you couldn't do it then wouldn't I be embarrassed to have a brother like you?" Long Chen laughed and stabbed the spear in the ground before walking off with Cross to the second testing area. They walked down a long tunnel and bullets shot out the sides. Cross made minimal movements as he kept walking, using his mantra to dodge all the bullets. It was too easy, he could already see the future and feel movement around him. The walls even made a sound, he could literally do this blindfolded. He reached the end of the tunnel and a man appeared in front of him. Cross shot out a fist, but the man jumped out of the way saying, "I say. Are you trying to kill me?" Cross was confused and said, "Wait, you're not part of the assessment?" The man slapped his forehead and said, "Of course not." Cross grinned and said, "Oops. You kinda just came out of nowhere. How was I supposed to know?" The man sighed and said, "No marks? You pass with full points." Cross nodded and came into a room. He was given a wooden stick and a bunch of puppets appeared. If you touch the puppet with the stick, it'll stop moving. Cross ignored this and smashed the stick around, destroying all the puppets before throwing the stick away and moving on. The assessment guy appeared and saw the destruction, his heart was bleeding as he said, "Aya. Did you have to be so heavy? These are expensive, you know." Cross scratched his neck and avoided the man's eyes as he said, "I only hit each one once." The man's eyeballs popped out of their sockets and flew to a lower realm as he said, "What?" Cross nodded and the man sighed, "You passed." Cross smiled and left. He came into a big room and found Long Chen. Cross said, "Was it easy for you too?" Long Chen sighed and nodded. Cross frowned and drank from his gourd in thought. 8 people actually passed, stunning Long Chen and Cross. The examiner divided up the groups and announced the rules. Cross was given a wooden sword and lifted it up asking, "Do we have to use the swords?" The examiner said yes. Cross sighed and went out to fight. The opponent admitted defeat. one after the other, and Long Chen, Cross, some guy, and the guy Cross slapped were left. The guy who got slapped was against Cross and sneered as he charged forward, swinging his sword. Cross slowly stepped to the side and an overwhelming aura appeared, his face was shadowed over and only his glowing red eyes were seen as he swiped the sword up extremely fast. The sword made an arc, chopped the guy's arm off at the elbow and smashed his chin, destroying his lower jaw. The man flew out of the arena and smashed into the wall, slumping to the ground. He was still breathing weakly. The examiner was stunned and said, "Why you? How could you use such a heavy hand?" Cross went back to normal and said, "Ah, I didn't even use 5%. The room was dead silent and Cross muttered, why was he acting so strong for? He was obviously a chicken but he's acting like a dragon. He stepped off the stage in regret. 154, speaking the language of monkeys. The finals came and Cross stood across from Long Chen. They narrowed their eyes and dropped their swords, the second the sword hit the ground they met in the middle. Pack. Cross and Long Chen's right palms were on the other's face. Cross sighed and said, "I can't believe this." Long Chen smirked and said, "It's an art." Cross took out a book and came next to Long Chen showing him the book as he said, "I have one too. You see, if you turn the wrist like this it creates a different effect." Long Chen pointed to one of them and said, "This one. Try tilting a bit, maybe like 14 degrees. Cross slapped his thigh and said, "I knew it was missing something." Long Chen gasped and said, "You have this one." Cross smirked and said, "Jealous? I had to test it on 1,000 people. 999 of them were a success. The last one was just unlucky." The examiner shouted, "What are you two doing?" Cross looked up and said, "Oh. I give up. Are there any teachers here at the moment?" The examiner shouted, "I'm a teacher." Cross took the sword and beat the shit out of him before saying, "Not, there's 2 teaching spots." "Thanks." Cross dusted off his hands and walked to Long Chen. They were interrupted by an irritating voice, "You're the 2 boys who caused a ruckus in the examination. I like it, come with me." Long Chen and Cross looked over before retching. Long Chen said, "Sorry, I like women." Cross spat on the ground and said in disgust, "Aren't you embarrassed being so ugly? Plus I have wives already, even if I didn't I like women, even if I didn't I would rather kill myself than go anywhere near you." Long Chen laughed and the thing ugly man trembled in anger. A few women walked in and Cross wasn't finished as he added honestly. "Why are you still here? Are you trying to disgust me to death? You're very close. I hope the man you end up with is blind or you'll be a widow before the wedding date." The women that just walked in burst into laughter. Long Chen nudged him and said, "Ayo, you're talking to a monkey. He can't understand you." Cross looked as though he was enlightened and said, "Damn. Let me try again." He looked at the man and said, "Oh you ah." The man was so angry he threw up a mouthful of blood, while Long Chen burst into laughter and bent over, holding his waist. The women fell to the ground, laughing so hard they started crying. The leader of the women pursed her lips trying not to laugh. The thin monkey man lunged at Cross, who slapped him into the wall before saying angrily, "You fucking monkey. What if you have a disease?" He took out water and started washing his hands, as the entire room burst into laughter. The woman walked over and said to the two, "You both have a lot of skill." A sneer was heard. "The great Mu Qingyun will flatter a man. So you have no confidence in the competition? How ridiculous." The group looked over to see a man walk in holding a fan over his face. Cross' eyes widened and the man sneered, thinking Cross knew who he was, but his words made his face turn black. "There's gigolo at this school." Long Chen spat, "What gigolo?" Cross looked at him as if he was dumb and said, "That guy. Not so handsome but he holds a fan. Obviously this is a gigolo." Long Chen said, "Why is he a gigolo?" "A lot of people have fans." Cross shook his head and said seriously, "Where I'm from only courtesans use fans, males that use fans are gigolos." He sighed and said, "I knew this was a courtesan school. The exam was such a big red flag." Mu Qingyun said, "What are you talking about?" Cross looked at her and said, "This is a cultivation world, what use is dancing and singing? You have to kill to survive. You're not going to dance someone to death, are you? Courtesans must have all talents to be great." Mu Qingyun's face was pitch black and Cross waved saying, "I can't believe this." Long Chen turned his head and chuckled. "The man, who may or may not be a gigolo, said kill him." A man shot towards Cross with his hand out to kill him. Cross blurred and the sword in his hands disappeared but he never moved. The man fell to the ground face first, well he didn't have a head anymore so chest first. A few seconds later a head fell from the sky and landed on the man's corpse. The blade of the sword stabbed into the man's body and the head was stuck on the hilt of the sword, keeping the fierce expression. The examination room was dead silent. Cross smiled warmly, his hood flew off and revealed his face. He was extremely handsome, but everybody was thinking something else. A ruthless killer. He didn't even flinch. He even made a spectacle of the man's corpse. Cross looked at the gigolo and said, "You want me to die?" He chuckled and his tone changed to ice as he continued, "There have been millions of people who wanted me dead. They're all in hell, you'll join them soon. Before walking towards the gigolo with calm steps. The gigolo backed off before releasing his pressure. Cross stopped to feel it and the gigolo thought he was scared and attacked. Cross was about to kill him when Mu Qingyun interfered. What are you doing? Bullying others. Cross said, oi, big-chested sister. You're in the way. Mu Qingyun was stunned and a loud shout was heard, where are Cross and Long Chen? Cross sighed and said, there goes the perfect chance to kill him. Why do women always get in the way? As he walked back to Long Chen's side and drank from his wine gourd in frustration. Mu Qingyun was startled. She tried to make a good impression. Seems like it had the opposite effect. Cross sat down in a chair that appeared and patted Long Chen's arm as he said, your turn. Long Chen chuckled and took a step forward. Cross leaned back in his chair and hummed as he drank. He even lit a cigarette and started smoking. A crack opened above him and Yuan fell out, landing in Cross' lap. Cross almost ate his cigarette in shock and said, what are you doing here, baby? Yuan sat in Cross' lap and crossed her arms saying, I'm staying with daddy of course. Everyone was bewildered by the child that just fell out of the sky. Cross crushed his cigarette and pulled out a comb saying, you know it's dangerous here, Yuan. How did you get here? As he combed her hair. Yuan smiled happily and said, Mama was sleeping and I snuck out. Cross sighed and said, you little brat. But he had a gentle smile on his face. Mu Qingyun retreated as Long Chen took care of the problem, showing off his full name plate. Apparently there were only 4 given out in history. Though Cross shouldn't count because he just copied off Long Chen. The old man left and the gigolo looked at Long Chen, but getting slapped as Long Chen said, what are you looking at? The gigolo fell to the ground and Yuan clapped, giggling as she said that uncle gave that gigolo a big slap. Hi. The gigolo coughed out blood being called a gigolo by a child, who shouldn't know what a gigolo was. The gigolo got up and left. Mu Qingyun smiled and Long Chen came back to near Cross and the other girls. Mu Qingyun introduced herself and the other 2 girls, Zhongling and Zhongxiu. Apparently they were twins but they looked different. Long Chen smiled softly, thanking them and complimenting them a little. Mu Qingyun said, brother Long. Long Chen said, call me third brother, where I'm from they call me Long San. Cross said, you can call me, Lord Fifth, King, most handsome in the universe, or God. Long Chen chuckled and Yuan said, Lord Fifth. Cross poked her nose and said, you have 4 mommies, I'm the 5th being your daddy, so Lord Fifth. Yuan held her cheeks and said, Yuan is confused. Cross sighed and said gloomily, you can just call me Cross then. I don't have a last name. Partially true, he was given a last name but when his body was reborn from nothing during his tribulation, his green grass blood had been expelled with the impurities. Plus he hadn't seen Marcus or Alyssa at all, last he heard they disappeared and Hermione was dead. Apparently she got hit by an arc and exploded, oh well. He finally realized her feelings for her but she was dead, what a shame. Anyway. Zhongling had a face full of worship and said, third brother. You're so awesome. Can you teach me to be strong like you? While Zhongxiu teased Yuan. Long Chen touched his nose in embarrassment and a loud booming voice was heard, who is Long Chen and Cross? Yuan cried and buried into Cross' arms. Cross glared at the man above them and ice-cold killing intent came out. The man was about to speak but choked and looked at Cross and Long Chen. He laughed and said, true warriors. Ha 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 ha. Cross covered Yuan's ears and shouted, shut up. The man choked back his laugh and looked at the little girl in Cross' arms. She was trembling with tears in her eyes. He immediately felt guilty and lowered his voice saying, sorry little girl. I'm nor a bad person, just very loud. You don't have to be scared. Long Chen chuckled at the elder's appearance. He took out a candy and offered it to Yuan, who sniffed and rubbed her eyes, snatching the candy and eating it right away, as if he would take it back. Cross smiled and stroked Yuan's head softly saying, thank the nice grandpa. The man choked and said, grandpa? No. Call me uncle. Yuan said politely, thank you, nice grandpa. Though she was still a bit scared, the man almost spit out blood and said, oi. Brat. What's the big idea calling me grandpa? Cross pursed his lips and said, if I call you uncle then she calls you grandpa, no? Unless you want me to call you brother. The man was stumped and said, then call me big brother then. You too. As he pointed at Long Chen, who smirked. Cross and Long Chen said in unison, big brother. The man laughed and said, I'm Lei Xiao. Good to finally see fellow warriors. Plus, you both have thunder in your bodies. What a great day. I only came back for supplies, next time I come back you must light your fires and we'll have a great drink together. Cross and Long Chen grinned and nodded. Lei Xiao left with a laugh and Yuan held her chest and let out a breath saying N. That scary grandpa left. Cross chuckled and combed her hair gently as Zhongxiu said, Wah-ah. You two are brothers with God Lei. You're so lucky. You'll definitely have a good time in the future. Cross chuckled and Long Chen shook his head saying, actually, maybe the opposite. We share the same personality, if I use him for a backdoor, he will look down on me instead. In this world, we can't always think of relying on others. If we rely on others, we will fall down. If we depend on our parents, we should rely on ourselves. Practice is to build a bridge when you meet water. Sometimes you don't have to reach a certain height in order to get a harvest. Sometimes the process is more important than the result. An old man walked in while clapping, everyone looked over and the old man smiled kindly saying amazing. It's rare for a youngster to be so strong but say such thought-provoking words. Mu Qingyun and the other two flew over and saluted Master Yunyang. Yunyang smiled and waved, Long Chen smiled and greeted Master Yunyang, I'll ask you give me advice. Cross smiled and nodded saying what's up, old man. Mu Qingyun frowned and said cross. Yunyang laughed and patted her head saying little Yun, don't be upset. This is his Dao heart, even if it was the headmaster he would say the same thing. Am I right, Cross? Cross grinned and Yunyang laughed as he added I don't dare to advise you both. What I teach is Tao. You both are masters at war and slaughter. You both have unique views on life, if possible I would rather receive advice. Ho ho. Long Chen and Cross both rubbed their noses in embarrassment, this old man. So humble. Important. Read A/N. 155, Incident at the restaurant. Yunyang then dropped a bomb I came to give you your teacher plates. Since one of the teachers has met with a terrible fate. We have a new teaching position open. Cross chuckled and the examiner that he beat up groaned behind him. Yunyang handed them their nameplates and said your appointment ceremonies will be in 3 days. He looked at Cross and pursed his lips into a smile this. You must attend. Cross grinned and took the nameplate saying cheekily if you have wine to celebrate I'll be the first one there, old man. Yunyang laughed and replied not a problem. Ha ha ha. Cross smiled and took out a small gourd before giving it to Yunyang saying try this, old man. This is my best wine, I got it from my uncle. In my world there is no wine god's palace. This is considered to be the best wine in the entire world, I gathered all the ingredients myself. Cross scratched his neck and chuckled as he added a single ingredient alone would cause a massive war. Yunyang and Long Chen were surprised, Long Chen said you didn't tell me this. Cross smirked and said you wouldn't have given me a true assessment if I did. I want the truth, not some flattery. I hate flattery the most. Yuan added it's true. This one uncle got beat up by daddy and then a while later he came back saying that daddy was the best but he was lying and then daddy turned him into bubbles. I wonder where that uncle went. Then she got lost in her own thoughts. Long Chen and Yunyang chuckled knowing exactly where that uncle went. Yunyang wasn't polite and drank from the small gourd, he smacked his lips and said tasty. Then he sighed and said I can imagine, little friend Long has told you the wine god palace has the best wine already. Cross nodded and sighed as he said I would love to go see it someday. Regardless, old man, you should keep that. It has no effect on you but perhaps your children or grandchildren can benefit. The ingredients make your soul thicker and your body stronger. Where I'm from even a single drop of the water it was made with can turn a beggar into a genius. Yunyang smiled and kept the gourd saying thank you, little friend Cross. Cross smiled and said why you being so formal? We're buddies. Speaking of which. Cross got a little shameless as he said do you know how to get to this divine flame realm, old man? From where I'm from the entire mortal shedding realm is true God, creation God and ancestral God. I've been stuck at ancestral God peak for a few years now, I simply don't know what to do to advance. Long Chen looked at Yunyang as well. He was a bit curious as to what it took to light a divine flame for normal people. He didn't need guidance but his friend was lost so if he could help, he will. Yunyang sat down directly and said one must first condense the divine fire seed. The divine fire seed that the cultivator condenses depends on his strongest attribute, it can be either gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness, soul, blood, bone, essence, chi etc. This determines the cultivator's future development direction. Next, he has to ignite his flame seed. Once the cultivator has stepped into divine flame realm, all his other attributes will subtly transform into the main attribute that he selected earlier. Cross said in confusion where are you supposed to condense it? Yunyang said your star space. Cross was still confused and asked star space. Yunyang said patiently normally when a cultivator reached the life star realm they will create a space in their danshan for storage. Cross frowned and closed his eyes, looking inside his body. He was severely shocked, every A-cup ointment in his body had a pitch-black endless space inside it. Yunyang and Long Chen looked at Cross' ugly face and Yunyang said little friend, I'm sure we can find a way for you. Cross said actually. That's not the problem. He looked at the other two and said I have 108,000 endless spaces. Long Chen's pupils shrank and Yunyang was stunned as he said that's impossible. Cross checked again and said maybe it's just a single one. Yunyang let out a breath and said this is most likely the case. Your star space can also be spread out in your body, not just staying at the Danshan area, though this is very rare. I've only seen a case like this once in my life and the solution was to gather the spaces back to the Danshan before lighting your flame. Cross smiled and said thanks, old man. Yuan pouted and whispered Daddy, I'm hungry. Yuniang laughed and said little friend, I'll bother you some other time. You have more important things to do than talk to an old man like me. Haha. Cross chuckled and said come anytime, old man. Yuniang chuckled and said his goodbyes before leaving. Cross watched him go, he knew that he probably shouldn't have said that but he had no other choice. His body was special, he looked at Long Chen, who had a serious look on his face. Long Chen was definitely shaken by the reveal, perhaps he had some experience in this. Let's ask him later. Zhongling and Zhongxiu cheered saying let's go eat. Mu Qingyun was helpless and offered to bring them to eat which Long Chen and Cross agreed to. They boarded flying beasts and flew away. Cross was sitting on an immortal beast, talking with Yuan, who was in awe from all the scenery. Yuan pointed Daddy look. It's a tree. Cross looked in the opposite direction saying where? Yuan giggled saying silly Daddy, that's the wrong way. Cross looked again, still in the wrong direction and Yuan sighed saying good thing mommy is smart. Cross almost coughed up blood and pinched Yuan's cheeks saying oi. Daddy is the smartest, you know. Yuan spat out her pink tongue and said Daddy's a big dummy. Cross laughed and squished her face together in all directions, getting giggles from the little girl. Suddenly a flying ship came out of nowhere. Long Chen grabbed Mu Qingyun and jumped off the immortal beast. Good thing too because they would have been hit. Cross looked over and pulled the bird's head back, the bird spread out its wings and stopped. Cross frowned and looked at the boat that passed by with a cold gaze. Long Chen was caught by Zhongling and Zhongxiu's bird and he came over to Cross saying chase. Cross said if they don't die today, I'll write my name backwards. Long Chen chuckled and grabbed a stick from Mu Qingyun, jumping on Cross bird. Cross didn't say a word and tapped the bird, it sped off towards the boat with the three girls' bird following them. Cross stretched out his right arm and Long Chen jumped on it, Cross pulled back and Long Chen crouched. The girls felt their hearts tremble. Both of their faces were cold and indifferent. Cross swung his arm forward and Long Chen sprang off, shooting towards the boat like a bullet. Cross chased after him, diving under the boat. Long Chen smashed the power center and Cross caught him before circling around the boat in one motion. The girls were stunned this time, this teamwork. It was like they had been fighting together for years. There was no hesitation whatsoever. Cross chased after the crashing boat and whistled, the world suddenly started singing a sad tune. Long Chen looked at Cross, while the girls suddenly started crying. Cross lifted his hand as a pitch-black lotus appeared, slowly rotating. Cross hummed the last bit of the song and the lotus floated towards the destruction like a little fairy. Cross turned around and flew back to the girls. Long Chen looked behind at the lotus that landed in the middle of the debris before exploding into a pitch-black whirlpool, sucking everything inside. In a matter of seconds the entire mountain was gone, leaving a perfect bowl-shaped hole in the ground. Long Chen clapped saying wow, beautiful. Cross smiled and flew away with Mu Qingyun and the other two. They landed and docked their birds before walking away towards a high-rise restaurant. Yuan chirped yeah. Food. Food. Cross smiled and stroked her soft hair. They entered the second floor, only to heard an annoying whine so disappointing, anybody can enter this restaurant. They looked over, surprisingly this guy wasn't talking about them. What a joyous day. Cross looked over and saw the guy he slapped, berating a woman. Cross looked at the woman and saw that she was pregnant. The man, whose name was Pan Mingxiang, sneered at the woman if you don't have the qualifications, just leave the academy. You expect your children to be great? Have you ever heard of dragon births dragons, phoenix births phoenixes? Look at your food, it's disgusting to even be near you. Cross trembled in rage, the woman was pregnant and obviously in dire straits. What kind of terrible person would say something like that? An intense killing intent flooded the restaurant and Cross walked over to Pan Mingxiang with light steps. He towered over Pan Mingxiang and Yuan was on his shoulders, he said you really want to die, insulting a pregnant woman, eh? No problem. I want to see how fast your brother can get here to save your life. As he shot his hand out and squeezed Pan Mingxiang's neck from behind. Cross was really angry, he had a soft spot for pregnant women, it couldn't be helped he had a family and 7 kids. He watched each of his wives give birth. This was even worse than slapping his face. Pan Mingxiang lost all the color from his face as his neck slowly started cracking. Everyone couldn't breathe let alone help. Cross' voice was colder than the bottom of hell as he said when you arrive in hell, tell Lucifer I sent you. Pan Mingxiang said quickly my broth unfortunately, Cross was a person who went against cultivator common sense. Cross snapped his neck and a black flame erupted over Pan Mingxiang, turning him to ashes instantly. Everybody felt a chill, not even a corpse was left. Cross dusted his hands and tilted his head backwards, glancing at Pan Mingxiang's group indifferently. They all scrambled and ran away in terror. This guy dared to kill. The killing intent disappeared and Yuan patted the woman saying, "Auntie, don't worry, the bad guys are gone." The pregnant woman, who was terrified, calmed down at Yuan's words before smiling and saying quickly, "Thank you." Cross looked at the woman, who was still scared and sighed before walking away saying, "What a disappointment." Long Chen said, "Well, you were very brutal. If she wasn't scared I would be surprised." Cross waved and said, "What's the use in getting scared? I only helped her because she was pregnant. If she continues like this, even the kid will amount to nothing." Mu Qingyun frowned and said, "That's not very nice." Cross looked at her and pointed at the woman saying, "All you cultivators bend at the knee to someone stronger than you. Do you want to know why you're not strong?" His voice was loud and clear as he continued, "It's because you bend and bend and bend. Once you bend and submit, your path to the top is finished. Wash your hands and go home. I'm arrogant and unyielding to everyone. This is the confidence in myself. So what if it's a god? So what if it's heaven? If you bend, even slightly, you're weak." He looked at Zhongling and Zhongshu saying, "Do you want to be strong?" The duo nodded and Cross sneered as he said, "You're not suited for it, give up and go home." He pointed at Long Chen saying, "Me and Long Chen. We've both crawled out of rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. Even the slightest transgression was paid back 1,000 times. You all get slapped in the face and thank the person who slapped you." Cross shook his head and said, "Worthless. Everyone can be great, no matter the talent. I can pick up a beggar off the street and make him an expert 100 times stronger than you. Shinto list. It's all bullshit. Your mental state determines your path, not talent." He turned around and looked at the woman as he said, If you don't change, then you'll just end up ruining your own child. I saved you once, will I be there to save you again? If I am, what about the time after?" Cross slammed the table and said, "Even if you die, don't bend." He pointed up to the air and said, "Even if your enemy is the world, you should fight. Killing with every step. Butchering whoever comes in your path. Without enemies, you will stagnate. Without a firm will, you will crumble." Everybody was in awe. Long Chen grinned as he remembered, slaughtering people left and right when the world came after him. Mu Qingyun grasped her sword tightly and the pregnant woman was in a daze. Cross calmed down and looked at the woman, saying gently, "Do you understand?" The woman nodded before saying thank you. As she straightened her back and looked more confident. Suddenly there was a loud shout, "Who is Long Chen and Cross?" 156, Comrade in Arms. Cross and Long Chen looked tired. Cross said, "It really is one after the other, eh? We can't catch a fucking break." Long Chen just chuckled and said, "We're Long Chen and Cross." The law enforcement disciples said, "We're just here to ask questions." Cross rolled his eyes and sat down. He waved his hand and said, "Lady boss. Can I get everything on the menu please?" The lady boss gave him a thumbs up and went to the kitchen to prepare. Long Chen sat down next to him and Cross made a high chair out of strings, putting Yuan inside. Mu Qingyun felt her eyes twitch at their nonchalantness. The law enforcement disciples stood there like rooted chickens, not really knowing what to do. The food was served and Cross cut the food up, before feeding Yuan slowly, blowing on it before letting her eat. His movements and actions were very fluid, as if he's done it thousands of times. Actually that number wasn't too far from the truth. Mu Qingyun sat next to Long Chen and started eating. Long Chen and Cross personalities were slowly starting to infect her, Zhongling, and Zhongshu. They all started eating and the law enforcement disciples saying The hunting team said that you attacked to kill them, I personally do not believe this. Long Chen said, "Sit, relax. Let me tell you what happened." The disciples awkwardly sat down and Long Chen started, "We were flying on beasts to come here. Suddenly a boat flew by almost killing us. Good thing I reacted quick. Naturally I thought someone came with malicious intentions towards the school and disciples, so I beat the boat with a stick." Long Chen told a grand story and then finished after, "Mu Qingyun told me it was a hunting boat. So it was a misunderstanding." Cross took out a milk bottle and shook it, putting a drop of divine water of absolute beginning in it, mixing it with the milk before giving it to Yuan. The disciple said there was an explosion afterwards, "Do you know anything about this?" Cross said they smashed into a mountain, maybe they destroyed a treasure or a beast went wild. Long Chen got serious and said hopefully they're okay. I heard immortal beasts are quite vicious. Mu Qingyun was stunned but didn't say anything. The law enforcement disciples said they're mostly okay. Long Chen clapped and said since everyone is okay, then there's nothing left to ask, yes? Eat some food. The law enforcement disciples trembled and said no, that's okay. We got a general idea. Sorry to disturb you. We have to go report, maybe next time. Before they all left. Cross chuckled as they left. Yuan said, "Daddy, why didn't those uncles eat? Cross smiled and said because they're scared Uncle Long Chen or Daddy will beat them up. Long Chen laughed and Yuan nodded saying oh. Cross smiled and said open wide. As he twirled a fork around, Yuan opened her mouth and Cross put the fork in her mouth with a warm smile. Yuan chewed and smiled happily, her eyes curving into crescents. Zhongxiu melted as she said wah. Yuan is so cute. She really wanted to hug the little girl, but she couldn't. She was depressed. They started talking about He Shinto list and then a fellow named Chu Kuang. Zhongling said third brother, you can beat this guy up, right? Cross glanced at Long Chen with an unreadable look. Long Chen shook his head and said excuse me for being blunt, but your problems are like child games to me. I have a task to accomplish, I failed once, I won't fail a second time. I don't want to get involved with your game, sorry. Zhongling looked as though she was about to cry. Cross looked at Long Chen very carefully as Mu Qingyun said with a smile it's okay, Brother Long is going to be a tutor. He will definitely give us priority with his classes. Cross looked a bit disappointed with Mu Qingyun's words. Zhongling grasped this and said yes. That's right, we're friends. When you teach us, you can't hide your secrets. Cross disappointment grew and Long Chen smiled, a bit indifferently as he said your qualifications are good but you're all flowers in a greenhouse. Your experience determines your strength. Have you heard what Cross said? Do you really want to be stronger? Zhongling said of course. Long Chen asked honestly why. Zhongling replied so we don't get bullied. Cross face fell and Long Chen asked with less interest how motivated are you? Zhongling said I'll try my best. Cross stopped listening at that point and Long Chen sighed saying okay. Zhongling said uneasily what's wrong, third brother? Am I wrong? Long Chen sighed and replied everyone has their own answers. Maybe one day after experiencing real pain, you'll understand what cultivation is for. He looked out the window and his eyes were extremely sad. Cross got a glimpse of the pain and grief in his eyes and silently sighed on the side while feeding Yuan. The girls were silent after that. A while later, Cross and Long Chen got a lodging to wait for 3 days until they got into the sect as teachers. Cross sent Yuan back before sitting at a table in the house, pouring 2 cups of wine. Long Chen came down and sat down saying with a smile waiting for someone. Cross chuckled and said unfortunately, it's not a woman. Long Chen smiled and drank from his cup. They were silent for a few minutes before Cross said suddenly you lost someone. He was looking outside with an unreadable expression. Long Chen kept silent for a moment before replying a woman I loved dearly. Cross crushed his cup, before getting a new one as he said I'm sorry. I can't relate, I almost lost my wife a long time ago. He drank from the cup and Long Chen looked at him saying almost. Cross smiled and said I gave half my life to save her, fortunately I lived by either pity or luck. He paused for a second before laughing at himself it was the lowest point in my life. Long Chen smiled and joked Ayo, where's the arrogant unyielding guy? Cross paused before laughing that's right. Anyway. What I wanted to say was I'm here if you need me. Long Chen froze for a second before giving Cross a wide smile and clinking his cup, draining the wine inside in an instant. Cross smiled and filled up the cups again before asking all right. You have 108,000 star spaces too right? What are you supposed to do with them? Long Chen coughed and gave Cross a funny look, the so-called respect others' secrets didn't apply to this friend of his. Cross continued with a confused look on his face the old man was about to have a heart attack because I told him that. Am I supposed to light them all on fire? How do I even do that? He just said condense your divine flame seed what the fuck does that even mean? Can he just say it? Long Chen laughed and said you're asking me, who am I supposed to ask? I just got to the immortal world too. Cross cursed that fucking dragon didn't say shit. When I see him again, I'll give him a nice beating. Long Chen said you got sent here by the dragon too. Cross gasped you too. Long Chen nodded and Cross burst out laughing, he hooked his arm around Long Chen's shoulder and laughed haha. That dragon fucked us both. A comrade in arms. Long Chen touched his nose and Cross said by the way, do you know who this great Brahma sovereign guy is? Long Chen cooled down and said yes. As he shook in anger. Cross slapped himself and said are you kidding me? Long Chen said what? Cross took off his hood and shook his head, the illusion on his hair disappeared and it returned to black hair that reached just above his shoulders. Long Chen saw his long pointed ears and said an elf? You're a spirit clan member. Cross said I don't know what the spirit clan is but I'm an elf. A blood elf to be precise. That Brahma moron is trying to destroy the elves and use the tree of something, so he's going to die. I was tasked by the tree to go and save her. Long Chen said he's my enemy too. Fuck. What kind of joke is this? Cross said it must be that dragon guy. For sure. Long Chen shook his head and said what I don't understand is how could you be a member of the spirit clan? Cross was confused and said what do you mean? Long Chen said the Spirit clan is pure with no hatred or evil thoughts, if they do have them then they become an evil Spirit clan member. A woman once told me that for the spirit race they absorb the resentment of beings that they killed, it's like poison for them. Cross tilted his head and said I don't know about that, maybe for her but the resentment is nothing for me. I could absorb it all I want and nothing would happen, all I would get is a stronger killing intent. He shrugged and said as you can see, I'm a perfectly fine and extremely handsome elf prince/king. Long Chen said ah, you forgot narcissist. Cross chuckled and said I'm not narcissistic, just honest. Long Chen spat out his drink and laughed. The 3 days passed peacefully, and the duo along with Mu Qingyun, Zhongling and Zhongshu went to the main hall to be appointed. Cross decided to fuck the disguise and wore what he liked, which was nothing. His black hair flowed in waves, his long pointed ears twitched, his prayer bead necklace hung from his neck, he wore shorts with a little red devil on the bottom left corner, they reached halfway down his thighs, and finally his signature pink fluffy bunny slippers. His perfectly chiseled body and tattoos were on display, as well as his supremely handsome looks. Zhongling and Zhongshu were drooling, following him along like puppy dogs. Cross rubbed his nose and said you see why I wore a disguise before. Long Chen smiled wryly and said why did you take it off? Cross shrugged and said it gets stuffy. Long Chen laughed dryly and everyone's attention snapped to them when they walked in. Yuan was sitting on Cross' shoulders and shrank her neck at all the people, whispering Daddy, so many people. Cross kissed her little calves and said gently don't be afraid. As long as Daddy is here, Yuan will never be in danger. Yuan wore little jean shorts with red suspenders and a white t-shirt with little flip-flops. Her hair was let loose and she was a bit frightened. Cross held her legs and walked with Long Chen to the teacher platform. Cross stood with Long Chen and the other teachers, who were looking at them with hostility. Murmurs came from the disciples. Cross heard Moron. That's Lord Third and Lord Fifth. They won't even blink before killing you. Shut your mouth. Cross grinned at the nickname while Long Chen pursed his lips in amusement. Someone suddenly yelled all Quasi teachers come forward for the final test. Cross and Long Chen frowned, another test? What the fuck? Important advertisement. Go to https://splurgstudio.com/ for all your shopping needs. They sponsor me, or else I'd be on the streets and you wouldn't get any stories. Just give it a visit, you don't have to buy anything. Also, on your way out, give me your stones for good measure. 157, a huge change. Yunyang spoke. It seems like most of teachers have been cheating and using the back door to get in. We'll do a little cleansing today. Teachers started doing the tests but failed spectacularly. Cross and Long Chen's turn came and they passed with full marks once again. It was the same test as before, plus a bone age test. Yuan said Daddy. Yuan wants to try. Cross smiled and passed her the long spear. Yuan picked it up and shook before lifting it overhead head and cheering. Cross was startled and took the spear away. The entire room was silent in shock. Yuan whispered Daddy, did Yuan do something bad? Cross laughed and said not at all. Yuan is the best. Stronger than these uncles. Yuan hugged Cross' head with a sweet smile and Cross stepped back in line next to Long Chen, who teased Yuan with a smile, making her giggle. Her giggles brought everyone back to reality and there was an uproar. Did the 3-year-old child just lift the spear? What the fuck? Half the teachers got arrested and the rest were grieving. A 3-year-old was better than them. How embarrassing was that? Yunyang chuckled and gave a nameplate and a set of clothes to the teachers, including Cross and Long Chen. Cross frowned at the clothes and Long Chen said, Master Yunyang, is it possible to keep these clothes? Before Yunyang could reply, some teacher called Mings shouted so bold. You were just promoted to teacher and you make such a presumptuous request. Cross roared, shut up, clown. Mings choked back his words in shock. Everybody was startled and Cross sneered, did he say shithead? No, he wasn't talking to you. Sit down like a good dog and shut your mouth before I shut it for you, Kapik. Everybody's eyes widened and Cross held Yuan saying softly, don't cry, baby. It's just a mad dog, don't pay attention to it. Yuan silently shed scared tears in Cross' arms. Everybody's eyes turned red and glared at Mings. They started whispering, what a piece of shit. Who scared a little girl? I'm not attending his classes anymore, even if you beat me to death I won't go. Ming's face turned green and Cross ignored him, coaxing Yuan into smiling. Long Chen took his nameplate, dripped a drop of blood on it and threw it at Ming saying, if I don't kill you in 3 moves, I'll kill myself. Mings caught the nameplate in a daze. In doing so he agreed to the life and death battle unknowingly. Mings jumped in shock and said, you. Long Chen sneered, what? You've picked up all the nameplate. Do you want to go back on it? If you want to repent, according to the rules of the temple, you can only get out of the temple. It's up to you to fight or scram. The disciples were shocked. This happens very rarely. I'm afraid they've never seen a teacher fight. Yunyang said Longchen, a matter like this must be approved by the president, thus, Teacher Mings has the right to refuse. Plus life and death battles are only when the conflict is irreconcilable. Cross took the nameplate and said so many rules, is this fun? You can't kill someone without offending their ancestors? Fuck me. Cross turned to Mings and said listen to me, you clown. If you make my daughter cry again, even the headmaster won't be able to save you. Even if I have to chase you across the entire immortal world I will do it. His killing intent exploded out of his body and an intensely cold wind flew through the entire building, everyone felt like they were standing on a realm of corpses. On top of the corpses was a man drinking from a cup made of someone's skull. The disciples were terrified and Mings was even worse. He saw a king covered in blood sitting on a throne of skulls staring at him, he collapsed and pissed himself in fear. Cross snorted and the illusion shattered, returning everything to normal. Yunyang looked at Cross, who glared at Mings ready to kill him any second. He felt a bit of a headache, this guy he didn't let the slightest transgression go. Of course not, Cross Deo heart would shatter if he took humiliation without lashing out. Yunyang didn't know that multiple people died because they looked at Cross' wife with a lustful gaze for less than a second. It was estimated that Yunyang would get a migraine if he knew that. Cross looked at the robes and frowned as he held them out saying white isn't my color. He shook the robes and they morphed into a cloak with black fur around the collar and blood red on the rest, with the symbol for teacher on the back. He smirked and spun it around his body, draping it over his shoulders. The disciples were stunned and Yunyang rubbed his forehead. Longchen looked at Yunyang with a smile and said I refuse to change my robes, I'll just go back to the alchemy hall then. Thank you. His words stunned everyone, they were getting numb for the emotional turmoil today. Yunyang sighed and said this is an ironclad rule, but rules are dead and people are alive. I'll give you a chance. There's an elite group, it had gathered elites from all over the world. But their performance is unsatisfactory. There's 36 elites in this group, bring 10 of them into the Shinto list and you can keep your style. Yunyang paused and looked at Cross saying you can help him or make your own class. Cross said without hesitation I'll help. Yunyang nodded and said then the quota will go up to 20. Longchen said this doesn't seem to be an easy job. Yunyang said you have to show sincerity or else this would be a joke. Longchen said how old are they, what are their talents, accomplishments? Yunyang smiled and said they were recruited last year, they're very young, their talents are above average, and they're in the late stage mortal shedding realm. Longchen had a funny look on his face and said you're giving me a bunch of pigs. Yunyang laughed and said they're just lazy, small, and have a bad temper. Actually they are gilding, next month they would be done and leave. In most people's eyes these kids are a bunch of wastes. If you two can do it, I'll help you apply for more privileges. Our temple appreciates talents, with talent rules are nothing. Longchen and Cross grinned, but their grins were cruel. A while later. Cross was sitting in the house, him and Longchen got. Longchen went out and Cross didn't go with him, instead he stayed back and drank, thinking of what to do with these elite wastes. He was also thinking about his cultivation. Even his void step was being suppressed by the immortal world laws, he adapted to the immortal chi but he felt like his existence was being denied by the laws themselves. It made him very angry, he actually couldn't wait to rip the sky apart with his bare hands and destroy the heavens themselves. They aren't a living being, who the fuck do they think they are to suppress this king? Cross meditated on his body and sank into his star spaces, they were endless and everything inside was different shades of black. The sun, the sky, the clouds, the ground, everything. He felt every inch of his body and realized the changes he underwent so long ago. He was truly completely different. All his acupoints shined with a black light and slowly rotated, his mortal chi was gone completely but the immortal chi was taking a long time to replenish, as if his body was devouring it constantly, using it for something. He decided to test it and started absorbing immortal chi. A massive influx of chi flooded into him as all his acupoints started rotating at a high speed, sucking in the immortal chi hungrily without end, but it disappeared like a drop of water in a lake. Cross felt something was happening to him but he couldn't figure it out. If Longchen was here, he would be stunned. Cross just blew through all the cultivation realms below Nether Passage realm. Cross found himself in the underworld. He looked around and saw he was in a giant room. He looked forward and saw a woman, he walked over and said hi. I met Lucifer before, who are you? The woman said simply Ming Kangyu. Cross stood next to her throne and looked around saying nice throne room you have here, but it's a bit too depressing? Do you just sit here all day and do nothing? Ming Kangyu felt her eyes twitch as she said what do you know? Cross shrugged and said nothing about the underworld and to tell you the truth, I don't even know why I'm here. I was absorbing immortal chi and then boom I'm here. He sniffed and looked around saying Ayo. You both smell like Longchen. Ming Kangyu and a woman, who popped into the room, both said you know Longchen. Cross nodded and said he's my good friend. I was actually supposed to go do something with him but I showed up here. He shrugged with a helpless expression. The woman who just showed up grabbed Cross' shoulders and shook him saying, did he speak of us? Cross shook his head and replied honestly no, but he hasn't talked about anything. When even someone mentions anything about lovers a sad look appears in his eyes. The woman and Ming Kangyu teared up and Cross rubbed his nose saying, I assume you are both his wives or lovers. They both nodded and Cross said, I can send a message if you like. He paused and said, you might want to hurry up, I can feel that I'm about to leave. The woman quickly wrote down a letter and threw it in a ring Ming Kangyu gave her. There was a bunch of stuff in it. Cross took the ring and it disappeared into a crack as he smiled saying, I'm Cross. Hopefully we can meet somewhere that's not the underworld. Also your throne room isn't very inviting, maybe get some couches. Before spitting out his tongue and chuckling as he disappeared. Ming Kangyu sighed and the woman said happily, he has a friend. Ming Kangyu said, they're like the same person, they're definitely causing a ruckus there. The woman waved and said, so? Who cares, at least he isn't lonely. Ming Kangyu sighed and shook her head. Cross returned to his body and continued absorbing immortal energy. A crown appeared around his head before shattering and scattering into a tall and golden half crown that covered the right side of his head. The crown sank into his body and the divine void dragon roared. The black ring on his back started turning as Cross felt his insides before scooped out and replaced. Every single inch of his body was scooped out and replaced and Cross felt a fire forming in his star spaces, but he also smelled heavy lightning and extreme danger. He suppressed his breakthrough and stopped the fires from lighting. It was too fast and he felt that he would destroy the entire sect if he broke through here. Coincidentally, the suppressed seed cracked in half and formed two separate seeds before turning to ashes and merging into a black seed. Cross was stunned at this development and the divine void dragon's eyes flashed. A pillar of blackest black light fell on Cross from the sky. It looked as though someone had cut a line in the sky and ripped a piece out. It was extremely unnatural and unsettling to look at. The pillar appeared for a brief moment before disappearing into Cross' body. A rumble resounded from his body and the divine void dragon sparkled before all its scales became as black as the pillar, along with the tattoos on Cross' body. Cross was in a daze as he chanted in a language even he didn't understand. SSYBA et FO Ignelius et Imasab DNA Eno OTE Gramir T, Nijiro OT en Rutar, Nogard DIOV et FO Tnirpmai, DIOV et FO Adobe, Nike DIOV et FO Nwersi, Eno on OT Niredolf LLA OT Nidli Enu, Dog DIOV Ilnavih et FO Rosekis et 1 Emre H. Cross body light up black and a cultivation method appeared in his mind. Cross closed his eyes and circulated his energy as instructed, his tattoos lit up and dimmed. He stopped circulating the technique and opened his eyes. His black pupils became even darker and swirled violently while his red irises glowed blood red and swirled in the opposite direction. He moved his body and an eruption of cracking sounds came out. He smiled happily. He had direction, all he had to do was follow the cultivation method for now. There seemed to be something special about it though. Before he could think any further, Long Chen walked in. Cross smiled and said handsome. Long Chen sneered and gave him the finger. Cross burst out laughing and threw him a ring. Long Chen caught it and looked confused before his eyes widened and said you. Cross smirked and said narcissistically, tell me how amazing I am. Go on. Tell me. I won't blush. Long Chen opened his mouth and couldn't speak for a while. In the end he hugged Cross and said very sincerely thank you. Cross smiled and patted his back saying, is there a need for thanks between us? Long Chen pulled back and laughed, definitely not. Ha ha. He got a little cheeky and said, what do you think of sister-in-law, big bro? Cross rubbed his nose and smirked, not too bad. When he passed the test, I'll bring your sisters-in-law out to join the school. As well as your nieces and nephew. Long Chen shook his head and smiled saying, you're crazy, so many kids. Cross just grinned and Long Chen chuckled as he disappeared. Cross sat down and meditated on his void step, intent on improving it to its former glory. It had been suppressed by 10x. Naturally, this wouldn't do. He would get it back and go even further beyond. Shameless advertisements. https://splurgstudio.com/ 158, a very special day. In case you don't know. The cultivation realms are as follows. Mortal Shedding Realm. Divine Flame Realm. Four Extremes Realm. Divine Lord Realm. Immortal King Realm. World King Realm. Hierarch Realm. Heavenly God Realm. Long Chen reappeared with a frustrated look on his face. Cross opened his eyes and looked over saying, what happened? Long Chen sighed and said, I only made mid-ranked shedding pills. Cross shook his head and said, I have no idea what that is. Long Chen explained, they're pills for mortal shedding realm, normally you have to take them to advance to the divine flame realm. Cross asked, I thought you didn't have a cauldron. Long Chen rolled his eyes and said, I can buy one after I became a teacher, no. Cross chuckled and said, I completely forgot about that, hee. By the way. Can I see your cauldron? Long Chen took out the cauldron he bought and handed it to Cross, who looked over it before saying, That's it. Long Chen tilted his head and said, you know forging. Cross grinned and said, I created the strongest treasure in my world. As he pointed to his necklace before laughing, did you think it was decoration? Long Chen nodded and asked, what does it do? Cross cleared his throat and explained, it can teleport me to the sister necklaces which all my wives have. Not only this, but it purifies the energy I absorb and sends a bit to all of them. I can talk to them through the beads, get some of their energy, form armor, control time and space, cut space with sword energy, and live forever. Long Chen felt his mouth twitch and he said, oh, just that. Cross scratched his neck and said, the artifact spirit is sleeping right now, so I have no idea what it can do in the immortal world. It was made with all but 2 of the 7 legendary treasures in my previous world. After all, they would just cause a ruckus if left alone, so why not take him? As he shrugged. Long Chen felt like Cross was bragging unintentionally. Cross coughed and said, anyway. I can make this better, but I need the materials. Oh yeah. He took out a ring and threw it to Long Chen, who caught it saying this. Cross smiled, one of every herb in my garden. You're the one who does alchemy, what am I keeping them for? They look nice but that's about it. Long Chen chuckled and disappeared. Cross smiled and looked at the cauldron in his hands. He studied the runes and muttered to himself as he kept looking over the entire thing. He had never seen a cauldron before. They didn't have alchemy in the god realm, the only one who could make pills that he knew was Yunche. Long Chen came back and Cross had his head inside the cauldron, mumbling about something. Long Chen smirked and slapped the cauldron, making a buzzing sound. Cross took his head out and shook it saying, what the fuck? Long Chen burst out laughing, while Cross threw the cauldron at him saying, I need materials to make a better one. These runes are trash. Even if you're a god of alchemy, you will only make shit. Mid-rank whatever pills is good for this piece of garbage. Long Chen caught the cauldron and said, Ayo. I spent my paycheck on this. Cross sneered, should have bought bread instead. Long Chen gave him the finger before saying, what materials? Cross sighed and said, whatever, unless you want one made of iron? That's all I got. Long Chen laughed dryly saying, right. Before muttering, poor bastard. Cross was about to attack when a knock on the door sounded along with a voice, teachers, the elite group is here. Cross grinned and said, oh boy. This should be interesting. Long Chen threw the cauldron back and they left the house, getting on a bird and flying away. A while later. They landed in a valley and Cross looked at the group in front of him with twitching brows. Cross sat on a rock and watched as Long Chen killed 3 people and forced the rest to eat a poisonous pill. The elites were so scared but they didn't dare do anything, who knows if Long Chen would kill them next. Long Chen waved saying, we'll meet at the end of the valley, I'll take care of the bodies. Go. The elites scrambled away and Cross looked at the corpses before saying, have you ever tried acting? I think you'd be a big hit. The 3 corpses got up and said, third brother, I thought you were really going to kill us. Long Chen chuckled and said, close, et. Cross rolled his eyes and slapped the 3, healing their wounds before sending them off. Long Chen looked at Cross with pursed lips and Cross smirked, this is the slap of life. Long Chen rolled his eyes and chuckled as he walked away. Cross chuckled and followed him, taking small steps and blurring occasionally. The duo got to the group and Long Chen pointed at a fatty saying, you, what's you name? The fatty trembled and said, guess. Long Chen pointed his sword at the terrified fatty's eyebrows. Someone else said quickly, teacher. That's really his name. It's Li Cai, but because of his fat tongue it comes out like that. Long Chen felt his eyes twitching as he said, if nobody spoke for you, you would have been slapped to death. Li Cai nodded like a chicken pecking rice and the fat on his face trembled like waves. Cross chuckled and everyone turned to him. He was sitting on a rock, sharpening a long butchering knife with a stone, looking at them with a bloodthirsty grin. They started trembling in fear. Long Chen ignored them and said, you are the strongest of the group. You will be the leader in the future. It's a pity you didn't train your legs, or at all, otherwise you would be able to beat Zhong Chongsheng. Cross was confused and said, who the fuck is that? Long Chen said, the gigolo. Cross said, ooh. He wasn't very strong in the first place. He looked at the group and said, if you can't beat him then I'll just kill you all. Hell, I might even kill you before you get a chance to try. Really depends on my mood. The elites almost fell down in fear, hearing this. Cross looked at Long Chen and said 1, 2, or 3. Long Chen looked at the group and said 3 for now. 1 if things go south, but 2. This is last resort. Cross shrugged and said, you're the boss today. Long Chen grinned and threw a boulder on Li Cai's shoulders, before saying that if dropped it, he would die. Cross looked at the rest and his hand turned into a claw, grabbing a skinny kid from the group. Cross sniffed the kid and said, Ayo. You're quite special. What's your name? The kid said, Fart. Cross slapped him saying, your parents don't love you? Who names their kid, Fart? Another disciple said, teacher. His name is Yutong. But because of his skinny tongue he says it like that. Cross throttled the skinny kid saying, you're really something else, kid. We're going through a name change. You're Beanpole now. He started pointing at disciples saying ass face, penis breath, verge, papa smurf. The disciples all deflated and Cross said line up behind Beanpole. I'm going to beat you senseless. The disciples were terrified. Suddenly Li Cai jumped high up into the air, before landing head first into the dirt. He crawled out of the dirt and kowtowed to Long Chen saying Master Teacher Long. Please teach me. I want to get revenge. Cross grinned and looked at the rest before lunging at the group and beating the shit out of them. They all took the beating while listening to Li Cai tell his life story. This kid got his wife robbed from him. Cross shook his head and finished beating the disciples. He looked at Li Cai and the disciples on the group before asking, you all have the same experience? The disciples nodded. Cross looked at Long Chen and said, let's pack up and leave Lingxiao Academy. Long Chen was silent. Li Cai said, what? Why? Cross grabbed his collar and shouted in his face, you have the balls to ask why? A waste couldn't even protect his own wife, you want to be someone great. He threw Li Cai with the rest and sneered, a bunch of worthless losers. The disciples' faces turned ugly as Cross continued, you all have been disgraced and shamed and yet you do absolutely nothing about it. What elite? You're just a bunch of wastes coming here on your parents' money. Cross pointed at himself and said, I never had any parents, I never had any strong backing. I came from nothing to where I am today. I've killed gods, devils, and I fight the heavens. Who's qualified to make me bend and give up? Nobody. You bunch of cowards want to get revenge? Are you joking? Even if I give you 100,000 years you won't get any revenge. He picked up Beanpole and bent him 90 degrees saying, look. Your backs are used to bending. He bent Beanpole's knees and sneered, so are your knees. You've been kneeling and lowering you heads for so long, your knees have taken root and your back is permanently hunched. Maybe your fiancée saw that you were weak and decided she didn't want to live her life with a coward. He kicked Li Cai and said, did you ever think about that? Who cares if you have talent? Who cares if you're a genius? Look at you now, you're all wastes. Li Cai clenched his fist and shouted, what do you know? They're stronger than me. Cross punched him in the face shouting, so. If you die standing. You go down along with your pride and dignity. What is this so-called life over dignity? He spat on the ground and said, it's bullshit. In this world, without power you're nothing. Without your dignity and pride, you'll never advance. You should just find a tree and slam your head until you die. Cross glared at the group and trembled in rage as he said, you want to know what happened to a god that insulted me? The disciples gulped and Cross sneered, I killed him, his clan, and everyone in his realm. Not even a chicken or dog was spared. A murderous aura gushed out of his body and pressed the disciples. Li Cai clenched his fist and Cross sneered, a bunch of spineless wimps. If I knew I would have to teach you all, I would have chosen to leave the school entirely. Li Cai's eyes turned red and he swung at Cross, shouting, shut up. Long Chen grinned, he was worried for a moment. This was a risky move. If they crumbled under Cross pressure and accepted his insults, then he and Cross were truly fucked. Thankfully, Cross slapped Li Cai away with a sneer. The rest of the group got up and lunged at Cross with red eyes. Cross dodged all their punches and smashed their weak points, throwing them off him. He beat them until they were unconscious. Long Chen walked over and said, you have a plan. As he checked their blood, soul, and bones for anything special. Cross grinned and said, I have something crazy if you want to do it. Long Chen grinned and said, I like crazy. Cross said, do you have enough herbs for a year's worth of medicinal baths? Long Chen nodded and said, but we only have a month. Cross grinned and said, I can stretch it out, plus I can also erase their memories of the days that pass, so we can make it a year, but for them they'll think it was just a month. What do you think? Long Chen asked, erase memories. Cross nodded and said, yeah, plus no backlash. It's completely safe. I've done it millions of times. I'm a pro. Long Chen said, it'll take time to make the medicine. Cross said, bring me to where you make it, I'll set up a time bubble. Long Chen paused for a few moments and Cross said, of course if it's a secret then never mind. Long Chen pursed his lips and said, I trust you. Cross tilted his head and said, we've known each other for how long? Long Chen sneered, a guy like you, if I don't trust him, I'm afraid he'll never trust me. Cross grinned and he tapped Long Chen, who disappeared, then he disappeared. They came into Long Chen's inner world. Cross looked around and whistled in awe. Long Chen said, here. As he pointed to a spot. Cross pointed his finger and an orange bubble appeared. He said to Long Chen, a day inside is a minute outside. Long Chen said, so powerful. Cross grinned, who did you think I was? Some beggar. Long Chen sneered, you look like one. Before going into the bubble. Cross smirked and looked around. He saw a ball of purple lightning. He opened his palm and a small seed of black lightning appeared. He had the origin of the black lightning after absorbing it from the tribulation. He could make hundreds of seeds. He gently pushed the lightning seed into the purple ball before walking away. Around 30 minutes later, Long Chen came out and said, I got it all. before looking at the black seed being digested by the purple ball of lightning. Cross smiled and said, "Good, also I have the lightning ball, a tribulation lightning seed." He made another one and threw it to Long Chen, who caught it and said, "Black lightning." Cross nodded and complained, "The clouds don't like me at all, really." Long Chen chuckled and said same. As he threw a gourd over. Cross caught it and opened the bottle to see inside. He whistled, "That's a lot." Long Chen said, "A year's worth, no." Cross nodded with a smile before flipping his palm. 7 different colored drops of blood appeared. He bit his finger and put in one of his own, along with a sliver of green crystalline liquid. Long Chen rushed over and looked at the blood, saying, "What is that?" Cross smirked, "Divine beast blood." Before swirling the blood together and plunging it into the bottle. He closed it and shook the bottle fiercely, saying, "If they aren't world-shaking geniuses after this, then they might as well die." Long Chen gulped and said shamelessly, "My good brother. Can you spare me a drop of blood?" Cross laughed and pointed. A drop of sparking origin azure blood appeared. Long Chen violently bit the drop of blood, swallowing it before rushing into the time bubble. Cross had a funny look on his face as he exited the inner world, going back outside. Advertisement. https://splurgstudio.com/ 159, Training the Little Wastes. A while later. Cross held the gourd in his hand and labeled it. He had to label the gourd because he was drinking wine from his own gourd. If he drank the medicine by accident, wouldn't he be a fool? And so he held 2 gourds in his hands, one from drinking and the other one to look menacing. There was a skull and crossbones on the gourd with poison written in big letters. The disciples woke up and Cross threw them in a valley before blowing up the side of the cliff and watching as they ran from scorpion bees. He drank his wine, feeling nostalgic. Last time he did this was a Hogwarts. He sighed and drank from his gourd with a sad feeling. He missed the simpler days. Long Chen appeared and saw the bees. He chuckled and waved a pile of dust. The bees scattered and the disciples were on the floor looking like steamed buns. He blew up a rock and lava floated towards them. The disciples started running and Long Chen sat down next to Cross, who looked at him and said, "Oh. You got stronger." Long Chen grinned and said, "The blood was good." Cross chuckled and said, "Comes from the dragon god." Long Chen smiled and they watched the disciples scramble to some vines. Cross added, "Oh right. The entire valley has a year-to-month bubble." Long Chen nodded and grinned, "Let's get to work then." Cross grinned and they left. They came to a bunch of unconscious disciples. Cross smashed a big pit and filled it with the medicinal bath. Long Chen threw the disciples in it and Cross made a time bubble around it. Long Chen and Cross continued this routine, throwing the disciples into life and death situations against beasts, natural disasters, and everything else. At the end of each day, they threw the disciples into the medicinal bath. Cross also modified their memories to think they had been going through so much in just days instead of months. The disciples ate and drank immortal beast flesh and blood with herbs secretly mixed in. Cross also cancelled the time bubble every day so that him and Long Chen would only actually be here for a month while the disciples would be here for a year. Basically, yada yada. Don't question it. They came across a group of people and Cross and Long Chen told the little warriors to kill them. The disciples had been through a few months at this point and had already changed drastically. They dove in without hesitation, slaughtering people. They met a girl named Luoning and she said something about some guy named Chu Kuang being her target. Cross and Long Chen ignored her, making her angry. Anyway, she was important later. They left and continued throwing the disciples into life and death situations, grinding them against a sharpener to make them tough. Cross even gave them tattoos. They each had a skull with a knife going through it on their bodies. Long Chen liked it and the disciples were ecstatic until they got slapped into a beast den. Slowly a year, month, passed. Each of the disciples were walking killing machines. The fat ones weren't fat anymore, and the skinny ones weren't skinny anymore. Each of them had perfect muscle ratio. They looked weak but in reality they were around 1000x stronger than before. They had a killer air around them. Long Chen and Cross were satisfied. They still had their own goofiness, but when they came to battling, they were completely different people. Li Cai and the rest kneeled to Cross and Long Chen shouting, "Lord Third! Lord Fifth! You are better than our parents. This Li Cai will never forget." Cross kicked him and said, "Tomorrow is the end of the month. If you don't occupy 36 of the 50 top spots, don't tell anyone I taught you. I don't want to be embarrassed by you." Long Chen nodded and added, "If you can't make the list. Basically, go jump off a cliff and kill yourself. Just don't tell anyone in the underworld we taught you, after I die won't they laugh at me?" The disciples shouted yes. Lord Third and Lord Fifth. Long Chen and Cross grinned and said, "Tonight, we celebrate." The disciples cheered and Cross knocked them all out, throwing them into the last of the medicinal bath and speeding up the time inside as he started cooking. Long Chen sat down and smiled sadly. Cross looked over and threw a wine gourd over, saying, "You look like a guy with a story. Even after a year I still don't know it." Long Chen caught the wine gourd and said, "You want to hear my story? Are we sharing now?" Cross turned back to the sizzling meat before saying gently, if you want to. Long Chen paused for a moment before drinking from the gourd as he said, you know, I used to be a cripple. He started telling his life story, while Cross cooked silently. Time passed as Long Chen spoke, maybe he was getting drunk or Cross was just a good friend / brother, but Long Chen told Cross everything. Cross went through a myriad of emotions, happiness, laughter, sadness, helplessness, and extreme anger. Long Chen finished, then I was brought here. Cross said, do you regret not being strong enough? Long Chen looked up to the sky and sighed, yet. If I was strong enough, nobody would have had to die. Yu Qingxian, Li Tianxian, Chu Jianying, Wu Guanjiun, the 3,000 brothers in my Dragon Blood Legion. I could have saved them all. Long Chen looked extremely depressed and Cross said, do you think they would be happy seeing you like this? Long Che was silent before shaking his head. Cross looked at the meat and said, I actually don't know who my parents are. I woke up one day 10 years old, on the streets in the lowest realm imaginable. He started to tell his own story, not hiding anything from Long Chen. He finished with, really ever since the accident with my wife, I stopped being low-key. All it got me was almost losing one of the most important people in my life. Now I just do whatever I want, maybe I'm too arrogant or cruel, but if it'll save my family, even if I have to kill an entire realm of people with my bare hands, I will do it. He looked at Long Chen and shook his head saying, I don't know how you could be so calm. I would have destroyed everyone I saw if that happened to me. You're better than me in this aspect. Long Chen smirked and said, only in this. Cross sneered and said, easy. Have you seen my handsome face? What are you thinking about? Even in bed, can you compare? He snorted and Long Chen laughed. The time bubble popped and the disciples started waking up before climbing out of the black bath water and saying, wah. So powerful. Cross chuckled and said, eat quickly, then we'll have a last training session, you go to sleep and then tomorrow you perform. The disciples ate quickly and drank the wine mixed with blood. Cross smiled and said, wanna join me this time? Long Chen grinned and stood up, patting the dust off his robes before cracking his knuckles. Cross looked at the group and said, now we just have to beat the medicine into you. The disciples paled and Long Chen and Cross lunged into the ground, beating each of them very carefully, stimulating the medicinal effects to their max potential. They finished and the disciples were unconscious again. Cross made a time bubble around them and said, they'll probably sleep for a few days. Long Chen chuckled and said, when we go back, do you think the school will be shocked? Cross laughed and said, I think Yunyang will get a heart attack from shock. Long Chen burst out laughing and Cross smiled. The next day, Cross and Long Chen came to the hall. Behind him were the disciples wearing baggy clothes with depressed expressions. Everyone was here looking at the group. Zhongling gasped and said, what happened to them? Ming sneered, are you? Long Chen said, shut your mouth before you spit shit on me. Cross laughed and Ming's trembled in rage. He opened his mouth and pointed, but Cross gave him a tight slap, sending him rolling away as he said, oi, shit for brains, are you deaf too? My brother said to shut up. Everyone sucked a cold breath of air and Long Chen said, Li Cai, go beat Zhong Chengsheng into a dog for me. Li Cai blurred to the arena before shouting in a booming voice, Gigolo. Get out here for me. Lord Thur told me to beat you into a dog. The audience went into an uproar. So arrogant. The arena went up and walls sprouted around it. Cross and Long Chen went to the teacher's seats and Cross said lazily, Li Cai, if you don't beat him in a single move, forget about looking in my direction in the future. Li Cai trembled and his aura became extremely fierce and cruel. The audience was shocked and Zhong Chengsheng sneered as he landed on the arena. What a joke. This waist beating me in on. Li Cai sprang from the ground and shot towards Chengsheng like a bullet, swinging out his broadsword right at Zhong Chengsheng's neck. There was no hesitation at all, as if killing someone else was easy as breathing for him. Nobody could react at all, it was too fast. Even Yunyang couldn't react, let alone the gigolo who was mid-sentence. The broadsword was about to chop Zhong Chengsheng's head right off, when it stopped, drawing a drop of blood from the gigolo's neck. The gigolo fell to the ground as white as a ghost and Li Cai said, you lost. Zhong Chengsheng came back to reality and shouted, impossible. I refuse. As his aura started rising. Cross said, Li Cai. Li Cai swung the broadsword out, this time he wasn't going to stop at all. He was going to kill the gigolo for real now. Yunyang appeared on the stage and smiled as he held the broadsword and said, you won, Li Cai. Thank you for showing mercy. Li Cai nodded and left the stage giving Long Chen and Cross a thumbs up. Cross rolled his eyes and yawned, while Long Chen was already snoring. Cross shifted in his chair and got in a comfortable position, sitting on the chair sideways before falling asleep. Yunyang smiled helplessly at the two and said, Li Cai is number 3 on the Shinto list. The next from the elite group. 4th, 5th, 6th, all the way to 39th was changed to the elite group disciples. Yunyang was completely shocked, he even saw that they were all holding back. He had no doubts they could all get the 3rd spot easily, maybe Li Cai could occupy 2nd or even 1st. They were all super mega geniuses now. What kind of training could they have possibly gone through in a single month? Never in Yunyang's wildest dreams did he think that they went through a year of training, even the elites themselves didn't know that. If Yunyang knew this, it wouldn't even be a debate anymore. They could all fist for the first spot easily. What was a Chu Kuang to these killers? Nothing, that's what. Mings shouted, I suspect Cross and Long Chen cheated. They must have. Check these disciples for forbidden drugs. The elite disciples bared their teeth and a thick murderous intent drowned Mings and the other teachers that were discrediting Long Chen and Cross. Li Cai shouted, you full of shit clown. Come down here so daddy can beat you. How dare you insult Lord Third and Lord Fifth? You think you are? Just because you're a worthless teacher doesn't mean everybody else is. Beanpole shouted, you waste dared to discredit Lord Fifth and Lord Third. He clenched his fists and glared at Mings and the other teachers as if they killed his parents. All the elite disciples were enraged beyond belief. They looked like they were about to climb up to the teachers' seats and rip them apart. Yunyang pursed his lips and looked at the sleeping duo, Cross specifically. Maybe Long Chen handled the training, but Cross was for sure in charge of the mental training. Mings and the rest were startled and shouted, how dare you insult a teacher? Beanpole took out a spear and said angrily, I dare to do anything. Your head will be on my spear if you spew shit from your mouth again, do you believe it? Li Cai took out his broadsword and the rest took out their weapons, ready to kill at a moment's notice. Yunyang smiled and said, all right, Mings, discrediting a teacher is a very serious offense. If they used medicine, why don't you go check? He had a smile but his words were sharp, this guy. He was finally angry with this Mings guy. Mings turned green and said, I believe they wouldn't do that. The disciples put their weapons away and sneered at him. Yunyang smiled and said, Teacher Long, Teacher Cross, wake up. I hope you can share your methods, everyone is itching for an answer. Cross and Long Chen were really asleep. It wasn't just for show, Cross had been working extra hard watching these elite disciples and Long Chen was getting stronger faster so he just fell asleep. Yunyang felt his mouth twitch, these two, they really feel asleep. Advertisement Chan. https://splurgstudio.com/ 160, getting the rest into Ling Xiao Academy. Ha 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 ha, you guys must be fucking joking. The Pokemon with women FIC is ahead of us. Wow, anyway, on to the chap I guess. Cross was nudged awake and killing intent exploded, suffocating everyone. He opened his eyes and saw Beanpole gasping for air, everything disappeared and Cross said, Ayo. Why did you wake me up? Beanpole took in deep breath and said, Lord Fifth, Master Yunyang wants to know how you tried us. Cross yawned and looked at Long Chen, who scratched his stubble while yawning. Cross said, very simple. I beat the shit out of them every day. Everyone choked on their saliva and Long Chen chuckled saying they have been pushed to life and death every day for a month, fighting to survive. If they didn't improve they would die. The audience was stunned and Zhongling said, but you made the weak beat the strong. How did you do that? Cross sneered and said, what a joke. Weak beating the strong, this doesn't exist. A teacher said coldly, what nonsense. Watch what you teach your students. Cross sneered at him saying, idiot. What's weak to you? Someone with lower cultivation? Are you an idiot? I can kill you with a slap and my cultivation is lower than yours. Tell me, am I weak or strong? The teacher swallowed his words and didn't say anything. Long Chen shook his head and said, weak defeating the strong means he's not weak, and the strong isn't strong. The reason you don't understand is because you have never faced a bloody battle in your lives. If it wasn't for Yunyang asking, why would I bother wasting air talking to you? A teacher sneered, as if you've experienced this. Cross got angry and said, you there, trash can. I've killed more people than you've ever seen, do you believe it? The teacher sneered, there's hundreds of millions of students here, what nonsense are you speaking? Cross sneered, I've killed realms of people. Billions. Flattened gods and exterminated clans, who the fuck do you think you are? Sitting in your teacher chair like a king, but you have never faced a struggle in your entire life. Can you even comprehend how many lives are billions of people? Entire worlds have fallen at my feet. Who are you? I send you to meet them if you want. His expression was vicious and he raised his hand as a terrifying aura surged, he was really going to slap this guy into hell. The teacher paled and started to sweat, Yunyang sighed and Cross sneered at the teacher saying, let Lucifer know I sent you, clown. Before slapping his palm out, a black beam obliterated the teacher's entire existence. Cross sat back in his chair comfortably and Long Chen chuckled as he said, the weak defeating the strong isn't based on power. It's based on targeting weak points. From what I heard, Li Cai defeated Zhong Chengshang because he dared to kill him. How could someone who's never fought to the death fearlessly fight back? He shrugged and shook his head, adding, attack the opponent's weak points, if you can't win, find a piece of tofu and kill yourself with it. Everybody was still shocked from the teacher who disappeared into nothingness, but Yunyang clapped happily saying, excellent words, Teacher Long. I haven't heard such a good speech for a long time. The most difficult thing is that Teacher Long's experience comes from practice while the rest of us are from paper, it makes your words even more sonorous and powerful. Yunyang sighed and said truly wonderful. Both of you, you managed to change a group of wastes to a group of blood-soaked geniuses, I even suspect they haven't shown all their strength. Cross smirked and said you're pretty sharp, old man. I think you still got it, wanna come for a class? If you can't slaughter the enemy in all 4 directions, I'll kill myself. His words rippled through the crowd as they shook in shock. Who says that? To a heavenly master no less. Yunyang, however, laughed before shaking his head with regret. Unfortunately, this Yunyang isn't suitable for war anymore. He was truly regretful, after all, who didn't want to be a hero among people. Cross just smiled and said nothing, age wasn't a problem but Yunyang's mind was set. Even if he forced the old man now, nothing would work. Yunyang smiled and said you two are both allowed to teach from today onwards. Also, the Shinto Sutra Pavilion is open to you, only the first 3 floors for the time being. Congratulations. Cross walked over to Yunyang and whispered something in his ear, getting a nod from Yunyang as they both left. Long Chen was flooded with disciples asking to be in his class, and if he would teach with Lord Fifth. Long Chen didn't know if Cross would teach with him, this, doesn't seem to be his decision did it? Cross was standing with Yunyang and said seriously old man, I gotta ask you for a favor. Yunyang nodded and said what is it? Cross said my family. 9 girls and 1 boy, can they become disciples or no? Yunyang laughed and said just this? I thought it was something serious. Of course they can, you're a teacher. Your family can become disciples at any time, they can even live with you. Cross let out a breath and said that's good, because the entrance test was a bunch of bullshit. None of them would have passed, if I didn't copy of Long Chen I would be shoveling shit with that fatty in the worker area. As he waved and a crack opened, Jasmine, Luna, Feng Shue'er, Ji Yuan, Lily, Amelia, Honger, Artemis, Zephyr, Pandora, and Yuan came out. Yunyang felt his lips twitch as he said you're really something else. Did you just tell me you cheated on the alchemy exam? Cross chuckled and said cheekily I'm a teacher now, you can't punish me. Ha ha ha. Yunyang shook his head and looked at the group. He was inwardly shocked, Cross was definitely the strongest person here, but the rest weren't slouches either. He estimated that the older women could become teachers easily and the kids could destroy the Shinto list. He really picked up a treasure this time. The headmaster will be thrilled. Lily crossed her arms and said where the fuck are we, old man? Cross smacked her head and said call me old man again. Lily spat out her tongue and hid behind Jasmine, who smiled softly. Zephyr said Dad, what are we doing here? Cross smiled and said well, you're going to all become disciples of Ling Xiao Academy. He paused and rubbed his head saying don't make me look bad, please. Pandora said how could we? Cross said no chasing older women, no beating up random people, no blackmail, no extortion, no collecting protection fees. He went on and the kids' faces turned green. Yunyang was watching by the side and his facial features twitched with each word. No protection fees. Were they all hooligans? Cross looked at the girls and narrowed his eyes as he said absolutely no boyfriends. The girls pouted and Yuan said I won't get a boyfriend, daddy. Before sneering at the others, the girls gave her the finger and snorted. Cross rubbed his forehead and said Hunger, you can't eat every sword you see. Amelia. Try and make some friends, okay? Pandora, if I see you acting pitiful for benefits, I will give you a spank. Lily, just try not to destroy anything. They said what about Artemis? Cross patted Artemis' head saying she's a good girl, she doesn't need to be told. Artemis smiled sweetly and glared at the rest, making a throat-cut motion. The girls snorted and Zephyr was looking at the women walking around. Cross turned to Yunyang and smiled if you can do this for me, old man. I'll owe you a favor. Yunyang waved his hand and said even if you didn't want them here I would take them. They're very good seeds. Come with me, I'll get your nameplates ready. Cross watched his family go and said when you're done come to the house. Don't go anywhere else. If you're not back soon, punishment by family rules. The group urged Yunyang to hurry up, family rule punishment was the worst. Yunyang laughed and showed them around. Cross watched them go until they disappeared, he sighed, and Yuan said don't worry, daddy. Mommy won't leave you. Cross felt his mouth twitch as he said thanks kid. A while later. Long Chen walked out with Mu Qingyun and saw Cross staring into the distance with Yuan on his head. A large group of disciples wanted to ask for classes from him but they didn't dare to walk up, what if he slapped them into the underworld? They could only cry in hell. Long Chen said not very friendly, Cross came back to reality and said these kids have no courage. Though I guess it's better than you, look at all the worshipping gazes. He smirked at the end and Long Chen shook his head. Cross chuckled and didn't speak any longer, Mu Qingyun said what are you waiting her for, fifth brother? Cross smiled and said my family. Oh there they are. Lily ran over and said ha. I was first. Fucking losers. The rest showed up and Luna smiled saying this is a very interesting place. Ji Yuan looked around in disgust saying the stairs are getting annoying. Jasmine teased what can you do? They're jealous of your beauty. Feng Shuier giggled saying as if you weren't getting looked at. I think I saw someone drooling. Jasmine replied one guy walked right into a door, looking at you. Long Chen said this is your family. Cross smiled and said yup, these are my 4 wives, Luna, Jasmine, Feng Shuier and Ji Yuan, and these are my kids, Zephyr, Pandora, Lily, Amelia, Artemis, Hunger and Yuan. Long Chen smiled and said nice you meet you all. Cross said quickly greet your uncle before I break your legs. The kids bowed saying Uncle Long. Long Chen laughed and said no need to be so formal, I'm Long Chen. Luna, Jasmine, Feng Shuier and Ji Yuan smiled and said nice to meet you. Long Chen said unfortunately, I don't have any gifts at the moment. I will prepare something for next time. Lily was the first to show her true colors stingy uncle. The rest relaxed and Lily looked over at a guy before shouting what the fuck are you looking at? Do you want me to break you legs? The guy scrambled and ran away. Long Chen laughed and said just like you, et. Cross chuckled and smacked Lily in the back of the head as he said stop acting like a hooligan. Amelia said softly she already beat someone up for money. Lily seated you bitch. Amelia stuck her tongue out and hid behind Cross with watery eyes. Zephyr grabbed Mu Qingyun's hands and said this beautiful fairy. What is your name? Mu Qingyun looked awkward and Cross kicked him away saying she's 30-something. Zephyr lost interest and looked around, Mu Qingyun was stunned and Cross sighed anyway, this is my family. All my kids are brats. Long Chen said they don't feel like brats. Cross smirked and said you noticed. Long Chen laughed and said how could I not? Cross chuckled and snapped his fingers, the kids moved like ghosts into a neat row with sharp expressions. Mu Qingyun was stunned and Luna sighed really. Cross grinned if they were like the kids around here I think you would be much more upset. Long Chen looked at the 6 kids with a serious expression before saying do you 6 want to join the Dragon Blood Legion? The kids were confused and Cross said at. Advertisement Chan. https://splurgstudio.com/ 161, Disaster from the Mouth. Cross looked at Long Chen funnily and said are you crazy? Poaching my kids from me. He waved again and said come out. Qunyi Yinger walked out, fully revealing her looks and she had a big pout on her face as she said Master, I thought you forgot about me. Cross rolled his eyes and said you're not becoming a disciple, you're staying with me from now on. Yinger smiled beautifully and stood behind him in her maid outfit, all the guys' eyes were on her they were dazed and Yinger looked at them with deep disgust. There was only one man in her heart and he had never once looked at her with anything other than disdain. Long Chen looked at Yinger and was surprised, she looked over and smiled, Long Chen said wow. Cross smiled and Long Chen said you have a maid. Yinger choked, that's all? What about her charms? Cross chuckled and said more like a slave. She tired to kill one of my wives, now she's my slave. It's better to use her brains instead of killing her. Long Chen shook his head and said so what do you think? Cross said I think you're crazy. Isn't your Dragon Blood Legion full of men? You want to take in 5 girls. Zephyr said what about me? Cross corrected 6 girls. Zephyr choked and the girls giggled, Long Chen said I have no problems with girls, all of my wives are in the Dragon Blood Legion as well. Cross said well, it's up to them. You don't want to see what they can do. An arrogant voice sounded what can a bunch of mortals do? The group looked over and Mu Qingyun seated Chu Kuang. Her voice was full of venom, Long Chen looked at Chu Kuang and instantly didn't like him, something inside him made him hate this guy. Cross said look a test dummy. A bunch of them too. He whistled and the 6 kids disappeared. An intense killing intent flooded Chu Kuang and his group. Zephyr hovered 2 hammers over Chu Kuang's head, Pandora held a giant axe to his waist, Amelia appeared behind him with needles millimeters from his neck, and Lily held Hunger and Artemis over the rest of the group. Long Chen had his mouth open wide in amazement, his eyes glittered as he looked at the kids before he said seriously they must join. Cross chuckled and said come back, he already pissed himself. The kids took their weapons back and sneered at Chu Kuang before walking back, Hunger and Artemis turned back into their human form before standing with the group. Cross looked at them and said 3 on 1 person? Amelia can take care of it on her own, what about the rest of the group? After you killed him, the others would attack. Amelia's back was turned to the group if she got attacked by a sneak attack she would have been seriously injured, maybe even dead. The kids hung their heads and Luna said Aya. It's not a real battle, go easy on them. Cross sighed and shook his head saying if it was, I would be down a daughter. Luna shook her head and Feng Shuier smiled softly to the kids saying good job. They smiled slightly and Jasmine said to Lily they can fight on their own now, you don't have a weapon. Lily replied, I still don't have one I like. Jasmine sighed. Mu Qingyun trembled and said weakly, they're stronger than me. Long Chen chuckled and said, good advice. Cross grinned and said, what can I say? I'm just perfect. Everyone clicked their tongues in disdain. Long Chen shook his head and turned around to walk away saying Shinto Pavilion. Cross shrugged and said, I have nothing better to do. He looked at the rest and smiled, maybe you should come with me. You should learn about practice for normal people. Lily sniffed but still followed, the rest did as well. Yuan was happily tapping on Cross' head, completely oblivious to everything. Chu Kuang was ignored completely, actually Cross even forgot who he was. Chu Kuang roared, how dare you? You fucking mortals! Everybody ignored him and walked away. Chu Kuang seethed in rage and muttered, when you fall into my hands I'll rape your women and daughters in front of you, then we'll see if you can ignore me. Let's go. Cross' ear twitched and he turned his head back, the entire school turned cold and frost appeared in the surroundings. His face was completely blank and his eyes turned a emotionless red light. Long Chen stopped and Ying'er giggled saying, a disaster from the mouth, what a pity. Mu Qingyun asked, what do you mean? Ying'er smiled and said, the thing he hates more than anything in the world, you could slap him in the face and spit on him, but if you even mention anything about his family. Chu Kuang held his heart and fell to the ground, shaking in terror. Cross walked over with light steps as Ying'er finished, not even a baby from your clan will be spared. That kid just destroyed his entire clan with a single sentence. Long Chen was also cold. Cross stood above Chu Kuang and said, you're from the Chu clan? Where is it? Chu Kuang couldn't breathe and he trembled in true fear, as if he was a child against a god. Cross crouched and said emotionlessly, seems like you can't speak. Let me fix that. Cross reached into his mouth and ripped out Chu Kuang's tongue, burning it to a crisp in his hand before throwing it to the side. A dog ran over and ate the tongue happily. Everyone stopped and looked over. Cross grabbed Chu Kuang's head and forcefully extracted his memories. After he got the information he wanted, he kicked Chu Kuang over and looked in his eyes before saying, I won't kill you. When you see the last living being surnamed Chu die, then you can join them in hell. For now though. Cross smashed a palm on Chu Kuang's abdomen, shattering her cultivation completely. He channeled black lightning into his body and destroyed his meridians, acupoints, tendons, everything from the neck down. Cross stood up and said, when your family asks why they had to die, tell them what you said today. Oh? I forgot, you can't speak. What a shame. Before turning around and leaving, Chu Kuang's eyes were dead, he was mute and a cripple now. A complete cripple. If he lived the rest of his life, it would only be in a bed or a wheelchair with someone to help him eat. For someone like Chu Kuang, this was worse than dying. The disciples trembled in fear and watched Cross walk away, the big symbol for teacher flapped on his cloak as he left. They all made a mental note, be as nice as possible to Cross family. A while later. They entered the Shinto Pavilion. Mu Qingyun left after getting permission to have the elite group join the Carefree Alliance. Long Chen and Cross along with his family walked inside. News traveled pretty fast around here and the disciple didn't even look at Cross, just showed them the way. Cross left the rest to read themselves and touched the bookshelf with basic practice knowledge. He absorbed all the knowledge on the shelf before moving on to the next one. The disciples were stunned, they had never seen someone like this before. Usually if they absorb a bookshelf they would have to recover for a few days. Cross absorbed bookshelf after bookshelf, until he had everything to do with practice in his mind. He was about to move on, when an old man stood in his way. Cross nodded saying, old man. Before moving on, the old man looked at him funnily and said, you have a vicious heart, young man. Cross shrugged and said, if I'm not vicious, then others will consider me a soft persimmon. Won't I get trampled then? The old man asked, if you are looking for answers to 108,000 star spaces you won't find it here. Cross stopped and looked at the old man saying, what do you know? The old man said nothing, just overheard a few things. Cross was silent before asking, do you have medical books? The old man pointed at the back bookshelves and Cross walked away saying, thanks, old man. The old man watched him go before disappearing completely. Cross walked to the medical bookshelves and absorbing them all, he walked to the forging section and got those too. He sat down and digested the information in his mind before going to the history aisle and looking up Yingzhou, finding all the information about the Chu clan. He was surprised to see Long Chen here too. Cross absorbed the bookshelves before saying Luo clan. Long Chen smiled and Cross said the Luo clan is enemies with Chu clan. I got that from the waist. Long Chen narrowed his eyes and said N. Cross patted his shoulder and walked away, thinking about his to disperse profound veins into star spaces. Basically what he got from the practice books and the medical books was that the Danshan was the root of cultivation. They called them spirit roots here. He didn't have one because the inner world took the spot, which was why he had 108,000 star spaces, for the rest he needed to disperse their profound veins into their Danshan and form a spirit root. He found his family and brought them to the house in the sect. He sat them down and said, I have an idea but I haven't tested it yet. Who wants to go first? Luna said immediately. I'll be your guinea pig, baby. Cross smiled and brought her to him, laying her flat on her back. He looked at the kids and said, scram back to the inner world. Lily pouted and said, I want to watch. Cross said, I'm taking off your mother's clothes, do you want to see her naked as well? Get inside. The kids scrambled into the inner world quickly, amusing the other 6. Yuan was grabbed by Amelia and they all disappeared. Cross gently took Luna's clothes off and said, what I'm going to do is disperse your profound veins and condense them into a spirit root, right here. As he pushed on her dantian area. Luna was completely naked, but the others had seen this hundreds of times. They all slept together, of course they saw each other naked. This time everyone was serious. Cross bit his finger and pushed out a drop of blood along with a drop of green crystalline fluid. He pulled out a big ball of phoenix tears from the inner world and separated a drop, mixing it in with the drop. He hovered the drop over Luna's dantian area and his expression was extremely serious. He pointed at her chest and said, are you ready? Luna smiled and said, I trust you. Cross flashed a smile before getting serious again. His finger glowed green and he tapped on her chest. Luna trembled and Cross forced his life energy inside. His energy gathered her profound veins and condensed them together, crushing, mixing, and blending all 54 of them together. His finger trailed down her chest to his other finger. He pushed down and pushed the drop down into her stomach, dripping it onto her profound veins and forcing them together. Cross focused and slightly spun the condensed ball. Luna groaned and Cross pressed his palm down and injected intense life energy, even his hair turned green and a golden half-crown surrounded the right side of his head. Luna's painful face eased and Cross checked inside before seeing a pure white crystalline orb rotating before exploding into an endless white space. Cross sat down and returned to normal, he had a face full of sweat. Luna's white tattoos receded into her abdomen, imprinting themselves on her spirit root in a spiral pattern, leaving only the white circle on her back. Cross covered her up and moved her to the side as she was changing from the inside out. He checked, she wasn't in danger. He looked at the rest and smiled. Who's next? Feng Shui stripped and said excitedly, N. Do me next. Cross rubbed his nose and said later, let me make your spirit roots first. The girls giggled and Cross made Feng Shui's spirit root. Advertisement Chan. https://splurgstudio.com/ 162, Sword Demonstration FT. Yuan. He started making Feng Shui's spirit roots very carefully. Her spirit root was golden but there was a phoenix imprint on it. Cross used all 4 origin blood on her as well as his own. He slipped the vermilion bird in as well. Her back gained a gold circle tattoo and Cross moved her to the side to finish her transformation. Jasmine was next and her spirit root was blood red with a star pattern on it. She gained a red circle tattoo on her back. Cross used white tiger blood on her along with some white tiger fur. He moved her to the side to let her finish. Ji Yuan slowly took off her clothes and Cross smiled warmly, maybe she felt like she was too old sometimes. He could tell she was a bit self-conscious in front of the others, hence didn't talk very much. He held her and softly kissed her lips, gently laying her down looking at her full of love and care. Ji Yuan smiled happily, she was a bit reserved because of her age, she knew Cross didn't care but it didn't stop her from feeling that way. His love and care eased her a lot, she was happy he took care of her and loved her. She knew that he truly loved her, Hunger, and Artemis. Even Yuan got everything she wanted, Ji Yuan didn't even know the words to express how she felt. She really loved him, she felt a bit guilty for Nishian but he was gone. She finally had someone to care for her and she cherished every moment. Even though she thought she wasn't good enough for him. Cross gently caressed her cheek and smiled lovingly, making her smile before making her profound veins. Hers were dark purple with a skull pattern on it. She also got a dark purple circle on her back as well. Cross moved her to the side with the rest before dragging Ying'er down and ripping her maid outfit off, revealing her perfect body. He didn't even spare for a glance and forced out a drop of his blood, the green crystalline liquid in a bundle of strings. He realized he could do this a while ago, he could bless someone with his string power, but they would only be able to use normal strings along with whatever element they had if they were talented enough. Cross not only took Ying'er's profound veins but her Brahma soul as well. They were both crushed together and stuffed into her dantian along with the drop and string seed. Ying'er groaned and her spirit root took form. It was silver with a spider web pattern on it. She also got a silver circle tattoo on her back. Cross sniffed at the tattoo. He knew what it was for but why did Ying'er get one too? Whatever, it didn't matter anyway. He tossed her to the side to finish by herself. The girls all went into a room, bringing Ying'er with them. Cross took the kids and did the same, they were his girls, he had seen them naked hundreds of times. Get your minds out of the incest gutter. None of the kids got any tattoos at all. Which was good because except Zephyr, none of them would ever get married. Even if he had to kill all the men in the world, he would do it. The last was Yuan, he was very gentle and put all the blood, fur, feathers, etc. before mixing them together for her spirit root. She was only 3. Cross secretly liked her the most. She wanted to be with him all the time, what more could he ask for? The rest all did whatever, but they didn't stick to him anymore. It made him sad. Where are his little sticky kids? Cross eyes flashed a cunning light. He must keep Yuan sheltered and make her stay close to her daddy. Then she will never leave. The other kids got dressed and sneered at Cross, feeling his thoughts. Amelia said softly, I still love you, daddy. Cross sighed and said, where are the babies that stuck to daddy like glue? He was really sad about it actually. Why were all his kids growing up? Isn't it nice to stay young? The kids froze for a moment and silence fell in the room while Cross made Yuan's spirit root. He finished and dressed her up again. The little girl was cheerful and happy, hugging Cross like a good little cotton-padded jacket. The other kids shifted over and hugged Cross as well. Cross smiled and hugged them all before saying go, go. You're still in the mortal shedding realm. Don't tell anyone I'm your father, I'll be embarrassed. The kids smiled and left the house. Cross watched them go before wiping his eyes and saying fucking kids. Yuan curled up in his lap and fell asleep. Cross stroked her hair and smiled. A few days later. His kids started making a ruckus in the school, but they were invited to the Carefree Alliance by Mu Qingyun. They didn't have any reason to deny and they could get into the inner sect like this, so whatever. Luna, Jasmine, Feng Shuier and Ji Yuan decided to study instead, learning about alchemy, formations, and music. Luna chose formations, Ji Yuan chose music, and Feng Shuier chose alchemy. Surprisingly, Jasmine chose to learn about dancing. Cross was confused, but Jasmine explained that if she could integrate her movement techniques into a dance and modify the white tiger slaughters the gods art, she could be a ghost on the battlefield. Cross also bought the best materials and created a zither for Ji Yuan. She started learning how to play it and requested Cross to make the strongest time bubble for her. Cross had no choice and put the strongest bubble he had at the moment, which was completely ridiculous. It was 10,000 years inside and a month outside. He set it to 1 rotation because any more than that and the body wouldn't be able to take it. Actually he had a supreme torture formation up his sleeves, nobody had gotten him angry enough to use it. It was a 1 million years a second disaster illusion formation. It made an illusion of the person's deepest darkest fears and lasted for 1 million years every second. It was also super taxing. Cross tried it on nothing one time and he held out for 10 seconds before the formation crumbled. But that was still 10 million years of torture. Truly crazy. They would die while also being subjected to terror torture. The formation could be as big or small as he wanted. Anyway. Cross was meditating on forging knowledge. He needed Aurora to wake up after all. He felt her slowly absorbing energy passively, but he needed treasures and materials to make her evolve. While he was meditating, there was a knock on the door. Cross opened his eyes and Beanpole appeared saying, Lord 5th, Lord 3rd wanted me to ask you if you wanted to help him teach the Carefree Alliance people with him. Cross stood up and said, let's go. Yuan said, Yuan's coming too. Cross picked her up and said, of course, Yuan is coming. He grabbed Beanpole and blurred before disappearing. Cross appeared in the hall with Beanpole in his hands. Everybody was silent and Cross get Beanpole go before looking at the 2,000 disciples. Long Chen smiled and said, I'll take 500, you take the rest. Cross smirked and said, you looking down on me. Long Chen smirked and said, would you like Mu Qingyun? Cross looked at her and said, what do you use? Mu Qingyun took out a sword and Cross said, I can do a demonstration if you'd like. Long Chen waved his hand and grinned. Cross scratched his neck and said, I don't use a sword really, but I had a disciple that was a sword master. He became one of the strongest people in the world. Anyway, take out your sword. Mu Qingyun frowned and everyone else looked carefully. The 6 others watched and Lily said $50 he breaks her sword. Zephyr said $100 he beats her in one move. Long Chen overheard them and pursed his lips. Cross looked at Mu Qingyun and smiled saying, you think I'm talking bullshit? You're most right, I only made a technique for him. I never taught him about sword play. Yuan, daddy needs you. Yuan clapped yay. Before jumping off his shoulders and transforming in the air. A meter-long kopch blade fell in his hands. The blade gleamed with a murderous light and the handle was white with a ball at the end. A mini Yuan was inside the ball and jumping around excitedly. Long Chen said she's a sword. Cross said her race has this ability. Honger and Artemis have this ability as well. Everyone was floored and Cross smiled as he said, draw your sword. Mu Qingyun drew her sword and Cross face turned blank as he shot out Yuan. A click was heard and Mu Qingyun's sword was neatly cut in half. Cross fist was extended and he held Yuan in a reverse grip. The curve of the blade was pressed against her neck. Cross took Yuan back and flipped her in the air. She reverted and sat back on his shoulders. Cross said coldly, you must have been thinking how to make me eat my words, right? The sword intent I used isn't mine but from a treasure I picked up and merged into my necklace. Yuan is indestructible but I could have killed you with a leaf. You don't understand the sword. Zhongling and Zhongxiu shouted, how could you say that? Cross shrugged and said, swordsman eat, sleep, breathe the sword. He picked up the broken sword and said, a sword is meant to kill, not to look good. If you want to look good and pick up girls, realize that you will go nowhere on the path of the sword. Cross floated the sword in his hands and melted them before forming a new sword. He grabbed it and slashed a wood post as he said, for a swordsman, even a paper sword will be a supreme weapon. His arm blurred as he continued, to be a true swordsman, you must have the sword for your heart, the sword in your eyes, the sword on your skin, and the sword with your soul. You sleep with the sword, you eat with the sword, you bathe with the sword, sometimes you get intimate with the sword. The disciples chuckled at the joke and Cross smiled as he added, for the sword freaks, they'll marry their swords. If the sword breaks, they break. Do you understand, King Yun? He stepped back and the wood post stayed the same for a moment, confusing the disciples. King Yun nodded and said, I understand. Cross turned to her and smiled, but this doesn't mean you have to cut your emotions. Actually, I hate this the most. An emotional sword is a powerful sword, to cut your emotions in tantamount to cutting your future in life. He threw the sword to her, and just as she caught it, the wood post shook. The post opened like a flower, revealing a beautiful wooden sword with flower carvings. The wood sword spun slightly as the petals fell to the ground. Cross turned to Long Chen and said, good demonstration. Long Chen laughed and Pandora slapped money into Lily and Zephyr's hands, muttering, bastards. The wooden sword hit a nick and flipped in the air, stabbing into the wooden post as the last petal hit the ground. Advertisement Chan. https://splurgstudio.com/ 163, The Girl's New Powers. Long Chen grinned and said good. Cross grinned and said King Yun. King Yun got up and saluted, Cross pursed his lips and shot her a funny look. She laughed dryly and put her hands down, Cross pointed to the wooden sword and said, that's your new sword, take it. King Yun was stunned but took the wooden sword anyway. The rest of the wooden pole turned to ashes, leaving only the sword. Cross threw her into a corner and made her sit down with the sword on her lap as he said, feel the sword. You are it is you. Breathe through the sword. King Yun was confused but did as she was told and started meditating with the sword. Cross went off and started teaching the other disciples, he got them all when Long Chen left to go get some herbs from the alchemy garden. Cross shouted, line up. Rows in columns. 500 focused disciples in the front, the rest behind them. The 2,000 disciples got into rows and columns. Cross smiled and said, I don't know what Long Chen told you, but if the 500 in the front aren't the best in the group then they will be replaced. It can be 1, 10, 100, or all of them. I couldn't care less. He snapped his fingers and Beanpole said, yes, Lord Fifth. Cross said, Beanpole, tell them what I taught you. Beanpole faced the group of disciples and shouted with a murderous aura, if you're insulted, kill. If you're slapped, exterminate. The disciples trembled and Cross grinned, revealing his sharp canines as he leaked bloodlust, I'm not Long Chen. He still has scruples, I don't care. You will all be mad killers when I'm done with you. He pointed at a kid at the back and said, you there, all the way at the back. Are you upset you didn't get picked? Tell me the truth. The kid at the back said meekly, not really. They're better than me. Cross spat on the ground and sneered, that's why you're at the back. That goes for all of you that aren't in the 500 focused spots. He paced in front of the class and continued, your mindset is fixed on this thought that you're not better than someone else. How can you be a top expert like this? Spoilers, you won't be. You might not ever even leave the outer academy. Honestly, if it wasn't for Long Chen, I wouldn't even help you. Cross shook his head and said, in terms of alchemy, Long Chen is better than me. In terms of controlling himself, he is better than me. But in everything else, I am king. He looked at the disciples and said, a bunch of wet rags don't even have the confidence to stand up for themselves to get stronger, how are you going to stand up to an enemy? How are you going to shed your fear of death and charge into millions of enemies alone with only your fists? Cross punched out, blowing a blast of air through the group as he shouted, when you're standing in a field of corpses and the only thing between the enemy and your wives, kids, and family is you, what are you going to do? Complain that someone is better than you? Wish that it was them instead. He clapped and all the disciples entered a daze, seeing the illusion of Cross words. Cross tied them all up, so that they wouldn't start slashing the person next to them by accident. He shouted into their minds, the enemy is 1,000,000 strong. The person who you thought was stronger than you is a corpse at your feet. The only thing to stop the enemy is you. Are you going to fight? Or are you going to run, leaving your family behind to die? The disciples' eyes all turned red and in the illusion the 1,000,000 strong army charged, shouting a bunch of hateful things about the family and women behind the lone disciple. Some disciples charged headfirst into the army and started a slaughter, roaring like beasts. Some of them made traps before luring in the army. Some hesitated, but the family behind them was also part of the illusion. The lovers and family cried and cooed the disciple to retreat and leave them to die. After that, who would leave their family to die? They all fought, even if some hesitated at the beginning. It had to be said, Cross illusion was extremely real-like. He corpses looked real, the murderous spirit was real, the tears were real, and the pressure was real as well. It was a fight or flight simulation. Cross could see all of the illusions, he was satisfied with most of their reactions. Some of them hesitated but he gave them a second chance with the family persuading, if they still ran after that, then he would kill them himself. A person who abandons their family doesn't deserve to live in this world in Cross eyes. The main goal of the formation wasn't to kill the enemy, it was to tap into the primal instincts and slaughter. The longer they went the better the results. Even if a beast died completely outnumbered, it would take as many as it could with it. Cross was trying to make them into beasts. If they died with their family, or they killed all the enemies and survived. There was no in-between, the army was coming to kill the family, they didn't even respond to taking one life to save the rest. A while later, Long Chen came back and saw everyone in a daze with red eyes, he walked across and was confused. Cross tapped his forehead and Long Chen saw the illusions. Long Chen said, "You can even do this." Cross grinned and replied, "This only works once. I manipulated them to believe they had been on the battlefield already and my words were a brief memory from a long time ago." Long Chen's eyes brightened as he said, like their lives flashing before their eyes. Cross grinned and said, "Exactly." Long Chen sighed and said, "Amazing, this'll cut their training by half." Cross sighed and said hopefully. At least all of them fought, though some of them needed a push from their family. Long Chen looked at the disciples and said, "It's only natural, they have never seen blood and war." Cross sighed and said, "What a mess." Long Chen chuckled and the disciples started waking up, looking around with killing intent. A few minutes later, they all woke up and still had the murderous aura. Cross chuckled and said, "Not too bad for a bunch of greenhouse flowers." He looked at the six and said, "None of you killed the entire army. Do you expect me to be there every time? Or your mothers? I won't be there every moment of your lives." The six looked down in shame and Long Chen smiled as he said, "You all did the best out of the group." He looked at Cross and said there was only between 105 enemies for the six of them. Cross said they should be able to kill them all. Long Chen shook his head, while the other disciples looked at the six like they were monsters. 105 left. There was a million of them. Lord Fifth's kids sure are scary. Long Chen said, "Let's call it a day." Mu Qingyun said, "Third brother. It's only been half a day." Long Chen smiled and said, "Let's go to the hunting ground, this progress is too slow. There's no sense of crisis. You can only be in one illusion all your lives, if you know it's an illusion next time then you won't try your hardest no matter what." Mu Qingyun nodded and left to get a flying boat. Cross waved the six over and said, "Sit." The six sat down and Cross said, "I'm not satisfied with your performances. Do better in the hunting grounds." The six nodded before leaving, a bit frustrated. Long Chen came over and sat next to Cross. Cross took out 2 bowls and poured wine. Long Chen drank as he said, "You're really not satisfied?" Cross sighed and said quietly, "Of course I'm satisfied. 1 against 1 million and taking 99.99% with you? I'm proud." Long Chen chuckled and Cross said, "I can't tell them that, or they'll get arrogant and stop working hard, thinking they're great." He shook his head and added, "How many young master types have you seen in your life? How many of them were cut down by a single blade?" Long Chen thought about it and said, "I can't even count them all." Cross said, "Exactly. I don't want them to become like that. They don't have to be humble, but they can't brag either. They don't have to yield or bow their heads to anyone, but they can't go around challenging everyone under the sun. What if they make an immortal king angry? I can fight to the death only once for them." He sighed and continued, "I don't mind them being arrogant, but going out of their way to insult someone that never offended them is not acceptable. I don't go around barking like a mad dog at people who don't say anything to me." He drank from his cup and chuckled, "I bark like a mad dog when someone speaks first." Long Chen laughed and drank from his cup before saying with a smirk, "You do look like a mad dog when you do that." Cross punched out with a grin saying, "Fuck off." Long Chen dodged and laughed. Mu Qingyun came back, but there was someone else with her. Everybody's eyes turned to the woman, who looked so beautiful they couldn't put it into words. Naturally, the woman was Ying'er. She walked through the crowd, pushing the disciples away with strings and eyes full of disdain. Cross drank from his cup and looked at Ying'er, who was now standing in front of him. He said, "Yes." Ying'er smiled and sat, "Master, the rest are done." Cross raised a brow and Ying'er poured wine for them as she said they all got abilities as well. Cross looked at her and said, "Well." Ying'er said, "Schwetter can become fire, even if you punch her in the face, you'll just go right through. Though it only works with pure physical attacks, any chi attacks will hit her, she's also able to upgrade her flames by eating immortal flames." Cross nodded and walked with her to the flying ship. Long Chen brought them all to the ship to go to the hunting grounds. Cross boarded the ship and Ying'er continued, "The heavenly star slaughter god is able to turn completely invisible at will, without even using a technique. Her presence, figure, even things she's holding completely vanish." Cross hummed and Ying'er added, "And Ji Yuan is able to sprout limbs from anything. arms, legs, eyes, ears, mouth, anything. Cross nodded and said you. Yinger smiled and showed the strings from her hands. Cross nodded and the boat flew away as he said familiarize yourself with your new power, and find your deo or element. Your root is bright silver, maybe you're more compatible with metal. Yinger nodded and stood next to him in her maid outfit. Long Chen walked over and said you know what to do. Cross smiled and said you can do it, no? I'll just be support. Long Chen laughed and said all right. Advertisement Chan. https://splurgstudio.com/ 164, Skyfire Shenanigans. They flew through the training grounds and into the wilderness. Zhongling said third brother. If we keep going, we'll be in the wilderness. Long Chen said good. Keep going. Mu Qingyun controlled the boat to continue. A giant toad came out of nowhere and shot its tongue out at the boat. Long Chen looked at the group and saw that the elite disciples, Cross kids, Cross, his maid, and himself were the only was completely calm. Some of the disciples were scared but ready to fight, while the rest was stunned, waiting for death. Cross shrugged and said it's not 100% effective. Long Chen clicked his tongue and said no matter, we'll focus on the ones who were ready to fight. Cross grinned and the toad was blasted away by the boat's defenses. Long Chen's face was cold and they landed in a valley. Cross lit a cigarette and looked at the disciples as Long Chen said I'm disappointed by most of you. Though I guess my standards are too high. None of you had to fight for what you have. He shook his head and continued there's not shortcut to be strong. If you don't have determination to be stronger then you'll just stagnate and everyone will pass you. Well, that's not true. He grinned and said if you don't have the desire to get stronger, you will die here. The disciples felt their scalps go numb. Cross stepped up and exhaled a mouthful of smoke, forming into a skull as he said time to go, babies. Whether you become an expert or add a corpse to the pile, will be decided today. Ha 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 ha. He stomped on the deck and all 2,000 of the disciples uncontrollably flew off the boat into the valley. They heard Cross cold voice Pandora, Zephyr, Lily, Amelia, Hunger, and Artemis. You all will, under no circumstance, work with anyone else. I'm watching you all. Don't disappoint me. Long Chen shook his head at Cross saying you're too hard on them. Cross took a drag and said if they can't handle this, I will keep them in my inner world. The only way they'll die is if I do it, nobody else can kill them. He sighed and rubbed his eyes with a single hand as he added if I lose even one of them, I might become a killing machine. Long Chen paused before patting Cross' shoulder and saying don't worry about them, they're very strong already. He paused again and joked to lighten the mood though I guess, they'll never be strong enough to be adults in your eyes. Cross froze before laughing and replying you'll understand when you have kids. Their lives are the most important things in my life, me or any of their mothers wouldn't even hesitate to sacrifice ourselves for them. Long Chen sighed and looked into the sky as he said I can imagine. Cross coughed and said Chen'er, you'll find them again. Long Chen shot him a look of disgust as he said Chen'er. Cross grinned and said you're not sad anymore, so it worked. Anyway, bastard let's go look for the Skyfire. Long Chen said wah. How did you know? Cross tapped his head and said I'm the smartest person in the entire world, I know everything. Plus I saw you looking at Crescent Valley history. Long Chen spat and gave Hai the finger before they left. A while later. Everybody got back on the boat in front of Crescent Valley. Everybody started to sleep during the night. Yinger held Yuan in her arms and rested against a wall of the boat. Zhongling and Zhongxiu were sleeping on Long Chen's thighs. Mu Qingyun was talking with Long Chen. Cross was sitting on the bow on the boat, his black hair waved softly under the moonlight. He floated his wine gourd next to him and stroked the zither on his lap. He made 2 for Ji Yuan and he kept the second one with him, in case she broke hers. Cross closed his eyes and lightly plucked the strings on the zither. He was a bit stiff for a few moments before he flowed smoothly. A beautiful and sad melody flowed from the zither along with Cross' low hum. Long Chen looked over and listened to the song, closing his eyes and sinking into his memories. Cross opened his mouth and sang in Elven. He sang the Vermilion Bird's spirit consoling song. He thought of many things. He already had a family and they were all healthy but what about himself? Where did he come from? Where were his parents? He looked up at the sky. He had thought about this a long time ago but he pushed it to the back of his mind. Tonight he suddenly thought of them. What did they look like? Would they be disgusted by him? He didn't know anything about them, or what they looked like. Personally, he felt like he could never hate his kids, but then again they weren't him. He was borderline psychopathic. His hands were stained in so much blood they were almost permanently dyed red. Maybe his parents would be scared of him? He closed his eyes and 2 tears slid down as he finished the song and pressed on the strings, stopping the music before he let out a heavy sigh. He sent the zither away and drank under the moonlight once more. The next day. Cross was back to usual and Long Chen brought the disciples into the valley. Yuan was sitting on Cross' shoulders and said Daddy, it's hot. Crosshair turned white and ice crystals formed in his hair. Yuan cheered and the rest of the disciples' eyes turned green with envy. The 6 kids were completely fine, the other disciples were struggling and Long Chen took a bunch of breaks until they finally reached the heart of Crescent Valley. They reached a cave and walked inside. Long Chen led the way and found a bunch of skyfire grass. He took them all along with some rocks. There was a source of skyfire but it wasn't formed yet. Maybe it would take 10,000 years to form. Long Chen decided to leave it but Cross didn't. He sped up the time around the source by 10,000 years in an instant. The skyfire source exploded into a seed of a skyfire and Cross snorted, suppressing the seed in a black bubble. He threw it in the inner world and tapped his necklace, telling Feng Shui to absorb the skyfire in the inner world. He chased after Long Chen and threw him the leftover source. The little fire dragon swallowed the rock hole and coiled around Long Chen's arm again as they moved on. The disciples started to get tired and Long Chen left them there before running off. Cross watched over the disciples and forcefully kept them awake with his killing intent, sharpening their will against the will of the skyfire. Mu Qingyun absorbed the will and roasted her soul, connecting with her sword. He watched over them all, making a hammock on the wall and laying down to the sleep. Yuan laid on his chest and asleep. Cross controlled the temperature of his body to make Yuan cool. Surprisingly the will of the skyfire didn't affect her whatsoever. A while later, Cross was awoken by the sound of footsteps. He held Yuan with one hand and formed a claw at the intruder, stopping just before their forehead. His eyes were still half opened as he said, "Who dares disturb Lord Fifth's sleep?" Long Chen chuckled and said, "It's me." Cross relaxed and went back to sleep, yawning as he hugged Yuan and snuggled in the hammock. Long Chen felt his mouth twitch. This guy was even lazier than him. He was supposed to watch over the disciples, but all he did was force them to stay awake with his killing intent. The disciples saw Long Chen and shouted in glee, "Lord Third! Please save us!" Long Chen shook his head and laughed. Cross grunted and the disciples shut their mouths. Long Chen brought back Luo Ning and her sister, Luo Bing. Luo Ning said, "Long Chen, how can you honestly pursue my sister, but keep these girls on the side?" Long Chen started to sweat and said, "Great aunt, don't put this hat on my head, even I can't bear it." She was pointing at Cross kids. They looked back and pursed their lips in amusement. Cross rolled over and narrowed his eyes at Luo Ning. The cave turned into an ice cave as he said, "Who's keeping my daughters on the side?" Luo Ning jumped and shouted, "Ah! The big devil!" as she hid behind Long Chen. Cross yawned and took back his pressure saying, "Dumb girl, they won't ever get married." As he walked over, the disciples didn't even dare to faint. That's how scared they were of Cross. Cross picked up Luo Ning by her collar and shook her in front of him saying, "Silly girl, do you think I'll eat you up? What are you hiding for?" Luo Ning put her hands on her hips and said, "As if you wouldn't eat this lady." "Humph! This lady is a magnet for big devils like you." Long Chen felt his mouth twitch and Cross laughed as he said, "You're not a strong enough magnet for me." Before letting her down and saying to Long Chen, "We leaving?" Long Chen nodded and the entire group left. They boarded the boat and hid somewhere with an invisible formation around the boat. Long Chen said, "We'll wait and I'll show you a good show." Cross looked at the approaching group before saying incredulously, "Impossible." Long Chen got serious and said, "I don't know what means he used but I can assure you that he's completely fine now." Cross grinned his teeth and black tendrils squirmed off his body. That Chu Kuang guy was still alive. Not only that but he was completely fine. His strength was back to the half-step divine flame realm. He even looked stronger than before. Though at the moment he had no hair and his face was burned. Cross took a deep breath and everything receded, his face becoming blank as he stared at Chu Kuang without fluctuations. Yinger smiled, this was Cross' scariest state. When he's like this, a lot of people will have a bad time. A pillar of lava engulfed Chu Kuang and the rest, along with an old man who came along. They watched as Chu Kuang and the old man fled from the scene. The old man was bald and Chu Kuang was on fire. Long Chen clicked his tongue and said, "Damn, those two have a tough life." Next time, they returned to the school and just as they appeared a net draped over the boat. Cross and Long Chen got out of the way and escaped the net. Cross snapped his fingers and Yuan transformed into her sword form. Cross blurred and appeared behind Long Chen, swinging his blade. Long Chen also smashed a fire lotus on the old man. Cross chopped the old man's arm off and Long Chen smashed him in the chest with the fire lotus. The old man was sent flying backwards and Long Chen controlled the ship to destroy the teleportation array. Cross shot after the old man, switching his grip to backhand as he swung the hook towards the old man's neck. He whistled and a black lotus appeared on his palm. Cross threw it under the old man and it morphed into a black hole. The old man was completely out of control. Cross spread out his hands and strings tied up the old man. Cross pulled the strings towards him as the alarm for the school went off. He shot forward and passed the old man, swinging the sword out. The old man moved at the last minute and got his older arm chopped off. Cross stepped on the air and a black lotus appeared under his foot as he shot back at the old man while people started appearing in the air. Cross flipped Yuan and latched onto the old man. He wrapped one arm around his head and held the curve of the kopje on the old man's neck as his legs were wrapped around the old man's waist. Two strings tightened around the old man's legs and severed them as Cross was ready to chop the old man's head off. The sword dug into the old man's neck as a man in the sky shouted, "What's going on here?" Advertisement Chan. https://splurgstudio.com/ 165, Destruction and Recreation. Long Chen smiled and said, "Sorry to take you away from your important work fighting against the demons, seniors. It was me who broke the teleportation formation." He pointed to the limbless old man and said, "This old man, had it not been for me and my brother's quick thinking and quick actions, perhaps this entire boat of disciples and us too would be dead. I refuse to die like this, so I sounded the alarms, hopefully seniors can get justice for us." The man in the sky laughed and said, "I see." Cross looked at the old man and pressed the blade deeper into his neck. The old man said, "Master, don't listen to his nonsense. They killed innocents." I Cross pulled the blade further, cutting into flesh and spilling blood. The old man paled and stopped speaking. The man in the sky shouted, "Enough. Shut up. You think I'm as stupid as you? These two are the same kind of people as us. Where's the head of the law enforcement division?" Another man appeared in the air, but he only had one arm. He said respectfully, "Brother Feng, it's been a while." Feng looked at the one-armed man and sighed, "To see you like this, I'm truly sad. I remember the days we fought side by side." He sighed and the one-armed man looked sad as he said, "Brother, the years have passed. Dust clouded my day, oh heart, I can't do it anymore. After she died." He stopped speaking and just sighed. Feng patted his shoulder and said, "It's okay, leave it in the past. The war against the demons is tight, we're leaving soon. I wanted you to come here and give these little brothers a fair account." The one-armed man felt his blood boiling a little bit as he asked, "Brother Feng, the war?" Feng smiled and said, "It's not convenient to talk about it here. In short, this matter will be handed to you. If I'm alive the next time we meet, we'll have a good discussion then." Cross snapped his head up and looked at Feng with a praising gaze. "This guy. He's just like him." Cross was slightly awed and Feng looked down at Cross with pursed lips. He patted Cross' head and said, "Perhaps you'll treat me words as fart, but I hope you will listen." Cross looked at Feng, who smirked and said, "Your sword is like a butcher's knife. This isn't a bad thing, but even butchers take breaks." He paused for a moment before adding, "The pig will always fall under the butcher's knife, whether the pig lives for another day or not. There's no difference in the end." Cross didn't say anything but just stared at Feng in a daze. Feng smiled and looked at Long Chen, patting his shoulder as he said, "Your sword is rusty." He smirked and said, "Your brother is a butcher and you're a rusty blade. Little brother, don't be shy and introverted. Being low-key will have negative results. Grow up quickly, don't waste time here. The dragon will rise eventually, how can you mix in with a group of loaches?" Long Chen was slightly dazed but responded seriously, "Little brother, understands." Feng smiled and said, "Good." Before leaving, the rest of the men all talked to the one-armed man before giving Long Chen and Cross thumbs up. They all left and Cross was still slightly dazed. As a result, the old man escaped his clutches with a neat cut on his neck that sealed itself. Cross stood on a black lotus, holding Yuan in his hands as he looked into space. The words Feng told him rang in his mind constantly, his entire life flashed before his eyes. His attitude on the streets, when he got taken in, the huge changes during Hogwarts, when he arrived on the profound sky continent, during the time he stayed there, in the God realm, during the way here, and finally his attitude in the immortal world. When did he become so arrogant? Was it right to be like this? Long Chen was talking to the one-armed man, when everyone heard a crack. Long Chen looked at Cross in shock. Cross was trembling and blood seeped from his lips as the light in his eyes was dimming quickly. Long Chen was getting anxious and he shook Cross, shouting, "Oi! Wake up!" The one-armed man looked at Cross in bewilderment. He knew what was happening, the same thing happened to him. Cross Deo heart was cracking, if he doesn't overcome this, he'll become a waste. Long Chen threw Yuan to Yinger and slapped Cross, roaring, "You bastard! Wake the fuck up! Your Deo heart is shattering!" Cross eyes twitched and Long Chen shouted in his ear, "Idiot! What are you doubting yourself for? What about all your speeches? Are you willing to break and become a waste? Wake the fuck up!" He slapped Cross hard and shouted loudly, "What about your family? What about your unyielding heart? What about what you told me a while ago? If you let this happen, you'll lose them all." Cross trembled. Inside Cross mind space, Cross was watching his life when he heard Long Chen's shouts. He was conflicted. From what he saw, he had borderline multiple personality disorder. He watched the images as a stuffy feeling appeared in his chest. A voice sounded in his mind, "Isn't it better to just give up? You've been fighting for so long." Cross said, "But what about the others?" The voice replied, "They can protect you, you won't have to do anything anymore." The voice was sweet and enticing. luring Cross to give up and go against his beliefs, second-guessing himself at every turn. His Dao heart was cracking quickly and Cross was slowly succumbing to the voice. A shadow Cross appeared, whispering in his ear, "They'll all be fine, all you have to do is bend your knees. This bloody path. It's not for us. We're a good person, those people are so strong, what can we do against them?" Cross felt his body twitching in denial and suddenly he heard a series of voices. He looked up and saw the girls smiling and saying, "We'll protect you, don't worry. Just let us do everything." Cross blinked before looking confused. The shadow Cross said, "See? Even they want you to stop." Cross whispered, "No." The shadow Cross froze and a crack appeared on him as the scene in the turtle trial appeared in his mind space. Cross muttered, "No." Before waving his fist and roaring, "No." He punched the air and shattered the visions, along with the shadow him. His Dao heart stopped cracking before shining and repairing, but going even further beyond. It shined gold before devouring the white gold flame that was inside his heart. His entire heart burst into white gold flames and turned completely white gold. Long Chen was pushed away as Cross roared in the sky. The aura of a supreme king burst out of his body and his suppressed black seed exploded into a raging black flame, burning brightly and lighting up every single one of his star spaces. A pillar of black light shot up from his body into the clouds and the one-armed man jumped in shock before grabbing Cross and flying away quickly. Long Chen was startled and got back on the boat as the one-armed man shouted, "Get the elder and place him into custody. When I return, we'll hold a trial." A bunch of disciples came and took the limbless old man as Long Chen tore the net on the boat and shouted at Mu Qingyun, "Go! Follow them!" Mu Qingyun jumped in fear and hurriedly controlled the boat to fly after the one-armed man and Cross. They reached a deserted valley and the one-armed man threw Cross down before backing off. Coincidentally the boat was there as well. He landed on the boat and looked up at the sky in shock. Long Chen looked at the clouds and trembled as he said, "Ao. This is to kill people." The 6 kids were trembling in anxiety, while Yinger held onto Yuan tightly, looking at Cross on the ground. Cross was engulfed in black flames as every single type of rune was as black as can be and massive. All the runes represented a different path a cultivator could take. Wood, fire, water, earth, metal, lightning, ice, light, dark, blood, chi, soul, etc. Depending on the darkness and size, that would display the talent the cultivator has for the specific rune. But all of the runes Cross had were blacker than black and gigantic. Cross suited himself in his armor and roared. The divine void dragon on his back eyes flashed and a large black hole appeared on his back, sucking in all the runes as his flames got darker and darker but also hotter and hotter as they pierced the clouds. A giant lightning sword fell down from the sky onto Cross and slammed into his chest, piercing through and stabbing into the ground behind him. Cross grunted and clarity came to his eyes as the sockets in the armor started to glow violent red. He grabbed the lightning sword and shattered it before it was sucked into the black hole. He looked up and his fist caught fire. He threw a punch at the clouds and a pillar of black flames burst the clouds open. The disciples were shocked. Lord Fifth was a true madman. Long Chen said seriously, "All of you watch very carefully. This is what it means to yield to absolutely nothing. This is your teacher's Dao. Maybe you'll have some inspirations." The disciples nodded and watched carefully. The one-armed man had a face full of praise for Long Chen. He was quite the good seed. Lily grabbed Long Chen's robe tightly and whispered, "Uncle Long. Is my dad going to be okay?" Long Chen would normally be angry that someone was grabbing his robes, because it was extremely important to him, but he saw the tears in Lily's eyes and his heart softened. The rest of the kids were fighting back tears as well. Long Chen smiled. Even though they're killing machines, they still are just kids after all. He patted Lily's head and said, "If this could kill your father, then I wouldn't have the face to call him my brother." Lily nodded but didn't let go of his robes as she trembled slightly. Long Chen smiled and turned to watch. Cross looked at the massive clouds and sneered. The fire exploded out and was slowly being sucked into the black hole behind him. The runes, lightning, and flames were being fed through the divine void dragon and into each of his star spaces, strengthening them infinitely. The star spaces slowly started to change looks, as they spun into black holes themselves. The thunder cloud slammed down another sword and Cross punched out, shattering the sword and devouring it. Then another, and another. 10 more swords came down. It had been 12 rounds so far. The disciples were numb. Even Long Chen looked at the cloud with a frown. Cross looked at the cloud and shouted, "Are you trying to kill me, or tickle me? Your pathetic attacks can't even put a scratch on this king." The thunder rumbled loudly, as if enraged, as all the clouds came together to form a giant black thunder blade. Imagine that! All the clouds forming into a giant sword. This has to be around 1000 meters long and 100 meters thick. How crazy is that? Cross grinned and slammed on his armor, shouting, "Come! Kill me if you have the guts. If I even kneel, you'll be my father." The thunderclouds were enraged and the color of the sword turned purple. Before it shot down towards Cross. The disciples were stunned and the one-armed man shook his head saying, "He's finished." Long Chen frowned and a lightning dragon popped its head out, looking at the lightning hungrily. Long Chen rubbed its head with his thumb as he said, wait, too many people. The dragon pouted and Long Chen smiled. Cross bent down and jumped towards the lightning sword, throwing a fiery fist at the giant sword and hitting the sword tip. There was a pause before a crack echoed in the valley, the armor on his fist cracked and Cross grinned as he said, come on. More. He pushed his fist forward and shattered the tip of sword. The sword slammed into his body as he passed through the broken tip. The sword went into the ground and created a massive explosion, leaving a huge crater as the clouds in the sky disappeared. The dust cleared from the crater and Cross was standing in the middle of the hole with half his armor left, the skin that showed was completely bloody and purple lightning crackled around him, the entire sword of lightning was in shattered pieces everywhere and was being sucked into the black hole behind him, becoming Cross strength. Cross took a chunk and formed it into a ball before holding it in his hands as the rest of the sword and lightning was sucked into the black hole. Long Chen appeared in front of him and Cross handed him the ball of lightning before saying haha. Thank you. Brother. Before falling unconscious as the black hole entered his body. Long Chen was stunned, this guy held on to give him the lightning ball before passing out but he was still standing. Long Chen felt warm in his heart, a brother like this. It made him feel less alone in this new world. Cross's armor receded back into the prayer bead necklace and the necklace crackled with purple lightning before it sucked it inside. Long Chen picked up Cross and brought him back to the boat. The one-armed man looked at Cross and said he's not dead. Long Chen grinned and said not yet. The one-armed man felt his blood boiling as he mumbled, even a little brother like this has the courage to fight the heavens and yet I lost my own. His eyes suddenly burst into flames as his back straightened out and a sharp aura appeared around his body. Cross unyielding will against the world ignited his long-lost flame and made his blood boil again. He said to Long Chen, after I deal with the old man, you will be on your own. I'm going to the battlefield again. Don't speak of this to anyone, understand? Long Chen smirked and said, nice to see your spirits back, senior. The one-armed man laughed for the first time in a long time as he patted Long Chen's shoulder saying, call me big brother. Haha. I'll leave you a gift. He waved his hand and all the disciples blinked before saying, weren't we at the school? Long Chen shot the man a grateful glance and said, thank you, big brother. The man shook his head and laughed as he said, let's go back. He looked at the disciples and said, the old man sure can run, good thing we got him. The disciples realized that the man was chasing the old guy and forgot about it soon enough as the boat headed back to the school, while Long Chen held Cross on his back the entire way saying that he fought the old man. The disciples were in awe and convinced themselves to work harder to be like Cross. Advertisement Chan. https://splurgstudio.com/ 166, The Case of the Lying Chu Clan. A few days later. Cross woke up, he was covered in bandages and he also had handcuffs on. What was this situation? He saw a man look at him and shout, he's awake. Then another voice bring him out. Cross was brought out and into a courtroom. Cross was confused, before he could even process the changes in his body from advancing into the divine flame realm, he was cuffed up. What kind of celebration was this? Cross was brought out and Long Chen and the rest were there. He stood at a podium and an old man said, Teacher Cross, you have crippled a disciple and elder of Ling Xiao Academy. Cross yawned and looked at Long Chen saying, what nonsense is this old man spouting? Everyone almost spit out blood, the old man trembled in rage and said, you Cross cut him off and said, where are the cripples? Who are they? I've crippled too many people. Do you remember every ant you step on? Long Chen laughed and the old man almost spat out a mouthful of blood before saying, the old man you turned limbless and Chu Kuang. Cross looked at Chu Kuang, who had a face full of rage looking at him and Cross looked back at the old man saying, maybe you're really too old. Which eye of yours sees that this waist is crippled? He's walking, talking, and glaring, how can he be crippled? The old man was stunned and Chu Kuang shouted, you crippled me. If it wasn't for my family I would be in a bed. Cross yawned and said, are you in a bed now? What nonsense are you spouting? Maybe you should really be crippled? How could you cause a ruckus in here if you were? Moron. He looked over at the elder and said, as for you, is there any evidence of my crippling you? How could I, a divine flame realm handsome young man, cripple a 4 extreme expert like yourself? Maybe you're just a waste? Or perhaps you're using me to take over the law enforcement hall by raising Chu Kuang high up on a pedestal. Cross shook his head and broke the handcuffs on his wrists as he added, what a moron, if you let the Chu clan dig their dog paws into Ling Xiao Academy any further, wouldn't the name change to Chu Academy? What's the point of this farce? Cross looked at the old man at the head seat and said, you're already paid off by the Chu clan, let's speed this up, shall we? You're going to punish me, I'm going to deny it, you're going to say that I offended you and attack me, I'll fight back, then you'll say that I'm resisting arrest and the rest of your lackeys will attack me. He rolled his eyes and said, so boring. Go lick Chu Kuang's feet and move out of the way like a good dog. Even if you're strong, I guarantee that I will take you down with me. He looked around at the pale faces and said in annoyance, are we done here? I'm hungry. Unfortunately, I don't have time to play around with dogs like you. The old man pointed at Cross and said you. Before spitting out a mouthful of blood, the one-armed man burst out laughing and Cross said see? If I was wrong, he would have sneered and told me I was wrong. The fact that he spat out blood means I was right and he's guilty. That old cripple over there has his nose so far up the Chu clan's ass that he doesn't even dare fart in Chu Kuang's direction. He sneered and added I don't care how many of you dogs come after me, honestly. I specialize in grilled dog ribs. You want to blow this out of proportions, then let's blow it out of proportions. The lump of charcoal Kuang owns your pockets and it's truly a shame that you all go along with it. It seems the older you get the more your brain deteriorates. Cross looked at Chu Kuang and said do you remember what I told you? Even if you beg for death, it will never come. I promise you this, every surnamed Chu I meet will die in my hands. I don't care who they are. As long as they have a connection to the Chu family, they will find themselves cultivating in hell. He ripped the handcuffs off his wrists and kicked the wooden gate out before walking away. The old man was so angry but the head of the law enforcement said grab Yeming and Chu Yishan, they will be executed. Cross moved like a ghost and punched 2 holes in Yeming and Chu Yishan, ripping their hearts out and crushing them before going back, whistling while wiping his hands as if it was someone else who just killed 2 people. He was invisible, it only looked like Cross figure blurred for a moment. An old man with a scarred face shouted bold. Cross looked up and said what happened? Why did those 2 die? Strange. Maybe they couldn't handle their sins and killed themselves. The old man with a scarred face was about to attack when the head said it would seem so. That's all for today then. The old scarred man shouted he just killed them. Cross sighed and stretched out his wrists saying if someone from the Chu clan speaks it must be the truth. Cuff me. I'm a sinner. The Chu clan will live forever. Long Chen burst out laughing and the old scarred man's face turned ugly. The head smiled and said there's no need for that, what Chu Huiran says is naturally not the law. You may go. Cross sneered at Chu Huiran and said directly wash you neck, old man. Whoever scarred your face, missed. I'll finish the job soon enough. He spat on the floor and turned to leave. The disciples were aghast but deep admiration flourished in their hearts. Long Chen walked and Chu Kuang glared at him. Long Chen slapped him saying what are you looking at? He was surrounded instantly and Cross flashed over, kicking one of the people in the head and smashing him into another. Cross stood next to Long Chen and sneered as his killing intent came out. Chu Kuang growled I'll kill you both. I swear. Long Chen sneered and said do it. I'm waiting to die. How many people have said this to me? I'm afraid the grass on their graves is old and tall. I don't hate arrogant people, but I hate people who are more arrogant than me, especially those who have no ability to be arrogant. I've decided to play with you. He chuckled and walked away. Cross looked at Chu Kuang and said seems like you won't live long enough to see your clan collapse. He sighed and said shame. You'll just have to ask them when you see them in hell. He shook his head and left. The head watched them go with amusement, he actually quite liked Long Chen and Cross personalities. They were very fresh and different. A few days later. Cross was walking around by himself, he heard an arrogant voice Master Long Chen, you're participating in the Shinto even, therefore it is not appropriate to use your status as a teacher to evade responsibilities. Cross walked over and said you there, thin gorilla boy. The kid looked over and Cross slapped him into a blood mist as he said how's that for evading responsibilities? Now you're dead. He looked at the sneering disciple next to the blood mist. The disciple started trembling in fear and Cross said odd numbers aren't lucky. Before slapping him into a blood mist as well. He stopped and said or was it even numbers? The rest of the disciples ran away in terror and Long Chen chuckled and said what are you doing here? Cross scratched his neck and said I was bored, so I went for a walk. Luoning said if you keep going on walks like this, sooner or later there won't be any disciples left. Cross grabbed her by the ear and said oi. Little girl, you think I won't spank you? Luoning shouted you dare. Cross did, in fact, dare and spanked her with a crisp sound. Luoning's face turned deep red and she clawed at Cross shouting you wild bastard. Take responsibility. Cross laughed and picked her up like a pig as he looked at Long Chen saying where are you doing? Long Chen ignored Luoning and said applying for a teacher's position. Cross said ugh. Boring. I'll see you later then. As he walked away, Luo Bing said ah. My sister. Cross ignored her and blurred, disappearing with Luoning. A while later. Luoning was found tied to a fence at her residence. Long Chen and Luo Bing looked at her and she kicked the air shouting that bastard. He must take responsibility for this. He squeezed my breast before he left too. Long Chen laughed and untied her saying come inside, I have something for you both. A couple of days later. Cross and Long Chen were standing on the stage in front of the Carefree Alliance. Cross took off his robe and went with his usual black shorts and pink fluffy bunny slippers. He lit a cigarette and looked up with a sigh, his body was half naked and his divine void dragon tattoo was on display. He figured out that his cultivation technique was called Silence of the Abyss. Not only this, but it was extraordinary. Each of his star spaces was in the shape of a black hole and constantly absorbed energy passively. There was also 2 black flames burning in the middle of the black holes, each of them. So he had 216,000 divine flames. He was only at the first level of the divine flame realm. There was still another 8. Look up Enchpa cultivation and stop asking me. You have internet and a brain, use it. Long Chen looked around without fluctuations and Zhongling said, third brother, give the beauties a smile. Then we'll have more sisters-in-law to play with. Cross shook his head and looked at Long Chen, who sighed and said, this isn't real love. The girls were confused and Cross explained, my brother is saying that they are children, just like you. It's pedophilia, not very good for his image, understand? Long Chen chuckled and said, I seem to be younger than you. Cross sneered and said, I seem to be more handsome than you. Long Chen gave him the finger and turned away. Cross chuckled and Chu Kuang's group got on the stage. Cross looked over and he burst into wild laughter. Long Chen felt his mouth twitch. Mu Qingyun was confused and said, fifth brother, why are you laughing? Cross held Long Chen's shoulder and pointed at the guy with a green hat and said loudly through laughs, that guy. Ha ha ha. He's wearing a green hat. Ha 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 ha. Everyone was confused and Cross explained the wife bought her husband a green hat for work. Whenever he went out to work he would wear his green hat. The entire arena was silently listening and Cross finished. The woman saw that her husband wore his green hat and every time he left, went to get nourished at the neighbors. Ha 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 ha. The disciples looked at the kid with a green hat and burst out laughing. The entire arena burst into wild laughter. The kid, with green eyes and a green hat, turned green to match his hat, making everyone laugh even harder. Advertisement Chan. https://splurgstudio.com/ 167, Shinto List Event. Cross patted Long Chen's shoulder and said, don't embarrass me, yet. Long Chen grinned and Cross chuckled before stepping and disappearing to the teachers' seats. Everybody was in awe, while Cross was already slumped in his chair sideways. The head of the law enforcement hall asked, little brother, what was that movement technique? Cross smirked and said, you like it? I made it myself. The man was stunned and Cross added, unfortunately, it only works for me. Not even my kids can use it. He sighed at that and the man sighed as well. If they had this movement technique for the war effort they could probably destroy the demons. Cross looked at him and said, big bro, I can probably make one for you if you want. Whether it'll work? I don't know. The man shook his head and said, it's all right, don't worry about it. Cross nodded and said nothing more, looking down and watching the events. Yuan was laying on Cross' chest and sleeping the day away. Her spiritual root was extremely special, it was a rainbow of colors and shined like a crystal. He had no idea what it meant at all. She was still his little baby. Whatever spiritual roots she had didn't matter. As long as she never leaves her daddy's side and gives him hugs, he'll be happy. The disciples were in an uproar because of Long Chen using soul power to sense a flag. Cross started to fall asleep when he heard it has nothing to do with the power of the soul. He opened his droopy eyelids and waved at Yunyang, who pursed his lips in amusement. He had heard who lawless Cross was at his trial. Now that he takes a look at him, it seemed his Dao heart became stronger. Yunyang felt that Cross had a new temperament, not very different from the old one, just more arrogant if you will. Like he would ignore ants instead of stepping on them. Yunyang stood up and smiled. Yunyang has seen head of the law enforcement hall. The head nodded and said, you may answer. Cross rolled his eyes and said, you know this best, old man. He twirled his finger and said, blow our minds. Yunyang chuckled and said, the formation around the arena prevents disciples from dying from overuse of their soul, so it sends an oppressive will against the divine sense. This means that Long Chen's will is much more fierce than the actual formation's oppressive strength. The disciples were awed. One disciple asked, teacher, what is will? Cross looked at the disciple and a powerful aura forced him to his knees. Everybody looked at Cross, who said lightly, will is your mental state. If you have a weak will you will bend to someone stronger than you. To have a strong will is to never back down in the face of danger, just like now. Before he took his aura back and left the disciple alone. Yunyang smiled and said, what teacher Cross has said is true, but his methods are more practical rather than academical. What you experienced was teacher Cross will being forced on you. I would say that this method of teaching is crude but effective. Your wills can only be sharpened against countless enemies. Cross didn't react because his methods were crude, he was smart but he didn't like wasting time. If one punch wasn't enough then two should work. As for explaining, it wasn't necessary. Cross lost interest in talking to the disciples and watched Long Chen go through the maze. He came across a cliff and blew a hole in it before moving onwards. They came across a bunch of beasts and killed them all before moving forward like a hot knife through butter. A giant mammoth appeared but was used as a chariot instead. Long Chen stood on top of it as it plowed through the beasts like a train. A while later, Chu Kuang reached the third trial and his group started shattering runes and flying through the mist towards the flag like crazy people. Luoning and Luoping has showed up a while ago and Luoning shouted, what's the point of this? Let's just ask if you have enough money to buy the spots on the Shinto list next time? Why even hold a tournament? The old man next to Chu Huiran sneered, financial resources are more important than talent, understand? No matter how talented you are, without resources what can you do? Cross spoke up, he's right. Everybody looked at him in bewilderment and Cross continued, financial resources are a part of someone's strength. Someone can even get crippled and come back just fine a few days later. Or they could be a complete waste with weak strength and get beaten by a child despite being at the four extremes realm. This is a lesson to all of you, just because you have money, too many pills and resources will make you dependent on them and you'll end up a waste with no strength because all you did was boost your cultivation with pills. The old man was furious and the disciples all grinned before shouting, thank you, Lord Fifth. It was a massive shout from almost all the disciples, making Chu Huiran's face extremely ugly. Cross just spun what the old man said into a backhanded compliment and slapped him right in the face. Yunyang chuckled and said, the wisdom of little friend Cross is superb. Cross chuckled and glared at Chu Huiran with a heavy sneer before turning his attention back to the trial, infuriating Chu Huiran. Chu Kuang and his group threw a teleportation array at Long Chen and sent him back to the beginning of the second trial before torturing the mammoth and killing it. Long Chen was angry, very, very, angry. Thunder wings unfurled on his back and his shot forward. The disciples started shouting profanities and cursing the Chu clan and the use of money. Cross watched with a smile and the old man next to Chu Huiran stood up, shouting, shut up. The rules are rules. As long as Chu Kuang doesn't violate the rules of the colleges, he hasn't cheated. You group of poor people, what qualifications do you have to clamor here? Cross burst out laughing and the disciples quieted down. He looked over at the old man and said with a smile, this doggy is too bold. Going so far to insult disciples and show favoritism to disciples with better backgrounds? Could it be you let off the disciples that commit atrocities in the sect because they have bribed you? As for whether Doggy Kuang is cheating, we all know in our hearts. Honestly, I don't know why Chu Huiran brought you here. Cross laughed and said to Chu Huiran, your brain must be getting muddled. You brought this idiot here? He deliberately making the entire Chu clan look bad, you expect to take over the academy like this? All you've done is make people despise you. Actually, I despise myself for thinking you were even a little bit smart. If everyone in the Chu clan is as stupid as you, then it will be a simple matter to make them disappear. Cross paused before laughing wildly, maybe, I can tell them there's a treasure in a volcano and they'll jump in. Ha 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 ha. Chu Huiran clenched his fist in rage and the head of the law enforcement hall shouted coldly, I can from nothing. My parents were civilians and I also starved to death on the street, am I a green leaf to you as well? The old man shuddered and said, I'm sorry. Cross sneered and a lotus appeared on his hand as he said, I lived on the streets as well, you think an apology will fix this? The lotus spread a terrifying aura and the old man started to sweat. The head of the law enforcement division said nothing. Cross crushed the lotus and sneered, unfortunately, Big Brother spoke first. If you're not crippled when he's done, it'll be my turn. He pointed at the man and a black light appeared in between his eyebrows forming a black lotus. Cross sneered and said, even if you run to the end of the immortal world I will still find you. Enjoy your remaining moments, clown. The old man was finished, completely finished. Cross pointed at Long Chen and said, all of you take a look at Long Chen. Don't be discouraged by a clown's words. Isn't your teacher Long the best example? He appeared and the Chu clan has been scrambling like ants in a pan because they can't suppress him. Chu Huiran shouted, are you going to keep antagonizing my Chu clan? Cross looked at him in confusion and said, old man, have you gone deaf as well? I already told you, I'm going to annihilate your clan. You think the words this king speaks is just a joke? I'm 100% serious, you, your family, along with every chicken, dog and rooster will be slaughtered by my hands personally. He shook his head and added, the people that offend me, never live long. Of course Chu Huiran didn't believe him. He was just a divine flame realm kid, if he believed his words he might be just as crazy as Cross. Though Cross was mocking him and making him angry on purpose. Fatal mistake for the Chu clan. Maybe if they found out, they would beat the shit out of Chu Huiran in the underworld. Chu Huiran crushed his armrest and said darkly, you really want to die? Cross looked at him and sneered, can you end my life? Even the heavens can't do it. I'm waiting for you. He tilted his head and patted his neck with a disdainful expression. The disciples cheered, Lord Fifth. Lord Fifth. One girl fainted, shouting so hard-biled. Luo Bing shouted, ah. Mu Qingyun attacked. Everybody turned to look and saw Mu Qingyun attacking with a wooden sword. A fierce battle and Mu Qingyun destroyed the magical weapon in the enemy's hands, but her wooden sword shattered and she coughed up blood. The enemy went crazy and splashed his blood essence on his broken sword before attacking her. Mu Qingyun didn't allow herself to fall to the ground at all, just like Cross told her. Yunyang rubbed his beard with a smile and said, she's a good seed. I assume little friend Cross and Long's teachings have reached her. Everybody looked at Cross, who waved and said what my efforts. This girl is still too dumb, why doesn't she fight back? When the sword is broken use your hands, when the hands are broken use your legs, when the legs are broken use your teeth. Even if you die, you can take the enemy with you. The disciples just opened their mouths in speechlessness. Yunyang smiled wryly, this was cutting off all methods of retreat. Luoning said you big devil. Won't she be crippled if she does that? Cross shrugged and said dead, crippled, what's the difference? If she has the will to get stronger, even if she was in a wheelchair she would become an expert. The disciples were absent-minded and the head of the law enforcement hall nodded in agreement. Luo Bing shouted but she'll die like this. Cross sneered if she dies, she wasn't meant to become an expert. Hopefully she won't tell anyone in hell I taught her. Luo Bing shouted angrily how could you say that? Yunyang spoke little Luo, this is little friend Cross beliefs. You can't expect someone to hold your hand for your entire life can you? Though this is cruel, this is reality. Luo Bing choked on her words and didn't speak anymore. Mu Qingyun was about to get her pretty little head chopped off when a big hammer stopped the blade. Zephyr sneered at the man and said Ayo, if I let you kill a woman in front of me, wouldn't I be embarrassed in the future? He grabbed his hammer with both hands and spun around, smashing the hammer on the enemy's chest and smashed him flying, killing him with a single blow, turning the man into a blood paste. Zephyr took in front of Mu Qingyun and said hee hee I bet the women have my heroic appearance in their hearts. Cross face turned black and Yunyang chuckled, Lily, Amelia and Pandora appeared next to him. Lily was holding Honger and Artemis in each hand as she shouted oi! You bunch of wet rags! This great ant has come for your lives! Pandora held the giant axe on her shoulder and Amelia had needles in between her fingers, each needle dripped dark green liquid. Amelia said softly big brother. I'm sure Dad heard you. Zephyr turned green and coughed covering up his nervousness by saying that damn old man, I'll fix him up when we get out. Cross face was pitch black listening to these morons, the head of the law enforcement hall laughed and joked little brother, your kids sure are bold. Cross rubbed his eyes and sighed, mumbling something about punishing them later, making the one-armed head of the law enforcement hall laugh again. The four kids stood against the rest of Chu Kuang's group and Lily said in. We'll split them up, I get 300 and you can have the rest. The other three frowned and Zephyr sneered whoever kills the most wins. Pandora tightened her grip and Amelia smiled lightly. Chu Kuang looked over and sneered it's the bastard's kids, I can't wait to play with you in front of him. He licked his lips lustfully, looking at the three girls. All the disciples outside frowned in disgust and Cross chuckled as his chair burst apart. The spectators' area turned extremely cold and the one-armed man was furious as he said coldly easy. They will fail if you interfere. Cross formed a throne and sat back down, he smiled but his smile was full of evil intentions. Zephyr was so angry he laughed, his hammer split into two hammers and a storm appeared around the heads as he said darkly you're really too bold. He looked up and his eyes were wild as he said I can't wait to kill you. Before shooting towards Chu Kuang, swinging his hammers and turning everyone in his way into a blood mist. The girls grinned and moved. Lily dived into the group, slaughtering them with Honger and Artemis. Pandora swung her axe, bisecting a group of disciples and Amelia vanished into thin air, but several disciples turned dark green and collapsed to the ground dead every few seconds. By the time the rest of the Carefree Alliance showed up 100 of them were dead and Zephyr was fighting Chu Kuang, they rushed into the remaining enemies and started killing. Advertisement Chan. https://splurgstudio.com/ 168, Killing. It was a bloodbath with people dying left and right. Yang Feng, the cuckold with a green hat, looked at Lily and his eyes turned as he said go on, take off your clothes for this daddy. Cross trembled in rage, the one-armed man clenched his fist and everybody suddenly heard the coldest voice they had ever heard where is his family, what region do they live in? Every single disciple felt a shiver, they looked at Cross and trembled in fear. His eyes glowed red and 6 different colored wings were spread out from his back. A disciple shouted the Yang family in the southwest region, not far from the academy. Cross flapped his wings and disappeared, breaking the speed of sound, leaving a sonic boom as he left. The one-armed man shouted fuck. Someone go get him. Cross appeared over a huge clan, his eyes were emotionless and a black-orange bubble appeared in his hands. The bubble slowly grew and covered the entire clan, he slapped the bubble and the ultimate torture formation was activated. The people inside started screaming in fear and pain as they aged quickly, turning to dust in seconds, when in reality it was years and years. Cross eyes were cruel as he looked on, ignoring the screams of despair. Because of his current strength, the formation would only work in a surprise attack. If someone was strong enough to break the formation or knew they were in an illusion it wouldn't work. Fortunately, the Yang clan had no idea they would be annihilated today so they all fell into the illusion easily. Cross stood there for 10 seconds before the formation crumbled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. There was nothing left, except ruins of an old Yang clan. Cross reached in and grabbed a child that he protected before. The child was scared and pissed himself. Cross plunged his arm into the child's chest and ripped out his heart before forming some runes and sending a black flame into the heart before crushing it as he said blood annihilation. The child burned up into nothingness and Cross through a black hole in the middle of the clan before blurring and disappearing. He wouldn't let any of them escape. Every man, woman and child that had even a little bit of the Yang clan bloodline had a black fire erupt on their body and they turned to ashes. The stronger ones were directly stripped of their Yang bloodline and crippled. Cross returned to the spectators area and sat down. Everybody was silent. They had no idea what happened to the Yang clan, but since Cross came back, surely they were either too strong or destroyed. By the time Cross came back, Yang Feng was already dead and Long Chen was slaughtering people left and right. The reason Cross couldn't do the same to the Chu clan was because he had no idea where they were. The Yang clan was in the same place as Ling Xiao Academy, but the Chu clan needed a flying boat to get to as it was in a completely different region. Cross didn't even know how to get there or he would have went already. Whether they had immortal kings there or not wasn't even a concern of his. Anyway, the pig will eventually be butchered no matter how long it takes. Long Chen was slapping Chu Kuang around and the disciples of Chu Kuang's alliance were getting slaughtered like chickens. Lily was enraged and was killing people left and right. When a disciple opened their mouth to speak they were either crushed to death, cut in half, or turned dark green and died from poison. Not a single one managed to say I surrender after Yang Feng spoke to Lily. Actually the opposite happened and they were dying quicker. The Carefree Alliance was losing people but the losses were negligible, the rest carried on and continued slaughtering. Cross kids were like wild beasts, unwilling to let even a single person go. One disciple at the back ran away and shouted I surrender. A white light flashed over his body and he appeared on the stage in front of the spectators. Cross looked down and threw a punch. The disciple popped like a watermelon and died. Everyone felt a chill, even the ones who escape don't survive. Chu Huiran shouted how could Cross snapped his head to him and cut him off coldly. Shut your fucking mouth before I flay your skin, you waste. Chu Huiran shut his mouth in fear and Cross turned back to the competition. Long Chen stood in the air with a giant spinning ring behind him. He had a thunder spear in his hand and pierced towards Chu Kuang. They fought for a while and in the end Chu Kuang was on the ground laying down weakly. Long Chen was standing above him with a colorful lotus in his hand. Chu Kuang said uncle. Help me. The void opened and Chu Huiran appeared smashing his hand out, but before he could reach Long Chen the void in front of him rippled and Cross came out throwing a punch at Chu Huiran's head. A black lotus appeared behind Long Chen and a blood-curdling scream erupted from the old man that was trying to sneak attack Long Chen. He was directly minced into clumps of meat and burned to ashes. Cross punched Chu Huiran in the face and sent him flying. He stood in the air and a half-golden crown surrounded the right side of his head. His face was emotionless and a black hole spun behind him. His breath was extremely powerful. His appearance entranced the disciples. His was like a king. He had a tyrannical aura around him, completely different from Long Chen's mysterious aura. It was as if the sky could collapse and he would be a pillar that held it up. Chu Huiran shouted, do you know which god is behind the Chu family? It's the great Brahma god. If you kill Chu Kuang no one will be able to save you. Long Chen sneered and said Brahma god? What is that? Can you eat it? Since when has third uncle been afraid? Chu Huiran shouted, you dare blaspheme against God. Cross asked, you believe in Brahma? Chu Huiran sneered, are you afraid now? Cross chuckled before erupting into wild laughter. The disciples looked at Cross in confusion. Did Lord Fifth break? What was this situation? Cross shouted, good. This king will kill you then. What god? Can he compare to this king? Even if Doggy Brahma's grandmother comes after me herself, she can only kneel at my feet. Armor appeared over his body and a cold voice came out of it, you sealed your fate, waste. Obediently stretch out your neck for me. As he charged forward, throwing a black flame punch at Chu Huiran's head as the silence of the abyss circulated, sucking in everything around it. Long Chen sneered and smashed Chu Kuang to nothing. Chu Huiran roared in rage and the heaven and earth changed color. Cross grinned excitedly and his body erupted into black flames, covering the 6 wings on his back and dyeing them black. The black hole shrank into the middle of the wings and increased the suction of energy. The world started shaking and Cross crown turned pitch black with little flames at the tips of the points. He roared and punched out, meeting Chu Huiran's palm. An earth-shattering rumble echoed from the impact. Cross' right arm was blown back and hung by his side, limp. The disciples' eyes widened as they saw Chu Huiran's attack shatter and Cross' arm become limp. Cross lifted his left arm and laughed like a psychopath as he charged at Chu Huiran, throwing a punch with his left arm, smashing a dazed Chu Huiran into several mountains. Cross chased after him as his right arm burst into green flames and clicked. He swung it around a few times before punching again. The entire battlefield trembled as Chu Huiran smashed into the ground. The disciples watching fell on their asses in shock, unable to believe the power of Cross. Chu Huiran floated into the air and his eyes were red, blood dripped from his entire body as his clothes were destroyed, revealing the cracked armor underneath. He growled out, Junior. Die. His body lit up with golden runes and he punched at Cross, who grinned and tilted his head to the side before throwing an uppercut and catching Chu Huiran in the chin, sending him up into the air. Long Chen appeared above him and punched him back down. Cross grinned and stomped the air, flying up and throwing a flaming punch at Chu Huiran's back. Cross and Long Chen both threw out lotuses and they met on Chu Huiran's body, creating a massive explosion. Long Chen flashed back to the ground and coughed up a bit of blood. His cultivation technique was a bit too strong for his body. There was so much energy coming in that if he used it continuously he would explode because his body wasn't strong enough. Cross didn't have this problem because his body was essentially a black hole, it was insatiable. Equivalently impossible to fill, maybe there was a limit but it was far from what he currently had in his body. After all, nothing had to become something eventually. Cross felt his technique was very mysterious. He had a theory but he needed some time to prove it, but if it was true then he was infinitely strong. Basically the theory he had was that when he advanced from Divine Flame Realm to the Four Extremes Realm, all the energy he accumulated will be emptied into his body and he would be strengthened, therefore increasing his reserves of energy. Basically it worked like this, Cross is a cup, as he fills the cup he increases levels. Like first, second, third, etc. When he hits ninth, he's completely full and when he advanced again, the water in the cup turns the cup into a bucket and the cycle repeats. The problem was that he just got the silence of the abyss so his cup was actually a pool. His body was adapting to the technique and it was silently strengthening him, but it would take a long time for the pool to be full. Sitting around absorbing energy would be like taking a straw and spitting water inside the pool. How long would that take? Fucking forever. So basically sitting around, absorbing the energy in the air, was almost useless. It took time and he didn't have enough of it to sit around and jerk off, waiting for enough energy to advance. Increasing time was an option but how many years was he going to sit around absorbing? Millions? Yeah right, that sounds like a lot of fun. Cross decided to run around doing whatever, until he stumbled on something that would make him get energy quicker. Long Chen could help with pills and there were a bunch of other things he could find. He had a time limit but it wasn't so little time that he had to fly around the world snatching every treasure known to man. Plus really, if he was being honest, he couldn't care less about the tree. The doggy Brahma was coming after elves, which meant he was coming after him, which meant his family was in danger. If he saved the tree on the side then that was an added bonus. Cross looked at the disheveled old man and grabbed the air, a pitch-black scythe made of flames appeared. Cross spun it in his hands before slashing down with all his strength. The old man Chu Huiran was already on death's door, greeting Lucifer, how could he have time to react? With a proper snip, Chu Huiran's head was separated from his body. Cross sneered and flashed back to the rest as Mu Qingyun's group finished off the others and won the event. Cross reverted to normal and grinned as he left, going back to the house with Long Chen. When they got there, they both fell asleep almost immediately. Advertisement Chan. https://splurgstudio.com/ 169, Nice X2. Cross yawned and scooped up the girls into his inner world before following the group to the inner courtyard. He was sitting on a boat with the rest, looking out into the sky, watching the scenery change. Suddenly, a huge flock of cranes appeared and surrounded the boat. Yuan said wah. Big birds. Daddy, can we go see the birds? Cross smiled and disappeared. Long Chen followed him outside, they both ignored the warning of whoever was yelling at them. Cross held Yuan in his arms and looked at the cranes. Yuan clapped happily. Long Chen stood outside and a crane came down, turning into a 7-8-year-old girl. Yuan struggled in Cross' arms and Cross put her down. The girl looked at Long Chen and said, "You're very kind, can you play with me?" Long Chen laughed and Yuan ran over before poking the girl with her finger. The little girl looked at Yuan and Yuan looked at her before saying, "Big sister is the bird." The little girl said, "Can you be my friend?" Yuan hugged the girl and said N. The little girl cheered and the two did a little dance, ignoring everyone else. Long Chen and Cross looked at each other, amused. The rest were stunned. Yuan and the little crane girl ran around on the boat until a loud chirp was heard. The little girl pouted and said, "Little sister, you must come to play with me again." Yuan nodded and they hugged before waving goodbye. Long Chen handed the little girl a pill and the little girl jumped in excitement before flying away happily. Yuan ran back to Cross and pulled his clothes saying, "Daddy. Daddy. I made a friend." Cross smiled and picked her up saying, "Who doesn't want to be friends with Yuan?" Yuan giggled and snuggled into Cross' chest happily. The cranes looked at Cross and Long Chen before flapping their wings and flying away. The boat started flying again but quickly stopped as another boat cut off their path. 4 men jumped to the boat Long Chen and Cross was on. One shouted, "How dare you ignore us? Come along. Bring that girl with you, you'll all be punished." The disciples gasped and Long Chen sighed saying goodbye. The man was confused but he wasn't for long, he suddenly saw his body and was confused as to why it was getting further and further away. Then he realized his head had been chopped off. The other three shivered and Cross turned to them saying you are very tough, eh? You want to punish my little girl? A shame that my fist is bigger than yours. He threw out his scythe and it spun in the air, making a curve through the three other men's necks before coming back to Cross. The scythe turned into a lotus and he said, oh right, silly me. How could I forget? You need a boat to cross the Yellow River. Before throwing the lotus at the boat and blowing it to smithereens, he kicked the headless corpses off the ship into the hungry jaws of some beast and elders showed up. They saw the bodies flying down inside. One said too late. The rest agreed and left. Cross already forgot about them and teased Yuan saying is my Yuan hungry? Yuan cheered and Cross chuckled before taking out a milk bottle. She was still 3 years old, milk was fine. Makes for strong bones. Of course this was ultra mega super milk with heavenly resources in it. Yuan was probably the strongest 3-year-old in existence. Cross smirked and thought my 3-year-old can beat everyone else's 3-year-old. Aren't I great? A while later. They landed and a man said coldly who are you? Where are you from? Long Chen almost slapped the man and Mu Qingyun, knew that her teachers weren't good people so she said quickly we're from the outer court. We won the Shinto even to become elite disciples. As she handed him a plaque. The man took the plaque and said why aren't these two and the little girl wearing outer disciple clothes? Mu Qingyun said quickly they're teachers, they don't have to wear the clothes. The man sneered outer yard teachers are all a group of worthless bastards who cheat money. I can't believe such teachers can enter the inner court. Long Chen and Cross both slapped him, but because they both slapped opposite sides of his head, the man's head exploded like a watermelon. The rest of the men said take them down. As they charged at the two. Cross put Yuan on his shoulders and punched a man so hard he went flying into a building. Long Chen and Cross replayed the scene of a few months ago outside the gate of the alchemy hall. All the people were getting beat up. The disciples behind Cross and Long Chen joined in and started kicking the guards on the ground. Lily started beat up a guard before stealing his money. Another group of guards showed up and shouted bastards. Before joining in, Cross was beating up guards left and right while Yuan cheered go daddy go. Cross smiled slightly and kept beating people up, throwing them into a pile. He grabbed a guard by the ankle and swung him around like a sword, using him as a human weapon. Beanpole and the elite disciples were enlightened and did the same. The rest of the Carefree Alliance went to the pile of guards and picked the ones they liked before using them as weapons as well. The strange scene of a group of people beating guards with guards appeared. The inner yard disciples watching clapped and cheered. When they got here they had no choice to swallow their anger in front of these guards but unexpectedly someone beat them up today. It was very satisfying. Cross threw the guard in his hand across the entire sect before dusting off his hands as if he had just done a job. Yuan cheered daddy's the best. Whoa. Long Chen smiled at Luo Bing and Luo Ning saying let's go register, yet. Mu Qingyun said sorry third brother, Long Chen smiled and said this is for men. Don't worry about it. Lily shook her fist at the fleeing guards as she shouted next time I see you, you better have more money. Long Chen corrected most of the men. Cross smacked Lily's head and chided what did I say about extortion? Lily said only take 90%. Cross nodded and said if you take it all then they won't come back with more. Everyone's face turned black, what kind of advice was this? They left the area and registered for inner disciples positions. Cross registered the girls as well under him as a teacher he had this right. Everybody become elite inner disciples and left the building, they were immediately surrounded by people trying to invite them to their guilds and such. Cross refused them all and they could only sigh in regret as Cross family did the same. Actually almost everyone denied. Mu Qingyun asked are you two going to make a guild yourselves? Long Chen shook his head and Cross said why? Is there benefits? Can you make a guild full of women and sleep with them all? He was immediately pinched by 4 pairs of hands. Cross yelped and jumped into Long Chen's arms. Long Chen laughed and Cross joked ah. My hero. Long Chen threw him away in disgust and Cross did a flip in the air, landing perfectly. The disciples clapped and Long Chen rolled his eyes. Suddenly a group of people arrived with the letters for Luo on their robes. The leader was a handsome man, maybe a little too handsome, he looked like a girl really. A strange-looking girl. Cross said Ao. Another gigolo. Everybody choked and Long Chen said how does he look like a gigolo? Cross pointed at the guy's face and said look at him, you can tell he wears makeup. What kind of man wears makeup? Gigolos that's who. Plus he looks more like a woman than a man, maybe he's a male gigolo. The male disciples all shivered and backed off a step, looking at the strange-looking WOM man in disgust. The man, who was named Luo Qingyang, almost spit out blood and shouted what did you say? Cross shrugged and said are you deaf too? I said you're a gigolo. He looked at Long Chen and asked is everybody deaf here? They keep asking over and over. Long Chen said seriously this should be the case. Cross nodded sagely and said this is a problem. It seems his gigolo lifestyle has made him deaf. Luo Qingyang spat out a mouthful of blood. Luo Bing said quickly, "Senior brother Qingyang, this is Long Chen." She turned to Long Chen and said, "This is Luo Qingyang, the leader of the Luo League. In the future we'll take care of each other." She was a happy little flower, pulling on Long Chen's sleeve. Luo Qingyang forgot that he was called a gigolo looking at this scene. Long Chen shook Luo Bing off and said, "Long Che, nice to meet you." Luo Qingyang squeezed out a smile and shook his hand saying likewise. Luo Bing was confused and looked at Long Chen and Luo Qingyang unable to comprehend why they weren't becoming friends. Cross patted her head and said, "Stupid girl. The gigolo already considers you his property, naturally he won't like other men around you. For him, if you're not his, you're better off dead." He clicked his tongue and added, "These kinds of people, it's better to kill them. You know, a long time ago, the brother of my wife was lusting after her, I killed all of her brothers." Feng Shuier sighed, remembering that event. Luo Bing made an O shape with her mouth and Luo Qingyang froze. Long Chen laughed and said, "Well then I won't bother you anymore. Bye." Cross passed Luo Qingyang and patted his shoulder saying, "You come after me and I'll make you wish you were a real woman. See ya." Before leaving with Long Chen, whistling a happy tune. The rest scrambled after the two, leaving Luo whatever to their own devices. Before they could get anywhere, another group of people blocked their path. They all had the letters for Chu on their clothes. Cross put Yuan in Ji Yuan's arms and walked towards them. His armor appeared, his crown came out, and a scythe appeared in his hands. He disappeared like a ghost and reappeared before reverting to his normal form with a smile as he picked up Yuan again. The leader blinked and everyone he came with had a neat red line on their necks. Their heads rolled off and their bodies stood still. Only the leader had a glass-shattering sound come from his body as he said, "I will leave you an intact corpse, how about it?" But then he went silent as his face turned white. His protection barrier had been shattered. Cross threw the rings in his hand behind him, falling in Lily's hands. She greedily looked through them all before pouting, "So poor." Long Chen sighed at the man and said, "You speak like this, it makes things very difficult for me. Mainly because I'm not sure I can leave you a full corpse." He shook his head in regret. The man was named Chu Yang and you guessed it. He's Chu Kuang's brother. Wow. Unfortunately he was destined to meet his brother in hell. Cross said lightly, "I was gracious enough to let you live and you haven't scrammed." Chu Yang snorted coldly, keeping up his appearance as he left with quick steps. Long Chen looked at Cross, who sighed and said, "I didn't know he had a protection barrier." Mu Qingyun said, "It's that strong." Cross shook his head and added, "No, just making another move would destroy the cool image." Long Chen laughed and the rest of the disciples' faces turned pitch black. Advertisement Chan. https://splurgstudio.com 170, damn gigolos are everywhere. Luo Bing said, "Long Chen, why don't you join our Luo League? Then we can fight the Chu clan together." Cross shook his head and Luo Qingyang said, "Long Chen wants to join the Luo League, this is not a problem, but we should hold a meeting to discuss in further detail." Luo Bing looked at Luo Qingyang in shock and Cross laughed. Long Chen looked at Luo Qingyang coldly and Luo Ning said angrily, "Luo Qingyang, I can't believe you." Cross patted her head and said, "Ayo. You're surprised?" He looked around and said, "Is everyone deaf? Did nobody hear me before?" He was ignored as Long Chen said coldly, "In my whole life, I've traveled through a sea of corpses. I'm not going in under your fence." He snorted and said, "Your ignorance will destroy the Luo League." Cross clicked his tongue and said, Yuan, what do we call these types of people?" Yuan said seriously, "Idiots." Cross clapped and said, "My Yuan is so smart." He looked at Luo Qingyang and sneered, "What an idiot you are. Even being near you, I can feel my brain cells screaming in terror." He turned around and walked away saying, "Well, narrow-minded people who think with their dick always die quickly." By X2. The rest of the disciples looked at Luo Qingyang in disgust as they followed Cross and Long Chen. All the Luo disciples heard whispers, "What a moron. That's their leader? No wonder the Chu clan is destroying them. I'm afraid if we join the Luo League, we'll just get sent to our deaths by a retard like that." The Luo disciples frowned and looked at Luo Qingyang in anger. Luo Bing shouted angrily, "You idiot! Do you know how important Long Chen is? This concerns the revival of our entire clan. You're such a fucking retard." Arg. When has Luo Bing been so angry? Never in her life. She really wanted to punch this gigolo in the face. Luo Qingyang frowned and said, "Binger, you." Luo Bing sneered, "Don't call me Binger. You're a retard. If we're too familiar I might turn retarded as well. Ninger, let's go. We'll make our own Luo guild." Luo Ning sneered at Luo Qingyang and left with Luo Bing. Cross was walking by Long Chen and looking around when Luo Bing and Luo Ning caught up and apologized to Long Chen, who said he couldn't care less. They told him they were going to make a new Luo League and Cross suggested they change the name because it was an awful name. They ignored his suggested name of World Destroyers and decided on Luo Legion. Cross almost spanked the two, this name was almost as bad as the Luo League. Mu Qingyun decided to form an alliance with the Loyal Legion. Long Chen and Cross separated and walked around the inner yard. Cross was walking with the girls and looking at all the sights. The days passed and the girls went to the library. Yuan went with her mother as Cross walked alone. Ying'er was with the girls doing her maid work. Cross walked around before seeing Long Chen talking to the old man who sweeps floors. He walked over and the old man said, "Go. You cannot sweep with your present temper." Long Chen nodded and turned to see Cross. He was surprised and Cross grinned, "What's up?" Long Chen shook his head and smiled nothing. Cross clicked his tongue and said, "I was hoping to find some Chu morons but they all seem to be hiding." The old man looked at Cross and said, "Ah. Hello." Cross smiled and sat next to him saying, "What's up, old man?" The old man shook his head and said nothing. "Why are you so angry?" Cross sighed and said, "These Chu turtles keep hiding, I don't know where to find them." Long Chen laughed and said, "Did you got to their base?" Cross nodded and said, "I even busted their gate, nothing." The old man shook his head and said, "This isn't good for your health. A Void King successor shouldn't be so angry all the time." Cross made an O with his mouth and said, "You know? Wow. You're quite the mystery, old man." Long Chen asked Void King. The old man spoke, "The only ally to the 9-star descendants was the Void King and his successors." Cross said, "Successors?" With an S. The old man explained, "There was only one successor but after he died another took his place." Long Chen said in disbelief, "I thought you said the 9-star descendants were arrogant and had no allies." The old man replied, "I forgot. Anyway, you've already deviated from the norm. So has he. It's simply fate that you came together. Whether this is good fate or bad fate, who knows?" Cross clicked his tongue and said, "What fate? I'll destroy it soon enough." Long Chen chuckled and the old man shook his head saying the Void King was known as the most arrogant in the 9 heavens and 10 hells. Even for the slightest shame he would kill, as such he was emotionless. He merely helped the 9-star descendants because he wanted to. When he died the successor was also arrogant to the extreme but the original bond with the 9-star descendants never faltered. Long Chen and Cross listened carefully and the old man added, "But you two deviated, both of you are not so arrogant to the point where you disdain help from others and family. It's very curious." Cross smiled and said, "You sure know a lot, old man." The old man nodded and said, "I've been living for a long time." Long Chen asked, "How long?" The old man shook his head and said, "I forgot." Cross laughed and rested his elbow on the old man's shoulder as he said, "Listen, old man. Anybody messes with you, just let me know. Though I guess you can take care of them with a fart. Anyway, you're really old, maybe you'll make a move and die. Let me do the dirty work." The old man smiled a little and Long Chen laughed as he said, "Yeah, senior. Who dares to bully you? Tui. I'll kill him." Cross gave him a big thumbs up and the old man shook his head again saying, "All right, get out of here. I have to sweep again." Cross and Long Chen grinned and left. The old man started sweeping with a small smile. Days passed and the disciples were doing their ceremony. They got new robes, 30,000 crystals and other things that meant absolutely nothing. They left and got their own caves. This made Cross upset because he thought the houses he was in before were good, now he has his own cave. He already paid for the houses before. With a big sigh he went into the cave with the girls. The kids each got their own cave and Cross brought the rest of the girls to look at the bedroom. It was quite big so it took a long time to see everything. A few hours later, the girls came out of the cave looking disheveled. Cross walked out with a big grin on his face. The girls all gave him the stink eye before scampering off before he could grab them for another round. They went to the divine flame pool, with the kids so that they could light their flames. Cross was once again, left with Yuan. Even Ying'er went with them. Sometimes he wondered if she was really a maid. She didn't care about him at all. She just followed the other girls to do whatever. He sighed and walked around with Yuan, looking for anything interesting. Suddenly, a massive influx of pure energy was being fed into the prayer bead necklace. Cross was confused and he taped the beads saying, "You okay?" Luna's voice came through, "Someone trapped us in the divine flame pool." "It's fine though." Jasmine giggled, "They're helping us, what a nice enemy." Cross was angry but said, "Well, I'll feed you better energy through the necklace so just absorb as much as you can. I'll take the rest for Aurora and myself." The girls replied, "Okay." Cross took out a small bead bracelet with a bunch of different colors on it as he said, "You got trapped too?" The 6 kids' voices sounded, "Yup." Cross said, "These people sure are looking for the fastest way to hell. Anyway, keep your bracelets on at all times. Same thing with your mothers, absorb as much as you can and I'll store the rest." The kids replied, "Okay." Cross put on the bracelet and rubbed his eyes. Yuan was eating a lollipop and said, "What's wrong, Daddy?" Cross sighed and said, "Nothing, baby. Just more perverts coming to take my Yuan away." As he caught an arrow in between his fingers before flicking it back where it came from. Yuan gasped and said, "Not the perverts." Cross smiled and walked away with light steps as he said, "Don't worry, baby. Daddy won't let any perverts have my Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan smiled sweetly and hugged Cross head as she said Yuan Yuan loves Daddy. Cross kissed her little calves as he said Daddy loves Yuan Yuan the most. Yuan Yuan giggled and Cross walked away, his cultivation level rising as he walked. 3 hours later. Cross stepped into the third level of the Divine Flame Realm. There was no big movements at all, the sky didn't even fluctuate. The strange thing was, he crossed 2 levels and the amount of divine flames in each A cup ointment increased. He had 8 flames in each black hole. It doubled the amount of flames every time. What kind of godly technique was this? If he was correct, he would have 512 divine flames at the end. What he going to ascend the heavens with a single step? He ignored this for the time being. He would find out in the future. He focused on Aurora, how much fucking energy did she need? Maybe he needed a treasure to awaken her? He had no idea, but he checked his spoils from the Yang clan and the Chu clan disciples as well as Chu Huiran. He had a bunch of treasures and some cauldrons. He went back to his cave and sat in a room. Before taking everything out, he called all the girls and kids and had them come to his cave. He took their bracelets and necklaces before sending them out just in case. Cross performed his void forging and melted all the treasures with his black flames before throwing the bracelets and necklaces into the mixture. He threw in a few rare ores he found in the Crescent Valley and in the academy. The liquid condensed and Cross blew a breath of black fire over the mixture. Black liquid and smoke came out of the mixture. He looked at the black liquid and grinned evilly before sucking it all into a bottle. The metals came from swords, cauldrons, shields, chest plates, armor, hammers, everything. The necklaces and bracelets came out. He called the kids and girls in before floating the necklaces to them. His necklace and bracelet floated to him and settled on his neck and right wrist. Aurora was awake now and said happily, Master. Yeah. Cross chuckled and said, I missed you, little girl. Aurora said, Wah. I missed Master too. Cross smiled and looked at the rest of his family. They were all in the Divine Flame Realm now, which was a happy event. Ji Yuan, Artemis, and Honger could now manifest their swords without turning into them, which was great. The rest all had their own progressions and their strength had risen dramatically. Cross was happy and they all left to do their own thing before Cross could grab them. He sighed and said, Aurora, what's new? Aurora said happily, everything is the same as before but boosted by 100x. Also, your bracelet can turn into a scythe now. Cross sighed and said, now I have to learn how to use a scythe. Aurora grinned and said, not only this but the necklaces can become alchemy cauldrons. Also, your armor is strengthened by 10x. Cross smiled and stoked the necklace happily. Aurora? Cross chuckled and got up. He left the cave. He heard thunder rumbling. He looked in a direction and disappeared into the air. Advertisement Chan. https://splurgstudio.com 171, sending a gift to the #1 beauty of the academy. I'm angry today. Anyway, join the Discord if you want to vote on what the next story is, https://discord.gg/vgsjjxxj8h. Cross appeared in a valley and looked at Long Chen on the ground in a giant crater. This guy. He just does punishments whenever? He flashed to the ground and picked up Long Chen before flashing away. A ton of people showed up just as Cross left and looked around to find nothing. They were confused. Too bad for them, they'll never know the secrets of the Infinity Gems. Ahem. Anyway. Cross brought Long Chen back to his residence and left him in a bed after washing him clean with a bubble of water. After which, Cross made a hammock outside and laid down in it, quickly falling asleep. A few days later, Long Chen woke up and recovered to around 80% of his strength. He looked around and didn't recognize the environment. Cross walked in and yawned, you're up. Now get out of my cave, I missed 3 days of dual cultivation because of you. Long Chen chuckled and said in an old man voice, youngsters should exercise restraint to not deplete their yang qi. Cross kicked him in the ass and growled, my yang qi is just fine, thank you. Long Chen dodged and ran out of the cave, laughing. Cross grumbled and blurred, before the 4 girls were in his arms completely confused. Cross chuckled and said, you won't escape this time. The girls jumped and scrambled to flee but they were caught and stripped. A while later, Cross came out and lit a cigarette, feeling amazing. Luna stood next to him and leaned her head on his shoulder as she said, someone's happy. Cross kissed her and smiled, it's because I have all my little fairies with me. Luna felt sweet in her heart, the other 3 came out and smiled sweetly at his words. Cross scooped them all into a hug and said with a sigh, if you all weren't with me, maybe I would never smile again. The girls smiled softly and Cross let them go, saying, I know you're busy. Go cultivate. I love you. He kissed each of the girls before smiling as they left with sweet smiles. He fed them the divine flame energy that was left over in addition to his own energy during their dual cultivation session. They all jumped up to the 2nd level of the divine flame realm and they were more stable than ever. Their necklaces had the function to change to their preferred weapons as well as cauldrons for alchemy, zithers, etc. Cross was extremely proud of himself for creating the prayer bead necklace. It was like a divine item. It could do absolutely everything. Plus it had the best artifact spirit in the world. He sighed to himself, he was just so amazing. While Cross was in his narcissistic thoughts, Long Chen came over and said, "Wanna go see the opening of the Luo Legion?" Cross blinked and said, "Do you think there will be Chu people there?" Long Chen chuckled and nodded. Cross smiled and said, "Then why even ask? Let's go." They were about to leave, when Yuan Yuan ran out of the cave shouting, "Daddy! Daddy! Wait for Yuan Yuan!" Cross scooped her up and poked her nose saying, "Where's Ying'er?" Yuan Yuan snorted and said, "She's sleeping." Yuan Yuan got sleeping powder from Big Brother. Cross felt his mouth twitch and he looked in the residence to see that Ying'er was indeed sleeping, very peacefully actually. He shook his head and moved Yuan Yuan to his shoulders before walking off with Long Chen. Ying'er was the only one without a necklace or bracelet. Cross thought of giving her one but he forgot about it a while ago, it hadn't even crossed his mind since then. They went to a teleportation formation with Mu Qingyun, the others gave them disdainful looks. Yuan Yuan asked, "Daddy, why are those uncles and aunts looking at us like that?" Cross said, "Because they can only see through their noses. It's a very bad disease, if you leave Daddy it's highly likely that you will get the disease. That's why Yuan Yuan has to stay with Daddy forever, okay?" Long Chen, Mu Qingyun and the rest looked at Cross speechlessly, this kind of brainwashing of his own kid. Is he so lonely? Yuan Yuan nodded seriously saying, Yuan Yuan doesn't want eyes in her nose. It's very ugly. The disciples who heard them almost spit out blood, it's not a disease, okay? Long Chen asked Mu Qingyun who's first in the academy. Mu Qingyun and the rest turned to Long Chen and looked at him weirdly. Li Cai said, "Lord Third, you didn't even look." Long Chen shook his head and Mu Qingyun answered, "The first and second are the most beautiful woman and man in the academy. The first woman is Bai Shishi, according to Luo Bing, this woman's beauty is like an angel from heaven. No matter how beautiful a woman is she will be ashamed of herself in front of Bai Shishi. Not only is she beautiful, but invincible in the same rank and has never been defeated. Moreover, even skipping levels, nobody has taken more than 10 moves from her." Mu Qingyun paused for a second before adding, "Oh right, she's also the granddaughter of the dean." Long Chen and Cross had their mouths open wide. Long Chen said, "What the fuck? One halo after the other, beauty, talent, and status. Is she the daughter of heaven as well?" Cross said, "Invincible." He muttered to himself, "I wonder if she can catch my punches." The rest jumped and said quickly, "Lord Fifth, please don't." Cross was startled and said, Beanpole said, "I believe Lord Fifth is invincible in my heart, but if you beat up the dean's granddaughter, wouldn't the dean come after you?" He looked up and said, "Yuan Yuan thinks so too, right?" Yuan Yuan nodded and said, "Daddy's the best." Cross forgot about Bai Shishi and smiled, kissing Yuan Yuan's calves as he said, "My Yuan Yuan is best cotton padded jacket I could have ever asked for." The rest let out a breath of relief. If you can't convince Lord Fifth, Yuan Yuan is number 2. Li Cai gave Beanpole a big thumbs up and Beanpole grinned, patting his chest to say, "Flattery is my strongest talent." Mu Qingyun ignored them and said, "Bai Shishi created the Tianyu League, but only women are allowed in. All the women in it and strong and beautiful." Lily, Amelia, Hunger, Pandora and Artemis snorted. Cross looked at them and smiled as he thought, "More beautiful than my babies? Impossible. They're just a bunch of vixens." The girls smiled happily at Cross. Mu Qingyun said, "Third brother, you don't know. Bai Shishi is extremely arrogant and doesn't pay attention to any man. The rest of the Tianyu League is like this as well." Long Chen and Cross both said in unison, "Arrogant, hey." But their tones were completely different. Long Chen's was more interest and Cross was just cruel. Long Chen asked the second person. Mu Qingyun replied, "His name is Su Chongchuan. He's very handsome and is known as the most handsome man in the academy." Everybody looked at Cross, who pursed his lips in doubt. Mu Qingyun said, "Well, actually I haven't seen him, so this is just what other people are saying." Cross said, "I don't believe he's more handsome than me anyway. If he is, I'll just beat his face in." Long Chen laughed and the disciples gave Cross a big thumbs up, so tyrannical. They continued to talk before coming to a high mountain. Long Chen and the rest saw Luo Bing and Luo Ning. The girls had smiles on their faces as Long Chen and the group walked over, but their faces turned cold as someone else showed up. If you didn't know who it was, get your brain checked because the gigolo was back. Luo Qingyang appeared with his Luo League. He said angrily, "Binger, don't make trouble. If we split our Luo League, Chu Yang will take advantage of it. For an outsider, you're foregoing the safety of our family. Can you be more mature?" He deliberately ignored Long Chen and only looking at Luo Bing. Cross spat out a mouthful of wine and started laughing. Coincidentally, the wine sprayed all over Luo Qinjiang's face. Luo Bing shouted angrily, "You actually have the balls to tell me to be more mature. You're narrow-minded and only think about yourself. Today is the day of my Luo Legion's founding, I don't want to argue with a moron like you. If you want to fight, please leave. If you don't want to fight, still leave. You're disgusting me. Luo Qingyang was enraged, he glared at Cross, but didn't dare to do anything. Cross just sneered and a man next to Luo Qingyang said, younger martial sister Binger, I know your temper, but I believe you are not unaware of elder martial brother Qin Jiang's feelings for you. Now's not the time to talk about private children affairs. You can't ignore the safety of the family because of a small matter. It's too childish. Cross looked at Long Chen and said, these Luo fellows, are they all retarded? Long Chen sighed and shrugged. Cross shook his head and said honestly, it's no wonder they're getting dominated by the Chu clan. He reached into a crack and pulled out some popcorn before having a handful, and waving the barrel in front of Long Chen's face. Luo Bing retorted, Kifeng, you have known me for so many years. When did I become a capricious woman? I created the Luo Legion for the sake of the family. Understand if you can, if not, I couldn't care less. Luo Qingyang roared, just for him? A white face is worth betraying the Luo family. Cross shook his head and said, this guy went to war, lost all his soldiers and his wife at the same time. Long Chen choked on a piece of popcorn and looked at Cross while chuckling. Luo Kifeng apologized saying, in fact, we're not here to smash your gate. Luo Qingyang cut him off saying, what rubbish. I'm ordering you with the elder token of the Luo family, all of the Luo Legion must belong to the Luo League. As he took out a purple token. Long Chen said, what a move, let's see if it works out for him. Cross replied, I don't think it will, Jim. Sure enough, Luo Bing sneered and took out another token. The Luo clan disciples all drew sharp breaths of air. A disciple said, the master token. Cross looked at the disciple, he wasn't even wearing Luo clan clothes. He fell into someone's arms and held their shoulder as he shed tears saying, don't forget about my sacrifice. The person held his body as it turned to ashes, he looked up and cried, he was so young. Why, God? Why? Cross shook his head and saluted the man in his heart, what a brave guy. Luo Qingyang said in disbelief, how could it be? Luo Ning sneered, you can feel it, yet. Believe it. Luo Qinjiang's face was ugly. Suddenly, Chu Yang came with a group of people, he was clapping as he said, what a show. Dog biting dog. I came here with a small gift. The disciples behind him brought a coffin out. Cross bracelet turned into a pitch black scythe with a red string at the bottom and 6 different colored beads on the string. He spun it in his hands as he said, you even brought your own coffin. What a surprise. Chu Yang took a step back in fear as he said, you can't do anything to me anymore. I have protection. A barrier appeared around his and the rest of the disciples' bodies. Cross scratched his stubble with the blade of the scythe as he said, oh. A barrier, hey. He blurred and the barrier cracked. Cross appeared in front of Chu Yang and said, It is strong, but it only activates for deadly attacks. He grabbed the coffin and opened it before slapping Chu Yang in the face. Several teeth fell out and Chu Yang splashed into the shit and piss that was in the coffin. Cross slammed it shut and threw a chain around the coffin, locking it with a lock before waving his hand and saying, Imperio. The rest of the disciples became dazed and Cross patted the coffin saying, bring this to the Tianyu League, tell the ladies it's a gift of love to buy shishi from Chu Yang and the entire Chu clan. The disciples picked up the coffin and walked away like robots. Cross laughed and spun his scythe in his hand, liking the weapon more and more. It was much more intimidating. Advertisement Chan. https://splurgstudio.com/ 172, Demon Battlefield. Long Chen said, what was that? Cross smiled and said, a little trick, have you ever heard of hypnosis? Long Chen said, that's a powerful hypnosis. Cross waved and said, actually, they were extremely weak so they were easily hypnotized. He chuckled and said, I think Bai Shishi will love her gift. He Long Chen shook his head and laughed. Suddenly there was a shout, you can laugh when you're dead. Everybody looked over, so many visitors today? Luo Bing was about to say something, when Long Chen raised his hand. She took a step back and said nothing. Luo Qingyang was burning with jealousy. The rest of the Luo clan disciples sighed at this retarded gigolo. The man in front of the new arrivals said, as instructed by our leader, you will dissolve your group within 3 days, or you will become our Dragon Fire League's #1 enemy. Long Chen slapped him, smashing half his head and sending him flying down the mountain. A man charged at Long Chen, only to get a sword in his chest. Long Chen sneered, this strength and you think you can just bully anyone who walks by. The man said, why you don't dare kill me. Long Chen sneered and replied, in this world, there's nothing I don't dare do. I won't kill you today because I don't want to spill blood on a celebration. You go back and tell Long Yan to piss on the ground and look at his reflection. If there's something wrong he can come for me, Long Chen. Don't blame me if you play such a dirty move again, inner court, outer court, I'll kill you all. He took back his sword and the man backed off. The rest of the Dragon Fire group drew their swords with bad intentions. Long Chen frowned, listen carefully, take one step and I'll slaughter you. A scythe spun through the air and stuck into the ground in front of the group as Cross said from the back, killing people is my favorite pastime. He had a bloodthirsty grin on his face, sending chills down the group's spines. The man who got stabbed shivered and said let's go. One disciple said Brother Zhang, this. The man named Zhang shouted I said let's go. Are you deaf? They all gulped and left. Cross twitched his finger and the scythe flew back into his hand, spinning into a bead bracelet. Long Chen said fuck. These idiots back in my world, if I didn't kill them people would think I have a small dick. The girls blushed, Long Chen coughed and said sorry. Luo Bing shook her head and said it's fine. If I want to rise in the inner court, there must be competition. Dignity and resources are meant to be fought over through life and blood. Luo Qingyang said Binger, you just opened Luo Legion, but already have the third place league coming after you. Your behavior may implicate the rest of the family. Luo Ning shouted Luo Qingyang. Get the fuck out of here. Never come here again. Luo Qingyang and the rest left and everybody else went inside to see the place. A while later. Cross was leaning back in a chair with his feet propped up on a table. Yuan was nestled in his lap, mimicking her father's posture with her hands behind her head and her feet crossed. Long Chen told the rest how he offended the third league and they all sighed. Cross nearly fell asleep until he was addressed personally. Cross, don't you need resources? Cross opened his eyes and said Luo Bing said fifth brother, don't you need resources? Cross yawned and said can I just use pills? Long Chen can make M. Long Chen said oi. Do I look like your personal alchemist? Cross looked at him and squinted before saying ah. You do. Long Chen spit out blood. Luo Bing giggled and said fifth brother, maybe I can help. Cross said don't act all mysterious with me, little girl. Just spit it out, formalities aren't for me. Luo Bing smiled and said if you go to the battlefield you can get killing points that can be used instead of crystals to buy things. Cross snapped his fingers and said Long Chen, how about this? I get the killing points, I give them to you and you make me pills? I can set up a bubble for you so your own speed won't decrease at all. Long Chen rubbed his chin and said I don't know. What's in it for me? Cross almost smacked him saying helping a brother in need. What do you mean what's in it for you? How about this, I'll kidnap Bai Shishi and leave her on your bed, tied up. Sound good? Everybody's jaws dropped and Long Chen laughed before shaking his head saying I'll do it, but you don't have to kidnap Bai Shishi. Cross chuckled and said good, I don't even know what she looks like. If I kidnap the wrong person, won't I look like an idiot? The rest were stunned, that's what you're worried about? They settled how they were going to work and the next day, Cross left Yuan with Yinger and told the girls he was going to the battlefield. If they were really in trouble just run to the Tianyu League and join them. If someone was daring enough to make trouble at the Tianyu League, maybe they were already riding the dean's shoulders. The girls nodded and they left right away, obviously after hearing the benefits of the Tianyu League, there was really no reason not to join. Plus, Cross told them if they were being bullied in there, not a single woman would survive, even if he has to drag the dean's granddaughter by the hair from the dean's house. Yuan cried and said she wanted to go with Cross, who told her that he was going to hunt perverts and was worried that they would give her the eye-nose disease. Yuan said that he has to come back fast so he wouldn't catch the disease. Cross promised he would come back soon. Ji Yuan was jealous and Cross kissed her saying don't be jealous, I'll properly take care of you when I come back. He slapped her ass and she blushed before going with the rest and shooting him in seductive gaze. Cross rubbed his nose at the tent in his shorts, he really should have released before letting them go. Well, he knows for next time. He watched them go before flashing away when they were out of sight. They might not know, but Cross has been watching all of them since they got at the academy. All of their efforts to become strong and provide as much help as they could was all seen by him. He felt extremely warm in his heart, they were working extremely hard to help him and he appreciated it from the bottom of his heart, with girls like them by his side he could die happy. A while later. Cross, Long Chen, and the others appeared at the battlefield and a middle-aged man said happily warriors from the academy, welcome to the demon battlefield. Long Chen said quickly we're just rookies. You should absolutely not come to welcome us in person. Cross grinned and said seriously, you should be taking it easy. The man looked at Long Chen and Cross and smiled I can't believe there's real soldiers in this class. It's the blessing of the academy. Long Chen and Cross smiled and the man explained the dangers of the demon battlefield as well as the regions, kindly advising them to go to the safest region. The group left and arrived at a chariot with fierce beasts pulling it. A giant dragon looked at them and Cross glared at the dragon, it trembled and fell flat on its stomach. Long Chen and Cross walked over it, going to their camp and settling in. Long Chen talked strategy and everyone looked at Cross for his opinion. Cross laughed and said what are you looking at me for? Little bro's formation is perfect but it doesn't matter unfortunately. Long Chen smiled and Luoning said big devil, quickly tell us why it doesn't matter. Cross smiled and said you're all afraid of the beasts that pull the carts, you're going to stay in formation against a group of them? Are you joking? The disciples were all embarrassed and a bit angry, this was calling them cowards to their faces, who wouldn't be angry? Long Chen waved and said anyway, let's go. Luoning snorted saying humph. Big devil, watch me prove you wrong. If I don't kill the most today, I'll warm your bed tonight. Cross rolled his eyes and said I'll prepare red sheets then. Luoning blushed hard and Long Chen shook his head before they all left. They arrived at a 3-star region, which was incredibly dangerous in the eyes of the disciples. But in Long Chen and Cross eyes this was nothing. Long Chen set up a platform and Cross jumped onto it as he said quickly give this king a bow, I'll show you how to shoot today. Long Chen chuckled, they agreed on this before. A disciple gave Cross his bow. Cross plucked the string and his ears twitched as he said barely passable. He aimed the bow and plucked the string 3 times, 3 beasts in the distance fell down right away. The archers were stunned, even Long Chen was impressed, this guy was pretty good. Cross chuckled and said let me show you a secret technique. He twisted the bow in a circle while drawing the bow into a full moon arc. He let go and a row of beasts in a line all fell like dominoes. The archers were dazed and Long Chen said what was that? Cross threw the bow back and said it doesn't have a name, I came up with it just now. The disciples were numb, you came up with that just now? Are you God? Luoning shouted big devil, you're good at archery? Why don't you use a bow? Cross pointed at his ears and said you think these are fake? I'm naturally blessed with divine archery talent. I don't use a bow because it's not fierce at all, good for women to do. The male archers froze and everybody looked at them, they turned their faces away in embarrassment. Long Chen burst out laughing and Cross said come quickly, you brats. I will teach you what archery is today. Long Chen shouted warriors from the academy, today is the day of our rise. The monsters in front of us are the ladder of our glory. Take out our weapons and let them shine. With our blood, we can witness our immortal youth. Let's go and kill them. The disciples felt their blood boiling and charged out with their weapons. Long Chen shouted in dismay keep formation. For fuck's sakes. The disciples went out to kill and Cross sat down with Long Chen and watched. He took out his gourd and started drinking, these disciples looked like they were injected with chicken blood, running around killing everything. He shook his head and the monsters all died. Long Chen cleaned up the battlefield and pointed out their shortcomings before they moved far away to a new valley. Long Chen told them to get in formation before taking a pill and throwing it in the air. A strange smell spread from the pill and Long Chen said my pill will attract demons from thousands of miles away. Are you ready? The earth started trembling and Long Chen added this time you must kill quickly, or the whole army will fight for resources in hell instead. Good luck. Cross laughed and they both watched from a high platform with the archers, who were shooting non-stop. Long Chen and Cross promised to teach them but they couldn't let a single disciple die. An hour passed but the monsters increased instead of decreasing. Luoning shouted big devil, we'll die here. Cross looked at her and said don't worry, you can warm my bed in hell when I die. If anyone bullies you I'll send them to their next life. Long Chen chuckled and said practice is not a joke. Practice is to face death. If you are doomed not to be a strong man and die in the hands of the enemy in the future, I would rather you die here, at least with a trace of dignity. The disciples paled and Long Chen added there is no gain for nothing in this world. If you want to be a strong man, you must pay the price it deserves. In my eyes, all of you are a group of trash who eat and wait for death. In my world, all of you would have been dead under the knife of demons. You are so greedy for life and death. What are you talking about? How to get into the top 100 of the guild list? What are you talking about fighting with the Chu family? You'd better forget it. You don't even have the determination to become stronger. It's better to die here, so as not to die in the hands of Chu Yang. Cross chuckled and said in. You all want to be experts? What a joke. The little girl wants to warm my bed, I'm afraid you'll warm the demons' stomachs first. His tone turned commanding as he shouted fight. Even if your arms and legs are crippled, use your teeth. If you have no teeth, smash with your head. You want to destroy your enemies? You want to trample the world? You want to tear the sky with a single hand and make the rules? Fight. Even if you can't continue, you must continue. He roared even if the sky falls. Even if the world crumbles. You must continue. Even if you have to crawl through mountains of corpses and blood. This is what it means to be an expert. You're all worthless trash. Prove me wrong. Kill. The entire group's eyes turned red and they continued, running on willpower alone. Long Chen gave Cross a thumbs up and Cross grinned, feeling itchy to fight as well. After a while, some disciples started to collapse and the others paled, if the formation broke they were all dead. Cross sighed and swung his wrist, a scythe came out and spun in a circle around the entire group of disciples, slaughtering the demons in a second before returning to Cross hand. The disciples looked up, the sun was behind Cross head and his face was shadowed over, only his black outline holding a scythe dripping with blood and glowing red eyes were seen. Advertisement Chan. https://splurgstudio.com/ 173, The Golden Chariot. Cross sighed and the disciples fell to the ground. Long Chen said, "Don't faint, you'll get more benefits this way." Before he started cleaning up the battlefield, Luoning said, "Big devil, I thought you were really going to let us die." Cross sighed and said, "I was, but then I realized that you're so pitiful, you would all be bullied in the underworld." The disciples choked in grief and Long Chen chuckled. Luoning pouted and Luobing gasped, "So many points." The number on her jade was 174,000. Cross held up the jade on his waist and the number was 136,000. The disciples all had their mouths open wide. A while later, Luoning said, "Third brother, you said that you had a legion before. You're always saying we're bad, are we inferior to them?" Long Chen rubbed his nose and said, "Can I not answer?" Luoning growled, "Just answer." Long Chen sighed and said, "I pick 10 random soldiers and they can clean up the whole group of disciples. If the 10 form a circle they can wipe out all the demons in half an hour, even the ones Cross killed." Luoning frowned and said, "I don't believe it." Long Chen shrugged and said, "Believe what you want. I'm not going to explain." They finished cleaning up after a while and went back to the academy. Long Chen told Luobing and Mu Qingyun to recruit people while he left to the scripture pavilion. Cross had absolutely nothing to do and went to the scripture hall as well, looking for something to catch his interest. He entered the pavilion and bumped shoulders with a tall man. Cross frowned and kept going when the man said, "You. How dare you?" Cross slapped the tall man into a building across the academy before continuing into the pavilion. He looked through bookshelves but he couldn't be fucked to find a single technique for him. He went through a bargain bin of techniques, the classic place to find hidden gems. Unfortunately, whoever told him that bargain bins had hidden gems was a fucking liar. He found nothing. He walked to a chair and sat down. Who would have thought that the chair had seen better days? The back leg snapped and Cross fell backwards. Good thing there was no one there to witness his tragic appearance. Cross turned to get up when he saw a sparkling jade under a bookshelf. What was luck after misfortune? This was it. He rolled to the bookshelf and grabbed the jade. He penetrated it with his soul and his entire body flashed and disappeared. He was teleported into a room and the technique was displayed in his mind. A man stood against countless enemies and black holes appeared behind him. There were countless black holes popping up in the air behind him. Soon enough, swords, spears, axes, hammers, spikes, every weapon imaginable poked out from the black holes. There were countless weapons and the man simply pointed forward. The weapons rained down on the enemies like rain, killing them all. A name floated to his brain, Gates of the Void. Cross was awed and excited. He really picked up a treasure this time. To practice the technique you had to first have sufficient mastery over all the elements and space but also knowledge of forging. Cross was king in this regard. Basically what the technique did was have the user create weapons out of energy and imprint them with his mark before storing them in a space where they can be recalled easily. The maker of the technique said that the limit of the weapons was non-existent. As long as the user could maintain the imprint and make the weapons, it would continue endlessly. Cross was stunned. Did he just pick up a super ultra uber omega mega godly technique? There was also another part. The weapon's strength will increase based on the user's strength. Cross eyes widened. Definitely a super ultra uber omega mega godly technique. He sat in the room and held his hands together. A black flame appeared between his palms. He pulled his palms apart, closing his eyes. A pitch black long sword appeared in front of him. He bit his thumb and smeared his blood on the blade while making the hand runes and forging the sword of energy. Sweat rolled down his forehead and the sword glowed before floating there. Cross opened his eyes and got excited as he held the sword that looked exactly like a real sword. He took out a block of wood and slashed, cutting the wood in half neatly, leaving only 2 black surfaces because the sword was made of fire chi. Cross sucked the sword into his body and kept it in his star spaces. He lifted his hand and a black hole appeared. The black sword poked out but it was red now. Cross sent it back and it was like he got injected with chicken blood. He started making spears, swords, halberds, axes, hammers, maces, all types of different swords and weapons. 3 days passed in a flash. When Cross met up with the group he was pale and had bags under his eyes, but his eyes were bright and excited. Luoning said in shock, "Big devil, what happened to you?" Cross said, "I was sucked dry of my yang qi, what do you think?" "Silly girl, you missed your chance to warm my bed." Luoning blushed and regretted speaking to him. Luobing gave her a teasing look and Luoning coughed saying, "A big devil like you, I'm not surprised." Before muttering, "At least you can take care of yourself, no? Idiot." Long Chen chuckled and said, "Where are the recruits?" Mu Qingyun and Luobing brought a bunch of people in front of Long Chen, looked at them all and said to a woman, "All right, speak. Who sent you?" The woman was stunned and said, "Third master." Yu Long Chen waved and said, "Don't be nervous and don't speak what you were told to say. In this world there may be people who can lie to me, but you are not one of them." The woman trembled and opened her mouth but no words came out. Long Chen smiled and said, "It's okay, you can speak. I won't embarrass you." The woman fell to her knees and said it's Chu Yang. Long Chen pulled her up saying I won't punish you because you are from Chu Yang, after all, you haven't done any harm. If you really want to stay in the Carefree Alliance, we can take you in. You don't have to worry about Chu Yang, but if they have your family, then I can't help you. The woman said you can still trust me. She was filled with disbelief. Long Chen smiled and said no one can lie to me, if you want to stay, with your talent, you're more than welcome. As for Chu Yang, that was before. If you join the Carefree Alliance, you will be a member. I believe in you. The woman said excitedly I swear I will. Long Chen cut her off and said all right. No need to be so grand. Since I dare let you in, I'm not afraid you will betray. You will soon find out this was the wisest decision of your life. He sent the woman back and looked at the group before saying the rest of you think you are very good at hiding. Your skills are far under Lord Third's eyes. You're very lucky to join the alliance because very soon there will probably be tighter requirements, maybe you won't even be eligible by then. Therefore, cherish the opportunity, don't fool around or I will kick you out and you will regret it for the rest of your lives. Let's go. The group entered the demon battlefield again. Long Chen started talking to the woman as the group made their way deep into the battlefield. Cross was getting pestered by Luoning constantly about his health and why he was so pale. He mostly ignored her, teasing her occasionally with sexual jokes. What was he supposed to say? He practiced a technique for 3 days straight and made over 100 weapons? It wasn't nearly enough and he was slightly disappointed with his progress if he was being honest. He noticed that each of the weapons went to a different star space, he hadn't even filled up 200 of them yet. There was still 107,800 after that. He had a long road ahead of him. But all the weapons were made from a different element. He stressed this greatly, he theorized that variety was key. If someone was immune to flames? No problem, smash him with thousands of different elements. 1,000's not enough? No problem. How about 10,000? No? How about 100,000? Basically, smashing enough eggs on a stone to break it. But these eggs were hard-boiled. Eventually it has to break, right? The disciples started fighting while Cross and Long Chen started teaching the archers, before leaving them to their devices. Suddenly a golden chariot flew over their heads and into the distance. Luo Bing said it's the Tianyu League. Cross grinned and took a bow from a disciple before firing a black arrow. He threw the bow back and the arrow disappeared after the golden chariot. Long Chen said what did you do? Cross smiled and said left a little message, no big deal. I didn't kill anybody. Long Chen shook his head and continued to teach the disciples. In the golden chariot. A few girls are talking amongst each other. Suddenly A Su's head in a little hole appeared in the chariot wall. An arrow flew in and stabbed into a wall in front of the girls. The arrow morphed into words that said fly over this king's head again, and your pretty little faces will be put on display by themselves. Lord Fifth. Back at the battlefield. The disciples were going just fine by themselves. Cross took 2 tokens and put them on his waist before saying little bro, it's too fucking boring here. I'm leaving. Long Chen took 2 tokens and threw a bunch of pills at Luo Bing saying these are the pills to attract beasts. I'm leaving to the 5-star area. Stay in the 4-star it's not a problem. Luo Bing nodded and Cross laughed as he said silly girl, remember to warm my bed later. Luoning almost tripped and blushed before running away. Cross chuckled and jumped into the air before transforming into a giant dragon with 6 wings and flying away, stunning the entire group. Long Chen chuckled and said never a dull moment. Before spreading out thunder wings and chasing after him. The way they were going was the direction the chariot left in before. Advertisement Chan. https://splurgstudio.com 174, Meeting by Shishi. Cross and Long Chen flew through the sky. Long Chen flew next to Cross head as he said you're a dragon. Cross replied it's a ritual from a lower world. Everyone has a spirit animal inside them. The ritual makes it possible to transform into your spirit animal, mine just so happens to be a dragon. Luna is a rabbit, Feng Shui is a phoenix, Jasmine is a white tiger, and Ji Yuan is a black swan. I have a brother in the lower realms that's a Kylin. Long Chen had his mouth open wide and Cross said we can do it for you too if you want. Long Chen shook his head and said nah, I'm okay. Cross chuckled and spun around him saying you sure? Long Chen smirked and said won't people hunt me down? Cross laughed and said maybe you'll be a dog? Who would hunt down a dog? Long Chen felt his mouth twitch and he swung a fist at Cross, who twisted out of the way while laughing. They flew towards a fire swamp and Cross hovered over the dragon fire camp. The disciples looked up in horror and Cross roared at them, scaring them to their asses. Long Chen burst out laughing. Cross opened his mouth and blew out black flames, surrounding the entire camp and lighting their buildings on fire. The disciples started scrambling and Cross and Long Chen left, diving into the red crack going into the magic battlefield. In the magic battlefield, there's no array to keep you safe, the tokens only record points, you can't call for help from an elder with them anymore. So to normal disciples this is basically a death zone. But Cross was a dragon and Long Chen was the furthest thing from normal, so it wasn't an issue. They entered the crack and Cross blew out dragon breath, destroying all the beasts coming after them. The little fire dragon on Long Chen's wrist gobbled up all the flame crystals before returning to Long Chen. Just before they reached the exit, their tokens buzzed. Cross reverted to normal and they both left the tunnel into the magic battlefield to see an endless river. They landed on a mountain, but the mountain started moving. Cross jumped a fucking crocodile? Fuck. How big is it? Long Chen chuckled and threw chains around the crocodile's mouth before moving them. The crocodile writhed before running, trying to shake the two off. Cross laughed and held onto Long Chen, the two were waving in the air like a flag as the crocodile sprinted away, trampling beasts everywhere it went. The crocodile was running towards a group of women in white robes, standing next to a golden chariot. Cross squinted and hey! His women were there. What a strange coincidence. This begs the question, Ying'er was also here, where's Yuan Yuan? Long Chen shouted oi! Oi! Get out of the way, this guy doesn't listen at all. A woman in a golden dress stepped out, Long Chen and Cross looked at her and Long Chen said is that Bai Shishi? Cross replied must be. Who else would wear that terribly ugly golden robe? Long Chen said I think it's nice, it makes her neck look better. And, she's quite pretty. Cross sat down and crossed his arms, sitting on the beast without an issue as he said I wouldn't say she's the most beautiful. She's pretty but how many beauties are there in the world? I can name 5 that are prettier than her in a second. Long Chen sneered your wives and maid don't count. Cross said angrily why not? Long Chen rolled his eyes and said if they counted, how could anybody be more beautiful than them? Though they aren't as beautiful as mine. Cross rolled his eyes and said you? Had. All of my girls are the most beautiful girls in the lower realms. Plus after I nourished them, they're even more beautiful. Long Chen burst out laughing and Bai Shishi spoke to herself the blood of this crocodile is God, it might even become a crocodile king in the future. I didn't expect to encounter such a strong demon here. Cross shook his head and said this woman is really dumb. It's true, the bigger the chest the smaller the brains. Long Chen continued to laugh, while the girls in white were seething in rage. Apparently they had heard his words. Luna, Feng Shui'er, Jasmine, and Ji Yuan covered their faces while Ying'er laughed. Golden pillars shot out of the ground and chained up the crocodile. Long Chen said oh, strong. Cross looked at the golden pillars and said does she think it's a day in the park? This crocodile isn't vegetarian. The crocodile roared to the sky and burst into flames as the golden pillars started cracking. Bai Shishi looked at Long Chen and Cross in surprise and finally said who are you? A woman by her side shouted alliance leader. That's the fellow who stirs up wind and ran wherever he goes. Long Chen. And the handsome guy? I don't really know. Everybody looked at the girl, you call him handsome but you don't even know his name? The girl turned away in embarrassment while Luna, Jasmine, Ji Yuan, Shui'er and Ying'er shot her a glance, half coldness half amusement. Bai Shishi said so you're Long Chen? I remember you're an only one in the inner court that wears black clothes. Cross rolled his eyes and Long Chen smiled as he said and you are? Bai Shishi smiled and said you need to ask. Long Chen nodded saying of course. If you don't know my name, then I have to pretend I don't know your name. Or else, won't I look like an idiot? Bai Shishi pointed to the crocodile, half amused, as she said the crocodile has been infuriated by you, when it breaks out, even I have to run. What's your plan? Long Chen said simply I'll take it as a mount. You have a golden chariot, I have a crocodile, there's no pressure for us to be friends. Bai Shishi was stunned and said you can't. Even if you manage to subdue it, it has a soul mark and will explode in the pet space. Long Chen sighed what a pity. Bai Shishi suddenly said it's starting to activate its king blood, this takes a little time. If you escape now, there's still time. For the sake of the academy, I can let you ride in the chariot to avoid the crocodile. Long Chen asked why don't we fight it together and split the profits? Bai Shishi shook her head and said its defenses are too strong, if I want to kill it I have to make an effort. It has nothing I want, so it's useless to waste time on it. Cross and Long Chen's expressions changed, Cross had a face full of disdain and Long Chen was disappointed as he waved all right, I never would have thought you were such an irresponsible woman. Leave, I'll take care of this myself. Bai Shishi got angry and said what do you mean? Cross sneered idiot. The crocodile was fine before you chained it up with your rusty chi. All you had to do was move out of the way. If you didn't take action, do you think we would still be here? You infuriated the crocodile and now you're leaving with a pat on your ass because it's not worth the effort. What a fucking idiot. He shook his head and added I heard you were strong but it seems like the rumors were just rumors, how disappointing. The girls, excluding Crosswives and Ying'er, were furious and shouted who are you to say that? It's true all men are garbage. Jasmine shook her head and said oh boy. Yinger laughed and said bye-bye. Cross blurred and appeared in front of the group, holding out his scythe as he said all men are garbage, eh? That's to say you like women? I don't really care about your ridiculous mental diseases, but you will not insult my character. He took a step and appeared behind a girl who was shouting with the scythe blade gleaming right in front of her neck, his voice came your little lives. They've been in my hands since I got here. Even your precious leader can't save you, she can't even handle a crocodile, how can she even touch me? The girl who Cross held was trembling in fear and became completely white, the rest were completely silent and felt endless fear. Cross sneered and let the girl go as he said it seems I was wrong about the entire league, no matter the leader, you're all still flowers in a greenhouse. Honestly, this academy is so disappointing. The most beautiful woman is merely an idiot with nice skin and the top league is a bunch of mentally ill women. He shook his head and said girls, let's go. I'll protect you myself if I have you, forget out these idiots, you might really catch a disease. Luna, Jasmine, Feng Shuier, Ji Yuan and Yinger walked over and some girls shouted what are you doing? Bai Shishi frowned and said you're trying to poach my members. Cross stopped and Luna rushed to him, holding him back as she said shhh. Calm down. His emotionless face softened and he stroked Luna's hair while smiling, the other four came over and smiled at him. The rest of the girls were terrified, from the moment Bai Shishi stopped speaking until Luna calmed him down. A terrifying killing intent slammed into them all, they had never felt something so scary in their entire lives. Even Bai Shishi was a little pale. Cross kissed his girls and said go inside okay. They all nodded and Yinger pouted no kiss for me. Cross grabbed her collar and threw her into the inner world before saying you should be with Yuan Yuan. Yinger stuck out her tongue as she disappeared, Jasmine glared at Cross, who sighed and said I didn't even do anything. Jasmine huffed you better not. Or I'll beat you to death. Cross hooked her waist and nibbled on her ear, whispering something. Jasmine turned completely red and ran off into the inner world, Shuier giggled and followed her with Ji Yuan. Luna turned around and smiled politely saying sorry, but he's our husband. If it wasn't for him we wouldn't have joined in the first place. Before kissing Cross and whispering in his ear. He nodded and Luna smiled, fixing his hair before leaving. Cross ignored the rest and said to Long Chen we can kill it ourselves, no. Long Chen smirked saying I thought free help was better but since she couldn't be fucked to do anything, then forget it. Bai Shishi was beyond angry and shouted who said I won't do it? I'll do it. Cross and Long Chen looked at each other before looking at Bai Shishi and saying Nat, that's okay. You can leave. Bai Shishi was stunned before shouting I said I was going to help and I will help. Cross and Long Chen sighed and decided to let this crazy woman have her way. Cross stepped to the side and Long Chen said all you have to do is hold its mouth open. Bai Shishi said so simple? And you think I can't even do this? She got angry again. Long Chen shrugged and let the crocodile go, it immediately opened its mouth and shot out a breath of flames. Bai Shishi was stunned and hurriedly formed a giant ball, keeping the crocodile's mouth open as Long Chen ran inside. Cross stood by the side and watched as Bai Shishi's golden ball was obliterated and the crocodile shut its mouth. She was angry and a massive explosion came from the crocodile's mouth, blowing gold sharps everywhere. Bai Shishi put up a thick golden shield and blocked the fragments but it was quickly turned to Swiss cheese, fortunately nobody was killed and Long Chen came out holding a giant crystal. He said thanks. You can have the body. Before storing the crystal and running away like a hooligan. Cross chuckled and chased after him, disappearing from the sight as Bai Shishi was stunned and angry, roaring shameless. Advertisement Chan. https://splurgstudio.com 175, Dragonfire Annihilation. Cross and Long Chen continued to massacre demons left and right. Long Chen took the core of the crocodile and made 1000 fire swords to absorb it. He created a sword formation with the finished fire swords and slaughtered the beasts that came near. Cross tested his new skill and black holes appeared behind him before weapons rained down, annihilating the beasts before dissolving and returning to the star spaces. Because he didn't have that many, he couldn't destroy them all with the skill alone, he had to use his scythe. And so, two guys killed demon after demon before leaving the magic battlefield. They flew over the low and carefree battlefield to see everything was going good, with that thought done they returned to the academy. When they got back, a disciple said Third Master, Master Yunyang wants to see you. Cross patted Long Chen's shoulder and left to his residence. He let the girls out of his inner world and let them roam free as he sat down and made a time bubble around himself as he started creating weapons again, using all sorts of different elements. Time passed quickly, before Cross knew it 600 days had passed. He made weapons non-stop only falling asleep when he really couldn't go on anymore. Today he was creating weapons when he got a call saying Luo Ning was injured. Cross shattered the bubble and disappeared from the room. It had only been 10 days outside and he had created 110,000 weapons so far. He flew across the academy to the Loyal Legion base. When he got there, Long Chen was there and looking at Luo Ning on the bed with a dark expression. Long Chen said it was the vice leader of Dragon Fire League. Cross looked at Luo Ning's face and turned around, leaving the building. Long Chen ran after him, knowing that Cross was angry. The rest followed them and Cross walked straight to the Dragon Fire League residence. Long Yan was waiting for them and opened his mouth to say haha. Did you want to have a guild war with us after your precious vice leader was injured? Cross smiled and his eyes were straight lines. If any of the girls saw this face, they would be terrified. Usually when he's angry his face goes blank, unless he's really angry and he smiles. The Dragon Fire League. I'm afraid it will just be a river of blood today. Cross took out his scythe and said no, that's not necessary. Because when I'm done with you, there won't be a single person left to fight. He floated into the air and raised his hand, 110,000 black holes appeared behind him, with weapons poking out of each of them. Long Yan's face turned pale as he looked up, Cross opened his eyes and said die. As he lowered his hand, a monstrous killing intent flooded the Dragon Fire League base and all the weapons rained down on the base, shining with countless different colors. It was quite beautiful but nobody was thinking of the appearance of the technique, only the carnage that came after. The Dragon Fire League disciples were dropping like flies, some of them tried to fight back but were overwhelmed when 100 different weapons fell on them. The rain continued endlessly until all the weapons returned to cross-star spaces. He looked down and disappeared, the lucky disciples that survived were killed one after the other. The vice leader was the only one left alive but he had lost all his limbs and could only watch as everything crumbled because of him. All the other disciples looked at him as they died, seemingly questioning why he had to provoke this demon. The vice leader's mind collapsed and he pleaded for death, please kill me. Cross was stained with the blood of thousands of disciples and slowly walked over to the vice leader. He picked him up by the hair and smiled, the vice leader pissed himself in fear and Cross dragged him through the corpses and blood. He exited the base and looked around at all the people. He saw Chu Yang, who was completely white and fell back on his ass at Cross look. Cross took his eyes away from him and looked over at Bai Shishi, behind her Luna, Jasmine, Feng Shui'er, Ying'er and Ji Yuan were standing with smiles on their faces. Cross grabbed the Loyal Legion badge and activated a killing war against Dragon Fire League. He shook the vice leader in his hands and forced him to agree. They were all taken to a battlefield and Cross proceeded to torture the vice leader endlessly for hours before killing him. When he reappeared he looked at everyone and said go ahead, make another insidious move. I'll accompany you to play at any time. He looked at Chu Yang and added don't think I don't know you had a hand in this too. I will come for you, no matter how far you run. Every twist and turn you make, I will be there. He formed a lotus in his hand and threw it behind him, a massive black hole appeared and destroyed everything. The base, the corpses, the blood, nothing was left. He threw a ring at Luo Bing before walking away, spinning the scythe free of blood into a bracelet and blurring before disappearing into thin air. Long Chen looked at the carnage and smiled, at least we won't continue to be annoyed by these idiots anymore before walking away with a happy smile. The rest of the group looked at the destruction before following Long Chen wordlessly. Bai Shishi looked over at Chu Yang and said coldly I heard about your gift for me. Chu Yang started to sweat and Bai Shishi said seems like you think you own the school? Maybe she should sit down and talk about it. Chu Yang turned white in fear. Cross appeared back at the Loyal Legion base and walked inside. Luo Ning was awake but extremely weak. Cross walked into her room, dripping blood. The two looked at each other and Luo Ning looked down. Cross said the Dragon Fire League is no more. Luo Ning didn't look up and said Gu Zhen. Cross said I killed him. Luo Ning started dripping tears and said am I useless? Cross walked over and lifted her head up before smiling maybe just a little bit. Luo Ning pouted and Cross laid on his side on the bed, propping his head up with his hand as he said I can't say you're not useless. I've been waiting so long and you still haven't come to warm my bed. He clicked his tongue and Luo Ning was stunned, before saying it was a joke. Cross sighed and said in disappointment really. Luo Ning was caught off guard and twirled her hair with her fingers as she said well. I guess. She looked at Cross with a little blush on her face. He looked at her and smiled, she scooted over and said so you she moved her face really close, when the door opened. Long Chen and the rest came in to see the situation. Luo Ning quickly shuffled away and Cross said how long do you think I have? As if he wasn't in an awkward situation to begin with. Luo Bing's face was red and Long Chen said probably. A loud voice was heard teacher Cross to the law enforcement hall. Immediately. Long Chen finished right now. Cross jumped off the bed and said what a drag. Before leaving. Long Chen chuckled and winked at Luo Ning, making her face burn red, before he followed him. Luo Bing looked at her sister and teased did we interrupt? Luo Ning shouted scram. Luo Bing giggled and said you should have seen it. As she detailed the events grandly. Cross arrived at the law enforcement hall and walked inside to see a court of elders. He stood at the podium and said what happened? An elder shouted in rage what do you mean what happened? You killed an entire league is what happened. Cross made an O with his mouth and said I did? I don't remember. I was flirting with beauties all day. How could I bear to leave them and go kill people? Perhaps you're mistaken. The elder almost spit up blood, and another one said we have a witness account. Cross tilted his head and said a witness? Could you bring them in? I would like to know who's slandering me. Chu Yang came out with a bunch of bruises and black eyes as he said I saw the whole thing. Cross shook his head and said his witness account is invalid. The head smiled and said oh? Please explain. Cross smiled and said you see, this person is very insidious. He can push his brother into a pit and act like he was saving him, who knows if he's acting or not. Whether he lies or tells the truth, we'll never know. Chu Yang sneered and said why would I lie? Cross smiled and said then I demand you search his soul for the truth. The elder's expressions changed and Chu Yang was stunned. The head of the law enforcement hall smiled and Cross added there's not evidence. No proof. Just baseless accusations by someone who hates me. How could it be that he's telling the truth? I'm an upright and just teacher of the academy. Teaching the kids to be the best versions of themselves is my life's goal. How could I be so brutal to kill some students? Moreover, why would I do this? He shook his head and added it's simply not in my character to do something without being provoked. I'm a very good and kind person, you can ask my kids. Therefore I demand a soul search for the truth. If it's true, I'll willingly accept any punishment. However if the man who would kill his own parents for money, declines then I would personally like an apology for the slander on my good name. The elders were aghast and Chu Yang was completely speechless. With just a few words, Cross kicked him to a cliff without an escape plan. If they searched his soul, not only would they find things that are even worse than killing people, he might even be executed by the school. On the other hand he had to apologize to Cross personally for slandering his name. Long Chen sighed in amazement, who said Cross was a muscle-headed moron. This guy was a vicious person through and through. An elder pointed at Cross and said then how do you explain the disappearance of the entire Dragonfire Legion? Cross scratched his head and said in confusion you're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask? Like I said, I was flirting with beauties all day. How would I know where some Wormflame League went? Maybe they packed up and went to live in the demon battlefield. Cross spread out his hands and shook his head saying even if you beat me to death I still won't know what happened. I can tell you the interests and hobbies of the beauties I was with but matters regarding the disappearance of disciples, I'm helpless to help find the truth. But since Chu Yang said he was personally at the scene of the crime, perhaps his memories will uncover the truth. Cross swung his fist and said righteously I will personally lead the soul search and clear my reputation. You can have faith in me. Long Chen looked down and covered his mouth, the elders were speechless, this guy's tongue was too swift. 1 minute he's on his heels and the next he's the epitome of justice, hell-bent on finding out the truth of the matter. Cross pointed at Chu Yang and said heroic disciple, Chu. Please present yourself for a soul search, I will find the culprit behind this. You can rest assured, if you were forced to slander me, I will protect you. Chu Yang backed off and shouted no. No soul search. Cross sighed and shook his head saying Disciple Chu, could it be that you truly think of me as a killing demon? I promise you will be just fine after we find out the truth. I will personally search your soul, I haven't had an accident yet. As he showed his hands with a warm and sunny smile. Chu Yang shivered and the head said all right, that's enough. Since Chu Yang doesn't want to do a soul search, the accusations are merely hearsay. Chu Yang apologized for slandering a teacher. Chu Yang's lips quivered, he bit them and said sorry, teacher Cross. Cross cleaned his ears with his finger as he said sorry, I couldn't hear you. Can you speak up please? Chu Yang roared don't go too far. Cross shrugged and said I just want my apology, slandering my reputation is equivalent to cutting off my income. If all the disciples think I'll kill them if they come near me, how will they come for classes? Am I going to teach ghosts? Chu Yang grinned his teeth and shouted I'm sorry for slandering you, teacher Cross. Before stomping off. Cross grinned and the head of the law enforcement hall smiled as he said dismissed. He gave Cross a look, as if to say no more annihilations. Cross returned a look to say no problem the head shook his head and left. Cross left with Long Chen and took out a recording stone. Cross grinned and Long Chen chuckled before they started spreading it throughout the sect. They high-fived and returned to what they were doing before. Cross went back to making weapons and Long Chen went somewhere else. Advertisement Chan. https://splurgstudio.com 176, by Xiao. Cross and Long Chen were doing their own thing when all the inner court disciples were called to a meeting. Cross and Long Chen arrived and there was a sea of people, everybody smiled warmly to Cross and Long Chen in greeting, while Chu Yang was grinned his teeth so hard they almost bled. Everybody saw the image stone of Chu Yang apologizing for slandering Cross, as well as Cross' righteous speech. They realized Cross must have been slandered this whole time. It was all a ploy to push people away from his classes. Cross smiled happily and waved to the people as he made his way to the teachers' seats. Blowing kisses and waving to every person, until the head of Law Enforcement Hall dragged him away with a weird but amused look on his face. Long Chen chuckled and Uniang called him up to the Heavenly Master Teacher's area, while Cross was dragged to the vice head of Law Enforcement seat and thrown into it. Cross and Long Chen looked at Uniang and the head of the Law Enforcement Hall weirdly, but the two didn't say anything, just smirked. Everyone who knew Cross and Long Chen were stunned. Since when did these two changes happen? Bai Shishi was stunned as well. Luna tilted her head and smiled softly as she tapped her necklace and said, "Honey, what are you doing?" Cross replied, I don't really know myself. This guy just dragged me here. Maybe he'll introduce me to his daughter." Fuck. Old man, you want me to become your son-in-law like this? Luna turned off the necklace and rubbed her eyes in frustration. The other girls giggled, while Bai Shishi looked at Luna with a funny look on her face. Luna sighed and said, "At least he's in a good mood today." Jasmine felt her legs shake as she said he should be. "I'm tired as fuck." A girl asked "Why?" Jasmine said, "Where do you think we were for hours before this? I can barely stand." The girl's face reddened and Bai Shishi coughed, turning away with a blush. An old man walked out from the stage and said, "First of all, I'm the vice dean of the academy. As for my name, it's meaningless since none of you dare to even say it." Cross muttered, "What a narcissistic guy." The head of the Law Enforcement Hall gave Cross a look and said, "And you're not?" Cross replied, "I'm the epitome of humble." The one-armed man laughed before covering his face. The old man looked at Cross and corrected, "Maybe only one of you dares to say it." He turned back to the students and said, "Anyway, long story short, the Immortal Land is opening up again. According to the Six Prefecture Alliance Treaty, all disciples of the Six Forces can enter. The Immortal Land is part of an ancient time, but for some reason the Terrans in it have disappeared and only left inheritances in it. The old man coughed and continued, "The ancient texts in our Ling Xiao Academy have been collected from there and they are provided for everyone to practice. Heavenly Master Long Chen's Starry River Sky formula came from there as well." The disciples started whispering and the old man cleared his throat before continuing anyway. After the Immortal Land was discovered, it was controlled by 9 forces. After so many years only 6 are left and they are not friendly to each other. So every time it opens up there will be a bloodbath inside, killing, robbing treasures, it's the same as eating and breathing inside. However, there are countless treasures inside, all of which are very attractive. If you harvest treasure inside, you can have it, sell it to the academies, or exchange them for other treasures of corresponding value. The old man looked at the students and continued, "Seriously, risk and reward come hand in hand. Only the fittest survive. Moreover, the 6 forces have agreed that whatever happens inside will not be chased after by the forces. Meaning that anybody who dies inside will not get any explanation. Which is why you must think of your decision to go or not. I will say that in previous years the mortality rate has been above 50% every time." Bai Shishi said directly, "Everyone of the Tianyu League will participate." Cross said excitedly, licking his lips, "I want to go too." Everybody looked at him, there wasn't any greed in his eyes, only bloodthirst. The students were bewildered and Cross added, "Oi! What are you looking at? Never seen a guy as handsome as me." They all choked on their words and someone walked in saying, "Bah! Bah! Who thinks they're more handsome than me?" Cross looked over at the man and sneered, "A little boy like you? Go back and drink your mother's milk. How old are you to say you're more handsome than me? This daddy will give you a good spanking." The boy pointed at Cross and shouted, "You just call me ugly." Cross was stunned and said, "I say, boy, are you deaf? When did I call you ugly?" Long Chen burst out laughing and the boy was like a mad dog as he pointed at Long Chen saying, "You think I'm ugly too?" Long Chen choked and pointed at himself in confusion. The boy said, "That's it. I, your father, am the most handsome man here." Bai Shishi rolled her eyes and brought her group away. Obviously she knew this guy and wasn't dealing with him today. The girls all threw weird looks at the boy as they left. The boy flashed to Long Chen, who returned a slap but the boy dodged. Cross and Long Chen gasped. The boy had his nose high up in the air as he said, "Hat. Take my super ultimate mega move." As he divided into 6 of him. Long Chen and Cross tilted their heads and Long Chen pointed, the 6 boys all shattered and one was revealed. Long Chen said, "Your talent is good, but your magic power is too hard to use, plus your control is trash. I advise you not to use such a big move so casually in the future, it's a double-edged sword. If you fuck it up, you'll kill yourself." Cross added also, "Your space control is shit as well." He drew a line with his finger in the air and stretched his hand through a crack. His hand appeared next to the boy and slapped him before going back through the crack, as it sealed itself up again. The disciples were stunned and Uniang said, "What control?" The boy fell to his knees and said, "Little brother Bai Xiao greets big brothers." Cross and Long Chen were stunned. Long Chen said, "Are you kidding? If you get guidance from a single heavenly master, your strength will increase by leaps and bounds." Before passing Xiao and walking over to Luo Bing, Bai Xiao said, "I admit defeat, if I go back on my words wouldn't I be a despicable person?" Long Chen rolled his eyes and said, "Whatever you want." Bai Xiao happily followed him. Long Chen said, "Why are you following me?" Bai Xiao said, "Naturally, little brother follows big brother." Cross stepped over and sat on a black lotus, hovering in the air as he said, "You're Bai Xiao?" Then Bai Shishi. Bai Xiao replied, "She's my sister." Long Chen and Cross opened their mouths in shock. Long Chen said, "Since she's your sister, why are you following us instead?" Bai Xiao spat, "She's a woman. I'm not going to follow a woman. Hey boss, you know, I'm not too strong but I'm talented in space, so I can identify a person's strength. I know you're both super strong so I won't lose out having you as my big brothers." Cross almost spat out a mouthful of blood, "This guy." Long Chen shook his head and ignored him, talking to Luo Bing and Mu Qingyan about who was going to the Immortal Land. They chose 300 from the Carefree Alliance and 100 from the Loyal Legion. They submitted their roster and left. Cross demanded that he would be allowed to go. He called the Vice Dean Old Fart until the Vice Dean agreed, to which Cross changed his name to Old Man. He quickly left with a cheeky smile on his face as the old man was fuming. Cross flew out of the hall and blurred, disappearing into nothing. He appeared in the Luo base. Bai Xiao's eyes turned and Cross flipped upside down, crashing headfirst into Luo Ning's chest. The room was silent, until Bai Xiao burst out laughter. Cross just laid there and sighed in comfort, so soft. Luo Ning's face was completely red and she looked like she was about to cry as she smacked Cross' head, saying, "Big devil! Get off!" Cross jumped up and said seriously, "How are you going to bring 400 people and survive?" Luo Ning got up and sat down, looking at her fidgety hands and keeping silent. She looked like a cute tomato. Luo Bing looked serious and said, "Stay in groups." Cross sat down and said, Long Chen looked at Xiao and asked, "You have the legendary 3-flower pupil. Under the 4 flowers, 6 changes are created, and ghosts cry in surprise. You're so gifted." Bai Xiao looked a little lost and said, "When my mother was pregnant, she was seriously injured. As a result my pupil was born deficient. Even my grandfather was helpless. My 3-flower pupils couldn't be opened in this life, otherwise my sister wouldn't think I was a waste." Long Chen hummed, "Maybe I can help you later." Cross flashed over the table and grabbed Xiao, opening his eyes with his fingers and looking at them carefully. He mumbled something before sighting on his black lotus and writing in a book. The rest started talking about the Immortal Land and Long Chen decided to take Bai Xiao with him. The days passed and tomorrow was the day that they were to set out to the Immortal Land. Cross and Long Chen were talking about nothing in particular when they heard a bang outside. The two came out to see Xiao getting chased by a big man. Long Chen flashed over and kicked at the big man, while Cross appeared behind him and punched at the man's head. The man shouted, "Get out of the way!" as he punched at Cross and Long Chen simultaneously. Cross and Long Chen summoned their techniques. Cross had a half crown and 6 black wings, while Long Chen got a ring behind his back and dragon scales on his hand. Their fists collided with the man and all 3 were sent flying in different directions. Cross smashed into a building and blew it up. Long Chen was the same, but the man stopped just before. Cross shot towards the man, both his fists caught fire and he threw a heavy punch at the man as the alarms went off. Long Chen followed up with a punch as well and the man used a bit more strength this time. Cross and Long Chen went flying and the man stumbled back a few steps. A bunch of men appeared in the air and saw the man. The tough words they were going to say were choked back into their throats before they said, "Hall Master, why are you here?" Advertisement Chan. https://splurgstudio.com 177, Blood Moon Reversal. Long Chen and Cross were stunned. This was the War God Temple's Hall Master? Bai Xiao, what kind of crazy person did you provoke? Bai Xiao shouted, "What's wrong, old man? Are you afraid? What else can you do but bully me? Let me tell you, these are my big brothers. They're not afraid of you." This is Long Chen and Cross. They're famous in the academy, like the rising sun. Like dragons in the sea. He continued, "I have 2 bosses now. You want to beat me, did you get permission? Come on, fight my bosses, they'll beat your ass with one hand. Do you believe it?" Cross jumped at the man like a wild animal. He didn't even hear what Bai Xiao was saying, all he was thinking was a strong person. He threw a punch and the man met it. Cross grinned and enveloped himself in armor as he roared and continued punching with endless stamina. The man met his fists and the space started cracking, blood seeped out of Cross armor, dyeing it red with his own blood, but he never stopped. On the contrary, his eye holes got brighter and brighter with a red light as he got faster and stronger. Each punch whistled at the man, tossing the air to the side as they traveled at the man fiercely. The man backed off a step and Cross exploded out, roaring with another punch, the strongest punch he had ever thrown. The sky changed color to pitch black and a blood-red moon appeared in the air. The flames around his fist spun into a black hole as the space around his fist twisted and turned, cracking under the pressure. The man was shocked and an indescribable aura came out from his body as he threw his fist, meeting Cross right in the middle. The impact turned to silence for a few seconds before an earth-shattering bang sounded. The world trembled before cracking and shattering to normal sunny day as Cross armor cracked and exploded. His body flew backwards and smashed through several buildings before laying in a pile of rubble. His arm looked mutilated and his was completely unconscious, but he had a crazy grin on his face. The man took a dozen steps back before throwing up a mouthful of blood. Everyone was shocked. Long Chen ran over to Cross and checked his breath to see that he was still breathing, thankfully, but his breath was extremely weak. He glared at the man and an intense killing intent exploded from his body. The sunny world turned cold once more. The man looked at Long Chen and frowned. Bai Xiao started to get nervous. Things were growing out of proportions. A woman suddenly appeared next to the man and chided, "Are you trying to kill the kid?" The man replied, "Was I supposed to take it?" The woman said angrily, "You used 80% of your strength on a divine flame realm." The man just looked away. Long Chen was cold and the woman looked at him before, she flicked a pill through the air. Her eyes turned and she and Long Chen disappeared. The man snorted and left, the pill fell in Cross' mouth and melted immediately, spreading into his body. Luoning ran over and slowly dragged him to her bed with great difficulty. A while later, Cross woke up, covered in bandages with Luoning sleeping next to him. He looked around and stretched his arms, feeling pretty good. He was doing really good actually. His cultivation technique had a secret and he just found out what it was. First, was the skill he used. It was called Blood Moon Reversal. When the moon succumbs to slaughter and bathes in blood, the enemy shall fall in despair. Too crazy. Secondly, his void punch at the end wasn't just crazy strong. But it also siphoned energy from the man. Obviously it didn't steal cultivation base, but drained the opponent's energy for Cross' own use. Which meant, if he wanted to get stronger quickly, he could fight people that were way stronger than him. For example, Cross cultivation jumped 2 levels to 5th level of the Divine Flame realm. He now had 32 black flames in each of his star spaces. He was completely healed and stronger than before. The problem with these findings was Blood Moon Reversal was clearly a last resort move at the moment. It was essentially a move that destroyed his body for a stronger power output. Maybe when he was stronger, he could use it casually, just for now it was a glass double-edged sword. But there was a bright side. The destruction of his body led to the recreation of it at the same time. Given enough time, his body would heal and come back stronger than it was before. Cross felt happy, strength was strength and he had a new trump card. Other than that, he felt that Silence of the Abyss was too mysterious. He had a feeling he had barely scratched the surface of the technique, he was itchy to find out all of its secrets. He looked to his side and saw Luoning's peaceful sleeping face. He was silent and looked at the time, it should be a few hours until they have to leave for the Immortal Land. He laid back down and pulled the girl into his embrace before going back to sleep. Luoning smiled happily in her dreams, feeling his warmth. Time passed and the next day. Long Chen walked into the room to see Luoning wrapped around Cross like an octopus, lying on his chest and drooling. He was stunned and his mouth twitched, he tiptoed away to grab Luobing. They came back and Luobing opened her mouth wide before taking a picture and giggling. Cross blinked and woke up, yawning. Luoning groaned and opened her eyes to see Luobing giggling at her, she was confused and looked at her situation to see that she was clinging to Cross like an octopus. Steam came out of her head and she jumped away, running out of the room with her hands covering her face in embarrassment. Cross sat up and cracked his neck saying, "When are we leaving?" Long Chen smirked and said, "Why? Too comfortable." Cross chuckled and said, "She is pretty soft." Luobing choked and ran out of the room, unable to deal with Cross and his dubious tongue. Long Chen laughed before saying, "Right now actually, are you okay?" Cross grinned and said, "Better than ever." He jumped out of bed and twisted his body, cracking every single bone. Long Chen listened to the crackling sounds and said, "Anyway, let's go." Cross pulled out a new pair of shorts, a white t-shirt, a black hoodie, and put away his pink bunny slippers, going barefoot. He walked out with Long Chen after changing and the group left, going to the boats. They were right next to the Chu League and Luo League. Cross and Long Chen grinned and the boats set off. They came to a high mountain with a star above it. The star was the entrance to the Immortal Land. They came into the Immortal Land and suddenly they were attacked. Cross reached into the void and pulled out a, still beating, heart. The disciples were shocked and Long Chen pulled out an entire man. Cross crushed the heart and another man appeared, before collapsing dead, plummeting to the ground. Cross laughed and caught an arrow with 2 fingers coming straight at his head. Long Chen crushed the man's skull and killed him, the duo both looked far away with a sneer. Cross flicked the arrow back and it turned invisible before blowing up the tree and the Eagle Eye Killer at the same time. Cross looked at the corpse and said, "Killer's Hall? What a joke." Long Chen said seriously, "They are a joke by themselves but when hundreds come at the same time, it's a bit troublesome to deal with." Cross waved and said, "Kill them all, even if you have to go one by one, no." Long Chen smiled and shook his head. Cross just smiled and said nothing as Long Chen threw out a fire dragon and a thunder dragon and made them coil in a vortex, annihilating everything around them, including the Chu League boat and the other boats who were attacking them. Bai Xiao made a barrier but it quickly cracked. Thankfully it didn't shatter. Cross looked at Long Chen and said, "Ao. You're trying to copy me." Long Chen chuckled and touched his nose, obviously guilty of the accusation. The fire and thunder dragons disappeared and all that was left was a giant strange-smelling pit. Long Chen shot forward towards Chu Yang and the two people protecting him, slashing a giant fire sword on them. Chu Yang took out a golden cauldron and blocked the blow. Cross looked at the cauldron and felt an intense hate. Aurora piped up, "Master. Get that. It has a bit of divine power. I can eat it." Cross tapped the beads and watched Long Chen fight before flashing away and punching the void behind Long Chen. He blasted a punch through an old man's head and killed him, taking his ring off his falling corpse. He emptied the treasures before throwing the ring to Lily. He turned around and saw Chu Yang drop the cauldron. He flashed over and ripped the cauldron from Chu Yang's hands. Chu Yang growled in rage, "You bastard! Wait for me!" As a light enveloped him and he disappeared. Cross ignored him and took out all the treasures, before throwing Aurora up and melting them all down. Aurora devoured the divine cauldron and the black liquid was sucked into a bottle like before. His necklace glowed and Cross bit his finger, swiping it on the beads before making a rune symbol with his hands. The necklace shined as well as the bracelets and other necklaces. They all heard Aurora's voice, "You guys are now protected by me as long as they are under Master's strength. It's impossible to hurt you or even break the barrier." Cross let out a breath and grinned before returning to the boat. He said, "Good luck, kiddos." Luoning said quickly, "Big devil, where are you going?" Cross flicked his wrist and his scythe spun out into his hands as a cruel smile sprawled on his face as he said, "This daddy is going hunting." He stepped in the air and laughed as he disappeared alone. Advertisement Chan. https://splurgstudio.com 178, The Castle's Origins. Cross flew away alone, looking for anyone that didn't have the Ling Xiao clothes. They were the enemy and his family needed resources. They weren't as strange as him, they could use crystals and other things for normal cultivation. He saw a group of people and without warning, he dived down and slashed out his scythe with a crazy grin, butchering the group of sheep and stealing all their resources. Everything went inside the inner world. The books went to the bookshelves, the rest went into the vault and conveniently labeled by the castle itself. It was as if the castle already knew what all these things were. He knew that the castle was an expert's treasure but he was unsure who the expert was. One thing he knew for sure was the castle was reacting strongly to the immortal land, but Cross felt it was hungry. He chuckled, soon the immortal land will become part of his personal property, maybe he could find out a clue as to what the castle was and who it belonged to before. Another thing he noticed was the castle library had gotten infinitely bigger. It was huge. The castle also became more like a school than a residence. The houses from Hogwarts and the secret rooms were non-existent since the beginning. It was as if the castle shook off all the added parts and returned to how it was before. But it was slowly changing. The only thing he could say was the inner world was turning into a real world and the castle was turning into a sect-like place. New towers grew out of the ground, arenas unearthed themselves, halls for weapons, techniques, etc. popped up all over the place. Cross didn't really know how to feel about it, but for now he was okay with the changes. Mainly because everything was neat and clean, if he wanted to the castle would automatically sort everything in the vault to the designated areas. But he didn't want that, the library would be filled with techniques and skills when he was done with it. Another thing was that all the knowledge he took from the scripture hall at the Ling Xiao sect was imprinted into a book and put on the shelves in the library in his castle. He really needed to go back and absorb the entire library. He had a feeling that if he kept filing the library he would unlock something cool. Cross beasts were going pretty good on the inside, all they had to do was eat and sleep and their cultivations would rise. It was pretty damn powerful. They occasionally walked around the castle finding interesting things. Anyway, Cross had butchered several groups of people and collected all their spoils. He was a bit pissed that the Ling Xiao students were finding treasure. Don't they know Lord Fifth was a greedy man? He ignored the disciples that found things, only nodding at their respectful salutes before flying off. He came across a group of people surrounding a group of Ling Xiao disciples. He threw out his scythe and spun it in a circle, slaughtering the enemies before collecting the spoils and nodding at the Ling Xiao group as he left. The small fry were nothing compared to his strength. He was pretty much king in this world. He also had no idea how long they were allowed inside, so he rushed around to find things, even picking up herbs. He didn't even let a single speck of dust go, he was determined to sweep the entire realm clean. He flew around killing people when he stumbled across a pitch-black swirling void circle. He naturally was not afraid of any dangers, so he dived right in. He came into an old-looking ruin. There was a group of people he didn't recognize inside. They immediately attacked Cross. A terrible mistake, as Cross slaughtered them all and stole their stuff. He walked into the ruins and came into a giant hall with a huge statue. It was a man with a long sword and swirls for eyes. The man was dressed in a scholar's robe and had a faint smile on his face. He had long hair and carried a book in the opposite hand of his sword. Cross looked at the statue and felt an indescribable familiarity. He felt the statue calling to him and he walked over. The statue's eyes started swirling and glowing, Cross' inner world started shaking and he went into a daze, looking at the statue in front of him. The statue started cracking before collapsing into rubble. A bright floating orb slowly floated to Cross, submerging into his forehead. Cross felt an information overload in his brain, the castle shook and the pain eased as a cooling sensation took over. He processed the information, finally finding out what the castle was. It turns out it was the statue's sect. The man was the master scholar. He traveled nearly every realm and world with an insatiable thirst for knowledge before finally settling down and creating his own sect for scholars just like him. The scholar was no vegetarian, because of his knowledge and the secrets he knew, he was constantly attacked by the world. They all wanted his techniques and secrets, after all, knowledge is power. The scholar killed in all four directions, protecting his sect and disciples until he passed away. Greed was a constant driving force for the world and naturally without the protection of the scholar the sect was besieged by anyone hungry enough for a pie of the pie. Even the disciples couldn't escape and were hunted down by the attacking forces. In the end the entire sect was ravaged and looted, drenched to the blood of all the innocent disciples. The sect itself was a treasure that was soon sought out after by the attacking forces but it was blessed by the scholar, who anticipated the situation long ago. The sect fled from the ancient land to one of the countless lower realms. This was how the castle was named Hogwarts. It was found by Salazar and changed to a school once more. When Cross took it away it was merely a shell of its former self, but it slowly accumulated strength and because what it was today. It was still far from the grandeur that it had in its prime but the castle itself acknowledged Cross as its new master and slowly grew with him. Devouring King Yu's special constitution in the god realm of absolute beginning. Cross watched the scholar's entire life, from a little boy to the world-shaking expert he was until his death. He went through a myriad of emotions, until he came back to the hall. He sighed at the broken statue and walked deeper into the ruins of the sect. He came to a giant pit and jumped down in it before pressing on a specific point. A swirling door opened itself and Cross jumped in. He came into a room with very few things inside. There were extremely rare materials, weapons, and a single book. Cross took out all the weapons and metals he had already accumulated from killing and robbing before melting them all down into Aurora. The new necklace sparkled like a star as the form changed. It was a long necklace with golf ball-sized beads, reaching just under his chest. Aurora went silent as her entire being was evolving. The others had their necklaces and bracelets fall silent as well as only the basic functions were left. Cross took the book and read it, knowing exactly what it was. He closed the book and decided he would actually use it when he left the immortal land as he had a crazy idea. The book turned into a drop of sparkling black liquid. Cross gently stored it away, intent on using it after. He swept the entire ruins clean before leaving with a heavy sigh. He had technically inherited the scholar's legacy but he was no scholar, he had a clear goal now however. He would fulfill the scholar's final wishes perfectly and allow his soul to rest in peace wherever it was. He left the ruins and flew away, starting his hunt once again. A while later, Cross came across a golden man, who looked like a giant barbarian. He tiled his head and said, "Who is this fellow?" The man snorted, "Who are you?" Cross smiled and said, "Excuse me, when I ask you to speak you shall speak. If I don't talk to you, shut your fucking mouth. Since you're not from Ling Xiao Academy, you can die." He shot forward and swung out his scythe towards the man's neck. The man's eyes widened and he tilted, the scythe cut his arm clean off and the man immediately flew away, disappearing in a split second. Cross clicked his tongue and muttered, "A big fish escaped." The man burned his blood to escape, there was no point in chasing after him. Cross sighed and merged with the wind, disappearing from his spot. He continued to fly when he saw a bunch of people from the 5 other forces gathering. He stood in the void and looked down at them. They were talking about ambushing Bai Shishi and killing her. He tilted his head and one of them said, "I heard there's 5 other beauties in her league, we can play around with them before killing them." Oof. Cross' mouth twitched upwards and his eyes became colder than the deepest parts of hell. He circled around the entire group of people, trailing his scythe behind him in the dirt and carving a circle. He injected his void energy into the trench and surrounded the entire group of hundreds, if not thousands, of people. Cross touched the ground with his hand and the void chi flared up, forming a dome on black energy. The dome turned dark orange and blood-curdling screams were heard. Cross chuckled and danced around the dome quickly, tapping on it repeatedly, sending blasts of chi at the group and slaughtering groups at a time until they were all dead. He stepped on top of the dome and a ton of rings floated up before everything inside the dome exploded violently. If there was a survivor, there wasn't any more. A series of ground-shaking explosions came and didn't stop at all. Cross shattered the bubble and saw the giant bottomless pit. He nodded in satisfaction and stepped away, humming a song. Clearly not even fazed by the thousands of lives he just took. He flew away and went to ruin after ruin, reaping lives like they were grass. Actually, he had accumulated quite a bit of wealth. All the herbs on his way were sent into the gardening area and he even found some liquid that enriched the soil. What a lucky find! The library was filling up quickly, but it was just a drop in the bucket for it. It seemed like it was an endless task to fill up the bookshelves. Nevertheless, Cross didn't stop and time flew by. He still had no idea what was going on with the rest, but Aurora finally woke up as Cross came across a giant archway with two giant beasts guarding it. He grinned and his scythe gleamed as he jumped at the beasts and started fighting them. Unknown to Cross, he just entered the core area of the Immortal Land. This happened to also be a supreme death zone which had to be avoided at all costs. Once you go in, there was no coming out. Advertisement Chan. https://splurgstudio.com 179, Going back to the academy. Cross stood on top of two beast corpses with a big smile. He stored the corpses and looked at the giant gate before jumping into it and disappearing into ripples. Cross entered a giant space, littered with beasts. They all looked at him and Cross grinned before dashing towards them with his scythe, slaughtering beast after beast. A while later, Cross was drenched in blood and walked towards a wooden hut at the middle of the space. The beasts were stored in his inner world and processed into food. He entered the hut and saw a very clean and simple house. There was a bed, a table, a chair, a sink, and a glowing crystal ball on the table. He looked around for anything else and found a little bookshelf. He ran his fingers over the books and all their information entered his mind before they vanished into the library. He ransacked the house completely, taking everything that wasn't nailed down. Just the wood alone was impossible to break with his scythe, showing how strong it actually was. He finally came to the crystal ball. He stood in front of it and saw the entire situation in the Immortal Land. He grinned at the crystal ball, knowing exactly what it was. He looked into the ball and saw Long Chen. He smirked and grabbed the ball before disappearing. The castle was vibrating at the ball, but Cross said, "What a minute, for fuck's sake. You'll get it just before we leave." The castle calmed down and Cross disappeared across the Immortal Land. He saw Long Chen kill Chu Yang and was about to chase through a portal to catch the rest. Cross grinned and he appeared in front of the group laughing as he said, "I'll take the rest, go. Don't die, little brother." Long Chen grinned and he and Bai Shishi disappeared. Cross looked at the rest of the group and said, "Let's go back, yet." As he slammed the crystal ball into his abdomen, the castle trembled and the crystal ball sank into the inner world. The disciples were immediately teleported out of the Immortal Land, leaving only Cross inside. Everything around him started to shake and he flew into the air, his eyes red as he roared to the sky. The entire Immortal Land was shaking intensely as a black hole appeared on Cross' abdomen. The world was getting sucked into the inner world quickly and Aurora was sending energy to the rest. Cross cultivation base was increasing at an incredible rate. 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. It paused for a moment. There were 512 flames in each of his acupoints. 55,296,000 black flames were residing in his body and the silence of the abyss started circulating intensely. His skin started cracking and blood seeped out from the sheer power of his full body. The black flames exploded one by one before reforming. Cross roared out in pain as the world kept shrinking into his body. The ruins, the beasts, the ground, the sky, everything was coming inside endlessly as the inner world was going through a massive change. Cross' actual body was being destroyed and recreated once more. It would reform and explode before reforming again. A vicious cycle of pure excruciating pain. The number of body explosions was climbing until it reached 999 times. The flames in his body were dim and exploded one last time. Cross exploded for the 1000th time and recreated again. There were 9 massive and bright black flames in each of his acupoints now. The 512 had condensed into 9 flames that were infinitely more powerful than the 512 that came before. His cultivation had increased once more to the 10th level of the Divine Flame Realm, which was impossible because 9th level was deemed to be the max. His cup was completely full and all he had to do was transform it into a bucket to get to the 4 Extremes realm. He smelled the threat of death and the world finally was completely sucked into his inner world. He opened his eyes and felt his power, but a wry smile surfaced on his lips. This level of power. If he used it before advancing, he was 99.99% sure he would explode. He crushed the jade he got and left the void that used to be the Immortal Land. Cross appeared back at Ling Xiao Academy and landed on the ground. The ground beneath him cracked and he took a step only to sink right into the earth. Everybody looked at him, completely bewildered, and Cross rubbed his nose saying, "Ah, someone should really make this place sturdier." A series of coughing sounded were heard and Yunyang said, "Where's Long Chen and Bai Shishi?" Luo Bing said Long Chen took Bai Shishi to another sect to play. Everyone was stunned and couldn't believe their ears. Cross burst out laughing and the world trembled as he did so. The disciples got woozy and some collapsed to the ground unconscious. He smirked and said, "I have a feeling 6 forces will turn to 5 today." He shook his head and continued walking away, as Luna and the rest were there anymore. He suspected the excess energy was fed into them and they were currently digesting it. Everybody watched him go in shock. He was walking but he was getting deeper into the ground as if he was going downstairs, eventually only his head was above the ground as he walked away through the earth. Cross got back to his cave and rolled into his bed, breaking it as he fell asleep instantly. He went through a lot of things in such a short time. Battling an immortal king, sleeping with a little beauty, killing an uncountable number of people, finding out the secrets of the castle, absorbing the immortal land. He was tuckered out. He slept for 2 days straight and woke up to find himself covered in his wives. 2 on his sides and 2 on his chest. What a life! He scooped them all up and hugged them tightly, giving each of them kisses and waking them up. They all smiled and cross-eyed in happiness saying, "Am I not the luckiest guy in the world?" The 4 giggled and snuggled into him. He held them all and hummed before his hands became dishonest. It wasn't long until there were moans echoing from his cave. A while later. The girls were all naked and sweaty, breathing heavily with blissful faces. Cross smiled happily and said, "I think we need a bigger bed." The girls groaned and Cross snickered as he lit a cigarette. They were all at peak divine flame realm. He hummed happily and a jade lit up. He picked it up and smiled. Long Chen was back. He looked at the girls and kissed each of them again before saying, "Sleep tight, my angels, your little league leader is back." They almost purred at his soft voice as he threw a blanket over them and smiled warmly before throwing on shorts and slipping into his fluffy pink bunny slippers. He stretched and left the cave, towards where Long Chen was. He wanted to know what happened as well. He went straight to the Loyal Legion mountain. He walked to the door and opened it, only to rip it off its hinges. Everybody looked at him and Cross scratched his neck saying, "Damn carpentry nowadays." He tossed the door to the side and it turned invisible, blowing up a mountain in the distance. He ignored it and said, "Congratulations on destroying an entire sect." Long Chen laughed and said, "What can I say? I'm just too amazing." As he shrugged, Cross chuckled and sat down, breaking the chair. He sighed and took out a new chair. Ever since he absorbed the immortal world, Aurora and the castle have been completely silent. This wooden chair was from the wooden hut that Cross transplanted to his inner world. He sat down and nothing happened. He grinned at everyone's ugly face, leaning back in the chair and putting his foot on the table, only for it to break. Long Chen burst out laughing and Cross shouted, "Oi! Luo Bing! Who did you hire to make this new base? Are you sure you didn't get scammed?" Luo Bing was almost crying. "That table cost a lot." Cross grumbled and replaced the table with a new one and waved. All the debris turned to ashes and he sat normally with a bad look on his face. Suddenly, Bai Xiao ran in and threw up a mouthful of blood. Cross moved lightning fast and caught the blood in a bowl before going back to his chair and studying the blood carefully. Long Chen shook his head and said, "What's wrong, Xiao?" Xiao said tearfully, "I said what you told me to say. But he still beat me up." Luo Bing said, "What did you say?" Xiao replied, "Boss told me to say, Dad, are you hungry? I'll make some food for you." I asked him if he was hungry and he started beating me up. I didn't even get to finish. The rest shook their heads and Cross said, "The guy I beat up before? Isn't he an immortal king?" Long Chen nodded and said, "If someone thought you were weak because you got beat up by an immortal king, they would be pretty fucking stupid." Cross and Long Chen both turned to look at you. They turned back and Cross said, "Anyway, next time I'll beat him up." Before going back to the blood, Yunyang and a woman appeared. The woman touched Long Chen's shoulder and a flower bloomed behind her as Long Chen's wounds healed. She smiled and said, "All done, younger martial brother," before leaving. Cross sighed and said, "What a peaceful woman." Yunyang chuckled and said, "Anyway, I healed you, now I need a favor." Long Chen nodded and Yunyang looked at Cross before saying, "You too." Cross pointed at himself in shock before saying, "Eh? Why?" Yunyang said, "A few people came to our academy looking for an explanation. You two have been tasked to talk with them. Also, Cross, you've been promoted from teacher to vice head of the law enforcement division." Cross, along with everybody else, was completely stunned. A while later, Long Chen walked into a hall with a big table. There was several people sitting at the table impatiently. He walked in and slapped a man with a hood on. As Long Chen started, the rest came in and lined up. The last to walk in was Cross. He had a long hooded cloak, his glowing red eyes and pure white teeth were the only things visible on his face. Behind him the pitch-black scythe dragged on the ground, making sparks as he walked. He really just looked like the Grim Reaper, which was the whole point. Cross would make them scared and Long Chen would take advantage of that and force them. The sound of the scythe dragging across the floor echoed in the hall and Cross pulled out a chair, laying the scythe on his lap and using a stone to sharpen the blade edge as he looked at the old man with bloodthirsty red eyes. The old men were spooked. Who was this? Nobody was saying anything. They didn't even look at him. Was he even real? Nobody from Lingxiao Academy even acknowledged his presence. Were they truly getting old and seeing things? The best part was that with Aurora, their divine sense was useless. So they could see Cross, but their divine sense told them there was nothing there. They were scared now. Who knows if they were under an illusion. Advertisement Chan. https://splurgstudio.com 180. A crazy experiment. Long Chen threatened the old men and Cross hovered above them, dangling his sickle by their throats, just a slip and they'll be necklace. One of them flinched and Long Chen sneered at him saying scared of me? Seems like the dog behind you chose the wrong chess pieces. It had to be said, Long Chen was great in using cross. The old men truly believed that Cross was a ghost. A while later, the old men scrambled at the door as Cross waved his scythe, chasing after them chanting you did this to me. The old men flew away and Cross went back before taking off his clothes and bursting out laughing what a bunch of fucking morons. Ha ha ha. Long Chen chuckled and an elder appeared holding a golden token. Long Chen said so fast. Yunyang smiled and said a month later, you will represent out school in the Kyushu convention. Cross came over with interest and said Ao. Can I participate? Yunyang smiled wryly and said this is discussing the Tao. You can fight though. Cross said oi. You think I'm dumb? I'm smarter than 7 Long Chens combined. Long Chen clicked his tongue and Yunyang sighed and said fine, you get the scripture pavilion for free as compensation. Cross smiled happily and bounced away, going to absorb as much knowledge as he can in a month to add to the library. He entered the pavilion and started absorbing bookshelf after bookshelf, not stopping until he had all the knowledge in his mind from everything. He continued from alchemy to forging to arrays, to music to dancing to battle skills and everything in between. He even learned the great Brahma scripture. Time flew by. Cross was a knowledge madman, he went to every division's pavilion and absorbed as much as he could. Taking in everything and adding it to the library in the castle. It was too satisfying to see the bookshelves fill up endlessly. He even dove into the ancient techniques bin, absorbing them all. History, maps, laws, medicine, herbs, beasts. There was nothing Cross didn't devour. He truly abused the month of free studying he was given and the best part was, the castle was constantly cooling his mind as more and more books were added to the library. So he could continue forever. He even closed up the pavilion for a day and cast a time barrier before learning everything inside and leaving, returning it to normal. He started doing this to the other pavilions as well and causing quite the commotion. In the end, Cross learned everything there was to learn from the pavilions. All the skills, history, music, art, dances, alchemy, herbs, etc. There was nothing he didn't know, he was also given full clearance and everything was accessible to him, he was quite literally a walking library. Need an answer for something? No problem, let this daddy teach you the way. Cross was feeling great and fresh, he prodded Xiao for a drop of essence blood. He in return gave Xiao a precious herb to restore his essence blood and make him a bit smarter. Xiao happily traded and Cross held the essence blood like a treasure, going into his cave and stripping the Bai bloodline from it, leaving only the 3-flower pupil essence. He took out a gourd full of phoenix tears and threw in a drop of green crystal in liquid before putting the 3-flower pupil essence inside along with a drop of his own blood. He took out the black drop of blood he got from the scholar's hidden area and it turned back into a book. Cross read it through and it was copied into the library before turning back into a drop of blood. The book was called Void Eyes. Cross found it very fitting but he was going to expand on it with the 3-flower pupil essence. He wanted a few more eye bloodlines but he had no idea where he was going to find them. From the book he read on eye bloodlines in the pavilion, they were extremely rare and never really heard of. Cross said fuck it. And threw the black drop of blood inside as well. He closed the gourd and slapped it before shaking the bottle and wrapping it in a time bubble. He placed it very carefully in the castle so that it wouldn't be disturbed and continued to cultivate his Gates of the Abyss technique, forming weapons like a madman until someone came to get him. He exited in a flurry, slapping his forehead as he ran to the Loyal Legion mansion. He smashed through a wall and saw Bai Xiao's parents along with another woman who was Bai Shishi's mother. He looked at the hole in the roof and grabbed Long Chen saying oi. Give me a drop of blood. Before shaking him incessantly. Long Chen was scrambled and bit his finger. Cross took the blood and giggled like a madman before taking out the gourd. He stripped the blood of everything except the eye power from Long Chen's purgatory eye. He opened the gourd and a terrifying aura appeared. Bai Xiao's mother was shocked and said you. Cross ignored her and threw the drop of blood inside before spiting out a drop of his own essence blood and a drop of the green liquid. He waved and Selena came out of the inner world. He snapped and Selena condensed a drop of blood before saying you're insane. Cross ignored her and threw her back saying go cultivate. Selena snorted and said so rude. Cross stripped the blood until it was just basilisk eye power. He threw it in along with everything else and shook the gourd before wrapping it with a time bubble. He put the gourd back and had an absent-minded look in his eyes. Everyone couldn't process what just happened, but Xiao's mother knew exactly what he was doing. She shook Cross and shouted are you crazy? Cross blinked and said insane. Xiao's mother said you must be. There's no way that'll work. You'll just explode and die. Cross shook his head and took out a notebook saying impossible. I already did all the calculations. Look. He showed her the book, she read it and her face turned pale before saying impossible. Cross took the book back and giggled like a crazy person. Bai Zhantang said what is it? Xiao's mother said this kid. He's insane. He's combining an ancient eye with the three-flower pupil and Long Chen's special skill. He's crazy. Bai Zhantang shook his head and Cross stopped laughing before mumbling, aren't you the bastard that beat me half to death? The air froze and Bai Zhantang sneered, what are you gonna do about it? Cross huffed from the ground and said, I can't use any strength except my body strength now, I'll fix you up good when I break through, old man. Bai Xiao's mom giggled and Bai Zhantang felt his mouth twitch. Cross jumped up and said, I know. You, the big bastard that beats my little brother every day, do you dare to suppress your cultivation and only use your body? Bai Zhantang almost spit out a mouthful of blood and said, you brat. Call me bastard one more time. Cross walked right up to Bai Zhantang and looked him in the eye. They were about the same height. Cross sneered and said, bastard. Bai Zhantang punched at him with gritted teeth. Cross met his punch and went flying out of the mansion, leaving a cross-shaped hole in the wall. Bai Xiao and Bai Shishi's mothers started laughing and Bai Zhantang grumbled, who's the bastard? Cross crashed through the ceiling and drop-kicked Bai Zhantang from above, smashing him into the ground as he shouted, it's still you. Ha ha ha. Cross stood on Bai Zhantang with a triumphant smile as he said, who said he was an immortal king? Hat, more like immortal piggy. Bai Zhantang's wives burst out laughing, while everyone else was stunned. Bai Zhantang grabbed Cross' ankle and threw him into the air and into a mountain before chasing after him. Cross threw his slippers into his inner world in a hurry before jumping off the mountain and punching out. He did this so he could get used to his new body strength, plus Bai Zhantang was countless times stronger than him. He was a good practice dummy. Time passed like this, who know how long away the convention really was. Cross forgot and so did the author. Anyway, time passed. Cross had gotten control of his strength and gave Bai Zhantang a big lump on his head. He was satisfied, he even told Bai Zhantang that when he was stronger he would give him a bump every day. Then he got beat up and then he finally left after giving the bastard another bump. His face was healed and he walked around the school in a good mood. He was walking around when he saw Luo Ning, Luo Bing and Long Chen talking to a middle-aged man. He walked over and said, silly girl. What are you doing? Luo Ning jumped and blushed before running away. Cross was stunned and watched her run away. He scratched his neck and said, am I scary? The man looked at Cross and said, who are you? Cross replied, a big scary guy I guess. Luo Bing giggled and said, Uncle Changwu, this is Long Chen's brother, Cross. Luo Changwu nodded and said, nice to meet you. Cross nodded and said same. There was an awkward silence and Cross said, well anyway, I'll leave. See ya. Before turning around and walking away, Long Chen chuckled and Luo Changwu squinted at Cross mumbling, Ninger likes this boy. Luo Bing smiled and nodded. Luo Changwu mumbled, your father would love to hear this. Luo Bing jumped and said, please don't. Uncle please, Dad would come here and beat him up. Luo Changwu waved and said, nonsense, he's very civil. Luo Bing said quickly, Cross isn't. This guy. He's not afraid of anything. Heaven, earth, immortal kings, gods, he doesn't give anybody face. He's fought with an immortal king over and over. Luo Changwu said, really? Interesting. He looked at Long Chen and smiled, I have to return, see you later, little friend Long. Long Chen smiled and saw him off before returning to the inner court. Bai Xiao had dragged Cross along and found Long Chen before dragging him along as well. They were brought to Bai Xiao's mother, who smiled and said, come pick a weapon. Cross opened his mouth and Xiao's mother snorted, that scythe is rubbish, plus it feels like it's in a weak period right now, choose something suitable for now. Cross sighed and she waved her hand, an array of weapons appeared. Cross looked through the array before his eyes lit up. He reached in and pulled out an long guandao. Cross held it in his hand and swept it around before saying, thanks, pretty aunt. Xiao's mom smiled and Long Chen pulled out a long and heavy black saber. Cross and Long Chen left and Cross swept the guandao around saying, highs. If I had this I could have beat that old bastard even better. Long Chen chuckled and shook his head. A few days later. Cross went to the place where they were leaving from, he walked into the plaza and he locked gazes where another man. Cross squinted and the girls around started fainting with hearts in their eyes, looking between the man and Cross. Cross snorted and said, so you're the guy who thinks he's more handsome than me. The man said, you're the delusional guy. Long Chen showed up and said, he seems to be caught up in some strange competition between handsome guys. What an ordeal. Cross shook his hair and somehow became more handsome. The girls kya, d and the man snorted, lifting his chin, earning a round of KAAs for himself. Cross suddenly smiled like a warm spring breeze, he looked like the kind neighbor brother. It was a KO and the girls fainted with heavy blushes. Cross smirked and the man clicked his tongue before looking away. Long Chen was absolutely stunned. Silly, what just happened? Advertisement Chan. https://splurgstudio.com 181, Kyushu Convention Time. Mu Qingyun, Luo Ning, Luo Bing and Bai Xiao just stared at Cross strangely. He looked at them and said what? They shook their heads and Cross sniffed, looking away. The man looked at Long Chen and said, don't think I forgot about you. You're not qualified to go after Bai Shishi. Long Chen was stunned and said, what? Is your brain too small? I'm in a good mood now, don't make me smack you to death. The man said, let's fight. If I lose, Bai Shishi belongs to you. Long Chen laughed and said, what is Bai Shishi? A toy? If I beat you up I get my turn to play. He shook his head and everyone heard a snort. They turned to see Bai Shishi herself. Cross chuckled and said, right, Little Rock. How do you feel about this? Bai Shishi grit her teeth and said, Little Rock. Cross nodded and said, she means rock, so Little Rock. Bai Xiao burst out laughing and Bai Shishi was trembling in anger. Cross chuckled and said, I wouldn't do it. I can spank you in a heartbeat. Your father, don't play games. Another voice said, you're her father. Cross turned and saw Bai Zhantang. He took out the guandao and spun it saying, you want some of this, old man? I'll give you a bump in front of all these people. Bai Zhantang was slowly losing control and a beautiful woman, that was Bai Shishi's mother, said to the group, let's go. Cross grinned at Bai Zhantang and held the guandao upright next to him. He was 6'2" and the guandao was taller than him. Very menacing. Bai Zhantang snorted and left with a wave. Cross put away the guandao with a triumphant expression, making Bai Shishi's mother laugh. Cross turned around and looked at his family before saying seriously, you all stay here and cultivate to be big and strong. Luna, Jasmine, Feng Shuier and Ji Yuan, you four try and get to the Four Extremes realm, the rest of you brats stay at the peak of Divine Flame realm. When I come back I'll watch over your tribulation. Lily asked why. Cross grinned and said, you know Daddy's thunderclouds? The small ones you'll get aren't enough. He. The kids were stunned and Jasmine said, what about us? Cross smiled and replied, you're precious. Look at these kids, if one dies we'll make another one. Can I make another, Jasmine? I don't think so. The kids choked, while his wives giggled. Obviously Cross was joking, his kids were the most important things in his life. He looked at all of them and said seriously, if you're really too busy, leave Yuan with Bai Zhantang or his wife. Ji Yuan's face turned ugly and she said, really? Cross nodded and said, although I fight the old bastard every day, he's not a bad person. I would leave her with the cranes, but who knows where they go, and Yuan is only 4 years old. Cross paused and said, she's very special though, anyway, just stay safe. I love you all. He gave each of them a kiss and smiled as he left, boarding the chariot. He sat in a corner by a window and looked outside, clenching his fists slightly. He could take them with him because the inner world was still changing. Basically the only living things inside were the beasts and they were being held in the castle. He didn't like leaving them alone, it was the one thing he was most scared of. He could support the sky, laugh at the heavens, disdain the gods, but if he lost his family, he didn't know what he would do. The chariot flew away and Cross was silent, looking out the window in a daze. Long Chen sat across from him and the girls sat at another table. Bai Xiao went to sleep in a bedroom and Bai Shishi sat at a table away from everyone. Bai Shishi's mother smiled and sat next to Cross saying, you both are really spectacular. Long Chen smiled and Cross looked out the window at the shrinking Lingxiao Academy, feeling a bit sad. Bai Shishi's mother accepted tea from Mu Qingyan with a smile and she said to Long Chen, is there anyone you like on this boat, Long Chen? Long Chen coughed and said this. I'm not qualified. A man who can only watch his women die in front of him. He sighed and shook his head. Everyone felt a wave of sadness wash over them. Cross glanced at him before looking back out the window. Bai Shishi's mother's movements paused for a moment before she started explaining the dangerous people at the convention. Cross ignored her and then said, does it matter who it is or what they do? Everybody looked at him and he added, just punch once, if it's not enough and then punch again. He rolled his eyes, corpse poison, strong body, flames, tui. It's all garbage in front of Daddy's attacks. Even those shitheads from Inputa's killing Moron group or whatever it's called can only kneel down and sing conquest in front of absolute strength. Bai Shishi's mother smiled and said, why did you come? Cross looked out the window and said, I'm bored. Killing people is fun. Coincidentally, Ling Xiao needs to make a splash, so I came to blow a hole in the lake. Whoever is unlucky enough to get in the way, dies. Simple. Long Chen chuckled and Bai Shishi's mother said, is that so? Cross didn't answer, who knows what he was really thinking. A while later, they arrived and walked out of the chariot. Cross was standing next to Long Chen and looking at the other disciples that were sneering at them. He looked at them and smiled lightly. Everyone looking at him felt their vision blur to apocalyptic scenes of death and destruction, some even fainted. Cross chuckled and a group of people walked over. An old man was leading them with a wooden walking stick. Before he even opened his mouth, Cross slapped him across the city. He looked at the rest and said, you bunch of clowns, come. Come all together, Lord Fifth will clean up the city today. Everyone was stunned. The old man flew away and the disciples chased after him in a flurry, only leaving Watchier before getting slapped and flying after the old man. Long Chen slapped him this time and said, let me help you, friend. The other disciples started running and Cross burst out laughing. He looked around and sneered, a bunch of pussies, what are you doing to do about it? Keep your eyes to yourselves before I take them from you. The other disciples looked away and they waiting in line to get to the city. After a while of waiting and more arrogant people showing up to get into the city, via express slap, they finally reached the gate. The old man there was gloomy and Cross laughed, patting his shoulder as he said, old man, if the young people aren't rowdy will they even be young? Here, take a gift from me. He pulled out a book and gave it to the old man as he said, read this, relax, have some wine. Standing guard here all day, isn't it boring? The old man was stunned and took the book. Long Chen said, I haven't seen you give someone anything before. Cross smiled and said, I wrote this book myself. It's an original story about a brave young man. He explained the book and Long Chen felt his mouth twitch as he said, it's really just a book. Cross smiled and nodded, just a book. The old man opened the book and nodded saying thanks. Cross gave him a thumbs up saying, you tell me if it's good, old man. Maybe I'll publish another one just for you. Before entering the city, they went to the residence of Ling Xiao Academy and Bai Shishi's mother said angrily, this is too much. Cross looked at the ruins and laughed. Long Chen smiled and said, who cares? We're not living here forever. Cross shook his head and said, Ling Xiao Academy is really too pitiful. He sighed and tapped the ground with his foot. A tornado appeared and swept all the dust, dirt, rocks, etc. into another sex residence. His ears twitched and he held his hands together in front of his chest, they glowed green and he spread them out. Trees sprouted from the ground and warped into a new and better residence, full of life and nature, a little mist traveled on the ground and flowers bloomed all around. Cross patted his hands and hummed as he walked into the residence under everyone's stunned gaze. A tree branch sprouted under his feet and lifted him into the tree. Cross laid down on the tree branch and yawned before falling asleep. Long Chen chuckled and went to look at the trees. Bai Shishi's mother left and Long Chen left right after. Cross started snoring on the tree branch, looking like a sloth. Luoning climbed up and said, big devil. Wake up. Cross grunted and said, I'll cuddle you later, silly girl. I'm comfortable right now. Luoning blushed and said, damn devil. I said wake up. Cross rolled over, he kicked and grabbed her waist, pulling her in as leaves formed a bed under him. He yawned and continued sleeping, as Luoning struggled for a while until finally realizing she was trapped and letting herself be cuddled. She sniffed and snuggled into his body, taking advantage of him as she fell asleep. 3 days flew by. Cross was awoken by a shout. He held Luoning by her waist and jumped to another branch, looking down with half-opened eyes as he said, what? Bai Shishi sneered and said, enjoying paradise? Long Chen's sermon is soon. Let's go. He moved Luoning to his back and followed the group with a yawn. Luoning was still sleeping on his back and Luobing took more pictures of her. They left and arrived at the arena to heard loud shouts. Luoning woke up and blushed before sliding down Cross back and pinching his waist. Cross yawned and poked her nose saying boop. Before walking to the spectators area and sitting down next to Bai Shishi. He crossed his arms and leaned back. Bai Shishi said, some brother you are. Cross replied, he's going to humiliate these old men anyway, I don't need to watch to know my brother and your husband is amazing. Bai Shishi grinned, her teeth and her ear tips turned pink as she said, say that again, I dare you. Cross yawned and said, oi. Ms. I don't need a man, you're truly a strange girl, you know that? You know, without men humans would die out. Who's going to produce the sperm for babies? He clicked his tongue and shook his head. Bai Shishi said angrily, you Cross cut her off saying also, you think I'm blind? I see your sneaky glances, just shh or I'll tell Long Chen. Bai Shishi turned her head and said, I hate you. Cross smiled and said, I love you too before getting comfortable in his chair and watching Long Chen get booty. This should be fun. Advertisement Chan. https://splurgstudio.com 182, The Concert. Time passed and Long Chen started by accident, he read a bit and the pillar under him shrank. Basically they had to answer correctly or the pillar would shrink. If it went to the ground that person would be eliminated. Everyone laughed at Long Chen and a teacher pointed at him saying, this is a teacher? Just a young kid pretending. Cross stood up and shouted, oi. Old fart. Come down from that pillar and I'll give you a good beating. What teacher? You've already got a foot in the grave. If I was learning under you, I would be too distracted about whether or not you'll collapse and die the next second to listen to a word that you were saying. The arena suddenly burst into laughter and the old man almost spit out blood. Cross said quickly, yeah. Old man, don't spit out blood, you might really die. The old man heard him and spat out a mouthful of blood as the crowd burst into uproarious laughter. Bai Shishi's mother looked at Cross and pursed her lips in amusement. Mu Qingyun said quietly, fifth brother, so many people are looking at you. Cross said heroically, if such a small number of people made me scared, where would I get the cheek to curse the heavens themselves? A voice shouted, enough. Quiet down. Boy, Keep your comments to yourself. Cross replied humph. I'll speak when I want to, thank you very much. As he sat down, the voice sounded like it choked on something and everybody sucked in a cold breath of air. The sermon continued and Long Chen crushed the other competitors as he answered every question perfectly. The audience started cheering, Cross smirked and stood up saying everyone follow me. When my hands go up you put yours up and then come down. It's like a wave. Okay? Let's go. He waved his hands up and the rest of the people started doing the same. The crowd was doing the wave and started getting excited, this was too handsome. Cross burst out laughing and continued the wave as the entire crowd continued. Bai Shishi was stunned, this works too? Long Chen quickly rose and became the champion. The altar even gave him a reward. The conference wasn't over yet as Long Chen had to answer questions from the crowd. He answered all their questions and quickly left. Cross walked back to the residence and nestled into the tree in front of the residence, watching the people go by. He felt really calm in the trees, he took out a guitar. That's right, a guitar. It was an acoustic guitar that he made to see if it was the same as the zither here. He propped his back against the tree trunk and hung a leg off the thick branch with his other leg bent in on the branch. He strummed the strings and tuned the guitar to his liking before he started playing it. A beautiful melody came from his guitar and flooded the area as Cross started singing happily. His voice was magnetic and attractive, luring in the women who were walking on the streets. Soon enough, there was a big crowd in front of the Ling Xiao Academy residence as Cross continued to play the guitar with his eyes closed, swaying to the rhythm. Bai Shishi showed up with another woman and they looked at Cross in bewilderment. The woman slapped Bai Shishi's arm and said quickly, who is that? Bai Shishi gave her a hopeless look and said, a big asshole. The girl said happily, yay. The others came out and looked at Cross in disbelief. Luo Bing said, third and fifth brother. Is there anything they can't do? Bai Xiao said excitedly, of course not. My bosses are the best in the world. Cross finished the song and opened his eyes before being startled, why are there so many people here? Was he doing a concert? The women shouted, play more. Cross was stunned and looked at the Ling Xiao disciples who also wanted to hear more. He scratched his neck and said, how about something different? I don't even know if this works here. Everybody was confused and the tree made a wooden platform. Cross put his guitar to the side on a stand and pulled out a metal box, a wire and another guitar. He chuckled and pulled in the electric guitar into the amp, before saying, this will probably be the first time you hear something like this. Bear with me. It's better with more instruments but I'll make it work alone. Bai Shishi said, what is that? Cross grinned and said, electric guitar, little rock. He. Everyone was confused and Cross strummed the strings quickly, letting out a way-oh-oh. Everyone watching was startled. Cross chuckled and tweaked the strings before moving his hand quickly, playing an upbeat and fast-paced song he remembered from a long time ago. The music was loud and got people excited, they had never heard something like this before. Cross fingers moved like magic across the strings, he were going so fast that they left shadows where they were before. What's zither? This is rock and roll, baby. The crowd started cheering and jumping around as Cross smiled and continued playing, feeling like it was becoming a concert. Long Chen came out and looked at Cross with a smirk. Cross was in his own world, playing the electric guitar like a hero. The music was magical and made people want to jump and dance. Cross stopped and smiled while the people cheered crazily. Someone shouted, what is that garbage? You suck. Cross sneered and looked at the man before saying, did you think music was just for show? Moron, let this daddy show you something spectacular today. He lifted his hand high and said, see you in hell, idiot. Before strumming the strings. The man's head exploded like a watermelon and everybody was shocked. Cross laughed and continued with another song, shredding the guitar as the amp blasted the waves of music. All the people who criticized him exploded into coins and had holographic numbers appear over their heads. 100. 1000. Cross grinned and got into it, nodding his head as he played. He looked down and winked at the girls, some of the girls in the crowd fainted with hearts in their eyes. Cross whistled and more instruments appeared with Cross clones as they started playing. Drums appeared, a bass, a microphone. It turned into a full-blown concert. There were even, somehow, spotlights and smoke. The crowd grew and they started cheering even louder. Cross got Bai Shishi's cousin, the woman with her, to the stage and threw her in front of the mic before imparting the lyrics to the song. He winked at her and stepped back to play the guitar as she started singing, not afraid of the crowd watching. The girl's name was Liu Mingxian, she was great. She started singing hello again, friend of a friend. I knew you well. She grabbed the mic off the stand and paced on the stage with seductive steps as she kept singing. Now there weren't just women, but men coming as well. Cross continued to play the guitar and looked at Liu Mingxian, she looked at him and smiled. She walked over and ran her finger on his chest as she sang and circled around him. Cross was loving every second of it as he played, while Liu Mingxian sang Send You My Love on the wire lifts you up every time. She returned to the front. Bai Shishi's face was black and Long Chen laughed, before talking to Luo Bing's cousins that came. A while later, the performance ended and all the instruments disappeared. Cross smiled and went into the residence, not bothering with the crowd's cheers. Lu Mingxian skipped after him with a big smile, that was the most fun she had ever had in her life. Cross smirked and left the door open, she walked in and he closed it. Bai Shishi was beyond angry and stomped off after them. Long Chen chuckled and 3 days passed like this. The group appeared in the area where the competition will take place. Bai Shishi was standing in between Cross and Lu Mingxian with an angry face. Who would have thought that when she kicked the door in Cross and Lu Mingxian were kissing? She was directly subjected to that and since then she has been separating them. There wasn't a second she wasn't with Lu Mingxian. Cross rubbed his nose in amusement, he kinda liked Lu Mingxian. After the performance they did he felt like she was really good. He maybe indulged a bit too much, but he did what he wanted. Since he had Lu Mingxian, she would never escape. He already decided it, his decision wouldn't change. He looked over and winked at Lu Mingxian, she blew him a kiss and Bai Shishi tore up the flying kiss in anger. A strange smell wafted towards them and Lu Mingxian frowned saying ugh, not this guy. Long Chen looked over and said who's that guy? Cross looked over and said another gigolo. Lu Mingxian said his name is Zhang Wuji. He's the grandson of the leader of Huadi sect. All the resources are focused on him. We met him coming here and he angered me so we fought but his moves were too insidious so I ran away. She looked over at Cross and said this guy, I'm sure he came for me. You have to protect me. Cross chuckled and said Little Rock can protect you, this guy. I'm afraid he's about to have a bad day if he even looks at Shishi. He shook his head and added I can smell him from here, a true gigolo through and through. Lu Mingxian pursed her lips and Zhang Wuji walked over, surrounded by women in heavy makeup. He looked at Lu Mingxian and smiled Miss Lu, when we met last time, I thought you and I were predestined. Unexpectedly, you've brought me so many beautiful things. It seems my child Wuji is very lucky. Cross looked at Long Chen and said child Wuji. Long Chen shook his head and said I don't know either. I think he's talking about himself. Cross replied in the third person. What a weirdo. Lu Mingxian grabbed Cross' arm and pressed it between her breasts as she said this is my man. Who are you compared to him? You and me, we're not suitable. Zhang Wuji frowned and said this nobody, he's not even strong. Lu Mingxian sneered he's plenty strong, he can go for 100 rounds without a break. Cross was amused, this girl. So dirty. But that was good. Made things interesting. A woman grabbed Zhang Wuji's arm and said only 100 rounds? What a waste. Cross frowned and shook Lu Mingxian off as he said oi. Slut. Do you dare to speak to me like this again? I dare you. Even if the gigolo's ancestor came back from the grave you would still die. He was getting angry as he added come, speak slut. Let's see if your white-faced man whore dares to stop me. The woman trembled in fear but still said you're a Cross slapped her into a blood mist before shooting his hand out and grabbing Zhang Wuji by the neck. He lifted him up and said you're very good, young master of the whatever sect? How many people just like you have I killed? Zhang Wuji was choking and Cross turned him around as he said you see all these women, yet. He punched out and obliterated them all, dyeing the ground red with their blood. He wiped his hand on Zhang Wuji's robe as he said if I see you again, you'll join them. He threw him into the blood and kicked him flying as he said get out of my sight, trash. An old man said what happened here? Cross said some gigolo came to ask me if I could join his gigolo union. It was truly disgusting, is the Kyushu convention truly housing filth like this? If that's the case then I guess, I'll just leave. This kind of disgusting dog barks at people and makes them uncomfortable, someone should keep it on a leash. The old man pointed at the blood and Cross said sorry, my wife's time of the month, she forgot her sanitary pads. Lu Mingxuan's face turned red and she pinched his waist in both extreme anger and embarrassment. The old man coughed awkwardly and Cross added do you have any sanitary pads? I wouldn't want something like this to happen again. You know each drop of blood from her makes my heart ache, so much blood like this, I'm afraid I might kill some people by accident. It would be a big shame, you know. I'm a very tolerant person. The old man left without saying anything, if he stayed any longer he might just cough up blood from this shameless bastard, taking about sanitary pads. Advertisement Chan. https://splurgstudio.com 183, Endless Cycle. Lu Mingxian beat on Cross' chest and said whose time of the month is it? Who's your wife? Cross smirked and said I don't remember saying it was you. Are you admitting that you're my wife? Lu Mingxian pointed at Cross with her mouth open like an O. Cross chuckled and pulled her in as he said how did you know I could go for 100 rounds? Do you want to test it? My tongue isn't just sharp you know. Lu Mingxian was flustered, this guy was even dirtier than her. Long Chen laughed and Bai Shishi wanted to chop Cross to death. He let Lu Mingxian go and slapped her ass with a grin. She jumped and shot back harder. Daddy Bai Shishi almost spit out blood and dragged Lu Mingxian away. Luoning pouted at Cross, who patted her head and smiled at her. Luoning huffed and muttered Vixen. Long Chen chuckled and they went to their designated area. Bai Shishi glared at Cross, who smiled and suddenly disappeared. He appeared in an arena and was attacked right away. Cross instinctively punched. The guy popped like a balloon and exploded. Cross was sent out and everybody looked at him angrily. He was confused and said what? Luoning said you just killed that guy. Cross was stunned before saying I had no idea I was going to be sent somewhere else, plus this guy attacked me right away. I reacted on instinct and punched him, I really didn't mean to kill him. Everybody was startled and it seemed to be the case. Cross said in a bad mood who attacks someone right away? He didn't even speak before attacking me. A moment later. The second round was ready. Cross flashed into an arena and saw a man across from him. The man said hi. You're going to die in here. Cross nodded and said oh. He walked over and the man slashed at him with a big knife. Cross caught the knife with 2 fingers before flicking the man in the head and blowing it right off his shoulders. Cross was sent out and saw everyone else. Lu Mingxian and Luoning said so long. Before looking at each other and sneering. Cross shrugged and said the guy decided to talk this time. But then I killed him. It's very easy here. Long Chen nodded, feeling the same. The third round came and Cross flicked from afar, blasting the person to dust before going back. These flies were getting annoying. He appeared with the rest and one of the disciples from the War God Temple came back, collapsed to the ground with a knife in his forehead that said chew. Cross frowned and looked into the crowd, his eyes extremely dark. He disappeared into the arena and soul searched the opponent before killing him. He continued for another round until he found the people. He returned back to the group and said the Chu disciples go back to the area when they lose right. Long Chen nodded and Cross grinned, his grin was truly malicious and chilly. Nobody else spoke. Cross disappeared and looked at the man, he smirked and said you're from the Chu clan right? You were sitting in their area. The man sneered and said scared. Cross chuckled and disappeared, arriving behind the man and clamping his neck as he said not at all, happy actually. He spun the man around and pushed on the man's forehead. A black lotus appeared and Cross knocked him out. They both disappeared and Cross had a happy smile on his face. Long Chen said what hap? Boom! The Chu area exploded into black flames. Cross smiled happily and the rest felt a chill run down their spines. Long Chen said you did that. Cross looked confused and said what are you talking about? Long Chen blinked before laughing and shaking his head. Cross smiled and a loud bell rang with a voice saying congratulations for making it to the top 10,000. Cross yawned and walked to the exit with the group, going back to the residence. He didn't go inside but sat on the branch he was sitting on before and leaned back with his hands behind his head, looking up to the sky as he hummed to himself. Many thoughts came to his mind. What is beyond the heavens? Is it space? Could it be like Earth where it's just a planet? A speck of dust in an infinitely large place? How strong was he in the grand scheme of the world? Maybe even the strongest expert in the immortal world was just an ant in front of someone else? This begged another question, if he was still an ant at that time what was life truly about? What did it mean to live? To become a god? After that? What he thought was a god a long time ago, happened to be just the beginning of another method to get stronger. Then he was fooled once again, he was still just a puppy in front of a lion here. So when he became a god here, would he just be a bigger puppy? Would he once again be brought into another place where he's the weakest existence? Where was the end? He blinked, there was no end. The so-called end was just another beginning. He sat up and frowned, is life just an endless cycle? If he lives forever how strong would he become in the end? Would he create his own world? What's the point of life in an endless cycle? He looked up at the sky in a daze. He sat there for a while and his eyes flashed in and out of their dazed state before he muttered there is no end and there is no beginning. Only destruction and creation from nothing to nothing into something. The dragon on Cross back flashed and squirmed around, Cross felt his cultivation expanding but he quickly suppressed it. Are you kidding? The entire city would be destroyed. Also he had an idea for his next breakthrough, he was waiting until he got back to the academy to do it. Inside Cross body, all the colorful dots in his blood all gathered together, flowing into the divine dragon in his back, returning his blood to a golden red state. The dragon calmed down and went to sleep. Cross's soul underwent a change however and it became golden black with a swirling pattern on it. Cross closed his eyes and took steady breaths. His body, chi, and soul were in harmony but there was a final piece missing. Cross opened his eyes and let out a breath, feeling that his next breakthrough will be extraordinary. He let out a breath and leaned back on the tree, he looked down and saw a guy with a long knife on his back. He tilted his head and the guy said do you know if Long Chen is here? Cross said you're a Dragon Blood Legion warrior. The man was startled but his face soon became joyful as he said, you know the boss? Are you in the Dragon Blood Legion too? Cross spat and said he wishes. Little bro. Long Chen came out and said WH Qin Feng. Qing Feng jumped and hugged Long Chen shouting boss. The two started crying and cross-eyed before jumping from the tree and walking away. He didn't need to be reminded of Ling Ji and the people he left behind. He drank wine from his gourd as he roamed the streets. He sighed at the sour-tasting wine, mood really does impact the taste. He put it away and looked up to see that he was standing in front of a gate. The gate said Wine God's Hall. He looked at his own gourd and drank the rest before walking inside with an empty gourd. He came in to see a statue of a fat man with a gourd of wine. He had a kind face. There were incense sticks to light and respect but Cross ignored them and the statue as he walked into the building. All he wanted was wine. Long Chen had told him he couldn't buy wine here. Only get it gifted to him. He didn't understand. He drank a lot so he wanted a lot. There was enough in his gourd to fill up a lake before a single gourd wouldn't satisfy him. He wanted into an area with a man sitting at a table silently. Cross looked at the man and nodded before leaving. The man said not going to stay. Cross said I came to drink, not talk about the deo, plus the amount of wine I need. You can't fill it. The man shook his head and said you're too naive. You didn't pay respects to the wine god and you want wine. It's a dream. Cross replied nobody can take my respects, even lighting a stick of incense won't happen. No matter if it's the wine god, the flame god, or the god of heaven. If I have to pay respects for some wine then that's truly a pity. He sighed and turned around to leave the whole place saying what a joke. The man said what's a joke? Do you think you are above the gods? Cross looked at him and said I am me, they are them, they aren't my ancestors, I don't have faith in so-called gods. To you they're gods, they stand at the peak of this world but what about beyond that? Cross pointed to the sky and said what about beyond this world? The gods become ants to people with unfathomable power. When I was in the lower realms, I believed I was a god twice, only to be proven wrong twice. The term god is only the starting point of a child in a higher plane of existence. He shook his head and said how many people have I killed to be where I am? How many experts did I have to trample to ascend? In the end, a child is the same realm as me, cultivating without hardships for just a few years. Cross looked at the dazed man and said so to answer your question, no. I don't think I'm above the gods. There is no above and below, there is no beginning or end, we're all dust that floats in a bigger world. Frogs in a well, only to jump out and find out we're in a bigger well. We're all equal, it's our wills that make us different from the rest. He turned around and walked out of the wine god's hall with a disappointed look on his face. He didn't manage to get any wine in the end. The man who was in a daze, suddenly achieved enlightenment and his wine deo progressed by leaps and bounds. Who would have thought he would be so lucky today? He came out of his enlightenment hours later but didn't find a trace of Cross anywhere. He was depressed, he wanted to thank him and give him wine but he had already left. He was determined to find him, but first he needed to make the best wine he had ever made in his life. Cross returned to the residence and laid down on the tree branch, looking up at the stars, slowly falling asleep. The next morning, he woke up to a heavy feeling. He opened his eyes and saw Liu Mingxian on his chest, drooling with a blush on her face. He was amused, this girl. What's she dreaming about? He shook his head and got up, holding Liu Mingxian in his arms in a princess carry. She still didn't wake up, purring in his embrace, like a little cat. Cross smiled and joined the rest. Bai Shishi looked at Liu Mingxian and almost chopped Cross to death. Qin Feng gave him a big thumbs up and Long Chen laughed as he said let's go. Cross smiled and said I'm not going to carry you all the way there. Liu Mingxian jumped out of his arms and giggled, hiding behind him from Bai Shishi, who sighed. Luoning glared at Liu Mingxian, who stuck out her pink tongue and the group left, going to the stadium for the second day of the convention. Advertisement Chan. https://splurgstudio.com 184, Zhang Wuji's game. They walked into a waiting room. Cross sat down at a table and filled a plate with cakes and filled his cup with wine. Long Chen, Qin Feng and Bai Xiao sat at the table, while the girls sat together at a nearby table. Cross ate the cakes and drank the wine, seemingly in his own thoughts. There were beautiful made with wood chi everywhere offering to relax their meridians. Cross and Long Chen refused and the rest got the treatment. Liu Mingxian teased if it's too comfortable will you respond? Cross replied I'll make your whole body relax with a single pump, do you believe it? Liu Mingxian was once again thwarted by Cross' dirty mouth and didn't reply, only blushing in response. Long Chen chuckled and said nothing. A while later, an old man appeared and announced the rules, saying that they were fighting in batches now and that their moves were visible to everyone. Nobody from Cross and Long Chen's group was called up, except for Qin Feng, who was sent to the 573rd arena. Everybody looked at the 573rd arena and Bai Shishi said oh. It's the second strongest from the Zhihua sect. Long Chen said strong. Bai Shishi nodded and answered, but he hasn't awakened his blood. Long Chen said, oh. Qin Feng appeared in the arena and with 3 chops the enemy's head flew into the air. Qin Feng came back and said nothing, sitting back down as if he had just done a trivial thing. Long Chen then disappeared and Luo Bing's cousin, Luo Shui said nervously, it's the blood-killing hall. Long Chen might suffer a loss here. Cross snorted and said, you're underestimating Long Chen. He hasn't even been serious the entire time. Qin Feng added, the blood clown circus is worthless in front of the boss. Sure enough, Long Chen made the killer look like a clown and taught everyone how to beat them easily before slapping him to death and coming back. The spectators showed up, and to Cross' surprise and part anger, his family came along as well. He sighed and his token flashed. He disappeared into the arena and looked at the light curtain in front of him. On the other side there was a man with triangle eyes and a face full of craters and scars. He was really ugly. The man seethed, you white face. I'll kill you today. Cross sighed and said, you came out of your cave like this? Aren't you afraid of disgusting people to death? The man became angrier than before and the light curtain disappeared. The man shot forward and slashed out with a sword, shouting, die. Cross looked at him and caught the sword, saying, you're weak and ugly, how are you going to find a wife in the future? I forgot. You don't have to worry about it after all. He crushed the sword in his hands and flicked the man in the forehead. The man stopped moving and slowly turned to dust. Cross was ejected from the arena and reappeared in the room, going back to eating and drinking. The second round passed and the third came. There were only 2,500 people now. Cross and Long Chen got some random people and finished easily. Qin Feng went up and broke his sword on some ugly guy's neck before admitting defeat. Then it was Bai Shishi's turn. She scared off the opponent with a single move but didn't kill him. She came back and everybody, except Cross, congratulated her. The rest went through their fights, some won some lost, but they weren't Cross so they really didn't matter. Another round passed and Long Chen beat a Chu fellow. Cross was next against a Chu Zhen named fellow. Cross muttered, I wonder if they can save him. Long Chen said, maybe, if they're fast enough. Cross shook his head and said, I'm not a bad guy like you. You drag the fight out for so long and make me wait here longer instead of blasting them to death. Wait here, 10 breaths, I'll be back. Long Chen had a wry smile and Cross disappeared. He reappeared in the arena and said, oi. Can you take down the curtain faster? I'm in a hurry. Chu Zhen on the other side sneered, in a hurry to die. Cross shook his head and said, I forgot to go piss before, I still need to go. Everybody's faces turned black. Long Chen chuckled and Qin Feng said, I see why he's boss brother. I bet lady bosses would be happy to see you like this, boss. Long Chen smiled. Chu Zhen was infuriated and Cross added, if you could admit defeat that would be great. Chu Zhen sneered and said, not until you die. Cross sighed and said, looks like I'll have to send you on your way then. Amitabha, if I don't enter hell, who will? Long Chen spat out his tea and burst out laughing. The light curtain disappeared and Cross moved like lightning. A heavy pressure descended on the entire arena, even the spectators outside could feel it and they shivered. Cross threw a heavy punch and the air distorted around his fist. Chu Zhen smelled the threat of death and froze. Cross punch hit him right in the chest, a barrier shattered, the golden armor under Chu Zhen's clothes shattered and his body went flying, leaving only a floating head. Chu Zhen's body smashed through the barrier, flying into the void as his head fell to the ground. The spectators were completely silent in shock. Cross said with a sigh, in your next life, hope your surname isn't Chu. Before he disappeared from the arena, he appeared in the room and ran to the bathroom to relieve himself. He really wasn't lying. He entered the bathroom and went to piss. A young man with messy brown hair, slightly pale skin, a black t-shirt, shorts and slippers was right next to him. Cross looked over and said, hey. Do I know you? The young man looked over. He was pretty handsome with brown eyes and perfect eyebrows. He was shorter than Cross by a few inches. The young man shook his head and said, I don't think so. Who are you? Cross said, Cross. The young man said, I know a Cross. Anyway, I'm. You can call me Monkey. Nice to meet you. Cross smiled and said, you too. Monkey finished up and walked out of the bathroom saying good luck. Cross nodded and went back to the waiting room before going back to the residence with the rest. The next day, Cross and the rest arrived back at the arena. Long Chen saw a fat man and Cross was flirting with Liu Mingxian and Luo Ning when he felt something. He turned his head and stared at the fat man, who suddenly hid his head and groaned in pain. Cross' eyes turned and the fat man collapsed as his face started turning purple. Cross took his eyes away and looked at the rest. They all looked at Cross and subconsciously shivered, feeling like a primordial beast was watching them. He looked at a woman with a gherkin and another woman with a hot body. They were pretty much the only girls. He turned his attention away from them and went back to flirting with Liu Mingxian and Luo Ning. He didn't get anyone special and easily won. Zhang Wuji went up against a woman and humiliated her until she self-exploded. Cross frowned and looked at Zhang Wuji before saying, pray you don't meet me, gigolo. Zhang Wuji's face turned ugly and Cross said nothing more. The next day, the 256 opened up with the hot woman. She was very beautiful, but she exposed so much skin it was kind of a bait. She crushed a man with a single fist, not using any enchanting powers. She collected the big man's giant gourd and Cross said dress up like this and not use any enchanting powers. What's the use? Is she just an attention whore? The woman glared at Cross, who looked at her and shrugged well. Are you? Otherwise, you're dressing up like this for what? I don't have clothes on my body either but I'm not a woman. Yeah, at least put on a t-shirt, what if your tits pop out? Liu Mingxian burst out laughing and the woman trembled in anger as she said you're looking for death. Cross looked to the sky and said I am. I look for death everywhere but nobody has string enough teeth to bite my life off, so I sent them to hell for a quick sharpening. Unfortunately, they never come back. He looked at the woman in pity as he said what a shame, a beautiful girl is tainted by the heavens. Come, this daddy will cleanse you personally. The flames of the underworld are good at purifying. Luoning said I thought you would rope her in. Cross laughed and said this woman? Are you joking? I'll marry her in the same day, I'll have to wear a green hat. Is it worth it? Liu Mingxian fell over laughing and the woman clenched her fists, glaring at Cross as if he killed her parents. He looked at her and said am I wrong? One compliment, a glass of wine, and I'll become a cuckold. Unfortunately, I don't like sharing women with every man I see. At most, you come warm my bed for a night, I'll pay you and we'll go our separate ways. The spectators started laughing and the woman's eyes trewed red in rage. Cross looked at Long Chen and said what did I say wrong? Is she not a prostitute? Long Chen spat out his tea and chuckled. Cross looked around as if he really thought she was a prostitute, making people laugh even more. The woman said hatefully hope that I don't catch you. Before walking away, Cross shouted at her back in. I will. After all, if you come for me after your shift wouldn't I have to deal with the mess? The woman tripped and stomped away. Liu Mingxian was coughing with red eyes from laughing so hard, Luoning was right next to her, laughing so hard she was crying. The round passed without many events. The days passed and after the 128 were chosen, the group was back at the arena. Cross looked at his token and grinned maliciously as he disappeared. He reappeared in the arena in front of Zhang Wuji, who was glaring at him hatefully. Cross just smiled and the light curtain disappeared. Cross blasted from his position and appeared behind Zhang Wuji, grabbing both his arms and stomping on his back, slamming him into the ground. Cross sat on his back and threw the jade token away as he said so little gigolo, we're going to play a game today. Everyone felt a chill down their spines and Cross added countdown from 1000 by 7. Let me give you an example. He ripped off a finger and said 993. Now, from the top. Zhang Wuji pissed himself and Cross ripped a finger off saying Aya. You have to play, Mr. Wuji. Or it will be far worse. The spectators were silent and Cross broke his finger bones one by one with a loud crack each time, hearing only Zhang Wuji's whimpers. Cross shouted angrily I said count. As he ripped off another finger, Zhang Wuji screamed 993. Cross grinned maliciously as he said good boy, let's continue. Before ripping off another finger with a chuckle as Zhang Wuji whimpered 986. Advertisement Chan. https://splurgstudio.com 185, Music. Off. Cross looked at Zhang Wuji with a cruel smile. He had no arms or legs left, he grabbed his head and said what's the number, little Wuji Zhang Wuji had died a long time ago, he replied robotically 6. Cross chuckled and said ah. Our game is over. What a shame. He ripped Zhang Wuji's head off and threw it to the side before disappearing. He reappeared with the group and they looked at him in shock, fear and disgust. Cross said what? How many girls has he ruined? Plus, his squirrel-like voice was annoying. He muttered under his breath not to mention he was staring at my women. Liu Mingxian heard him and looked at him with her mouth open before closing it and looking away, a little blush creeped to her cheeks. Her playful side disappeared, replaced with a shy one. A loud roar was heard you bastard. Hand over your life. Cross looked up and jumped into the air like a meteor, his eyes were crazy and he threw a punch to meet an old man's palm. An earth-shattering bang was heard and the palm was destroyed as Cross smashed back into the waiting area. Long Chen looked up and frowned, he was angry, very angry. Black lines appeared in his eyes and he clenched his fists. Cross got up from the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Liu Mingxian and Luoning ran over and shouted Cross. Cross pushed them away and stood up, looking at the old man in the sky as he grinned, revealing bloody teeth. Bai Shishi's mother stepped out and said with a cold face who the fuck are you to attack my disciples? The old man shouted you must hand over, Cross immediately. Or you will face the retaliation from the Huadi sect. Cross chuckled and spat out blood as he said come. Ha ha ha. If I don't kill your Huadi sect, you'll be my father. The old man was so angry he spat out a mouthful of blood. Bai Shishi's mother sneered and said fuck off. The old man trembled in rage and said, "This isn't over." Cross flipped him the bird and said, "Your father is waiting for you to come to my doorstep." The old man spat out another mouthful of blood and flew away. Cross sneered and the round progressed until they all left, going back to the residence. Cross sat at the gate and waited, ignoring Lu Mingxian and Luo Ning's pleading for him to come inside. Long Chen smirked, watching from the doorway. Qin Feng said in regret, "It would be nice if he was in the Dragon Blood Legion. I want to be good brothers with him." Long Chen patted his shoulder and said, "He might not be in the Dragon Blood Legion, but that doesn't mean we're not comrades in arms." Qin Feng looked at Long Chen and said, "Boss, you mean?" Long Chen nodded with a grin and said, "You'll see him again, don't worry about that." Qin Feng felt his blood boiling in excitement. Cross sat there for the entire night, but nobody came. Not even a fart passed by. The next day he still sat there, not moving even a bit. He already passed, he didn't need to go to the arena, so he sat there and waited. Unfortunately, nobody came. Another day passed. They all went back to the arena for the next round. Cross fought some kid with a long nose and a slingshot and destroyed him before watching Long Chen fight against another Chu guy, but he killed the other three that were cheating at the same time while swallowing the sky fire that the guy in the arena was using. Cross smiled and left with Long Chen and Qin Feng, going back to the residence. Long Chen called Cross over and showed him a fruit. Qin Feng said in shock, "Heaven's way fruits." Long Chen nodded and Cross sniffed it, saying, "What is this?" Long Chen explained, "This will give you first-generation blood like those Chu guys and Luo Shuet." Cross said, "The phenomena." Long Chen nodded and Cross shook his head, saying it won't work. Long Chen was confused and Cross grinned, "Old bastard, heaven doesn't like me, if I take this, I'll just waste it." Long Chen laughed and threw a fruit to Qin Feng, throwing the other one back as he said, "Not bad." Cross grinned and watched as Qin Feng attained his first-generation blood. It was basically a big power-up. If you want to know more, look at the wiki, it's irrelevant because Cross doesn't use it. 5 days later the top 32 was chosen and Cross and Long Chen came back to the arena. Cross and Long Chen's opponents directly admitted defeat, but Bai Xiao's opponent was the Guqin playing girl, Liao Yahuang. After the match the rest played out, but there were a lot of people admitting defeat, so they released the next matchups only to have everyone admit defeat again. They were helpless and could only release another one. Cross looked at his token and said, Amazing." Long Chen saw that he was matched with Liao Yahuang. Cross celebrated and rushed back to the residence to prepare himself. The next day, Cross arrived and looked excited. He was surprisingly wearing a white t-shirt today. Long Chen shook his head and Lu Mingxian said badly, "Why are you so excited?" She was a bit jealous and Cross said, It's going to be a spectacular battle." "Are you kidding? You have to watch closely." He waved to Luna, Jasmine, Feng Shuer and Ji Yuan as well as the kids. They pursed their lips looking at Lu Mingxian and Luo Ning. Lu Mingxian and Luo Ning looked up to meet 4 pairs of eyes. Lu Mingxian smiled happily and Luo Ning shrank her neck a bit but still looked at them. Cross ignored the intense battle of women and rushed into the arena. Long Chen said, "Make sure she agrees to talk." Cross waved and said in. He disappeared and reappeared in the arena. Liao Yahuang was about to speak when Cross took out the amp and electric guitar. He plugged them in and everyone, including Liao Yahuang, was completely stunned. Cross looked at the crowd and waved. He slung the guitar on his shoulders and pulled out an elastic band. He tied his hair up into a messy bun, giving him a special charm. Liao Yahuang said in shock, "You know music?" Cross grinned and said, "If I win, you have dinner with my brother. If I lose, I'll make you an entire array of musical instruments, deal?" Liao Yahuang felt her mouth twitch and the men in the spectator seats sighed, "What a good brother." Cross lit a cigarette and moved it to the side of his mouth as he grinned and took out a small footstep, plugging it into the guitar. Liao Yahuang smiled and said, "All right, I agree." Cross chuckled and exhaled a mouthful of smoke. The light curtain disappeared and Liao Yahuang started playing. The heavens themselves seemed to come down for her music as the crowd listened. Her music was beautiful and in tune with the world. Suddenly, a loud wail shattered the atmosphere. Cross strummed the strings as he looked at the sky and played the guitar. His music was the complete opposite of Liao Yahuang's. It was as if he wanted to destroy the heavens that came down and destroy the world. Liao Yahuang pursed her lips and her music changed as she got serious. Cross looked up and saw the forming of an angel above with a sword in her hand. Cross grinned and stomped on the footstep as black electricity crackled off him. The crowd watched as a black dragon formed above him and roared at the angel, who snorted. Cross looked at Liao Yahuang and smashed down on the strings. The black dragon shot forward and attacked the angel. Liao Yahuang strummed her Guqin strings fiercely in retaliation and they played in harmony. One against the heavens and the other fighting back against the heresy. Cross grinned and kicked the amp with his foot. The music became tyrannical and violent as the dragon and angel fought in the air. Liao Yahuang started to sweat as she played fast trying to keep up. But Cross was too fast. He shredded the strings and pumped out endless will to destroy, pushing Liao Yahuang further and further back. the dragon clawing and biting at the angel with infinite stamina, looking as though it wouldn't stop until everything was destroyed. Cross looked up and exhaled a mouthful of smoke as he continued faster and faster. The crowd had never seen this before and watched with bated breaths until the dragon destroyed the angel and Liao Yahuang spat out a mouthful of blood. Cross finished the piece with a final wow and the dragon fizzled out of existence. The arena was silent for a few moments before the crowd exploded into cheers. Cross smirked and walked over to Liao Yahuang. He stretched out his hand and she smiled before taking it. He pulled her up and held her arm up. The crowd cheered crazily and Liao Yahuang crushed her jade, admitting defeat. Cross put all his stuff away and disappeared from the arena. Cross reappeared in the waiting area and yawned, laying back on the chair. Everybody looked at him in shock. He said what? Liu Mingxian shouted, you're too fucking amazing. What do you mean what? Cross touched his nose and said I just know a little bit. Ji Yuan is better than me. Bai Shishi's mouth was wide open as she said really. Cross nodded and said my music is destruction, hers is much nicer to listen to. Long Chen shook his head and said thanks. Cross smiled and said is there a need for thanks? Long Chen laughed and shook his head, grateful in his heart. He really needed to talk to Liao Yahuang, maybe she knew of one of his wives. Note, Long Chen's wives are separated across the immortal world, there's like 9 or 10 of them. The matchups for the next battles appeared, Long Chen and Cross dimmed as the opponent admitted defeat. The duo entered the top 4, Bai Shishi was fighting some corpse body guy. Apparently he was strong or something, Cross wasn't paying attention to anyone else. If one punch doesn't work, then 2 should do it. The next day, Cross and Long Chen were waiting for the matches to start. Cross was leaning back in his chair when the woman he called a prostitute walked over. He opened one eye and looked at her, she glared at him before looking at Long Chen. She grabbed his hand and kissed it saying warrior blessed by the Butterfly Spirit Clan, if I die, please help me fulfill my wish and kill the villain. She glared at Cross and said your ass. Cross moved like lightning and covered her mouth as he said little flower, you can't see me hiding here? Maybe too much fertilizer in your brain. He mouthed his mouth closed and whispered in her ear. The woman's pupils shrunk and she looked at Cross in shock. He went back to his seat and leaned back, not paying attention to her anymore. The woman, named Daiwu, just left to the stage. Cross cracked open his eyes and looked at the fat man. Intense hatred and killing intent seeped out, spooking the others. Daiwu made an illusion and showed everyone what the fat man did. It turned out he tortured and killed a butterfly spirit. Everyone instantly hated the fat man. Cross killing intent was the strongest out of them all. Like a primordial rage that wouldn't end even if the fat man was tortured forever. An idea appeared in his head and he cackled menacingly before closing his eyes as the killing intent went away. Truthfully, he had no idea why he was so mad. But the anger came from deep within, as if a friend was killed. In short, whether or not the fat man lived today, he would die tomorrow. Hee. Or maybe he will gain immortality like he always wanted. Advertisement Chan. https://splurgstudio.com 186, Fat Man becomes immortal. The flower spirit girl fought hard but the fat man was just too powerful for her. He started extracting her essence. Long Chen smashed against the barrier in rage. Cross slowly stood up and walked to the edge as he said enough. Long Chen looked back, but he was startled. Cross eyes were pitch black, completely. He looked extremely terrifying. He walked to the barrier and saw go on. Kill her. Everyone was stunned and frowned. The fat man looked at Cross and sneered. Cross looked at him with his pitch black eyes and said, what are you waiting for? Kill her. Do you think I have all day to wait for you to torture somebody? The fat man was startled and Cross shouted, do it. Kill her. The fat man finally smashed Daiwu's body to pieces and killed her. Cross placed his palm on the barrier and closed his eyes. A black whirlpool appeared on his palm and a white shadow sped into his palm. He caught the shadow and walked away, sealing it with a green light in his hands. He didn't say anything and disappeared from the arena entirely, returning to the residence. He entered his room and shut the door. He sat down on the ground and pulled out a 9-colored flower. The flower looked like a beautiful crystal. He got it from the immortal land. He pushed the shadow into the flower before encasing the flower in a golden barrier and dripping a drop of his blood along with his, ever faithful, green crystal in liquid. He wrapped the flower in an orange bubble and it floated in the air, getting brighter and brighter. He threw in more flowers with the 9-colored flower as a base. The flowers turned into paste and got sucked into the 9-colored flower endlessly. Cross watched with narrowed eyes as the flower ate all the others and slowly floated up. The 9-colored flower slowly started spinning. Cross's ears twitched and his eyes glowed gold as he made runes with his hands and chanted in Elven. The flower sucked in the golden runes as it spun faster and faster. Cross finished and the flower spun open, before turning into a naked woman. It was Daiwu. She hovered in the air, hugging her knees with her eyes closed. Her body was beautiful and perfect, without imperfections. Not only that but her hair was 9-colored now. Cross stood up and waited for her to open her eyes as he popped the time bubble around her. Her cultivation exploded from nothing to divine flame peak as she opened her eyes. They were rainbow-colored, all the different colors mixing together around a black iris. She slowly unfolded and her delicate feet touched the ground. She blinked as her memories returned to her. She looked at Cross and said with a complicated expression, "You saved me." Cross gave her a look, ignoring the question as he grabbed her and pinched her skin in several places. Apparently, flowers can get shy too. Cross pretty much touched her entire body as he muttered, "Strange. Very strange." Daiwu pushed him away and said, "What are you doing?" Cross frowned and said, "Idiot. Your soul crossed into a new flower, if it's not fully ingrained and perfect, do you think you'll live long? Shut up and let me see." He grabbed her and placed her on the bed. He stood off the bed and looked at her body very closely. He pressed down on her breast and muttered, "Heart veins are good." He placed his hand on her temples and muttered, "Sensory organs and brain is good." He moved his hand down and pressed on her crotch, just above her slit, and tilted his head before muttering, "Reproductive organs are fine." Daiwu was blushing extremely hard. When had anyone ever touched her like this? The most frustrating part was he really didn't have even a ripple of emotion or lust in his eyes. What did she know? Cross actually thought she was very beautiful, but there were more important things to do at the moment. He pressed his hand just under her breasts and nodded, saying, "All your organs are fine. The inside of your body, as in flesh and blood, are perfectly healthy. There aren't any problems there, but what I'm really worried about is your soul. There shouldn't be a problem considering the soul cleansing lotus I used on you." He sat on her body and pinned her arms down as he said, "Don't resist." As he tapped his forehead to hers and entered her soul space. He looked around at all the colors and saw Daiwu flickering black occasionally with extreme resentment. He said, "Gotcha." Before walking over to the crying girl. He patted her head and said, "Hey." Daiwu looked at him and said, "What do you want? You already violated me." Cross was stunned and said, "I'm a doctor, a doctor." "Okay." Daiwu just pouted and Cross said, "You need to let go of your resentment or come to terms with it, or else your soul will collapse and you won't even reincarnate." Daiwu shrieked, "That bastard killed my best friend. You want me to let it go?" Cross said coldly, "If you want to see your friend again, you need to let go." Daiwu snarled, "Never." Cross grabbed her chin and said, "Look at me." Daiwu glared at him and Cross said, "If your soul collapses, you don't go to the underworld. You dissipate between heaven and earth, you know what that means? It means that you'll never see your friend again, not even in the afterlife." Daiwu's pupils shrank and she broke down in tears, saying, "He's not dead, how can I let this go?" Cross said plainly, "He won't live past tomorrow anyway. Or maybe he will." Daiwu said, "He will." Cross smirked and said, "I'll give him immortality, that's what he wants, right?" Daiwu felt a shiver down her spine, feeling like the fat man was going to suffer for a long time. Cross caressed her cheek softly as he said, "Let me take care of it. You don't have to suffer anymore." Daiwu was entranced and leaned into his palm as she said softly, "You would do that just for me." Cross smiled and said, "The saddest thing in the world is a wilted flower." Daiwu's soul slowly turned pure white and sparkled, no longer flickering black. She moved and kissed Cross, who was startled by her actions. Before he could do anything, she moved away and blushed. Cross left her soul space, but he left a shadow there forever. The feeling of intimacy between two souls was infinitely more sensitive than just physical intimacy. It left a spiritual connection between the two souls as well as a deep imprint of the other soul. It was also extremely dangerous. Souls are normally very weak. To even go into someone else's soul space was a risky move on its own. Think about it, if someone attacked your unguarded soul you would die immediately. Even the intimacy was risky because the sensation could be too extreme and collapse both souls entirely. Literally death by snoo. A wonderful idea, a terrible outcome. That's why you had to be very careful at all times in another's soul space. Cross went back to his body and got off Daiwu, touching his lips in thought. He got Daiwu some clothes and she wore them, covering up her naked body. Maybe the clothes were too small, but her shirt covered her breasts and floated off her body over her belly button, and the shorts she wore covered half her thighs. Cross looked at her and then looked away as he said, "Come here." Daiwu walked right in front of him and looked into his eyes. He looked at her and tapped on her forehead. He had found an ancient and complete flower cultivation technique for her to practice. It was 10,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000x better than whatever she was using or not using now. Daiwu gasped and hugged Cross excitedly, crushing her chest against his. He smiled and patted her head, saying, "Don't disappoint me, little Wu." Daiwu smiled happily and nodded, "I won't." Cross nodded and left the room, going to sit in the tree. He leaned against the tree and thought about it. He had Luoning, Lu Mingxian, and now Daiwu. They all kissed him. In Luoning's case it was by accident while she was sleeping, but still, it was a kiss. He rubbed his face and didn't know what to do. After Ji Yuan, everything went out the window. He loved each and every single one of his family. Ji Yuan, Luna, Jasmine, and Feng Shui were his wives and lovers. He couldn't imagine a world without them, but not there was another three? First of all, he didn't know what the other girls would think. Secondly, he knew that he liked them but love? Ha! Not so easily. Ji Yuan was the only one where he fell in love with her after the fact, mostly because she was pregnant with Yuan Yuan. He was 100% sure that if she wasn't pregnant then he would have just distanced himself from her. Which sounded bad, but it was true. Fortunately that didn't happen as Ji Yuan was truly a good woman and he loved her deeply. The only one he continuously felt bad about was Luna. The poor girl sacrificed so much for him and new girls popped into their lives all the time. He sighed to himself, feeling like an asshole when everybody came back. Long Chen's face was dark and Cross looked at him, they didn't say a word and Long Chen locked himself in his room. Cross tilted his head and looked at the unconscious Bai Shishi, and put the pieces together. This guy. He's a bit too handsome, no? This silly girl 100% had a shadow of Long Chen in her heart now. He didn't even need to ask what happened to know. 3 days passed. Cross and Long Chen went to the arena but Long Chen was wearing a cloak. Cross said Aya, let's go. I got the fat man. Nobody knew that Dai Wu was still alive and Cross appeared in the stage, the crowd started booing. He ignored them and said give me the fat man. The fat man sneered and appeared in the arena before saying you want to get revenge for the flower spirit? What a moron. Do you think I'm as weak as Zhang Wuji? Cross smiled and took out the Guandao as he said I hope not didn't you want to be immortal? Let this daddy fulfill your wishes. The light curtain disappeared and Cross released endless killing intent as he shot forward and slashed at the fat man, who disappeared into the void. Cross spun around and thrusted the Guandao into an empty space, blood splattered on the arena and the fat man appeared without an arm, he said yo. Cross flashed and cut his other arm clean off as he said you speak too much. The kicked the fat man in the head, slamming him into the arena barrier before appearing above him and throwing the Guandao through the fat man's body and pinning him into the arena. Cross stood on the fat man's back and tapped on the fat man a few times, locking him into place before taking out a simple rock and saying this should do. The crowd watched as Cross held a rock in his left hand and plunged his right hand into the back of the fat man's head. They gasped and Cross pulled out the fat man's soul before shoving it into the rock. The rock trembled and the fat man was the rock. Cross laughed and flipped the fat man over, stripping his clothes and stealing his storage ring and weapons. The rock trembled in rage and fear as Cross took back the Guandao and disappeared from the arena. He reappeared in the waiting area as Long Chen disappeared. Bai Shishi said you put his soul in the rock? Why? Cross smiled and said let me tell you a little secret. If a soul's body can't age or deteriorate, how long will the soul live? Liu Mingxian said forever, right? Cross looked at the group and said I'm sure you all want to know right? Let's test it. Little Shishi, do you know what happened to the Yang clan? Bai Shishi shook her head and Cross smiled lightly as he revealed there's something much scarier than physical torture. Little Wu, come here. A cloaked figure appeared and took off her cloak, to reveal Dai Wu. The group gasped in shock and Luoning said the flower girl? But you died. Dai Wu smiled and said he saved me. As she blushed a little. Liu Mingxian and Luoning looked at each other in dismay. Cross said originally I was going to kill him, destroy his soul, etc. But I had another idea, you see I have a special technique. A dark orange bubble appeared on his palm as he added time is a very scary thing. Bai Shishi asked what is that? Bai Xiao said et. Everybody looked at him and he said a time distortion. Cross smiled and said 1 million years per second actually. The group's eyes widened in shock and Cross said this isn't the most important thing, however. He put the rock in the bubble as he added the formation is a torturing illusion formation. Qin Feng said you mean? Dai Wu finished for him as long as he doesn't die and his soul doesn't collapse, he'll be tortured for millions of years. Cross smiled and said the longest I can go for is 15 seconds. Bai Shishi shouted that's 15 million years. The rest shivered in fear and Cross chuckled as he slapped the bubble. The dark orange bubble started moving and the rock trembled as it got older and older, it soon started screaming in pain as it formed a small rock golem. 15 seconds passed and the rock golem had lifeless eyes, but it was still alive thanks to its immortal body. Cross took a break for a bit before starting up again with another round of torture as he said unfortunately, I can't keep it going forever. The rest swallowed their saliva and Bai Xiao scratched his head as he said How are you going to kill it? Everyone else realized and Cross said his soul is 30 million years old, you think he'll just cultivate without a method? It's just a normal rock that's 30 million year old. It turned into a golem but anything more than that needs a method to cultivate. He chuckled before adding of course. That's if he was sane, which is highly unlikely. He's been tortured for 30 million years, oh? Never mind, 45 million years now. He's basically a husk of a person now. Actually, he's a great tonic. The rest were disgusted and Cross laughed saying what? The fat man is just a tortured soul now. It's completely fine to absorb, it's not even as smart as Xiao. Bai Xiao looked embarrassed, he was just compared to a rock in intelligence. Cross continued for another 55 seconds and the rock golem shined as Cross said 100 million-year-old rock spirit. People would pay a high price for this. Bai Shishi realized as she said, couldn't you do that and make a fortune? Cross shook his head and replied no, because it needs a soul in the first place. It's basically killing people and torturing their souls for money. While I could just start kidnapping people and selling them off as rocks and flowers, maybe even trees, but that's just too cruel, no? I only use this formation against people who really piss me off. Cross added with a warm smile, the rest that die get sent into reincarnation, I'm a very nice person you know. The group spat, if you're a nice person the rest of the world are saints. Advertisement Chan. https://splurgstudio.com 187, Chaos at the Kyushu Convention. Cross threw the rock golem to Daiwu and said absorb it when we get back. Daiwu held the golem like a doll and smiled happily. Lu Mingxian and Luoning looked at her jealously, Daiwu sneered in their direction before sitting next to Cross and leaning her head on his shoulder. Lu Mingxian and Luoning bit their lips and Luoning sat on Cross' other side, Lu Mingxian sat directly on his lap and Cross side saying yaar yaar. Bai Shishi and the rest were stunned before looking at the arena. Long Chen put the guy who beat Bai Shishi into a karmic fire soul sin burning chain. It did exactly what it said and burned the sins of the soul with karmic fire, the more sins the more pain. It was a torture method. A pretty damn good one too. Cross looked up and put Lu Mingxian to the side as he flashed away, standing on the barrier, looking up at the Lord of the Corpse Sect, who said release him or I'll cross cut him off saying or you'll what? You old fuck, come and get some. A damn gravedigger like you. If I don't kill you, you're my grandpa. The Lord of the Corpse Sect almost coughed up blood and shouted in anger, you cross sneered you? You what? I'm too handsome? Well, compared to someone who looks like a raisin, I guess the disparity is too great. He shook his head and said kindly, listen, old man. Go home, wash your face, maybe you can dig up a wife on your next adventure. The crowd started laughing and the Lord of the Corpse Sect spat out a mouthful of blood. Cross backed away a few steps and shouted gross. I'm afraid my wife will leave me if you get your filthy blood on me. He retched and the old man was infuriated. Cross waved a fist at the old man saying you gonna do something or not? The Lord of the Corpse Sect looked around at all the people looking at him, Bai Shishi's mother was glaring at him, the Huayan Company old man was looking at him as well. Long Chen suddenly said wait, we're still missing one more person. The void tore open and above the body of the fat man another fat man appeared. Two fat men. This wasn't good. Cross said in shock, AO. A fat one dies, a fat one comes for revenge? Is the blood clown circus full of fat people? Everybody sucked in a cold breath of air and Cross added no. It can't be. Fat people aren't funny, how can they be clowns? The fat man felt his eyes twitch and Long Chen laughed as he said, fat man, you finally arrived. Seems like you don't remember me though. What a pity. The fat man was naturally, Inputta, the owner of the blood-killing hall. Inputta said, how can I remember every ant I see? Cross laughed and said, that's true. I don't even know the fat kid's name. Inputta glared at him and said, where is my disciple? Cross sneered and said, wouldn't you like to know, fat boy? Guess. If you guess right I promise I will confirm it. Inputta was shaking in anger and Long Chen sneered, just a fat boy, I can't believe everybody is so scared of this fat ass. Cross laughed and added, right, I guess Brahma feeds his puppies too much. Look at him, every breath he takes, his fat jiggles. Ugh, so gross. You must not be a very good killer, fuck, I can see you coming from a mile away. If you stand above me, the entire world will turn to night. Inputta was getting angrier by the second and Cross shook his head saying, what's the point of living? You can't even reach your dick, let alone see it. How do you have sex? You would just crush the girl under you, not to mention she'll have to lift up the fat just to get to it. He snapped his fingers and said, oi. I want to ask you something. I read somewhere that the fatter you are, the more likely you'll have a micro-penis. Is that true? Do you have a micro-penis? The spectators choked back their laughter and Inputta's eyes were completely red. Long Chen burst out laughing and said, big brother, how is he supposed to answer this question? He can't even see it, how can he know? Cross burst out laughing and said, the owner of the blood-killing hall has a micro-penis. Ha 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 ha. He wheezed and said, not that I look, it turns out the fat kid had one as well. Ha 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 ha. Inputta took a deep breath and said, give me my disciple or you and Ling Xiao Academy will suffer. Cross sneered and said, what was that, fatty? I couldn't hear you over your heavy breathing. Inputta said darkly, hand him over, or I will start a war with Ling Xiao Academy. Cross looked at Long Chen and said, is this guy retarded? Long Chen sighed and said, it appears so. Cross turned back to Inputta and said, I said speak up, you fat fuck. Inputa said angrily, you and all the disciples will die, do you want that? Cross chuckled and crackled his knuckles as he said tough words coming from a fatty like you. Little Wu, come here. Dai Wu appeared in front of the audience and drew loud gasps of shock. She floated over with the little rock golem in her hands. Cross held the rock golem and said, this is what's left of you, disciple. Dai Wu, absorb it now. Inputa shouted, you dare. Cross boomed, there isn't a thing in this world I don't dare do. Pat your ass and leave before I tear the fat off your fucking skin. World King? Tui. Your father has strong enough teeth. Everyone drew in a cold breath of air and Inputa shot his hand forward, but Long Chen threw a feather in the middle, forcing Inputa back. Someone shouted, colorful crane true feather. Inputa snarled, Long Chen. Cross. You will pay. All of those under the Brahma God will kill Long Chen and Cross, Ling Xiao Academy, none of them will live. His voice traveled in between heaven and earth, it was a direct killing order. Inputa sneered and disappeared. Cross sent Dai Wu back saying, keep it for now, we'll break through when you go back. Dai Wu smiled sweetly and floated back as everyone looked at the Ling Xiao Academy students. Bai Shishi's mother snorted and stood up, but Long Chen shouted, who dares make a move? Daddy Third will destroy them today. Unless you kill me, there will be no place for you in the 9 heavens and 10 hells. The Lord of the Corpse sect attacked Long Chen after the corpse kiddo burned to ashes. Bai Shishi's mother gathered all the students, bar Cross and Long Chen, and ordered them to get ready to fight. Several dozen people rushed after Long Chen and Cross. Inputa hated them both to the core, if they could offer him their heads they would rise to the heavens in a single step. All the people were in the divine flame state. Cross chuckled and took out the guandao, spinning it in his hands with a cruel smile as they came. Long Chen was flying through the crowd with the saber in his right hand and the feather in his left. Bai Shishi and the rest were killing people who were coming after them. Luna, Jasmine, Feng Shuier and Ji Yuan were killing people left and right with their own methods. The kids were doing the same and Ying'er was holding Yuan and slaughtering people with her strings. Cross grinned and swung his guandao out, heads flew into the air as Cross dived into the group beheading people left and right, blood splattered all over him, but he seemed to get more excited as he continued, getting faster and faster. He was like a lawnmower, cleaning the grass in front of him. Suddenly, Divine Lord started attacking him. Cross chuckled and said, Aya. You skipped the 4 extremes realm, ha 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 ha. As he charged forward and swept the guandao out, chopping at the Divine Lords coming at him. He cut a few in two and took a few attacks, making him spit out blood. He chuckled and ignored the blood as he killed wildly, anybody who got in his way was shredded to pieces. He didn't make a single chi move, truthfully he couldn't or he would explode. He could only use it for a split second or he would pop like a balloon, but against these guys it wasn't necessary. Cross chopped people and stole their storage rings in the process, making an incredible amount of wealth. Most of these people were sect masters of small sects. Divine Lord realm was pretty strong in some people's eyes, but to Cross they were like vegetables. As for the 4 extremes realm, forget about it, a single slap would finish a group of them. Cross looked like a blood man as he stood on top of the barrier, covered in blood that was mostly others. Long Chen cleaned up a group of immortal kings by suppressing their strength to the divine flame realm with the arena. Suddenly, Long Chen summoned his divine ring and an old man appeared, spitting out blood. It was a blood-killing hall killer. The old man crushed a jade token and a portal appeared, thousands of killers rushed out. Long Chen and Cross grinned and immediately took action, slaughtering fools. Cross chopped at the void all around him and groups of killers fell dead out of nothing. Their blood ran up into the portal and Long Chen shouted, bro. They're here to die. Cross looked at the portal with narrowed eyes before saying, then let's get that fat tub of shit over here faster, yeah? I'm excited to see how much fat I can tear off before I die. Ha ha ha, with a wild and unrestrained laugh he started killing the assassins even faster. Long Chen suddenly grinned and destroyed the assassins before looking over and trembling in anger. The Silver Moon City Lord was attacking Bai Shishi and the rest. Big mistake. Flower pupils appeared in Long Chen's eyes as all the assassins exploded into blood mist and Long Chen disappeared. Cross looked over and roared, all the assassins exploded as well and Cross flew over to the Feiyun City Lord, who was blocking Bai Shishi's mother, but more importantly his family. Cross thrusted the guandao at the City Lord's head. The man dodged and Cross spun in the air and kicked him in the face, sending him flying into the portal and exploding into blood mist. Cross stood in front of the Ling Xiao disciples and sneered, come on. I'm ready for the next life. Who's gonna send me there? Long Chen killed the Silver Moon City Lord and brought the group with the rest. Dai Wu, Luoning and Lu Mingxian appeared next to Luna, Jasmine, Feng Shuier, and Ji Yuan, and a strange silence came between them. Cross and Long Chen stood side by side, looking at the portal. Cross giggled and said, my blood is boiling in excitement. Long Chen chuckled and wore an eye patch on his face, since he overused the flower pupils and damaged his eye, becoming a one-eyed dragon. He said 50 crystals says he's fatter in person. The Ling Xiao disciples were stunned, Looking at the two's backs they felt that they were as tall as mountains. What did it mean to not fear heaven and earth? What was a man? This was definitely it. A fat man came out of the portal and revealed himself. Cross shouted, "Fatty, come and fight your father for 300 rounds. Inputta looked over and trembled in rage. He was a world king, damn it. When has he been ridiculed by an ant-like existence? Cross couldn't care less what sort of existence he was sure of one thing. If he was to die today, he would surely take a big chunk of fat along with him to hell. Cross spun the Guandao and Inputta sneered, "An ant like you wants to fight me?" Cross chuckled before bursting into crazy laughter as he crouched on the ground and said, "This ant is going to bite you today." Before springing up from the ground with a wild expression, shooting straight towards Inputta. Cross grinned and cocked the Guandao back, holding it like a javelin. The Guandao trembled and erupted into black flames as the veins on Cross' right arm bulged. He threw the Guandao with all his strength right at Inputta. The Guandao turned invisible in the air and broke the sound barrier, cracking the sky as it appeared right in front of Inputta's face. Inputta's eyes widened and he blocked with his hand. The Guandao touched his hand and the entire thing exploded. Cross threw up a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky with a grin. The dust cleared and Inputta's hand was mutilated while his expression was savage. He fired a palm at Cross and shouted, "Die!" Cross sighed and said, "What a shame. I wanted it to explode in your face." The palm was blocked and a loud voice sounded, "Dear Inputta, when was it your turn to punish the students of Ling Xiao Academy?" Cross chuckled and said, "The beast lives another day before getting caught by Bai Shishi's mother and saying Ayo. Caught by a beauty. What a day." Bai Shishi's mother laughed and threw him behind her. Cross spun in the air and was caught again. He looked and saw Luna and the rest caught him. He smiled widely and said, "How handsome." Luna smiled and said, "Very handsome. Maybe a bit too handsome. Maybe so handsome that you collected another 3 women." Cross coughed and said this. "I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a righteous man. Where would I go and collect women? I'm a good person with justice flowing in his bones." Luna giggled and said, "Right. Good person, justice in his bones. Maybe we should check." Cross started to sweat and said, "My sweet angel. Did you change your hairstyle? Wow, so beautiful." As he jumped away from the fire currently raging in his backyard. Luna giggled and shook her head. Cross looked at her and sighed. He grabbed her hand and whispered in her ear. Luna had an unreadable expression and Cross hugged her as he continued whispering. Luna buried her face in his chest and hid her head entirely. He held her and stroked her hair before letting go as she tapped him. She face was just the same as before but her eyes were a bit red before they returned to normal. Cross sighed and said nothing. A while of bickering, Inputta left with a bad face and the Huayan company announced that the finals were happening. Long Chen and Cross played rock, paper, scissors and Long Chen won, so he became the champion. Everyone was numb. The champion was decided by rock, paper, scissors. Huayan company announced Long Chen as the winner and also that everyone who attacked Long Chen today was banned from the Huayan company indefinitely, as well as their clans or sects. Terrible news for them because the Huayan company was the first trading company in the immortal world, they were honest and never cheated anybody. Basically those clans were fucked. A while later. They returned to the residence and Cross was sitting in a room with 8 girls. Ying'er was standing behind him doing her maid duties while Luna, Jasmine, Feng Shui'er, Ji Yuan, Liu Mingxian, Luo Ning and Dai Wu were sitting at a long table. Noticeably Luna, Jasmine, Feng Shui'er and Ji Yuan were sitting on one side, while Dai Wu, Luo Ning and Liu Mingxian were on the other side. Cross was sitting at the head of the table with his arms crossed and his eyes closed. He was covered in bandages from the neck down. Luna looked at the girls and said, "So, you have 2 choices. Fuck off or die." Advertisement Chan. https://splurgstudio.com 188, The Girls. Dai Wu said, "Then kill me." Before crossing her legs and arms, while Liu Mingxian and Luo Ning looked at Luna with frowns. Cross didn't respond at all. Luna added, "I'm gonna tell you the truth. Basically, I make the decisions around here. Jasmine, Feng Shui'er and Ji Yuan came after me, with my permission." Luna said coldly, "I'm not going to take in every girl that walks by and create liabilities for this moron to jump headfirst into danger for." She pointed at Cross and continued, "Whether I like it or not, he will protect us to his death. If even one of us dies, he'll lose control. If you thought you've seen the worst, believe me you don't want to see what happens when he's really angry." She tapped on the table and said, "If you're not fully committed to loving him with everything you have, even to the point of dying, then you might as well leave, because I don't need to lose my husband because you're too weak and afraid of death. Do you understand?" The 3 girls nodded and Luna rubbed her eyes, glancing at Cross before saying, "Well." Cross opened his eyes and said, "You handle it, you're doing fine right now. What do you want me to say? I think I've done enough." Luna understood the double meaning in his words and looked at him before sighing. Jasmine rolled her eyes and said, "So dramatic. I'll tell you one thing, though I don't have a problem with more girls, there's a limit. Feng Shui added, I'd rather not share with too many sisters. Ji Yuan hummed, just let him do what he wants. As long as he loves us, I'll be fine with it. Dai said firmly, he saved my life. I'm staying, even if you beat me to death. Lu Mingxian giggled and said, where am I going to find another idiot like this? I'll stay. Luoning waved her fist and said, who'll come after him? I'll beat them to death. Cross turned his head and spat out black blood. Yinger cleaned his mouth with a towel as Luna said, are you sure? I can kill you all right now. The three replied, then do it. Luna smiled and pointed 3 fingers. 3 ethereal whales shot off her fingers and stopped right at the three's foreheads. They didn't even flinch and Luna pursed her lips before saying softly, Jasmine, take them to another room. They'll be there for a while, as the whales submerged into their foreheads. Jasmine smiled and took them, hinting at Feng Shui and Ji Yuan to come with her. Luna looked at Yinger, who left the room with light steps, leaving just Cross and Luna in the room. As soon as the door closed, Cross spat out a bucket of blood and visibly paled. Luna held her head in her palm, propped her elbow on the table as she sighed, who are you trying to appear strong for? Don't you know we don't care whether you're strong or weak? Cross spat a bit of blood as he said, how much do you all sacrifice each day? I'm your pillar of support. Don't lie to me, I know it's true. If I'm here, even if the sky collapses, I will hold it up. He shook his head and added, do you think I'm blind? That I don't see all your efforts? Luna evaded his eyes and he said sadly, it hurts me to see that you all have to work hard and suffer because I'm not strong enough. All I want is for all of you to live happily and peacefully. Even if you were a normal person, I would still love you and protect you. Luna teared up and shouted, but we don't want that. Look at yourself. I know you the best, do you think I don't know what you did? She shed tears and pointed at his heart as she said, you think I don't know that you are suffering much worse than us? You can't just make a Dao heart out of thin air. He poked at herself and shouted tearfully, I see you like this and it hurts, Cross. I don't want you to fight in all 4 directions. I don't like to see you suffer. Do you know how scared I am every day? I don't even have the guts to look into the future anymore. I'm constantly worried that you'll just disappear from my life forever. She pointed at the door and continued, they might feel the same as me, but they don't even have the slightest clue as to who you used to be. To them everything is safe as long as you're here. I remember the boy who hid behind a mask. I remember the boy who lived on the streets. I know that you're hurting all the time. You think that makes me feel good? She slammed her fist on the table and said, maybe to them you're invincible. But I know that you're not. This world. It's not the same as Earth. It's not the same as the God realm. There are real monsters here. You dive head first and keep the invincible appearance for us. You think I don't know that you're really afraid? Cross was silent and didn't even dare to look at her. Luna cried, what nonsense for the tree. I couldn't care less about the tree. I only want you. If I had known of everything beforehand, I would have forced you to stay on Earth. Yet, maybe we don't live forever. Maybe the tree dies, maybe we get attacked and die much later, but at least you don't have to suffer like this. Luna shouted, look at me. Cross looked at her red eyes and tear-stained face and felt his heart twist in pain. Luna said, I'd rather have lived a quiet life in a small house with our kids than come here. I can endure my own fears and stresses, but can you? Luna reached over the table and grabbed his lower jaw, looking right into his eyes as she said, do you think I don't know you're on the edge? Do you truly think I don't know that you insult people much stronger than you and make them angry so that you are forced to fight without retreating? Cross' eyes widened and his pupil shrank. Luna said, Cross. I love you. I really, really, do. With my entire being. Everything I have is only for you. In this life, the next, and every single one after that, I will always love you. She paused for a moment before adding, but, if I lose you, maybe the others can continue living, but I can't. You're my husband, love of my life, other half, and the light of my life. I gave up everything just for you. If I lose you after that, I can only chase after you into the next life. Cross eyes turned red and Luna continued, promise me after this. After everything. We'll just live peacefully, whether there's more girls or not. Promise me. Cross lips quivered and he said softly, I promise. Luna wiped his tears and said, come here, baby. As she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him. Cross pulled her into his lap and hugged her tightly as he kissed her soft lips. Luna rested her head against his chest and said softly, I love you. Cross hugged her tightly as he said, I love you too, Luna. Luna smiled softly and said 3 more, et. Cross sighed and said, I don't chase at all. Luna giggled and said, yeah, I know. My husband is just too powerful. Cross poked her nose and teased, you forgot handsome. Luna giggled and kissed him again saying, show me how handsome you are. I forgot. Cross slipped his hands into her clothes and bit on her ear, making her moan as he said, let me refresh your memory. The next day, Big Boss Luna was defeated. The mini-bosses showed up halfway through but they were taken down as well. Cross fell asleep with 4 last night and there was 7 in the morning. He sat up and the girls groaned as they shifted around. He cracked his neck and got out of bed. Yinger handed him a cup of coffee as she said, Ara, I'm jealous, master. Cross took the coffee and said, do you dare sleep in that bed? Yinger smiled mischievously, do I have master's permission? Cross laughed and said, what kind of pit are you digging for me? Do it if you want, there's 7 what's one more? Plus, since when did you need my permission to do anything? You still don't fucking listen and I made you a slave. He sat at a table in the residence, outside his room, and drank his coffee as he ate breakfast saying with a sigh, what kind of maid did I get? Yinger giggled and happily skipped away. Cross shook his head, it seemed her favorite pastime was making his life difficult. A while later, Cross and Long Chen along with everybody else came to the awards ceremony. The rewards were handed out and Cross got a little pearl, he had no idea what it was. He looked at the Huayan Company old man, but the old man just shrugged. Cross shook his head and kept the pearl before walking away. Long Chen came up with a dark expression. It turned out someone replaced the dragon scale. The Huayan Company was furious. This was basically giving the face of the entire Huayan Company a tight slap. Long Chen exploded after hearing it was the Zhao clan that was in charge of handling the treasure. Long Chen flew to the middle of the Silver Moon City and made a giant fire lotus. The Zhao clan tried to say that the Golden Dragon scale was with the blood-killing hall, too bad Long Chen couldn't care less. He destroyed all the Zhan clan's shops and properties. They were enraged and shouted at Long Chen for bullying the weak until a golden treasure chest surfaced from the ground in the middle of the Zhao clan manor. That's not good. Long Chen took the chest and smiled at the Golden Dragon scale. Everything was right in the world. They went back to the residence and the major forces in Silver Moon City started moving. Overnight the Zhan clan was finished and there was now competition for the new city head. Cross was sitting on the tree as the girls talked amongst themselves nearby. Apparently Luna had put the 3 under an illusion, if they didn't pass they would die. The illusion was different for each of them and they didn't talk about it at all, but when they looked at Cross there was an inexplicable emotion in their eyes. He spent most of the time with them as they waited for Bai Xiao to wake up. During the days that passed, Cross got a visitor. It was the man from the Wine God's palace. He gave Cross gourd after gourd of wine and thanked him profusely for enlightening him. Cross was overwhelmed, he didn't remember enlightening anyone except the girls during this time. The man said that after Cross spoke to him, he had a sudden enlightenment in his wine dao and that the wine he made was from that enlightenment. He self-proclaimed that his wine was leaps and bounds better than before. Though Cross didn't have a reference point he still accepted, and the man said that he wanted to come to Lingxiao Academy to make wine there instead because he felt that Silver Moon City was a shithole. Cross had no problems and even talked to Long Chen about getting the Huayan Trading Company to make a branch at or near the school. The man went to pack his things and said that he would build a wine god's palace in the school and even take some disciples. Long Chen thought it was a great idea and talked to the Huayan Company to see their thoughts. The old man was more than happy to expand and Long Chen got the okay from the principal to continue and they started making plans. Cross threw blueprints for a city at them. The old man loved them and felt that this would be a profitable business deal for them. Cross and Long Chen were hands off and the old man took care of everything, dragging the man from the wine god's palace with him and making him pick a building for himself. 3 days after the convention ended, Bai Xiao woke up and everyone left the city, going back to the school. The man and the old man stayed behind to continue their work, only saying goodbye briefly before going back to work. Cross put all the wine into one gourd and poured some for Long Chen as they sat in the chariot back to the school. Cross drank a few mouthfuls and a blush danced across his face. Long Chen cleared his throat and his face was a bit red as well. 189, a nice gift for Inputta. Cross and Long Chen got back to the academy without a problem. Nobody dared to stop them at all. But news of their names spread throughout the entire immortal world. Long Chen asked Cross if it was alright and Cross said that he didn't care, let them come. Long Chen smiled thankfully, he knew Cross was just saying that. Luna's voice was quite loud and he was right outside the door. He had heard everything she said and was a bit shocked if he was being honest. It seemed this brother of his had a story as well. When Cross told him about his life, he just gave a general overview, he didn't go into details. Cross didn't really care about spreading the news for 2 reasons. One was that he knew Long Chen wanted his family and friends to know he was safe and alive, and the other was that he didn't use any of his power, only body strength. He didn't know that some special people could tell even without him making a move. They arrived at the academy and celebrated for 3 days. After that, Liu Mingxian, Luo Shuai, and Luo Qing were escorted back home. Liu Mingxian had a tearful goodbye with Cross, much to the displeasure of her escort. Finally she kissed him deeply before she left. It was estimated that her parents would definitely hear about this and be beyond angry. Cross was helpless against this and just said that he would come find her in the future. The rest of the girls scattered and went to started cultivating hard. They didn't want to fall behind, especially after Luna's big speech. A month passed. Cross was drinking, when Long Chen dragged him along to watch Bai Shishi's tribulation to the 4 extremes realm. Cross was being dragged on the ground and still drinking as he said, new clothes? Nice. Though it's not really my style. Long Chen spat. You barely wear any clothes, I've never seen anyone like you. Cross shrugged and a blush appeared on his face as he said it's called a wild look, understand? This is fashion. Long Chen coughed. Fashion my ass. Your strange clothes look much nicer than the others' robes, but you just wear nothing. It's a mystery. Cross sighed and said, who can understand the mind of a genius? Long Chen chuckled and said, why aren't you in the Four Extremes realm? Cross laughed and said, the thundercloud will be huge. If I want to do it, I need to leave the academy, plus, my final piece isn't ready yet. Soon though. Very soon. Long Chen smiled and they got to the valley where Bai Shishi was. Cross sat on the ground next to Long Chen and drank as he said, why did you drag me along to sister-in-law's tribulation? Long Chen said, for insights. Cross shook his head and said, what insights? We just need to survive. LMAO. Thunder fell on Bai Shishi and the disciples trembled in fear. Cross sighed and said, what is this discrimination? The lightning is so gentle for her. Is it because I'm not a woman? Long Chen laughed and Mu Qingyun said, this is gentle for you. Cross waved and said, are you kidding? I take my tribulation and I don't know whether I'll come out with just bones left. Bai Shishi's mother appeared and laughed as she said, I'm not surprised. Cross drank from his gourd and didn't answer. Long Chen instructed Bai Shishi to grab the runes where he shouted and she got 2 top-grade runes. What a joy! Basically at the Four Extremes realm you grabbed 4 runes to focus on, there was a bunch of different ones for cultivations to grab and they were all ranked with different levels based on color, but that doesn't matter for Cross. Bai Shishi was grateful and thanked Long Chen. Cross said, wow wow wow. The sun is rising in the west today. Bai Shishi punched at Cross in anger and he tilted his head out of the way saying, come on. It was just a joke. Everybody knows the sun had been rising from the west ever since Long Chen killed the corpse boy. Bai Shishi blushed and was ready to hack Cross to death. Cross dodged all her attacks and drank from his gourd saying, oh you. Almost had me there. He swayed around, clearly drunk, and Bai Shishi was getting angrier. Long Chen laughed and started running as Bai Shishi chased after him instead. 10 days later. Cross was watching Long Chen devouring the golden dragon scale, sitting on a tree and swinging his legs, enjoying his peaceful time. He didn't have much to do during these days, he was waiting for the right moment to do his final part and take the tribulation. He had a crazy plan after watching Long Chen devour the dragon scale. If it worked, I'm afraid he won't be afraid of immortal kings anymore. Like did he know that there were a bunch of old people in the void looking at Long Chen and Cross at the same time? Bai Zhantang said these two. An old man said the void god's successor is here as well. Another old man, who happened to be Bai Litang, replied yes, but his character. I'm afraid. Another old man said arrogant. Bai Litang replied unyielding in front of the world. Even if a world king is the enemy he will charge in head first. The old men were silent before saying the same with Long Chen. Before they all left. Bai Zhantang said if Long Chen isn't the son of prophecy we're just going to drop the both of them. Let them both die. Bai Litang said it's not my decision. He shook his head and left. Cross heard the alarm and Long Chen flew over before they both went to see what the issue was. They arrived at the gates to Lingxiao Academy and saw hundreds of people in masks and shouting hand over Cross and Long Chen. Cross rolled his eyes and said anybody have a bow? A disciple quickly threw one over. Cross caught it and Long Chen rushed in, killing people. Cross stood still and started firing arrows that disappeared as they left the bow. People started dropping like flies and the disciples were awed. Cross said go get the outer court disciples already, geez. Before slapping the void, a headless corpse fell to the ground and Cross went back to shooting, he shot into the void and killers dropped like flies everywhere. A while later. Some stuff happened and all the people ran away. Naturally, Bai Zhantang and the rest showed up. The paper tigers ran for their lives but didn't forget to leave behind a message. Several jades exploded and everyone heard the shouts hand over Long Chen and Cross. Hand in the sinners. 7 days to give them to the blood-killing hall or else death. Cross yawned and said well. He turned to the disciples and smiled thanks for protecting me, I'm going to sleep. Before walking off, leaving the disciples to give him funny looks. He stopped and said oh yeah. 7 days, everyone who has a problem with me can gather in the blood-killing hall location. I will turn myself in. Go quickly little spies, go tell your masters. Several people disappeared and Cross scratched his neck and yawned as he left to go to sleep. Long Chen grinned and disappeared. Cross started urging his eye mixture to hurry up. 7 days passed. Cross was standing with Long Chen, Qin Feng and Bai Xiao's mother. Cross took out the gourd and turned it upside down. A single drop of blood that made others' hearts tremble in fear appeared and Cross swallowed it. Cross grabbed onto Long Chen tightly and said go. Quickly. Before everyone here dies. Bai Xiao's mother quickly teleported them away and into the blood-killing hall's location. Cross appeared and said now that everyone's here. Cross morphed into a giant dragon as his cultivation increased explosively, everything on his body was unlocked and he roared to the sky. Long Chen and Qin Feng smirked and blew their cultivations as well. A giant thundercloud appeared above the blood-killing hall, locking everyone in place. There were millions of people who wanted to kill Cross and Long Chen, they really were like sheep following crosswords to the letter. Bai Xiao's mother flashed back before and was safe, but her face was pale. Bai Litang said they're both sons of the prophecy all right. Bai Xiao's mother looked over and all the old guys from the academy were here as well. Cross dragon body was pitch black and gigantic, his eyes were also flashing red and black, sometimes swirling, sometimes pulsing, in short it was terrifying. He let out a black flame from his mouth and blasted a hole in the clouds as he roared once again. Someone said kill them. Too fucking late bro. The thundercloud was angry now and its will fell down, half the people there directly exploded into blood mist. Someone shouted brother. Let us go. We were forced. Long Chen laughed and said bullshit. Fuck off, if I let you go what about the dead disciples? He swung his sword up and cut the clouds again. A pillar of lightning fell down on Long Chen, Cross, and Qin Feng. Cross and Long Chen were fine, but Qin Feng was having a hard time. He stuck with it and continued on, the power of lightning was also a tonic for the body. He was pretty lucky. Cross roared and his giant dragon body swiveled, millions died in the first strike of lightning but there were still many more. These fools, they thought if they don't move they would be safe. What a joke. Cross thrashed around, smashing into people left and right before blasting a breath into the clouds and blowing them apart again. He was the embodiment of destruction right now, either he tears the heavens apart or he dies. A bunch of disciples showed up and watched the tribulation. Bai Shishi was stunned, Luna crossed her arms and watched the big dragon in the sky, seemingly calm. Jasmine was clenching her teeth with a calm appearance, Feng Shuai was visibly nervous, Ji Yuan was expressionless, Dai Wu looked about ready to rush inside, while Luo Ning was holding her back. The kids were watching too, their reactions were also varied. Zephyr was watching carefully, not worried at all, Pandora was expressionless, Lily was cheering with hunger, Artemis was clenching her fists nervously, and Amelia was biting her nails. Yinger just held Yuan was smiled lightly, while Yuan was silent. Suddenly, millions of thunder creatures descended from the skies. These creatures include human beings in strange costumes, all kinds of monsters, giant dragons, phoenix, spirits, demons, and all kinds of strange creatures, many of which have never been seen before. As soon as they appeared, half went for Cross, while the other half went after Long Chen. Qin Feng was being protected by Long Chen's thunder dragon. Cross dove into a horde of creatures and started tearing, clawing, biting, and smashing them all apart. Thunder crackled along his everything body, inside and out, even on his eyes. Cross's dragon form started getting smaller and smaller, confusing the people outside. Bai Shishi said, why is he getting smaller? Luna answered, he's trying to do something stupid again. Feng Shuai said nervously, he sure knows how to make people worry. Jasmine snorted, you can say that again. The statue of Inputta started glowing and the fat man appeared. Cross dove down and blew black flames all over the place, speeding up through the people and making the thunder creatures chase him and kill the people at the same time. Long Chen laughed and said, Inputta, how does it feel? I told you not to mess with Lord Third but you just didn't listen. Tisk tisk. Inputta roared, Long Chen, I want you to die. As he pressed his will from the statue, but it started cracking. Nobody can mess with the thunderclouds, not even a world king. Inputta shouted, do you know what end your actions brought to you today? Long Chen sneered and said, end? No, this is just the beginning. Lord Third is not a good person. You want to play? Let's play big. Inputta seated but didn't speak, if he used his power his statue would collapse from the tribulation. Cross flew over the statue and lifted his leg, a waterfall of piss drenched Inputta's spurt and statue. The disciples' faces turned black and Cross family all covered their faces in embarrassment. 190, Heaven's Executioner. Inputta roared, die. Ah! Cross twisted into a group of people and Inputta killed the group as Cross slipped through them, avoiding Inputta completely. The statue kept cracking before exploding. Cross chuckled and spun into the air and spread out his wings standing upright. His 6 wings slowly merged into 2 and his body shrank some more as he continued slaughtering creatures, and absorbing the lightning that they turned into. All the creatures were killed and another pillar of black lightning fell from the sky, but this one was solely on Cross, who spread out his limbs hovering upright. His entire figure was submerged in the lightning and when it cleared Cross was still standing there. Slowly his wings turned into particles and entered his body. His dragon body shrank and his tail turned into particles returning to his body, his figure became human again but there were pitch black scales all over his skin. He roared and the horns sank into his skull as the scales embedded themselves into his flesh, disappearing. Cross in his dragon form had become one and his body strength was increased by who knows how many times. Noticeably, on his back the dragon disappeared completely. Only a black hole filling the void in the circle tattoo. It looked to be constantly swirling but it wasn't. Cross slowly opened his eyes and they were still moving erratically. He looked up and thunder swords peeked out from the clouds. There were billions of them. All the swords fell. Cross reappeared next to Long Chen and said, "Grab yours and go." Long Chen nodded and grabbed 4 thunder swords, stabbing them into Qin Feng's body before throwing him out of the tribulation. Bai Xiao's mother caught Qin Feng and the thunder clouds trembled. Cross and Long Chen punched up and blew a hole in the clouds, getting the clouds' attention on them. Cross and Long Chen grinned as thunder swords rained down. Long Chen went after a black thunder sword and Cross covered him, smashing the swords around him, letting Long Chen deal with the black swords. 9 black sword came down and Long Chen was covered in lightning armor fight against the heavens. Long Chen opened his hurt eye and sealed 7 black lightning swords inside. Cross grabbed him and threw him out of the tribulation before exploding with all his power and punching the small cloud to pieces. He grinned and spread out his arms as he laughed wildly, the thunderclouds exploded out and covered the entire world. The disciples were shocked and scared. Bai Litang said quickly, "Back up." Long Chen was caught by Bai Zhantang and dragged away with the rest as the thunderclouds became darker and darker. Bai Shishi looked at the clouds and paled as she shouted, "What is that?" Bai Litang looked up and trembled as he said, "Heaven's executioner." Cross looked up at the giant monster head, it went back and stuck 2 claws into the cloud, ripping open a hole out before shooting down at Cross. Its entire body was made up of pitch black runes, every single force and element rune was there, even supreme heaven runes. Cross laughed and jumped off the ground, throwing a fist at the beast, with endless disobedience and will to destroy and devour. Luna grabbed Bai Shishi's arm in anxiety and Cross punched the beast, sending it flying back into the clouds. He smashed back into the ground and jumped back up, looking as though he was going to charge into the clouds to kill it. Fortunately that wasn't necessary. The black beast dived at Cross again and they met in the middle, a huge explosion occurred and runes exploded everywhere. So did Cross flesh. He was a bloody skeleton now and he chuckled eerily. Now was the time for his crazy trick. He slapped his bone hands together and circulated the silence of the abyss. A massive black hole appeared on his back and sucked in all the runes. A golden half-crown also appeared around the right side of his head, as Cross body, eyes, soul, and energy lit up at the same time. The 4 forces started mixing lights together under they were almost inseparable. Every type of rune was being sucked into Cross body and slowly repairing his flesh. The runes tried to escape but they were all inevitably sucked in. Some of them going into his necklace and inner world, while the rest were going into his body. The thunder cloud shrank into a giant sword with the symbol for death on it and a single glowing rune in the middle of it. The rune said abyss and was blacker than black, it looked as if someone had ripped that part of the world out and just left it like that. Cross looked up and the black hole started spinning faster, the sword plunged down and Cross donned his armor, opening his arms wide as if accepting death. The sword appeared in front of him and he caught the sword with both hands before spinning around and smashing it into the ground. He dived down and punched right in the middle of the sword, ripping out the abyss rune and slapping it on his chest. The sword exploded into a pillar of lightning and engulfed Cross as the thunder clouds disappeared, the area was a complete wasteland. The lightning pillar warped and twisted into a big ball before condensing. Cross' bloodied figure was revealed, all the runes in the air were absorbed into the black hole and stuffed into Cross' body. He stood in the air with an impassive expression on his face as he looked at the ball of lightning in his hands. He felt something try and suck his blood. Cross looked up and he heard a voice, "Let it go." Cross frowned and said, "You." The voice said, "Just let it go, you're too weak to stop the force behind it." Cross' face turned ugly and he let his blood get sucked. He snorted and the black hole sank into his body. He trembled and his eyes closed, his cultivation exploded into the 4 extremes realm. His level raised to 5th level and his armor sank back into the necklace as his necklace and inner world both vibrated. He held the thunder ball and coughed out a mouthful of blood as the group rushed over. Luna said quickly, "Honey, are you okay?" Cross nodded and Bai Xiao's mother said, "What happened?" Cross said, "I might be blind." Everyone was stunned and Bai Litang said, "Let's go." Luna worriedly dragged Cross back to the rest and they all left. They got back to the academy and Cross' eyes were tightly shut. Bai Xiao's mother said seriously, "All right, show me." Cross slowly opened his eyes and everyone was completely startled and shocked, and quite honestly afraid. Cross' eyes had changed completely. Bai Xiao's mother felt pressure coming from Cross' eyes and backed off slightly saying, "What is that?" Cross' eyes were completely blood red with pitch black rings in them. In the middle of his eyes there was a black swirl and on each of the rings there were 3 black petals separated into a triangle shape. Cross looked at everyone and said, "What? Not handsome anymore." He pouted and everyone was exasperated, this guy almost died, his eyes were weird, and all he cares about is if he's handsome or not. Luna said handsome. Jasmine added very handsome. Feng Shui added very super handsome. Ji Yuan added very super mega handsome. Luoning added very super mega ultra handsome. And Dai Wu just fainted with a nosebleed. Cross rubbed his nose and blushed, everyone was stunned and thought in disbelief he can blush. Bai Xiao's mother giggled and said, "Anyway, how do you feel?" Cross said my eyes hurt a bit but I can see and I'm fine. Just really tired and I need someone top warm my bed. Everyone's faces turned black again. This guy, can't he be serious for a single minute? Cross chuckled ha. Ha. Gotcha. Before passing out while standing and snoring. Luna dragged him away with a red and embarrassed face, while Bai Xiao's mother laughed. Bai Shishi was holding to an unconscious Long Chen and looked at her mother, who was looking at her meaningfully. Bai Shishi blushed and passed Long Chen to someone else before stomping off angrily. The black thunder ball in Cross' hands was sucked into the inner world and a new building popped up. Luna put Cross on a bed and snuggled next to him. The rest of the girls showed up and quickly got into the open spots, leaving Luoning without a spot. Luoning pouted before smirking as she laid Cross' head on her lap and laid down sideways with a triumphant expression. Far away. Liu Mingxian suddenly got angry and felt like she was missing something. She cursed and kicked a barrel, making it explode, as she muttered, I gotta escape and go find, hubby. Suddenly there was a shout. She did what? Liu Mingxian started running in fear. Half a month later. Cross woke up and got out of his bed. He was surprised to find that he was alone. Very strange, he put on a white t-shirt and a black hoodie, before slipping on black shorts and sliding into his pink fluffy bunny slippers. He looked in the mirror and saw his eyes for the first time. He was shocked, he was much more handsome now. Not only that but they looked cool as fuck. Cross went outside in a good mood. Everything clicked together today. This was the direct effect of connecting his mind, body, soul, and energy together. Not only that but the countless above top-grade runes in his body were all over the places, littered in his blood, flesh, muscle, organs, bones, everything. Basically, if you take Cross at the Kyushu convention and make him fight the Cross right now. The old Cross is greeting Lucifer in hell after a single slap. Cross felt his entire body was filled with power and the Abyss rune was in everything more than once. If there was a group of runes there will be more than one Abyss rune. Cross happily skipped away from his house, going to find Long Chen. Of course he was going to tell him the good news. He also wanted to ask him if he had all the runes in his body too. He appeared at Long Chen's house and walked inside. He saw Long Chen and said he before his eyes turned. Long Chen looked over and said, whoa. What happened to your eyes? Cross said, hold on a second. His eyes stopped turning and reset back to non-spinning state. He blinked and muttered, I really need to check that out. Long Chen was confused and Cross got serious as he said, my eyes became very special. I didn't know what they did before but I just figured out one use. Advertisement Chan. https://splurgstudio.com 191, New additions to the inner world. Inside Cross inner world. The library started shaking intensely and a golden light appeared in the air, condensing into a book 9-star Hegemon body art. Outside. Cross was absolutely stunned and Long Chen said, well? What is it? Cross had a funny look on his face and closed the room, making sure it was just him and Long Chen before he said, bro, know that I didn't do this on purpose, okay? Long Chen frowned and Cross took out a golden book before handing it to him. Long Chen took the book and froze. He looked at Cross in shock and read through the book. It was the exact same as his own version. Cross pointed at his eyes and said, this has to do with a big secret of mine. He looked at Long Chen and said, fuck it, you're my brother. Come with me. He grabbed Long Chen and they disappeared into a crack. Long Chen and Cross appeared in the inner world, most specifically in the middle of a giant sect-like place. Long Chen looked around and said, this is your inner world. Cross nodded and said, yup. It just finished transforming. Originally it was just a castle, but now it changed to much more. They walked around and looked at the entire sect. There were testing towers, pill pavilions, forging shops, weapon halls, arenas, residences, etc. Cross stopped at a new tower that had the words Lightning Tower. The duo both felt the terrible lightning power of execution coming from the tower and Long Chen said, wow. Cross was silent before saying, this isn't even the best part. Come. They walked to a tall building that had a sign on it saying Ancient Enlightenment Pagoda. They walked inside as Cross said, I absorbed the entire immortal land. I think everything inside there was organized into the sect. Long Chen was stunned and they looked at the stone carvings, paintings, words, etc. on the wall. Long Chen stopped in front of a picture and said, I saw this one from the Star River sect ruins. Cross nodded and said, crazy right? Long Chen swallowed his saliva and they left, going into the castle. Cross brought Long Chen to the library and Long Chen was rooted on the spot at the sheer size of the library. There were so many books but it still seemed empty. Cross said, every book in most of the scripture pavilions are here, plus all the techniques from the immortal land. I'm pretty sure the Star River Sky technique is in here too. Long Chen looked at Cross and said, seriously, you really shouldn't show anyone this. Cross rubbed his nose and said, I trust you. Long Chen didn't know what to say. He looked at Cross completely speechless before finally saying thank you. Cross smiled and said, there's actually a lot of powerful ancient techniques here. Unfortunately, even I don't have the last volumes of the great Brahma scripture or I would give them to you. Long Chen said the only one who has them is the great Brahma himself. We'll get them eventually. But you just looked at me once and got the book. As he placed the golden book back on a bookshelf. Cross nodded and said pretty much, but obviously it's incomplete. Plus, it's from you, not from another 9-star descendant. It looks like I can't complete the techniques, sorry. Long Chen smiled and said that's good. I diverted from the normal technique, if I have a road, I'll just get lost. Cross smiled and said the castle/sect was originally from some guy named the Master Scholar. Apparently, he traveled the world getting every technique possible, in the end he made a sect for scholars just like him. As he walked through the bookshelves, running his fingertips on the spins of the books before continuing, obviously having so many techniques was a huge problem, he was attacked by all forces. He fought them all off and protected his sect and they lived in peace for a while. Cross sighed and added then he died. The forces raided the sect, killed all the disciples and stole all the techniques, rendering the scholar's efforts for his whole life completely useless. He shook his head and continued the castle/sect itself was the next target for these people, but fortunately it escaped to the lower realms and hid. Long Chen said this is the castle. Cross nodded and said yet. From what I saw, the sect was much more grand than it is now. It's still recovering. He paused before suddenly saying Long Chen, do you have a dream? Long Chen and Cross were walking out of the library and Long Chen said with a smile of course, to live happily with my family for the rest of my life. Cross smiled and they stopped at the steps of the castle, looking over the whole sect. Cross said you know, until just recently I didn't have a dream. Long Chen looked at him and he continued what is a god, really? We were gods in the lower realms only to come here and be ants. Who's to say that the so-called god of this world isn't an ant to someone from an even higher realm? Long Chen was silent and Cross sighed I've become god twice already, this will be the last time. I have a dream now. He smiled lightly and Long Chen asked what is it? Cross looked at the sect and said sweep the world clean of obstacles, fill the library, and make a sect at the top of the immortal world. Beasts, humans, spirits, monsters, all races will be welcome. Not only that but to connect to the lower realms as well. He smiled softly and said after that I can live in peace with my family. Long Chen smiled and Cross turned to him before saying with a cheeky grin want to be my vice sect leader. Long Chen blinked before laughing and saying can I have my own temple at least? I'll be like Bai Zhan Tang. Cross chuckled and said wouldn't that make me your father? Long Chen choked and Cross laughed happily. They went to the Endless Herbs farm. Cross scratched his neck and said you know, I really have no use for these other than looking nice. Schwer is learning alchemy, but other than that I can't do it. Long Chen laughed and said you don't mind, right? Cross shook his head and Long Chen started picking a few of each herb he didn't have as they talked. Cross said actually, I can always read your memories for your alchemy experience. Long Chen gave him a funny look and said did you just secretly ask if it was okay to read my memories? Cross coughed and said that depends if you agree or not, if not then I have no idea what you are talking about. Long Chen laughed and said you're crazy. Cross smiled and said actually, I have a brother in the lower realms. He let me look at all his medical knowledge. He's just fine now, actually, I'm pretty sure he's ruling the realm right now. That guy, he's too lecherous. I wouldn't be surprised if he has a few dozen women around him by now. Long Chen shook his head and said so many? Where do you even find a bed big enough? Cross sighed and said I would like to know too. Long Chen laughed and said all right, come here. I'll give you the knowledge. Cross smiled happily and Long Chen tapped on his forehead. Cross stopped and digested all of it in a second before saying so complicated. Long Chen laughed saying you thought it was throwing herbs into a fire. Cross looked away and Long Chen burst out laughing. They were walking around when a group of beasts flew over and turned into people. Long Chen was stunned and Cross smiled as he said how's it going? Did you see the new changes? Carl scratched his neck, picking up the habit from Cross, as he said there's nothing for a supreme baiter like me. Selena smacked his head and said idiot. Carl shouted you damn bitch. Do you want to get your head kicked in today? Selena sneered and said come on then. Long Chen was amused and Cross ignored them saying the rest of you. Blue said lightly most of the arts are for inferior beasts. Where am I supposed to find an ice phoenix method? Red added and a fire phoenix one. Blue said coldly was it your turn to talk? Red shrank his neck and stopped speaking. Grey chuckled and said nothing for dragons either. His kids, Silver, Gold, Platinum and Rose all said in unison nothing for us either. Levi jumped around to Cross saying I don't even think Leviathans exist here. Buckbeak sighed and said or whatever I became. Cross hummed and said so, effectively you're stuck in the divine flame realm. They all nodded and Cross frowned before saying I'll try and find something for you all, but dragons, phoenixes, leviathans, and buckbeaks might be a bit hard to find. Carl shouted what about me? Cross smacked him and said what about you? You're just a badger. Carl held his head and squatted down saying ow. Fuck. Long Chen said dragons, phoenixes, and leviathans, oh my. He looked at Cross and said there's a beast region in the immortal world, maybe they'll have luck there. Cross chuckled and scratched his neck saying how the fuck am I supposed to get there? Plus, these little guys are basically family. If they die, I might go crazy. The beasts all smiled and felt warm in their hearts. Long Chen smiled and said in fact, I also have a wolf. He sighed and said I hope she's okay. Cross patted his shoulder saying if she's related to you, I can tell you she'll be completely fine. Long Chen smiled and shook his head. Cross looked at the group and said go to the lightning tower. The lightning in there will strengthen your bodies. In the meantime, I'll look in the academy for anything that you can use. Go look in the library as well, also double check the ancient enlightenment pagoda. They all nodded and left. Cross looked out at the world and said I don't even know how big this place is anymore. He shook his head and Long Chen said well maybe we'll find out one day. Cross chuckled and said at that time, I think it will be even bigger. Long Chen chuckled and they left the inner world to the real world. They appeared and seconds later a bunch of people appeared, happy to see that Cross and Long Chen were awake. The duo smiled and said what did we miss? Advertisement Chan. https://splurgstudio.com 192, Auspicious Yuan. Long Chen and the rest left to the blood-killing hall, they picked up Inputa's statue's head and brought it away. They dug a huge pit and put the head inside upside down, making a container as there was the power of faith inside the head. Long Chen had some people build a bunch of huts over it and he gave out detoxification pills. The news spread out far and wide as people came to see Long Chen, but then they found out the use of the pills and were happy. The detoxification pills would clear the pill poison from the body and expel it from the body. Through shit. Basically Long Chen used all these people to fill Inputa's head with shit. It wasn't just satisfying, but also useful. The shit was filled with pill poison and slowly got rid of the power of faith in the head. It was a 2-for-1 special. Cutting off Inputa's influence in the Tianlan region while simultaneously destroying Inputa's reputation. Cross came along and his eyes turned, looking at all the people. Book after book was filling the library, he was ecstatic. Basically his eyes would be turning all day as he looked at more and more people. He collected techniques from everyone and left with Long Chen after getting them from everyone. They returned to the academy and heard a loud shout where's Long Chen? Do you dare fight? Everyone was shocked, people still fought Long Chen? Was this guy's head full of shit like Inputa's? Long Chen and Cross went over to look, there was a boy, who said I'm Su Zixing. I came to fight Long Chen. I traveled over the Sea of Demons to fight him. Long Chen felt it was funny, and Cross said oh. A barbarian. Another book was collected. Long Chen said barbarian blood. Cross nodded and said just a trace. A miracle he even awakened first-generation blood. Cross walked over and poked Su Zixing, sending him flying like a meteor through the sky. Cross was stunned and his eyes glowed. Su Zixing suddenly stopped in mid-air and flew back. Cross caught him with his hands and said Ayo. A new thing. Cool. Long Chen shook his head and walked over saying you have barbarian blood. Su Zixing felt he was outmatched here and said honestly yes. Long Chen said I won't fight you, but you can be my younger brother. Before leaving, Su Zixing chased after him saying ah. Wait. Big brother I agree. Cross chuckled and shook his head, before walking after them. He saw the old man who swept the floor and looked at him, suddenly his eyes started hurting and bleeding. The old man looked at him and raised an eyebrow. Cross closed his eyes in pain and the old man said Very interesting. Cross walked over and sat down next to the old man as he said what happened. The old man replied some things cannot be copied. Or rather, you're not strong enough to copy them. You're very lucky actually. Cross asked lucky. The old man replied had you not unified your entire being and evolved your body into the void dragon body, your eyes would have exploded. As he continued to sweep the floor. Cross was speechless and couldn't help but say old man, aren't you a bit too mysterious? How do you know everything? The old man smiled and said you live long enough, you see a lot of things. Cross flared up boy. That's the same as not answering at all. The old man chuckled and said try not to copy me for the time being. I won't help you again. As he tapped on Cross' eyes. Cross felt a cooling sensation and opened his eyes again, thank God he can see. Cross said are you Jesus? The old man choked and shook his head saying religion doesn't exist here. Cross chuckled and said anyway, see you later mysterious old man. One day I will copy your techniques and I'll rule the world. The old man shook his head and said don't try and be a comedian. Cross spat and said you're no fun, Gramps. Before running off, the old man smiled slightly. It had been a long time since he laughed, it was nice. Cross walked around, looking at everyone and shelving books like a madman. As far as he was concerned the old man was the only one in this world that he couldn't take from. That damn old man was too mysterious. Cross dived into the scripture pavilion and looked at everything, finding the things on beasts, but he didn't even need to touch the books anymore. His eyes recorded everything, they were like super eyes. He looked at all the books in the scripture pavilion and went to the others. Soon enough he had seen and recorded all the books in the entire school, even the ones in the dean's secret stash after he bribed Bai Zhantang with some wine to send him into his father's book room. Cross looked at all the books in the room before running out in a flash, with a cheeky grin. When he ran out, he was caught by Long Chen, who said he was going to the Luo family. Cross said already. Long Chen smirked and said you're coming with me. Cross said I am. He was suddenly tackled by Luo Ning, who latched onto him like a koala and said big devil, please. Cross looked at Long Chen and said bastard. You pitted me. Long Chen chuckled and Luo Ning looked at Cross with a big pout and puppy dog eyes. He looked away and said fine. Fine. But I want to see your library. Luo Ning said just this? No problem. Cross grinned and Luo Ning smiled sweetly, still not letting go. Cross looked at her and said are you okay? Luo Ning suddenly said I'm not coming. Cross was confused and said Luo Bing appeared and said she's staying here. I can fulfill her end of the deal. Cross said but you can't warm my bed can you? Luo Bing blushed and Luo Ning said angrily big devil. Cross chuckled and said alright fine, go say bye and then we'll leave right away. Luo Ning looked awkward and Cross said what now? Luo Ning got off Cross and backed away as she said Luna, Jasmine, Feng Shuier, Ji Yuan, Dai Wu, Yinger and the kids, all went to the Samsara region with Bai Shishi. Cross exploded in rage and shouted they what? Space distorted around him as his eyes glowed. Luo Ning said quickly they told me to tell you, don't shoot the messenger, ah. Cross grabbed her shoulders and said Yuan Yuan. Where's Yuan Yuan? Luo Ning said the cranes. Cross was beyond angry and flew into the air, disappearing in a flash. Long Chen shook his head and said everybody thinks the Samsara region is a playground. Luo Ning nibbled on her lips and said tell him I went there too. Before running away to the Samsara region. Long Chen shook his head again and left with Luo Bing to see the others. Cross floated in the air over a canyon and whistled. A huge crane appeared and said yes. Cross smiled and said you have my daughter. The crane turned into a middle-aged man and smiled I'm the little girl's father. Nice to meet you. Cross smiled and shook hands with the man as he said likewise. I hope she isn't disturbing you all. The man laughed not at all. She's actually quite pleasant. His face got serious and he said there's something you should know however. Cross frowned and walked with the man as he continued your daughter, her roots are very special. I can feel that you aided her in forming them, correct? Cross nodded and the man added I've never seen something like this before, but she has a natural affinity with our crane clan. It's the first time in history that a human can actually cultivate colorful crane techniques. Cross was stunned and said you have techniques. The man nodded and said of course. Although we don't like killing and rarely do, there are certain situations where it's a must. Though usually, it's only suitable for our race. I even asked my father and he said, he's never seen something like this before. Cross said so what do we do? I don't want to make you leave. The man shook his head and said no, it's not that serious. Actually, it's a good thing. Your daughter is quite special, I actually was going to find you and ask if she could come more often. Cross said you want to use my daughter. The man smiled apologetically and said that's what it sounds like unfortunately, but this is the feeling of the entire Crane clan. Naturally, I will do everything in my power to keep her safe, but I wanted your permission to let her take the ancestors' trial. Cross said she's only 4 years old. The man said quickly actually, the ancestors' trial is usually for newborns. Though if she passed there might be an issue. Cross asked what kind of issue. The man said she may have to stay for a long time and accept the inheritance of the ancestor. Cross said she's still just a child. The man was silent but hopeful, obviously this was very important to him. Cross said can I see her? The man smiled and said of course. They went to an area and Yuan saw Cross, she ran over happily shouting daddy. Cross smiled and crouched down, hugging Yuan and saying how's my little angel? Yuan said happily super. Big sister Crane is fun. Cross held her and said does Yuan want to stay with big sister Crane? Yuan nodded happily, Cross added Yuan, Uncle Crane wants you to do a trial. If you don't want to do it, forget about it. Yuan said trial? Is it fun? Cross replied I don't know, but only Yuan can go. Not even daddy. Yuan said Yuan goes alone. Cross nodded, and Yuan asked will I be strong like daddy? Cross didn't know how to answer her question and looked at the man, who said quickly the ancestor was the strongest beast in the 9 heavens and 10 hells. Cross answered Yuan will be strong. Yuan waved her fist and said yeah. I want to be strong like daddy. Cross felt like his heart was breaking as he said you might not see daddy for a long time. Yuan went silent before asking softly, is daddy going to abandon Yuan? Cross jumped and said no. Are you kidding? Yuan is daddy's most important treasure. He kissed her cheeks and smiled. Yuan smiled and said then Yuan will see daddy later. Cross almost cried and squeezed out a smile as he said then Yuan will have to stay with Uncle Crane and Big Sister Crane. Yuan smiled and Cross put her down. Yuan ran off to play with the little girl again and Cross left with the man. Cross got back to the academy and said seriously I'm trusting you with my daughter. I really hope nothing happens to her. Sorry for being rude but if she's hurt, I don't care how auspicious you are. I will kill you. The man smiled and rubbed his nose as he said if I couldn't protect her, would I even risk it? Cross condensed a black token and said if there's an issue, crush this and I'll come as fast as I can. The man took the token and smiled. Cross nodded and said thank you. The man smiled and said it's really my pleasure. I won't let her be bullied. Cross nodded and left, the man also returned to the Crane place. Cross showed up next to Long Chen with a sad face. Long Chen didn't say anything and they boarded a ship, leaving the school with Qin Feng, Bai Xiao, Su Zixing, and Luo Bing, shooting off into the sky towards the Luo clan residence. Advertisement Chan. https://splurgstudio.com 193, Luo family. They arrived at the Yingzhou region and passed a checkpoint. Luo Bing showed her Luo family token and they were let through. They flew to the Luo battlefield and were stopped by a bunch of people with crossbows. Luo Bing and the group came out of the ship and everybody was stunned seeing Long Chen and Cross. Long Chen started talking to the Luo clan people while Cross stood by the side with a blank look on his face. He didn't mind them cultivating on their own but going to the Samsara region, is there a need to go there? It's a part of the academy and open to the students to train their wills but surely there's another way to do it without going to the dangerous path, right? Then again, he literally fought against the heavens every time he had a tribulation. He guessed that the girls must have been stimulated to get stronger after seeing his tribulation. They were all in the Four Extremes realm, so he didn't have to worry about them too much. Plus they were at the academy, they were safe. Well, unless the world collapses and explodes. Anyway. Cross was a little upset, but he occupied himself by copying all the techniques from the people around here. He was happily absorbing techniques when an alarm went off. A giant wave appeared and Cross said to Long Chen, are you going to train them? Long Chen looked at Qin Feng, Su Zixing, and Bai Xiao before saying maybe. Cross sighed and kicked a rock, it blasted through the wave and burst a giant crocodile's head wide open. Long Chen pursed his lips and said angry. Cross grumbled a bit. Long Chen chuckled and the string men all swallowed their saliva. Cross said you over there, give me your bow. What are you doing? No, not you. The guy with the strange nose. The guy with the strange nose gave his bow over and Cross started shooting beasts down left and right. Long Chen said go fight. As he went to clean up the corpses, while Bai Xiao, Qin Feng, and Su Zixing went out to fight. Cross arrows were like lightning and he took out a pill before throwing it in the sea and releasing a strange fragrance. Long Chen shook his head and said all of you go back. I'm afraid, he's releasing his anger today. Luo Chengwu was stunned and called for a retreat. Cross stepped into the void and he raised his hand, countless black holes appeared behind him as millions of sea beasts appeared. He pointed down and countless weapons rained down on the beasts, noticeably each of the weapons had black runes in them. They were super strong. Long Chen took care of all the beasts and noticed their cores were being piled up on the side. He smirked and collected the beasts without worry. Luo Bing swallowed and said so. So strong. Cross eyes glowed and a giant figure wrapped in black draconic armor appeared, holding onto a sword in his left hand and a spear in his right. Cross was inside the figure and a golden crown appeared around the figure's head as giant black flame wings unfurled behind it. Cross controlled the figure and slaughtered beasts in the weapon rain. It was quite the sight. A while later. The figure disappeared and Cross returned to the shore. There were beasts, sea monsters, sea demons, evil spirits, you name it there it was. Too bad, Cross didn't want to listen to their religious beliefs and killed them all. A giant mountain of beast cores piled up in front of the Luo clan. Cross turned around and looked at the sea before pointing. A small black lotus floated into the sea and Cross walked away. A massive pillar of water shot into the sky behind him and a giant sea demon smashed into the ground, dead. Long Chen happily took it and a bigger beast core appeared on the pile. There had to be hundreds of billions of beast cores there, while Long Chen had taken hundreds of billions of corpses into his own inner world. He also got all the corpses they had before and cleaned them out. Everyone was happy. Luo Chengwu came over and said, little friend, you want the cores? Cross said in a bad mood, can you eat it? I have no use for them. Luo Chengwu was a bit embarrassed and Long Chen smiled and said you can keep the cores. We don't need them at all. Plus, he was just venting his anger. Cross grumbled and turned his head. Luo Chengwu said let's go to the Luo family then. The patriarch wants to see Long Chen and someone else wants to see Cross. Luo Bing paled and said, you don't mean. Luo Changwu chuckled and said, did you think it would be a secret forever? He shook his head and a few elders appeared saying, Patriarch said that we. Cross groaned and said, so noisy. As he swung out his scythe, killing the entire group of elders. Luo Changwu shouted, why did you do that? Long Chen sighed and said, you're really impatient, eh? Cross replied, these ants, they think I'm fucking stupid. He walked over and grabbed the heads before shaking them and revealing a different face as he said, Blood Clown Hall. Luo Changwu was shocked and Luo Bing said, how did you know? Cross said, I didn't. Luo Bing choked on her words and Cross added, that was a joke. He just pointed at his eyes and said nothing else. Luo Bing said, oh. Luo Changwu grumbled angrily, fucking bastards, just wait. Let's go. As they finally went to the Luo clan residence. A power voice sounded when they arrived, bring him to the sharpening ladder. This guy was playing the pronoun game over here, but Cross knew he was talking about Long Chen. Cross just yawned, Long Chen had a belly full of fire and stomped off to the sharpening ladder. Cross and the rest followed him before stopping at a stone staircase. Long Chen took a step on the staircase and started climbing. Cross sat on a black lotus and looked to not care about anything. Luo Bing was full of expectations for Long Chen, but she was also nervous about Cross. If this guy explodes, nobody knows how big the explosion will be. Long Chen reached the top and the sharpening ladder disappeared. Cross frowned and his eyes turned as he looked into the clouds. A man who looked to be in his 40s, turned his head and said, another waste. Cross sneered and said, you seem to think I give a shit, how many people can I kill here under you roll down to stop me? The man was silent and said, I dare you. Cross snorted and voiced directly to the man, nobody else heard him as he said, the only reason I'm not killing anybody is because it's Long Chen's family, otherwise, humph. Maybe I can't kill you, but surely I can take half the Luo family with me. Cross grinned and added, he Luo Ning doesn't need to remember she has a family after all. I suggest you continue your charade and fuck off, I'm scared of myself when I get angry. If I was Long Chen, forget about being nice, I would have slaughtered my way into the Luo family. What a joke. He took his eyes back and left the crowd, his mood got worse. Qin Feng looked over and ran after him, Bai Xiao, Su Zixing, and Luo Bing followed him. Cross was walking away with his hands in his hoodie pockets when Qin Feng said, big bro, you know where boss went? Cross replied, he went to fight the old man. You probably won't see him for a while. Qin Feng was silent and Luo Bing said, I wouldn't walk around too much. You might. A voice cut her off and said, might what, Binger? Luo Bing paled and the group stopped. Cross turned to see a middle-aged man, who slightly resembled Luo Bing and Luo Ning. Cross looked at the man and the man looked at him, neither said anything and Luo Bing said, Dad, you. The man raised his hand and just stared at Cross silently. Cross just looked at him with a bored look and a straight back, not giving in at all. Are you kidding? He didn't give anybody face, forget out a lover's father, even if his father was standing in front of him he would do the same. The man suddenly said, you're going to marry into the Luo family. Luo Bing froze and Cross started laughing, the man still without an expression on his face. Qin Feng pulled Bai Xiao and Su Zixing back, anticipating the situation getting out of hand very quickly. Cross sneered, you're funny, old man. Maybe you should quit cultivating and become a comedian. Luo Bing scrambled in front of her father and said, Dad, listen. They're not that far yet, there's no need to. The man cut her off and said, you want my daughter to marry out? Impossible. Cross rolled his eyes and said, seems like you're the same as that old man at the top of the hill. No wonder the Luo family is falling. He looked to the side, expressionlessly, as he added, I thought Luo Qingyang was the only moron in the Luo family, but it seems I was wrong. The man frowned and Cross looked at him saying, do you know who I am? The man sneered, you're a big shot. Cross shook his head and said, you don't even know who I am. If you did, you wouldn't say this to me. I don't even yield to Inputta, a world king. I'm not asking you whether you know of my name, I'm asking if you know of my character. He sighed and said, obviously, you don't. Which is why I said that the Luo family is falling. You want me to bend and join your family? All I can say is wake up, you're still dreaming. I don't even bend to the heavens and earth and you want me to bend to you? Are you joking? You're basically asking me to cut my cultivation. Cross said emotionlessly, don't make the mistake of thinking I don't dare kill you. I've killed the family of my wives before. One was her brothers and the other was her entire family except her sister. I really wouldn't test my bottom line. I'm not a good person, and I happen to be having a bad day today. He turned around and added regarding Luo Ning. You can try and take her from me. If one comes, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill two. It doesn't matter who it is, if they want to hurt my family. His tone turned murderous and cold as he finished, they can only die under my blade. Before walking away, Qin Feng and the other two following after him. The man looked at Cross back with narrowed eyes. Luo Bing said, you. Arg. Before chasing after Cross. The five disappeared and a woman appeared next to the man before saying, "It seems you made a bad impression on your son-in-law." Though she was smiling happily, the man snorted and said, "Humph, he's just a brat." The woman smiled and said, "I quite like him. He looks very dependable, though I worry a bit about Ninger. The boy isn't afraid of anything, which is dangerous." The man snorted and said, "Damn brat, if he hurts Ninger, I'll kill him." The woman just giggled. Cross said, "Luo Bing, where's the library?" Luo Bing brought them to the library and Cross started scanning books left and right, adding them all to his collection. 20 days passed. Cross was sitting outside and drinking by himself, looking out at the scenery. 20 days. He wasn't mad anymore, his mood was better, but he was still a bit irked. They don't have to rush into dangerous practice. Maybe he was being selfish and wanted them to stick to him all the time, but they were his lovers. He didn't want them to suffer even a bit. Though he would never admit it, he knew that his presence was like a crutch for them. They'll learn to walk, but very slowly. If you kick the crutch out, maybe it will be painful, but they will learn to walk faster and better, most importantly on their own. What's the point of sadness? He'll be more sad if they die. If they leave and come back much stronger, then he should be happy. He sighed. It didn't mean he had to be happy that they chose the hard way. He was in his thoughts when he was tapped on the shoulder. He turned his head and saw Long Chen. He said, "So, the old man beat you up?" Long Chen nodded with a smile and Cross shook his head saying, "You're crazy." Long Chen smirked and replied, "Says the guy who said he would charge in killing people." Cross clicked his tongue and said, "The old man sure is unreliable." Long Chen chuckled and said, "You met Luo Bing's parents?" Cross clicked his tongue again at the thought of the guy who wanted him to marry into the Luo family. Long Chen grinned and said, "I heard that too." Cross said, "A bunch of rats, all of them. It's insane." Long Chen shook his head and said, "Come eat." Cross waved and said, "I don't mix well." Long Chen just dragged him along saying, "Who dares question me? You mix or you're forced to mix." Cross just sighed and was dragged along on the ground. 194, Chu Clan? Bye-bye. Cross was dragged along to the meal and stood up from the ground before sitting down at the table and eating. Everyone else was standing and Luo Zishuan sat down, then the rest sat down. Cross didn't speak to anyone and nobody spoke to him. He was sitting at a table with Luo Bing, Luo Shuai, Luo Qing, Qin Feng, Bai Xiao, and Su Zixing. The food came and went and Cross went outside for a smoke. Long Chen told the other three to go to the sharpening ladder and Qin Feng had to get to the 90th step. He told Cross to go as well. Cross looked at the stairs and took a step. The entire staircase trembled and people appeared at the phenomena. Long Chen smiled bitterly and Cross continued climbing the stairs while exhaling smoke. The pressure was a joke for him. He continued up until he stepped on the 91st step. He felt the will of heaven pressuring him. He snorted and took another step and another until he was at the 98th step. There was only 99 steps. Cross looked up at the cracking void above him. He was straight as a pole, not bending even a little bit. He took the last step and stood on the 99th step. He looked up at the sky before turning around and walking down. Everybody looked at him as if he was a monster and Cross walked away, ignoring the people. One day, he would tear the heavens apart and make them surrender to him. He laid against a tree and fell asleep. A while later, Cross was woken up by Long Chen and told, "Let's go." Cross got up and said, "Fight." Long Chen said, "Directly kill." Cross smiled and said, "My favorite." And they both disappeared. Another while later, Cross, Long Chen, Bai Xiao, and a bunch of other people appeared outside of the Chu clan territory. Cross looked down at the ground and looked thoughtful. He crouched and touched the ground with his palm. Long Chen said, "Can you get us inside?" Cross nodded and said, "Do you want to rush in or sneak in?" Long Chen said, "Sneak if possible." Cross looked at the ground and said, "Don't panic." The entire group disappeared and Cross said, "Take the spiritual vein." The inner world trembled and the spiritual vein under the Chu clan mountain disappeared. Cross's eyes turned and he passed through the barrier, disappearing into the Chu clan, before everybody appeared again. Long Chen said, "Wow. That's powerful." Cross grinned and said, "Let's go, yet." Long Chen grinned and blew up a specific building with a fire lotus. Cross disappeared into the Chu clan. He ran through the buildings and silently killed people as he broke into the treasury and stole everything. After that he ran to the library and copied all the books before burning the entire building to the ground. He looked up and dashed to a mansion at the back. He killed the maids, butlers, women, everyone as he ransacked the patriarch house for everything it had. Weapons, crystals, techniques, books, everything. He entered a back room and found what he was looking for. It was a giant blood pool in a special structure made of stone, just like the staircase. He touched the blood pool and it disappeared into the inner world, leaving the blood to fall to the ground. Now his sect had a blood purifying pool. He looked around for any hidden treasure but found nothing. He came out and stomped on the ground. The entire mountain was sealed off. Nobody was escaping today. He grabbed a child and performed the bloodline burning curse on him. The child and all the other members with the Chu clan bloodline started burning up and screaming in pain as they burned to ashes. Cross ran off to the medicinal herbs farm and pavilion. He took everything the Chu clan had. Anything worth even a single crystal was taken by him. If the buildings weren't stuck in the ground, he would have taken them too. And to think, it was all because of a single sentence from Chu Kuang's mouth. Cross slaughtered everyone who survived the burning blood curse. He moved like a ghost, sending one person after the other to hell. He didn't even stop for a single moment. He was owning up to his words, if there's even a single Chu clan member left, he wouldn't stop until they died. A while later, Cross reappeared near the group to see an old man standing on a furnace. Cross eye glittered at the furnace and he entered his strongest state while remaining hidden. His scythe was coated in black chi, his armor came on, a half-crown surrounded the right side of his head, and a black hole appeared in the upper middle of his back. Truthfully he looked like a demon. He crouched and grabbed the scythe with both hands. The old man said, "Where's Luo Zi?" Cross shot forward extremely fast, he was barely visible and he swung the scythe at the old man's neck. A barrier appeared but Cross chi devoured it and severed the old man's head right off. Cross spun in the air and grabbed the cauldron, sealing it with black chi, holding it in his hands. He landed on the ground and turned his head to the group. Luo Changwu jumped in fear and Long Chen smiled as he said, "You should try assassination." Cross shook and the armor and scythe went back to a necklace and bracelet. The furnace was trembling but Cross slapped it and it calmed down as he said, "Damn material, what are you so arrogant for?" Suddenly, all the blood rushed to a statue and a blood portal opened. A demon with 2 horns, a bone knife and a body wrapped in fire appeared. Then 7 more. And then giant hands tore the void open and a giant mad with large wings and a nice face appeared. Cross looked up at the man and the man looked at Long Chen before saying, "You're Long Chen." Long Chen nodded and the man/beast looked happy. He sat down and ate one of the 8 demons as he said, "No way. I never thought I would see you here. What luck." Cross held the furnace and sat down to look at it as the creature talked to Long Chen. Soon after the creature threw a bone blade to Long Chen and left after Long Chen promised to come and drink with the king he saved before. The creature gave him a thumbs up and left. Cross stood up and pressed his hand on the statue of the great Brahma, a black hole sucked all the power of faith and turned it into Cross strength, he did the same to the statue of Sky Falling Night and sucked all the power of faith out. The statues were destroyed and collapsed and Cross cultivation jumped to the 7th level of the 4 extremes realm. He threw the cauldron to Long Chen and they got on a boat to leave. If the others were being honest, they were definitely scared of Cross. This guy was simply a demon, thankfully they heard about the grudge Cross had with the Chu clan from Luoping or they would have thought he was a killing demon. He had 2 eyes when he killed. If you offended him, man, woman, child, it didn't matter what you were dead. This was the scariest person, because they wouldn't give the others a chance to live. One bad apple rots the rest. Of course, if you asked Cross he would just shrug and say who cares. Truly a strange person. Long Chen called Cross over and said seriously, "You remember Long Aotian?" Cross said, "The guy that took your spirit root, blood and bone when you were a baby." Long Chen nodded and Cross said, "What about him?" Long Chen said, "He was in the Chu clan before, did you see anything different?" Cross shook his head and said, "Not even a single thing. He left a long time ago, no? If we knew where he was, we would have killed him. Plus I think I know where he went. But you're not going to like it." Long Chen's face fell as he said, "You mean?" Cross nodded and said, "Most likely. If I was a rat and had blood and whatever that didn't belong to me and I was scared someone was going to come kill me, I would go to him too. But maybe he went somewhere else. These kinds of people. He probably attracted a phenomena and got arrogant. Maybe he's even looking for you? Or your mother and father?" Long Chen clenched his fists and said coldly, "I'm going to make him wish he was never born if he even touches a hair on my parents' heads." Cross added in. "First you have to find them in him, then we can torture him all we want, easy peasy. Activate his spirit bone, blood and root and then snatch them and return them to you. Why go through so much trouble to awaken them after, when someone volunteered to do all the work?" Long Chen grinned and they both chuckled evilly, returning to the Luo clan. A few days passed. The group returned back to the academy. Long Chen was told that a friend was there to see him and rushed off, while Cross looked around for his family. He sniffed the air and stepped disappearing from his spot. He appeared in front of them all and had a bad look on his face. They all looked at him and looked down, he sighed and grabbed the air. They all floated up and he flew away with the group of people following him from behind. They arrived at his cave and he walked inside, sitting at the head of a long table. They all sat down and Cross said this time, "I'm not upset." Everyone looked at him and Cross added, "Maybe, I'm too selfish and I'm restraining you here. With me around, you'll always have a crutch to lean on. Even if the sky collapses you know that I'll hold it up, so you subconsciously take it easy." He looked at them all and said, "I'm surprised you all went to the Samsara region. And it made me think. Maybe I should have agreed to the dragon to send you where you were suitable. Like this I worry about you, but at least you become strong on your own. Which of you can honestly say that I haven't helped you get to where you are right now? The entire group was silent and Cross shook his head saying it's enough. He threw a bunch of fruits on the table and said eat one. All of you. Luna, make a list of what everyone excels in, their absolute best trait and strength, like wind, fire, assassination, music, formation, forging, etc. Shredder, come here. Shredder walked over nervously and Cross tapped on her forehead, giving her all the alchemy knowledge he got from Long Chen and what he came up with from all the books he's read as well anything related to fire. He said Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan walked over and he tapped on her forehead and gave her everything he knew about music and then handed her a storage ring full of instruments he created. He got up and left, having made a decision in his heart. It was tough but he wasn't going to back down from it. He was going to ruthlessly kick the crutch out from under them and let them go on their own. Within reason of course. He wasn't going to let them loose in the wild, he was going to go around the world and drop them off at the places that suited them the best. A while later. He sat outside the cave and looked out to the sect, feeling depressed. Suddenly, warm and beautiful arms wrapped around his neck from behind. Luna kissed his cheek and said, "Are you sure about this, baby?" Cross nodded and said, "If not? Are you just going to sit under my umbrella all your lives? I'm not strong enough." He clenched his fist tightly, maybe out of all his lovers, Luna was the only one who could see his true emotions at a glance. Luna sat next to him and intertwined her fingers with his as she leaned her head on his shoulder and said, "It's us who aren't strong enough. We're the ones holding you back, don't deny it." "I know." Cross said, "If I was stronger I could." Luna cut him off saying, "Even if you were the strongest in the world, would you stop worrying about us?" Cross shook his head and sighed. Luna smiled softly and said, "If it will be for a brighter future, I will bear with it and endure. All I want is to live peacefully with you." Cross kissed her hand and said, "Me too, Luna." "Me too." Luna didn't speak anymore and they sat in silence, looking out of the mountain at the scenery. 195, A pirate's life is the life for me. Days passed and Cross got a list of everyone's talents. He kept the list and sent everyone into the inner world, ignoring their complaints. The inner world is a nice place, okay. His family went inside and Cross flew to the valley before disappearing. He reappeared in front of a group of cranes, accidentally startling them. One of the cranes turned into the man and he beamed Cross. "You're back. I've got good news and bad news, what do you want to hear first?" Cross rubbed his forehead and said, "Give me the bad news, hopefully the good news will soothe my heart." The man said, "Your daughter. Well. She's not a little girl anymore." Cross face fell and the man added, "The good news is that she completed the trial and test and got the entire inheritance." Cross sighed and said, "Are you all going to leave Ling Xiao Academy and follow my daughter now?" The man laughed and shook his head saying, "You don't understand what I mean. The inheritance, after it's completed, will bless the land for generations and generations to come. Really, we're both winning. Your daughter got the inheritance and your land is 1000x better than before. You're a big benefactor to our entire race." The cranes all bowed their heads and the man kneeled on one knee as he shouted, "Thank you, benefactor." The cranes did the same and Cross said, "Get up, I hate this." The man got up and chuckled. Cross shook his head and said, "So? My daughter?" The man said, "Right. Are you leaving?" Cross nodded and the man smiled as he said, "Wait a minute. Someone go get Yuan, please." He turned back to Cross and pointed before a rainbow light appeared on Cross' hand and a drop of rainbow-colored blood appeared, hovering over to Cross. Cross said, "This." The man smiled, "A gift from the cranes." Cross sighed and took it carefully saying, "Thank you." The man smiled and a loud shout was heard, "Daddy." Cross was tackled by a woman, who was just a head shorter than him with long white wings on her back. Cross caught Yuan and looked at her with sad eyes as he said, "My little baby is all grown up now." Yuan smiled happily and said, "Yet." Cross stroked her head and sighed, he bade farewell to the cranes and disappeared with Yuan. They reappeared in the inner sect and Cross gave Yuan a piggyback as her wings folded into her body. She was absolute perfectly beautiful, Cross could safely say his daughter was the most beautiful woman in the world. Which was a bad thing. The facts proved to be true as the male disciples looked at Yuan in shock, some of them even fainted with nosebleeds. Cross was gloomy and Yuan giggled with her silver bell-like voice, entrancing the men around. Cross let Yuan down and held her hand as he said, "Did you miss Daddy, Yuan?" He stroked her hair and said with a heart full of pain, "You weren't lonely, were you? I shouldn't have let you do it, I'm sorry, it's Daddy's fault." As he imagined the loneliness Yuan went through, his eyes turned red and started watering. Yuan was stunned but she started crying and said, "Daddy, don't cry, Yuan will cry too." Wah! Cross hugged her into his chest and Yuan started crying hard. Cross stroked her head and it started raining, as if the heavens were sad as well. Cross ignored the rain and held Yuan's cheeks as he said, "Daddy won't leave you alone anymore." He kissed her forehead and stroked her back. Yuan smiled and held onto his clothes tightly. The endless years of loneliness were gone now. The rain cleared up as fast as it came, confusing everyone, and Cross brought Yuan around everywhere, enjoying his time with his daughter. Long Chen appeared in front of him and Yuan said, Yuan. Yuan said, Uncle Long. As she hugged him, Bai Shishi snorted and Cross smiled. This girl was good. She even remembered her Uncle Long. Long Chen smiled and patted her head saying, what happened to you Yuan? Yuan said, Yuan is super strong now. Yuan got the inheritance from big sister Crane. Long Chen was stunned and looked at Cross, who sighed and shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Yuan unfurled her wings and looked like an angel that fell from heaven, truly beautiful. Even Bai Shishi was inferior. Cross smiled and said, Yuan, put your wings back. Yuan returned to normal and hugged Cross' arm happily. Long Chen chuckled and said, anyway, wanna come with me? Cross said, you're leaving. Long Chen nodded and Cross said, good, let's get out of here. Long Chen laughed and Cross shouted, old man. I'm leaving. Family's coming with. A voice sounded K. Cross chuckled and said, boom, let's blow this pop stand. Long Chen chuckled and the group left, getting on a boat and flying away. They crossed the Demon Sea but unexpectedly no beasts attacked. Long Chen looked at Yuan, sitting next to her father happily. If he was right, Yuan was a walking auspicious ground, everywhere she went things would be lucky. Suddenly the boat stopped in front of a huge ship that was broken beyond repair. Long Chen said, ghost ship. Lucky. Cross chuckled and Yuan was trembling. Cross said, go in the inner world, I'm sure your mothers will be happy to see you. Yuan said, but Cross clamped her lips and said, do I look like an idiot to you? I can see you trembling. Get inside, when we leave, Yuan comes back out, okay. Yuan sent inside the inner world obediently and Cross rubbed his hands as he looked at the ghost ship, feeling a spirit of adventure. He followed Long Chen and climbed up to the deck of the ship. The group saw a ton of corpses and Cross almost jumped in excitement. He searched the ship before entering a cabin as the rest stayed on the deck. Long Chen had his eyes on a sword in a corpse's hands and slowly grinned. Cross searched through the ship and found a bookshelf. He copied all the techniques and didn't touch them. Are you kidding? They were dirty as fuck. He looked around and saw a rusty treasure chest. As looking around and finding nothing else, he grabbed the treasure chest and the ship trembled. He ran out of the cabin and saw Long Chen with a golden sword in his hands. Cross laughed, run, boy. As he flew past them, grabbing Su Zixing and jumping off the boat back to the ship. The rest followed and jumped back to the ship. Long Chen shouted, don't look back. As he and Cross looked back, they saw two corpses staring at them with cold and merciless eyes. One of them was the fellow Long Chen stole the sword from and the other was a corpse with a gold tooth and a pirate's hat on. He also had a golden hook for a hand. Cross was feeling greedy and dropped the chest saying, you pull me back, okay. Before Long Chen could ask what he meant, Cross flew over and swung his scythe. He severed the hook from the corpse's arm and hooked it back to his hands. Long Chen threw a rope of fire around Cross and pulled him back quickly. There was a hole in Cross' shoulder and he grinned looking at the golden hook in his hands. Long Chen threw him back to the ship and said, you're crazy. Cross chuckled and said, I got the hook, didn't I? I wanted his tooth too, but... He sighed and Long Chen shook his head. Cross dug out the rotting flesh from his wound and it startled healing as he hugged the treasure chest with a happily expression saying, treasure, treasure, treasure. The rest looked back as the ship left and still looked scared. Long Chen chuckled and threw the sword to Bai Shishi, who was stunned and blushed a bit. Long Chen ignored her and looked at Cross, who was looking in between the hook and the treasure chest in glee. Qin Feng and Qi Yu, another member of the Dragon Blood Legion, were holding two little piles of rust. Long Chen gave them a thumbs up and Cross cracked open the chest, a golden light shined and disappeared revealing a bunch of things. Cross frowned and said, arg. What the fuck? There was a cauldron, strange fruits, a box, and a necklace, along with a bunch of gold coins, crowns, bars, jewelry, etc. It was a big chest. Long Chen chuckled and said, nice. Cross grumbled and said, you need anything? Long Chen, Qin Feng, Qi Yu, Bai Xiao, Su Zixing, and Bai Shishi shook their heads. Cross sighed and threw the cauldron into the inner world in front of Feng Shui'er. He opened the box and saw 9 flaming seeds sitting quietly. He nodded and threw those to Feng Shui'er as well. He looked at the necklace and Aurora said crazily, give it to me. Please. 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 Cross let Aurora devour the necklace and she went silent as the golden necklace disappeared into the prayer beads necklace. Cross looked at the fruits. There were 10 and they all had different colors but they all had swirls on them. He frowned and felt his body trembling hungrily, so, not fearing gods or devils, he ate the fruits one by one. Everybody looked at him in shock. Bai Shishi said, how do you know if those fruits are still good? Long Chen said, arg. The seeds. while Qin Feng and Qi Yu were scraping the rust off the chest into their animal skin pouches with a sneaky expression. Cross trembled after he ate the last fruit. His cultivation circulated and he felt his entire body become lighter and more comfortable. He also got a glint in his eye as his cultivation shattered 2 boundaries and went to 9th level 4 extremes realm. Everybody was numb, this guy was a freak. Eat 10 fruits and gain 2 levels, where can they buy the fruits? Cross eyes turned and he said someone punch me with just physical strength, no chi. Bai Xiao punched him in the face and Cross head exploded into black flames. Bai Xiao's hand went right through, he took it back and looked as if he had seen a ghost as Cross head reformed. Long Chen was stunned, completely stunned. What kind of fucking magic was this? Cross grinned and said I'm pretty sure, I'm 100% immune to body cultivators without chi. He the rest spat and looked away. Cross rifled through the gold before finding a golden swirling fruit. Everybody looked at Bai Shishi and Cross stuffed it in her mouth. Bai Shishi swallowed the fruit and trembled, her aura exploded violently before calming back down and reaching the peak of the 4 extremes realm. Bai Xiao dived into the chest and said is there more? Cross shook his head and said Bai Shishi is the biggest beneficiary on this trip. Long Chen waved and said let it be. Bai Shishi said am I the same now? Bai Xiao punched her in the face and she flew into a wall. Bai Xiao paled and shook in fear as Bai Shishi glared at him with intense anger. Cross burst out laughing and said idiot. You control gold, not become gold. I already ate the metal one. Long Chen had a wry smile and held Bai Shishi back whispering something to her with a smile. The guys all looked at each other and everybody gave Qin Feng money. Qin Feng smirked the boss charisma is too strong. Cross shook his head and looked at the coins saying what am I going to do with these? Long Chen said just keep it, maybe we can see it later. Cross pushed it to Long Chen saying then keep it, I don't need money. Long Chen kept the chest and they sailed away, while Cross forged arrows with the rust Qin Feng and Qi Yu collected. They were all squatting around a black flame and Qin Feng sighed with emotion if Guo Ran saw this, maybe he would be so jealous, he jumps off a cliff. Qi Yu nodded in awe, Cross chuckled and said maybe, I'll take him as a little brother and teach him a few things. I heard this guy, he's very shameless. Qi Yu laughed and said big bro, you don't know, this guy, he wears boss tiger skin whenever he can. Ha ha ha. Qin Feng chuckled and said he clings to boss like dog plaster, but he's funny. Cross smiled and listened to their stories. Long Chen sat nearby with a slight smile on his face, remembering the good times as the boat sailed on. 196, Yuna Palace. They reached the other side of the sea and appeared on the ground. A bunch of people pointed their weapons at the group and Yuan pouted so rude. The group exchanged wry smiles and Long Chen said relax, we're not here to cause trouble. We're just passing by, I just want directions. It turns out, they deviated from the course because of the ghost ship / the old man saw that it was actually Long Chen and enthusiastically led the group to a transmission array to go to Yuna. Long Chen thanked the man and they disappeared, flying off in the boat to Yuna Palace. Qi Yu said boss, this is the place. Long Chen told Bai Shishi to go down and they put the boat away, flying normally. Soon they were stopped by a group of people who shouted Qi Yu. You traitors! Die for me! Cross threw out his scythe and it spun through the entire group, leaving only one alive. Cross caught the scythe and said you know, I love doing that. Long Chen shook his head and Yuan clapped daddy's the best. Jumping for joy, her new breasts jumping up and down along with her. Su Zixing gulped and Bai Xiao gave him a tight slap saying do you want to die? That's the boss kid. Su Zixing complained it's not fair. She's too beautiful. Who told the boss to have such good genes? Highs. Qi Yu grabbed the last guy and said coldly Luzia. Long Chen said Qi Yu, let him live for now. He's useful. He stepped out and shouted President of the 7th branch of Lingxiao Academy, Long Chen, here to worship the mountain. His voice echoed out and an old voice sounded please enter, distinguished guest. Long Chen walked forward and Cross chuckled, resting the scythe on his shoulder as he said look at that. We have a president with us now. Can't we just do whatever we want in the school's name? His eyes gleamed a sly light and the rest felt bad, Qi Yu felt his mouth twitch. They walked forward and a bunch of strong guys appeared. Cross chuckled and said seems like we're not welcome here. Long Chen sneered and said then let's make a show. Cross spun the scythe in his hands and looked in the air at all the people as he said Yuan, which one do you think is the ugliest? Yuan put a finger on her pink lips and tilted her head making a cute expression as she pointed at one guy and said this uncle keeps staring at me. Cross smiled and disappeared. The man she pointed at slammed into the ground and Cross was standing on his back with the blade of the scythe on his neck and a foot on his head, one push and his life was forfeit. The man turned as white as a ghost and an old man appeared saying you even have the face to come back here after killing fellow disciples and you found yourself a backer. Cross laughed and said man. Old man, it seems you think people will follow the rules around here. You just killed your entire sect, sorry. as he killed the strong man under him and started slaughtering the people in the air. It happened in a second and Cross slashed the gate in half before entering the school. The old man turned white and Long Chen stopped him with a smile as he said, "Is this good? Hand over Zhang Beihe and we'll leave. Even I can't stop him, so the longer it takes the most disciples you lose. I would hurry up though. Hehe, he's very fast." The old man activated the sector ray and trapped them all inside as he looked at Bai Shishi's sword with greed in his eyes. Long Chen sneered and shouted, "Big bro! You don't have to hold back anymore." A wild laugh was heard and a series of massive explosions occurred, as alarms went off and screams were heard. Cross went to the library and copied everything inside before blowing the entire building up. He whistled as skipped around, cutting people in half left and right. An old man and a beautiful woman appeared in front of him and said, "Stop please." Cross looked at the woman and said, "Whom? You're Chi Yu's lover." The beautiful woman was startled and said, "You know Chi Yu?" Cross smiled and said, "A new brother of mine. He's actually right outside, but for a selfish woman like you, I guess you don't care." He ignored her and went in another direction, chopping a disciple in half. The woman frowned and said, "Selfish woman." Cross looked at her and said, "Are you joking? My brother's entire life was given to him by his boss. His brothers and sisters in the Dragon Blood Legion are his family. You, the selfish woman, want to keep him locked up here for what? You think that's love? How old are you?" 5. The woman was startled and didn't say anything. Cross snorted and said, "If you kneel in front of Chi Yu and apologize for being selfish, I'll stop killing. How about it?" The old man frowned and said, "Bold." Cross held up a black lotus and said, "Up. Slow down, old man. If this goes off even you won't survive, let alone the sect. I wanted the resources but I can sacrifice a bit." The old man started to sweat and stopped. The woman said, "Take me to him." Cross grinned and walked away back to the gates, crushing the lotus in his hand, but that only made the old man even more scared. He felt like he was being constantly watched by a beast. If he made even the smallest movement, the entire sect will disappear. He wasn't wrong. Cross was giving the woman a chance to redeem what's left of the sect, which was extremely rare. He arrived at the gate and heard these two women, "Give them to me and I'll let you all live today." Cross stopped behind the kid and Long Chen shook his head saying bye-bye. Cross said coldly, "Did you just say something about me, daughter?" Zhang Beihe froze up and Cross pinched the back of his neck, lifting him off the ground. The old man shouted, "Bye-he." Cross glared at him and said, "Scram." His chi wisped off his eyes and they started rotating dangerously. The old man was locked in space and couldn't move. Bai Xiao gasped and said, "Too handsome." Long Chen shook his head and looked behind Cross at the woman, who walked over to Chi Yu and kneeled on the ground. Cross slapped Zhang Beihe in the abdomen and crippled him before throwing him right next to the woman as he said, "A bunch of wastes, you're all lucky Chi Yu actually cares about this garbage section." He walked over to Long Chen and Bai Xiao said, "Boss. What was that?" Cross smiled and said, "The same as your pupils, but I can kill him in a second with 100 different ways. Wanna see?" Bai Xiao nodded excitedly and Cross looked at the old man. A black beam fired and blew off the old man's legs. Cross looked at the old man again and he erupted in black flames as Cross said, "Those black flames will never go out unless I make them." Then the old man twisted in space before exploding into a blood mist. Cross eyes glowed and a white figure appeared. The black flames spread to the soul and started burning it as well. Cross said, "I didn't know that happened." Long Chen was shocked and said, "I say, isn't that a bit too powerful?" Cross chuckled and said, "I guess so. Are you jealous?" Long Chen pursed his lips before whispering, "What did you do?" Cross got serious and said, "I heard the story, this woman just wants Chi Yu to focus on her every second of the day. This isn't good for him. Do you really want him to leave the Dragon Blood Legion? I understand that you're happy he didn't leave her, but come on. This girl is so selfish, did she even go looking for him after he was deemed a traitor?" Cross shook his head and said, "She got him into this mess by herself and she pats her ass and leaves it for Chi Yu to handle." Long Chen was silent and looked at the woman kneeling and apologizing while crying. Chi Yu's eyes were sad as well. He didn't know why she was apologizing. He picked her up and hugged her tightly. Long Chen sighed and shook his head. Cross shrugged and said, "I can just kill the sect and force her to come with us." Long Chen replied, "I don't even want her to come along." "Did you get anything good?" Cross grinned and said, "The entire herb supply." Long Chen grinned and they both chuckled evilly. An even older man appeared. He was so old he looked about ready to die. He smiled and said, "Seems like I really can't trust younger people to lead my palace." Cross whispered to Long Chen, "This way the guy watching me," but he never made a move. "I assume the things I destroyed and took weren't that important, maybe he has a special reserve." Long Chen nodded and said with a smile, "Long Chen has come for an explanation for my brother. Wrongfully accused of killing fellow disciples, by this cretin." The Yuna Palace ancestor smiled and said, "I will give you a proper explanation for this." He turned and said, "Gather the palace master's forces and kill them all." A group of men disappeared and Long Chen smirked. this old man. He sure doesn't fuck around. The ancestor looked at Cross and said perhaps you're satisfied, now. Cross waved and said kill one, kill them all. This is your problem not mine. If it wasn't for Chi Yu, I wouldn't have any scruples. Don't play games with me old man. I don't like them. He paused and said coldly I also don't like being used as a tool. The ancestor didn't even blush at being found out and said directly then you have my thanks for cleaning my palace in my stead. Cross sneered and said nothing, this old man was too dark. He didn't even care at all. Cross was now sure that he didn't take or destroy anything of value and if he did it was his own compensation. It left him disgruntled, feeling like he punched cotton. He didn't like this feeling. Who knows what these old guys are thinking? Cross chuckled and said anyway, old man. I really did you a big favor, how are you going to repay me? The ancestor said a big favor. Cross walked over to Zhang Beihe and picked him up by the neck and said you didn't see the netherworld ghost seed. Everybody was shocked and Long Chen said that's what it was. Zhang Beihe's voice turned shrill and sinister as he said damn spirit. You ruined my plans. Cross slapped him saying shut up. When Lao Zi is talking you keep quiet. This daddy will refine you if you speak again, do you believe it? The ghost kept silent and Cross looked at the ancestor saying I can give you the ghost seed but I want a few things. The ancestor sighed and said speak, little friend. Cross pointed at Chi Yu and said Chi Yu will become your personal disciple and the eventual palace lord of Yuna Palace in the future, at your own discretion of course. Chi Yu was stunned and Long Chen smiled, the ancestor smiled slightly and Cross said second. This woman. He paused and looked at the woman, his eyes turning as he looked into his soul to see her true emotions. It turns out she really did love Chi Yu but she wanted him to be with her because she was scared of being alone. He turned back and said this woman and Chi Yu are hereby engaged. Whoever attempts to disband their engagement will be killed. Chi Yu almost fainted and the ancestor laughed as he said anything else. Cross grinned and said give this cretin a good slap before you kill him. As he threw Zhang Beihe, the ghost, over. The ancestor caught Zhang Beihe and smashed a palm on his chest, sealing his entire body as the ghost screamed. The ancestor smiled widely and said it seems the ruthless killer cherished relationships. Cross snorted, not denying it. Chi Yu hugged Cross, whispering my good brother, thank you. Cross patted his back and said you're embarrassing yourself. Chi Yu held his shoulders and said seriously you're my second boss. If you need anything I will work as a horse or bull and fulfill it. Cross smiled and patted his shoulder saying live peacefully. Before walking away, Long Chen smiled at the ancestor and said it's been a pleasure, goodbye. The ancestor waved and said this favor. The old man will remember it. Long Chen smiled and left with the rest, minus Chi Yu, who was talking to the woman excitedly. She face was flushed with excitement and she talked Chi Yu's ear off about wedding plans. A while later. The group got further away and they heard a shout boss. Wait. The group was stunned as Chi Yu came flying black. Cross face turned confused and Chi Yu said quickly boss, second boss, you see I was talking to Yu Xian about things and with the ghost seed appearing, I knew things would be difficult in the future. She let me come out to get Stringer and I go back I promised to give her a stable home. The ancestor took her as his successor and will teach her instead, our wedding will be after everything is settled. He chuckled and said after all, if the boss isn't there is it really a good marriage? Long Chen and Cross were stunned, Qin Feng hugged Chi Yu and laughed. Long Chen smiled and Cross grumbled man, I looked cool for nothing. I should have asked for treasures instead. Chi Yu joined the group again and they celebrated for a bit before continuing their journey. Long Chen and Bai Shishi were talking, while Cross was giving the others a show. 10 dancing women on his hands, made of fire, water, metal, earth, wood, wind, ice, light, dark, and lightning. This was the effects of the fruit, his control over the elements had explosively increased. Qin Feng said in awe big brother sure is amazing. You're better than all the lady bosses combined. Chi Yu jumped and said I say, Qin Feng are you trying to die? If lady boss wanna hurt you, forget about having kids. Qin Feng trembled in remembrance and Cross chuckled saying of course, I heard she sent Long Chen a special pair of scissors. Long Chen overheard him and turned green, Chi Yu said what kind of scissors? Cross chuckled and spread his palms, making a pair of scissors with a circular hole in the middle of the blades. The guys all said ah. Long Chen punched Cross in the head and went right through as Cross laughed. They were having fun on their way. 197, Lotus Battle. They continued until they finally arrived in the Dragon region, where Long Chen was supposed to build the 7th Academy branch. They found 2 beasts fighting, Long Chen made a move after one of them was killed and killed the other, now he got 2 immortal king beasts. What a boon! Suddenly an arrow flew at Long Chen's neck, he blocked it and saw 100 people with crossbows. Cross shot and killed 99 of them, leaving the leader who was about to speak when everybody around him died. Long Chen chuckled and said you have big guts to dare to kill us. He started interrogating the man while Qin Feng and Qi Yu took out the cores of the two beasts and skinned the python's skin. Long Chen took the corpses and forced the man to bring them to his leader. He was from the Qinglong gang. They followed the man deep into the dragon region. They finally arrived at an ancient city and Bai Xiao shouted, "Scram out for Third Master Long." Cross looked at Bai Xiao with an amused expression. This guy was getting more arrogant as the days went by. A cold voice sounded so bold. As a group of people appeared, Long Chen looked at a man, who he found out was named Zhao Qinglong from the captured guy. Next to the leader was a nice-looking guy named Chu Yang. He was kicked out from Lingxiao Academy 1,300 years ago. Chu Yang opened his mouth and Long Chen slapped him flying. Zhao Qinglong said, "Friend, who are you? Why are you here?" A sweet voice sounded, "Zhao Qinglong, you're still so afraid of death." A sexy woman appeared and said, "Little brother, if you want to destroy the Qinglong gang, this sister supports you." Cross looked at the woman and smiled as he said, "Oh? You're ready to warm his bed at any time." The woman smiled seductively and said, "Why just one? I can warm you both up at the same time." Cross smirked and Long Chen choked. This woman was too crazy. Cross tilted his head and said, "Crawl over to me and I'll think about letting you warm my bed." The woman went cold and Cross' smirk turned into a sneer as he said, "A poisonous slut like you, I think maybe if I sleep with you I'll contract 12 diseases and lose half my lifespan. Who you trying to lure into a honeypot? Every single one of my women is 10,000x better than you." He looked at Long Chen and said, "You really like to play around, eh? Can we either kill them or subdue them already? Why so much talking?" He blurred and suddenly Chu Yang's head was in his hand as he said, "Traitor's dead." He looked into the sky and said, "Two little ants, roll out for daddy or this daddy will gift Lucifer a bunch of souls today." Two men appeared with gloomy faces and Long Chen smiled as he said, "All right, no more fooling around." He took out a table and said, "Sit or die." The four leaders sat at the table and a barrier appeared around it. Long Chen smiled and said, "You'll bring me to the ruins of the 7th Branch Academy, and I'll give you this." He pushed out a box with a pill inside. The four looked at the pill and said, "Ling Xian pill." This was a super pill of heaven-defying proportions. Basically when you reach Immortal King, your spirit root turns into a crystal and the crystals are ranked into 4 ranks, heaven, earth, spirit, and human. If you have a human-ranked crystal, congrats, you're the weakest of Immortal Kings and you'll never advance past it in your life. But with the Ling Xian pill you could directly promote your crystal. Never again will you be called a trash. Being bullied? Your fiancé broke off the engagement? You're being ridiculed? Now with the Ling Xian pill, you too, can be a hero. They four suddenly realized where Long Chen wanted them to take him and paled in fear. They all said no. Cross tapped on the table and said, "How about this, you get to keep your lives and I'll protect you along the way. This way you get the pills and we get the directions, everybody wins and I don't have to waste energy turning you into my slaves. Good deal? The other option is I reluctantly make all 4 of you my slaves, kill everyone else and you become walking bombs as you lead the way to the 7th Academy." Cross smiled warmly and said, "I think an Immortal King detonating will be a very nice fireworks show." The 4 trembled in fear and Cross looked at Long Chen who didn't seem to have any problems. The 4 agreed and the group set off, not wasting a moment in fear that Cross would change his mind. They traveled into the depths. Long Chen and Cross took care of the dangers as they traveled under the guidance of the 4 gang leaders. They picked up treasures along the way. There were dragon eggs, rare herbs and ores, too many treasures. Cross ignored them all and sniffed the air, feeling it to be very dragon-heavy. This was simply a holy ground for dragons. He decided he was going to leave Selena, Grey and their kids at the academy when they rebuild it. Long Chen made Bai Xiao catch a dragon and they flew through the Dragon Valley all the way to the end. They entered a dark forest and Long Chen handed out pills to help them resist the demon qi. One of the Immortal Kings said, "This is the site of the 7th branch." Long Chen threw him 2 boxes and said, "Let's go down and take a look." As he looked at the abyss, Cross looked into the abyss and said, "Het. Feels like home." Yuan was already sent back into the inner world, because Cross didn't want her outside, contaminated by the evil qi here. Although Yuan was even stronger than him now. She never said anything but Cross felt she was an Immortal King. He was honestly stunned when he found out but he never said anything. His baby was grown up now. They slid down into the abyss and Long Chen collected a flower as they came to a giant lake that was black as ink. They crossed the lake/swamp and came to a giant rock, but it wasn't a rock. It was a bone. The 4 Immortal Kings almost pissed themselves in fear. Long Chen led the group saying, "We need to get to the head. That's probably when the dragon's lair is, as well as the academy." The group followed him and they came to a giant skull. There was 2 giant holes for the eyes. They walked to the holes and a giant dragon flew out of the hole, startling the group. They looked in the hole and saw thousands of black dragons, along with 12 dragon eggs in a lotus. Cross looked down before looking at Long Chen, who also looked over. They communicated silently before nodding their heads and diving into the hole. Long Chen gave the rest directions while Cross sneaked over the dragons. Long Chen went for the lotus and attacked as Cross cut a dragon and threw out a drop of pink liquid. It was an aphrodisiac. Bai Xiao stole all the eggs, Long Chen stole the lotus pot and Cross threw up a terrifying black hole, dragging everything into it. The horny dragons were going insane and started fighting with the giant lotus as Cross flew out of the skull with the rest. Cross looked at the group and shouted, "Don't resist." Before they all disappeared, he turned around and looked everywhere. His eyes turned and black flames erupted on all the dragons and the lotus as Cross stomped on the air and flew away. Long Chen was let out and said, "Light up the pagoda." Cross threw him at the ruined site along with a glowing white ball, that lit up the entire abyss. Long Chen went for the cornerstone while Cross fought against the lotus, slashing vines and firing black beams from his eyes. His eyes turned and the giant dragon armored figure appeared slashing and thrusting at the lotus, smashing it back into the dragons. Good thing their bodies were strong or they would have exploded into blood mist. The lotus was angry and fired off vines at the figure. Cross was inside and when the lotus opened its mouth, Cross lit its insides on fire. The lotus shrieked in pain. Long Chen grabbed Cross and flew away, as vines exploded from the lotus everywhere. Cross was being dragged by Long Chen and the figure disappeared. Cross made a rune with his hands and fired a black beam at the lotus, smashing it into the ground. He looked at all the dragon corpses and they all disappeared as his eyes turned. The lotus thrashed wildly as Long Chen ran to the city. Cross let the others out in the city and a huge pile of dragon corpses was given to Long Chen. He wanted the lotus for himself or rather Dai Wu. He cursed, "Fuck. I wanted to kill it." Long Chen said, "It's too strong, wait a few days then go back." The next day, Long Chen made an altar and told everyone to burn bones for a sacrifice. He walked around it 3 times and spoke words nobody understood. Then they went inside the boat to relax. They flew out of the dragon region and Long Chen started laughing. Bai Shishi was confused and Long Chen said, "9/10 Inputta is watching us behind our backs." Cross shook his head and said, "I can't believe that Moran Zhao Qinglong has lived so long." Long Chen replied, "Well, Inputta needs him. He's a good spy, unfortunately he couldn't cover his tracks good enough." Bai Shishi said in shock, "Zhao Qinglong is a disciple of Inputta." Long Chen nodded and said, "Obviously. Inputta knows everything we did these few days." Cross chuckled and laid back, falling asleep right then and there. He sent 3 dragon eggs he stole into the blood pool and they melted into a golden liquid. What mounts? He doesn't need them. Feng Shui was excelling at alchemy and from the 5 sky fire seeds, her flames were extremely powerful. She was like a goddess of fire, truly beautiful. The rest of the girls and kids started practicing inside the inner world. It was much better than outside. They had almost everything they needed here, except competition and the threat of death. Even if Cross kept them in the inner world forever, their cultivations would never rise quickly. They would be waste materials, easily killed against real experts. They needed to find their own way. The sect/castle was great, but if they wanted to be experts it was a super crutch. Cross wasn't going to let them stay for too long, but he also wasn't going to throw them out in dangerous places. He had a list and he was going to find the best places for them. He still didn't have a direction for most of them but Selena and her family were already set. He was thinking of leaving Yuan with Bai Shishi at the 7th branch before he left. He was undecided. After he found out Yuan was an immortal king, he decided to leave her like the rest. She needed sharpening too, he would clip her feathers if he held her too close. Bai Shishi would be able to show her the world and make her less naive. He sighed in his heart, Yuan didn't deserve to be tainted by this shitty world. But it was a must, he would rather her be sad and upset than dead. He rolled over in his sleep, disgruntled, as the boat traveled. 198, Rainbow Ferry? Never heard of it. They arrived back at the Yunna region and went to the Huayan Trading Company. Long Chen went inside to give treasures to Zheng Wenlong, his friend from the lower realms. Cross followed him and used Long Chen's prestige to find the best places for his list. Cross' list was long. Basically it was like this. Zephyr Wind. Amelia Assassination. Lily Body Cultivation. Pandora Ice. Hunger Sword. Artemis Forging. Ji Yuan Music. Feng Shui Fire/Alchemy. Jasmine Wind/Assassination. Dai Wu Flower. Luoning Blood/Sword. Yinger Metal. Luna Soul/Formations. Cross got a long list of places all of the immortal world. He sucked in a breath of air at the regions and names. He had a lot of work ahead of him. He thanked the company before leaving with Long Chen, who got information about the rainbow flame appearing. The group traveled to the rainbow region. They were stopped and Long Chen beat them up. Apparently people started saying that Long Chen was a netherworld ghost seed. These people really have nothing better to do? Cross shook his head and Long Chen said, "Take me to the blood killing hall in this region." They appeared over a magnificent building. Cross stepped out and threw a small orange ball into the formation. Suddenly there were shrill screams and screeches. Long Chen threw a fire lotus into the formation and it exploded into flames. Cross eyes turned and the fire turned black, lighting people up instantly. Long Chen took his bone knife and cut the head off of Anputa's statue. Cross absorbed the power of faith and took it for his own before leaving. Long Chen threw the head to the men who brought them there and said, "Fill it with shit, make it a cesspool and then escape the region." The men were happy to be rid of Long Chen and did what he said before fleeing. Another place was rid of Anputa's influence. They went to a square and lined up. Cross didn't take a flower and looked at the flowers with a frown. Long Chen smiled and they waited in line. Suddenly Someo0ne came over and said, "You dare worship the Rainbow Fairy." Long Chen grabbed him and said, "You dare to blaspheme the Rainbow Fairy," before beating the shit out of him. Several strong immortal kings appeared and Long Chen flipped the script, becoming the embodiment of justice, defending the honor of the Rainbow Fairy. A ton of people supported him and the immortal kings were helpless. They found out he was Long Chen and the dean of the 7th Branch Academy and told him there was a special place to worship the Rainbow Fairy, but Long Chen said that he was the same as everybody else, there was no need for a shortcut. The immortal kings were happy and praised him. Cross looked at the immortal kings with a frown, hesitating to speak, unsure of what to do at the moment. An immortal king said, "Is there something wrong, little friend?" Cross frowned and asked to enter the city. "Do you have to worship the Rainbow Fairy?" The air chilled and the immortal king said coldly, "What does that mean?" Cross said flatly, "I'm not worshipping anyone." Everybody glared at Cross, who added, "You can worship who you like, but I think forcing people to worship whoever you worship is not very good. For example, I have no gratitude for the Rainbow Fairy, if I worship her wouldn't that be an even bigger insult than not worshipping at all?" Everybody was suddenly startled. This seemed to be the case. The immortal kings was speechless and Cross said, "I just want to go inside the city, but if you have to worship someone else to get in, then forget about it. If the Rainbow Fairy really died to save the region, then forcing everyone to worship her is going against what she fought for, no? Worship if you like, only then will you have true gratitude." Cross continued, "Like that guy that just got beaten, he worships the Rainbow Fairy all the time, yes? If he was truly worshipping with gratitude, then even if the person who killed his parents was standing next to him, he wouldn't even let out a single fart. This kind of false gratitude is a mockery to the Rainbow Fairy herself. I worship myself, to me, I am king, I am God. Worshipping anybody else is unacceptable." Everybody had their mouths open wide. One guy started clapping saying, "Well fucking said." Several other people joined in and Cross looked at the crowd saying, "Though still, the dead has to be respected. I may not worship the Rainbow Fairy and fell nothing towards her in her sacrifice, but for the sake of the people who truly worship her and her spirit in heaven, the rules regarding being peaceful should be followed." The crowd was a bit embarrassed and calmed down, but everyone had smiles, feeling this was very logical. Cross turned to the immortal kings and said, "May I go inside the city?" The immortal kings muttered to each other before an old man who seemed to be the leader said, "Seems like we have been tarnishing the Rainbow Fairy's efforts and meaning for a long time. The city will be open to everyone regardless of worshipping the Rainbow Fairy. We would like to express that the rules regarding peace around the statue must be followed." Cross stepped out of line and went to sit by the side, waiting for Long Chen. Several other people also left the line and walked into the city. A good chunk of the line dispersed and the immortal kings' faces fell. Cross said to them, "Look at the statue." They looked over and it was slightly brighter than before. As if it was happier now. The immortal kings were stunned and thanked Cross profusely for showing them the right path. Cross just said, "As time passes, every generation loses the knowledge of the last and becomes arrogant. There may come a time where the Rainbow Fairy isn't worshipped anymore, hopefully at that time you won't go crazy. This is how the world works." He shook his head and drank from his wine gourd, pouring 6 cups for the old men as he continued, "Which person doesn't have any arrogance and confidence in themselves? For some people, the past is just that, the past. They disdain the stories and legends, regarding them as fairy tales. These people, even if you beat them to death, they will never show true gratitude. It's better to live and let live, than to force someone to your ideologies." The 6 old men were awed and took the wine respectfully. Cross smiled and said, "So polite? Just drink, geez." As he drank from the gourd directly, the old men were embarrassed and drank their cups empty. Cross snapped his head in a certain direction and looked at a man. The entire man disappeared and Cross caught him. He disappeared himself and charged at the confused man, cutting his arms and legs off, crippling his cultivation and resting the scythe on his neck. His killing intent was massive and poured directly onto the man as Cross seated 9 Hell Hunter. The man was trembling in fear. He was finished. He didn't even have a chance. Cross took a breath and put the scythe away before stealing everything the 9 Hell Hunter owned and searing his wounds, completely crippling his body in the process, as well as copying his cultivation method. Cross grabbed him by the hair and reappeared outside. Everybody was stunned in the reappearance of the 9 Hell Hunter and Cross, but they were more frightened by the 9 Hell Hunter's appearance at the moment. He had dead eyes without any arms and legs. He felt like a normal person as well. Clearly this man has been crippled. Cross propped him up on the bench and crossed his legs, waiting for Long Chen to be finished. The 9 Hell Hunter was trembling in fear as he said, "Wah." Cross covered his mouth and burned his lips together as he said softly, "You have to be quiet here, you know? Your life isn't ending anytime soon, after all, you need to be thoroughly tortured for a long time. The surrounding people turned white and the 9 Hell Hunters' lips were seared shut. He could only cry and look at the people with pleading eyes for help. Everybody ignored him. First of all, nobody wanted to provoke Cross, secondly, they wouldn't help a 9 Hell Hunter to begin with. He was fucked, completely fucked. Cross drank from his gourd in a much better mood. He didn't even spill a single drop of blood in front of the statue. Not that he cared, but still. People's opinion of him increased because of his actions. Long Chen worshipped the statue and paused for a split second. Cross looked at the statue meaningfully, his statue flashed in response and Long Chen walked over with the group. He looked at the 9 Hell Hunter and grinned maliciously. Cross smiled and they left the square into the city, dragging the crippled hunter with them. They arrived at the residence and Long Chen immediately dragged the crippled hunter into a room before closing the door with a cruel smile. Cross laid down on the ground and fell asleep instantly, the rest were standing there unsure of what to do. A few days later, they were attracted to a battle outside. Long Chen had tortured and killed the 9 Hell Hunter but couldn't get the location of their base. Cross and Long Chen watched a giant golden guy fight a 9 Hell Hunter. Cross took out his scythe and disappeared into the wind. The 9 Hell Hunter suddenly fully appeared and his head fell off his body. Cross appeared in the void and robbed the 9 Hell Hunter's corpse before sighing, "This guy has a lock on his memories too." The golden man looked at Long Chen and said, "I want the dragon blood on you." Long Chen had a face full of sarcasm as he said, "I would be worrying about myself if I were you, I know a guy who really likes strange beast blood." Cross appeared on the golden man's back with the scythe at his neck as he whispered greedily, "It's me," before slicing his head clean off and taking the entire corpse. He chuckled and licked his lips looking at the rest of the people, who started to tremble in fear. Cross chuckled eerily and said, "I want to see who has big enough guts to chase after the rainbow flame. My scythe can't endure the thirst, whoever goes after it will die, good, evil, retarded, all walks of life are welcomed under my blade." Some people packed up and left directly, others didn't believe it and said. Unfortunately they didn't even know that Daddy Cross doesn't speak empty threats. Cross noticed that when he killed recently his cultivation foundation has been getting stronger and stronger. The little runes in his body were multiplying and appearing everywhere. The abyss runes were becoming more and more frequent. In every group of 5 there will be one abyss rune and there were countless runes. The amount of other types of runes didn't decrease but increased explosively. As if it was competing with the abyss runes. The runes were getting slightly bigger as well, but they were also tightly packed together and everywhere. He didn't know how much longer he was going to have to absorb energy for, but he felt like he was far from finished, not to mention he also had a 10th level where a change happened. He was completely in the dark about the changes that went on in his body at the 10th level, but he felt it must be something spectacular, right? The days passed and soon there was a rainbow light in the rainbow region. Cross flew after it, chopping people who were going in the same direction as him. He pursed his lips, seems like these people thought he was bluffing. All these different races, not of them were good people. They needed to be educated on proper behavior in front of this king. 199, Cannibalism? Cross saw the flame flowers in the sky and ignored them, flying after the people who didn't take his warning to heart. Cross disappeared like a demon, killing people and throwing the flowers at Long Chen as he flew around. Cross' scythe was covered in pitch black chi and he could feel his runes vibrating in excitement as he killed people. He continued killing with a happy smile on his face. People started getting scared and finally ran away for their lives. It was a pity that Cross wouldn't let anybody escape. "Sorry, I warned you before, pal." Cross laughed as he continued bifurcating enemies. They started to gang up on him and 7 Dagger came towards him from all sides. Cross sank in the air and spun with his scythe, killing a bunch of people in a circle around him. He looked at the void and sneered. He slashed his scythe into a crack and 2 halves of an assassin fell from the sky. Cross slashed 6 more times and 12 halves fell from the sky. The world was drenched in blood wherever he went. Suddenly 2 portals opened and demons came out of one while underworld people came out of the other. Cross stood in the air and said, "Is it a party?" The underworld man and the demons looked at Cross, who sneered and said, "Scram back to your domains. Even if the underworld people are allies, this king doesn't give a fuck." He punched the sky and countless people hiding in the void were revealed. Cross sneered, "Come, today this king will wash the rainbow region in blood." He held the scythe in the air and turned to the demons saying, "Suffer endlessly in the silence of the eternal abyss." As he slashed down, the entire world went pitch black and a pitch black energy scythe spun at the demons, chopping the endless numbers like a lawnmower, killing them in hordes. Cross laughed wildly and dived into the group of demons, hating them more than anything else as he slaughtered them like chickens. The whistled a sad song and a giant lotus appeared with a terrifying aura. The world started trembling and countless people shook with fear, unable to comprehend how strong Cross was. He's just a 4 extreme realm kid. The lotus crushed through the demons and killed them before they even had a chance to scream as it sank into their portal and exploded, killing whoever was holding the portal together. The portal disappeared and the surviving demons were trapped, but also shaking in fear. Cross grinned maliciously, feeling the infinite power of his constantly multiplying runes. He continued slaughtering the demons, looking as though he wouldn't stop until they were all dead. Long Chen grinned and joined the fight, feeling the need to kill something. The entire scene was complete chaos and the underworld fellow directly turned around, patted his ass and left, closing the portal behind him and refusing to return for the rest of his life. Are you kidding? These people up here were crazy. Even if you beat him to death he wouldn't come back. Long Chen activated his god ring and sucked in all the flowers around. Everybody glared at him and Cross laughed as he said, let's take care of the trash, yet. He snapped his fingers. An indomitable will pressured everyone in the area, pushing them far away if they couldn't handle it, leaving only a dozen or so people. Cross looked at the others and showed his white teeth as he said, are you going to scram? Or are you here to get free reincarnation tickets? The dozen or so people, from all different races, snorted and one said, with just you. Cross chuckled and leaned the scythe on his shoulder as he said, yeah, just me. I'm afraid any more and people will curse me for bullying. The dozen strong people were enraged and Cross had a big smile as he said, but first. He tapped on the air a few times and several of the dozen people exploded into blood mist. Cross smiled happily saying, 9 hell hunters and blood clowns are my least favorite people. He walked in the void and approached the group, who were stuck in space as he said, now, you lot are very ugly. So ugly, in fact, that I was very close to being disgusted to death. He stopped in front of them and grinned, now, how are you going to compensate for my mental trauma? The people were stunned and Long Chen laughed. Cross swung his scythe out and killed a guy saying he was too ugly. Another one, you're almost as bad. Another one, your mother let you leave the house. He continued until they were all dead. He took their storage rings and flames, sealing the flames and tossing them into his inner world for Feng Shui to devour. He looked around and saw that there was nobody else. He nodded in satisfaction and sat in the air, looking over his spoils as Long Chen absorbed all the flowers. Suddenly the rainbow curtain surrounding the core area disappeared and the rainbow flame fell to Long Chen. Someone shouted, he's a netherworld ghost seed. You can't let him. Cross chopped him in half and said with a sneer, your mother's a netherworld fart seed. I want to see who comes for this king's brother today. Countless people didn't move in fear. Cross just sneered. As Long Chen was going to take the rainbow flame, a woman appeared and snatched it. Cross sent to slash, but Long Chen blocked him with his sword. Cross was confused and Long Chen looked at the woman in a daze with tears flowing from his eyes. Cross scratched his neck and looked at Qin Feng and Qi Yu to see them looking at the woman in shock. The woman said, little brother, this rainbow flame is my life treasure. I can't give it to you, I hope you forgive me, don't be sad, okay? Long Chen looked at her with tears flowing from his eyes and the woman said quickly, little brother, don't cry. If you really want it, I'll give it back to you. Long Chen shook his head and said with a choking voice, don't say you want the rainbow flame, even if you want my life, I'll give it to you. The woman was stunned and said, little brother, do we know each other? Long Chen wiped his eyes and said affectionately, it doesn't matter whether you know me or not. The important thing is that I like you. The woman's face turned red and she giggled saying, how much do you like me? Long Chen looked at her familiar features and said, even if I have to stand on a bridge in the wind, rain, sun, snow for 1,000 years just to see you cross it, I would stay. The woman looked at Long Chen seemingly speechless before saying, you are lying. A bridge in a 1,000 years will collapse. Long Chen shook his head and said, if I didn't see you, I would wait for generations. How could the bridge collapse? The woman blushed deeply and didn't even dare to look Long Chen in the eyes. Her jade token lit up and she said quickly, I have to go. Thank you for being so nice to me, what's your name? Cross sniffed and smelled the pill scent on the woman. He hesitated for a moment before his eyes hardened and he pulled out a ring before waving his hand and taking Feng Shui out of the crack. He slid the ring on her finger and kissed her. He didn't say anything but just looked in her eyes. Feng Shui teared up, having a feeling as to what was going to happen. She smiled and said, I'll be waiting for you, my love. Cross felt his heart in pain as he said, I won't make you wait long, Shuier. I love you. Feng Shuier cried and Cross threw her into the woman, who was named Yu Qingxian. Yu Qingxian was stunned and caught Feng Shuier, who said hi. Hopefully, we can be good sisters in the future. Yu Qingxian didn't even have time to say anything and a colorful light covered both of them as they both disappeared completely. Cross turned away and his own tears dripped from his strange red eyes. Everybody was stunned, one fairy came, and two left. What was this situation? Suddenly, a giant mouth came out of the void towards the rainbow fairy. Cross' entire body trembled and he got giddy with excitement. He shot towards the mouth and tore at it like a madman, stuffing the flames in his mouth and eating them. A voice sounded and shrieked in pain. Cross pulled on the mouth and pulled out a man made of black fire. Cross looked at him greedily and pounced on the man, chomping into his neck and devouring the black flames. The man screamed in pain and shouted, what are you? Cross ignored him and continued eating the man alive. Well, it looked like a man but it was actually just a flame spirit. Cross devoured the entire man alive and burped in satisfaction. A void appeared and swirled around, sucking the rainbow fairy towards it. Cross looked at the void and Yuan appeared next to him. The world became colorful and the rainbow fairy turned into a flame rune and shot towards Yuan, sinking into her abdomen and disappearing. Yuan also disappeared and returned to the inner world. Everybody was stunned, they didn't even see what happened. The rainbow fairy suddenly disappeared, nobody saw Yuan, except Long Chen. Cross sighed and looked at the void, he suddenly grinned and a black lotus floated into the swirl. The lotus was eaten and disappeared. Cross turned to Long Chen, who was looking at him. Cross grinned and flew over saying Ao. I almost made her reincarnate again. Long Chen glared at him and Cross said too soon. Long Chen lost his glare and laughed helplessly saying you're really a freak, you know that. Cross chuckled and said a handsome freak you mean. Long Chen was too tired to talk with him and they left, going back to the residence. Cross went out of the residence and walked to the square, where the rainbow fairy statue was. He stood in front of the statue and looked down at the withered flowers. Yuan told him the rainbow fairy died and gave her everything she knew along with the old rainbow flame. Cross didn't know what to say. He didn't have any gratitude for the rainbow fairy, the so-called god these people worshipped was almost eaten like food by the black flames. Cross devoured the black flames and gained a black flame, it was blacker than black. It integrated with his body and the runes in his body were still multiplying endlessly. Because he unified his body, whenever a potion of it increased everything increased along with it. So his body strength increased, which rooted to his soul, mind, and chi. His body was changing but Cross felt like the black flames were a super tonic for him, almost as if when he ate them they were returning home. He couldn't describe it any other way than, it was his in the first place. He decided to name it Void Flames. He might as well keep the naming sense he has. He looked at the black fire, dancing around his fingertips and thought of Feng Shui. He clenched his fist and closed his eyes before leaving the square and going back to the residence. One down, dozens to go. He sighed to himself, he was going to be very lonely in the future. He wasn't looking forward to it, but if it means meeting again when they're 1000x stronger and they can finally live in peace at the top of the world, then it would all be worth it. 200 chapter celebration palooza. Hey! 200 chaps of this garbage. Can you believe it? Neither can I. Basically, today I am going to give you loyal monkeys a choice for the next story. Amazing, I know. Thank you, yes I am handsome, I know. One original story. Cultivation but the MC has a child the entire time. Kinda like godly stay-at-home dad, but not in China. 2 Assassin FIC. Basically all the assassin movies in one world but there's also a surprise in there too. It's in Marvel. That's the surprise. Edit. 3 A multiverse story going through all the anime worlds with a system. The MC is none other than myself. Monkey. I know, crazy right? My own origin story. Like Batman but better. Note, all options are no harem. If you think I'm gonna try balancing a harem again, all I can say is haha you're insane never again. Underscore 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 un. A few days later, Cross was sitting in a luxurious boat and flying away from the Rainbow region with the group. He was going to take that fucking flower today. The boat was given to them by the old men in the Rainbow City. Suddenly, Bai Shishi started crying and said Long Chen, do you hate me? If you want to yell at me, just do it. Cross sucked in a cold breath of air and grabbed the guys before running away. Bai Xiao was the first one out of the room and the rest followed. They closed the door and looked at each other. Cross said seriously the most dangerous thing in the world is a crying woman. Remember that. The 4 nodded heavily and Cross took out a cup, holding it to the door and listening in. Qin Feng was stunned and said big bro, you. Cross said shh. I don't want to see it, but I want to hear it. 50 crystals they kiss. Qin Feng and the rest get excited and Chi Yu said boss? Nah. I'll take that bet. Bai Xiao said 50 crystals my sister confesses. Everyone took that bet. A while later, Bai Shishi ran out and saw the group at the door with crystals in their hands. The atmosphere froze and everybody looked at her, she grinned her teeth and Qin Feng shouted every man for himself. They all scattered and Bai Shishi chased after them. Another while later, they re-entered the dragon region and slowly inched their way to the divine cornerstone. Long Chen put a 9-story pagoda on it and the lotus woke up, but now there were 4 more. And they all seemed stronger than the first one. Cross donned his armor and shot out of the boat, slashing the vines with his scythe as his voice echoed die for this daddy. We're having lotus soup tonight. The lotuses got angry and stabbed at him with their vines. Cross chuckled and started to sweat, he was scared, he was excited. So many lotuses, Dai Wu would get a massive boost. Cross raised his scythe and the world turned black, a giant blood moon hung in the air and a black hole appeared on his back, forcefully borrowing the heaven's might as he slashed down. The vines in front of him were shredded to pieces and Cross shot forward, stabbing the end of the scythe into the middle of the lotus and pumping it full of void energy, targeting its soul. The original lotus screamed before abruptly stopping. Cross threw it into the inner world and looked at the other four who were extremely angry. One lotus shouted, "Bastard, spirit! You shall die!" Cross dodged to the side and reverse gripped his scythe before using Blood Moon Reversal. One of the four lotuses flew back and was unresponsive. Cross spat out a mouthful of blood and dodged the other three lotuses' attacks, grabbing the dead lotus and sending it to Dai Wu. He grinned and flashed to a lotus before slashing it up, while blocking the others. He was like a madman fighting countless enemies at the same time. That's what it felt like, at least. The vines from the lotuses were numerous and came from all directions. Thankfully, Cross had his mantra and could dodge the vines, though it was an effort. He got in one of the lotus's face and used another Blood Moon Reversal, spitting out a mouthful of blood again as it seeped out of the armor. He grabbed the dead lotus and sent it to Dai Wu again. He looked at the last two and swayed in the air, but he still held his scythe in a strong posture. The lotuses stopped and Cross spat out another mouthful of blood. They no longer had scruples and shouted, "Die!" as countless vines shot towards him. Cross lifted the scythe in the air and was about to do a big move, when a slash broke the void and two eyes with flower pupils appeared in the air. Cross took his scythe down and used the distraction to attack again. He heard Bai Zhantang say, "This guy still wants to fight." Cross said nothing. If he spoke he would surely throw up blood and faint. He needed these damn lotuses, 5 elements, 5 lotuses. He dug the scythe in the lotus eye and destroyed its soul before collecting it and jumping to the other one. The last one put up a huge effort, but under the combined attacks of Cross, Bai Zhantang, and Bai Xiao's mother, it was defeated and killed. Cross took the lotus and smiled happily as he sat down in the 7th Branch Academy ruins. His armor went back to the necklace, which now had 3 more colors. Pink, bright purple, and silver. Dai Wu was pink, Luoning was bright purple, and Ying'er was silver. All he needed was to get Lu Mingxian one and he would be finished. He looked at his long necklace and sighed with a smile. There were 8 colored beads if you count the white gold one for eternal life. Yuan came out of the inner world and slapped down on the ground. The abyss lit up and started turning green, plants started growing again and the death zone turned into a place full of life. Cross was leaning against a rock with blood coming out of his mouth, his breath was very weak. He watched Yuan with a smile before sighing. His baby really grew up, she knows how to take responsibility. He grunted and a crack opened next to him. Selena, Gray and their kids came out and sniffed around before becoming ecstatic. Cross said, "Stay here. With Yuan. The draconic energy here is very beneficial for you, plus I have no idea where the actual dragons are, I'm sorry." Selena looked at Cross and wiped the blood from his face as she smiled happily. "Thank you, Master." Cross chuckled and Gray grinned, saying, "What a guy. He saves all our lives, makes our kids even more talented than us and still has the balls to apologize." Cross smirked as he said, "If you're a weak dragon and you get bullied by chickens and dogs later, wouldn't I be embarrassed?" The kids chuckled and Gray clicked his tongue. Bai Zhantang walked over and looked at Selena, Gray, and the kids as he said, "Dragons." Cross said, "They're mine." Selena and Gray smiled and Bai Zhantang shouted, "We still have that dragon art." Someone shouted, "Yeah, I just found it." Bai Zhantang caught the book and gave it to Selena without a word. Cross looked at the book and copied it before saying, "Go help out, you will stay here in the foreseeable future." Selena and Gray saluted before bringing the kids away to help. Cross coughed up some blood and Bai Zhantang shook his head saying, "You have dragons and 6 of them too." Cross said with a cough, "I have leviathans, badgers, hippogriffs, and phoenixes too." Bai Zhantang was just speechless. This guy was on the brink of death and he was still bragging. Cross waved and everyone came out of the inner world. Red was missing. Blue told Cross that he had snuck off with Feng Shuier after confessing his love for Blue and saying that when he came back he would be a strong phoenix capable of supporting a family. The vermilion bird came out. She was a beautiful woman with white gold hair. She also still didn't have a name. She looked at Cross and snorted, "This bastard left her in the inner world and didn't even visit her once." Cross grinned at all the girls' angry faces. They all went to help and Dai Wu gave him a kiss before going to devour the lotuses. Cross looked at the vermilion bird and said, "Little Gold, how you been?" The vermilion bird flared up and said angrily, "Little Gold." Cross chuckled and said, "Little White is already taken," as he patted a white-haired young man's head. This little bone dragon loved this place. Last time he was busy doing something. Cross said, "Go." Little White ran off to help clean up and left only the vermilion bird, Cross, and a dumbfounded Bai Zhantang. The vermilion bird said, "I need a good name." Cross said, "Whom? How about Elise?" Elise calmed down, she quite liked this name actually. Satisfied, she left to help with the others. Bai Zhantang shook his head and said, "You're crazy." Cross grinned and said, "Not too bad." Bai Zhantang shook his head and left. Cross sat alone looking at everyone. Long Chen was organizing things. Cross whistled and threw a storage ring at him. Long Chen caught it and gave him a thumbs up. Cross smiled before closing his eyes and passing out. Long Chen rushed over and checked Cross breathing before letting out a breath of relief. Long Chen put a pill in his mouth and handed him to an angry Luna. He was truly scared of her. She smiled but he could feel her rage. He patted his ass and left. He could only pray for Cross in the end. An unknown amount of time later. Cross woke up in a bed, covered in bandages. He got out of bed and walked outside, preparing to go make waves with his newfound life. He was quickly slapped by Luna, who shouted angrily, "What are you fighting to the death for?" Cross held his cheek and pouted, "What do you mean? I had it under control." Luna seated yet? Using 2 Blood Moon Reversal S and you were about to make a big move at the end too. Do you think I'm blind? Cross opened his mouth but nothing came out. He was indeed about to make a big move at the end. Luna grinned her teeth and almost beat him up. She took a deep breath and exhaled before saying, "Even if you waste your cultivation, you must survive. Even if we all die, you must live. Do you understand?" Cross nodded and said firmly, "You won't die. I promise you, even if you do, I'll go into hell and pull you back." He hooked Luna's waist and said seriously, "You'll never escape me, understand? Even if you reincarnate into another world I will still find you. Even if you lose all your memories and become a dog I will still pick you up." As he looked into her eyes, full of affection, Luna's cheeks turned pink and she said softly, "I know." Cross kissed her passionately and hugged her close to him as he kissed her without regard for the location. A bunch of people clicked their tongues and looked away. Jasmine, Ji Yuan, Luo Ning, and Dai Wu coughed. Cross separated his lips from Luna's and she rested her head on his chest with a happy smile. He looked over and hooked his fingers. The 4 girls flew over and Cross grinned as he said, "Want to know a secret?" The girls looked at him and Cross said, "Dual cultivation with me will actually make your foundations, talents, and cultivation better." Luna rolled her eyes, Jasmine spat, Ji Yuan giggled, Luo Ning blushed, and Dai Wu looked excited. Cross scooped them all up and walked back inside, shouting, "Don't bother me. For a few days at least." The disciples that were transferred here all spat on the ground and walked away jealously. A few days later, Luna, Jasmine, and Ji Yuan were fine, but Luo Ning was in a wheelchair with bright purple eyes and Dai Wu's legs were trembling, but her eyes had 9 colors in them. Obviously the two had massive benefits from their first time. Actually Cross did this on purpose. He slipped Luo Ning a blood pill he got from Long Chen and fed her his yang qi to stimulate her blood with the pill. Her eyes were completely purple now and she even unlocked the divine purple heaven eye, whatever that was. Dai Wu had just finished devouring the lotuses and their lotus pods. She was completely transformed and even evolved to a 9-colored lotus with lightning, wind, ice, and darkness added into the 5 elements. Maybe she was on par with the undead Dark Willow now. They all hit the peak of 4 extremes realm and Cross deliberately sealed their cultivations, otherwise they would just destroy everything with their tribulations. That's not to say Cross didn't get any benefits getting Luo Ning and Dai Wu's vital yin. His runes started compacting into groups of 100 and condensing into balls before multiplying again. He was extremely close to hitting the 10th level, he could feel it. He was missing something though. A massive influx of energy at once that would break the barrier completely. He walked out of the house with a satisfied smile on his face and went to find Long Chen as the girls went to rest, a well-deserved rest. They worked extremely hard during this time. Not only that but they had to digest their benefits and make their foundations firmer before ascending to the tribulation. Cross found Long Chen coming out of an array full of sweat. He washed Long Chen clean with a bubble of water, getting a glance from Long Chen. Cross chuckled and said, "You're really good. Training do many people, a real saint if you ask me." Long Chen rolled his eyes and said, "You're pretty good too, even a soundproof formation couldn't keep the sounds in." Cross rubbed his nose and said, "That's just my strength." Long Chen chuckled and said, "What happened?" Cross smiled and said, "Luo Ning got the purple heaven divine eyes like the old man. Also, I need something from you. Those pills you eat like candy. Give me 999 of them." Long Chen's eyeballs almost rolled onto the floor at the information, as he said, "How did you do it?" Cross smiled and said, "My yang qi is very good, okay? Anyway, 999 pills, can you do it?" Long Chen threw him a ring and said, "Good." Cross caught the ring and poured a bunch of them in his mouth right away. His cultivation method circulated and started absorbing the energy endlessly. Cross smiled and said, "Just as I thought." As he poured the rest into his mouth, eating all 999 pills at once. Long Chen was stunned and Cross grinned as his body clicked. He said, "Luo Ning is resting, she's in a wheelchair with the other girls." Before running out of the academy into the wilderness, his energy spiked and black flames swept the area, destroying everything as he advanced to the 10th level of the 4 extremes realm. The rune groups in his body started growing bigger and bigger, coming together and forming the rune for Abyss out of countless other runes. Basically the rune was Abyss, but if you looked closely, you'll see that in the Abyss rune there are countless little runes making up the lines. The giant runes started multiplying around his body at a fast rate. Cross smiled and walked back to the academy, his breath was supreme and heavy, every inhale was filled with power and destruction. The energy from the 999 pills was still being processed, he had a feeling when the pills were fully digested and processed, he would have to go through his tribulation. He came back to see Long Chen's angry face. Long Chen saw him and said, "We're going hunting." Cross smiled and said, "My favorite." As he left with Long Chen, Bai Shishi, Qin Feng, Qi Yu, Bai Xiao, and Su Zixing. They flew in Bai Shishi's golden chariot and Cross and Long Chen were talking. Cross shook his head and said, "I only have 10 levels, you have 13. Long Chen nodded and said, "It's like a multiplier." Cross nodded and said, "I just hit 10, when all the energy from the pills is processed, I'll be at the peak and the tribulation will come for me." Long Chen hummed and said, "Are you ready?" Cross shrugged and said, "If I wasn't? It makes no difference anyway." Long Chen laughed and shook his head. Bai Shishi said, "We're here." The group exited the chariot and saw the ruins. Cross was angry and looked at the assassins. Long Chen directly flew out and killed a man, the rest of the hiding assassins were revealed by a special method and the Rainbow Region people started slaughtering them. Cross stood at the back, shooting a bow Long Chen made for him out of divine wood tree. It wasn't the tree of life, but it wasn't too bad either. He shot arrows as Bai Xiao, Qin Feng, Qi Yu, Bai Shishi, and Su Zixing fought. He needed to let them fight or else they would just be shrimps. Otherwise, Cross would be actively slaughtering right now. Still under his bow, countless killers fell to the ground dead. Cross looked up and saw 4 Earth Immortal Kings and 1 young man at the 4 Extremes peak. Cross grinned and took out a wood arrow with a rust metal tip, he pulled the bow and his breath changed as he let go. Suddenly one of the 4 Earth Immortal Kings turned to black blood, before the other 3 could react Asu, turned them to black blood as well, and the young man was alone. Long Chen grinned and attacked him, the young man was enraged and attacked with a dagger. Cross said quickly, "I want that dagger. Get it for me." Long Chen snorted in response and fought the young man while Cross provided support with arrows. They were very strange. They seemed to be avoiding Long Chen on purpose, even curving around him at a moment's notice if he got in the way. They all pierced at the young man endlessly. 201.